The humanoid mech, Resonance Gold Mech, rose from the depths of the earth, towering 300 meters high, resplendent in red and white. Gunn never imagined that besides the cyborgs, such a formidable backup existed. Even the tallest humanoids on the aircraft barely reached 5 meters. A wave of terror swept through everyone. How could they possibly fight this battle? Though they wielded the energy Gunn's gun had given them, fear still gripped their hearts. Frozen in shock, Gunn remained motionless until the commotion around him snapped him back. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't panic. Fire your energy weapons together." It was like elephants facing ants. The energy blast struck the mech but left no trace, no mark at all. A panicked voice broke out among the crowd. The gathered aircraft at the fringes began to split away, peeling off from the group. As Gunn watched the hard-won assembly fracture and collapse, despair filled his heart. It was over. Everything was over. My royal hall has crumbled, too. His original plan had been to take advantage of the Queen City's forces leaving, rally the miners, kill Campra, seize control of the Queen City, and claim his throne, gaining control of the cyborg's command center in the process. After all, he had always been the elder of the ape tribe, renowned for his wisdom, and had longed to be the tribe's chief and lead his people. But in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes become futile. Campra showed no mercy to the fleeing humanoids. The enormous Resonance Gold Mech's eyes erupted with twin beams of laser light. Flying carpets and people alike were instantly vaporized. Some sought escape in the lake, but their desperate screams echoed only briefly before ancient piranhas swarmed, tearing apart anyone who fell into the water. In an instant, the lake turned red. "Spare us, your majesty. Please have mercy. I'll return to the mines at once, back to mining." But Campra showed no clemency for pleas. The searing laser swept from the edge straight toward the center without pause. Diana heard the anguished cries, fury sparking in her eyes. The craft beneath her tilted, and just like that, her figure vanished from view. "Diana!" Jean called out. "Damn it. Erica, lead them to escape. I'll help Diana distract the mech." "Alchemy, I seal." A surge of alchemical power froze the entire surface of the lake, giving the humanoid miners a slim chance for survival. Diana became a meteor, a blinding arrow piercing straight for the mech's forehead. The colossal force of her strike knocked the mech's head askew. Laser beams, like blazing pillars of fire, scorched the distant mountaintops, turning them instantly to ash. But the head merely shifted, no real damage done. The Resonance Gold Mech's surface was awash with a miraculous, rippling force, a miracle born from the unique properties of Resonance Gold Metal. With a fierce cry, Diana unleashed her power, only to be flung away by a violent countermove. A mocking voice rang out. It's useless. All your power is in vain. This is technology from Atlantis powered by true or you're just a human with a few tricks." The mech's weapons now locked onto Diana. Yet behind the mech, a giant made of sand had already formed, just as tall as the armored machine, and with a single, thunderous punch, it struck the mech's back. This blow knocked the heat ray off its mark. Under Jin's command, every grain of sand drew together, clinging tightly to the giant's exterior. "Filthy insects, die!" he cried. The mech simply brought its hands together in a powerful clap. A shockwave erupted like a raging hurricane, shattering the icy surface all around. The deafening roar was so immense it made blood stream from every orifice. For Gwen, who stood closest, if time could have been slowed, one would have seen his skin, muscle, and bones all disintegrate within a heartbeat, swept away by the storm's wrath. Jean, too, was caught up in the maelstrom without exception. With the loss of his control, the sand giant dissipated into the air. Diana, Erica, and Jean were all hurled several kilometers through the forest, their bodies slamming into the trees again and again. The three were scattered far and wide. When Jean finally managed to steady himself, he looked up to see the mech rising into the sky. It seemed that Kimpala no longer intended to wipe them out. One couldn't help but admit that Kimpala was truly favored by fortune. He had obtained not just knowledge of the highest evolution genes, but also the technology of Atlantis. Worry not a Jean for Diana and Erica. Instead of pursuing Kimpala, he rose into the air, calling out with all his strength. "Diana, Erica." He cast a longing glance at the Queen's city. All its former glory had vanished, and the lake had become a colossal crater. The force of that shockwave was beyond imagining. Jean could not be sure he would have survived had he faced it directly. Thankfully, Diana and Erica had already gotten far enough away before the shockwave struck, and their injuries were limited to being flung against immense trees by the hurricane. Diana shook her head, feeling nothing but a lingering dizziness. Her body was unscathed. As she regained her senses, she glanced in the direction of the Queen City. The mech was gone, but Jin's voice reached her, and she called back at once. I'm here. Erica, hearing Diana's voice as well, dashed toward her at top speed. The three soon gathered again at the lakeshore. Diana asked, Jin, what about the mech? Jin pondered for a while, his mind imagining a map of the wild lands and the direction the mech had flown. Kimpala is probably heading toward the city of the sun god. Erica said, but that doesn't add up. If he wants to unify the wild lands, shouldn't he be traveling to the main territories? Diana thought for a moment. Maybe, for Kimpala, unifying the wild lands isn't his top priority anymore. What he truly wants is to escape this place. There must be something in the city of the sun god that calls to him. Erica said, we can't let him get away. That mech is even stronger than Iron Man's suit, and with power like his, if he ever makes it to the surface world, it will be a massacre. Jean spoke up, but how can we catch up with her? From what I saw on the map, we're definitely more than 500 kilometers away from the city of the sun god. I can help you. The sudden voice took Jean by surprise as well. Boku, you really never fail to surprise me. Boku's round eyes glared at Jean. Of course, I might be timid, but in the wilderness, no one can rival my survival skills. In this savage survival of the fittest land, the lizard folk had developed formidable abilities, not in attack, but in other extraordinary ways. They could turn invisible, regenerate lost limbs, even float on water without sinking. Diana asked, Boku, what skill do you have that can help us catch up to Kimpala? But I have a condition. As long as you don't make me tag along, tracking Kimpala will be a breeze. Boku shot Jean a pointed look as he spoke. Jean chuckled, not expecting Boku to be so petty, still bearing a grudge after that earlier threat. All right, if you can help us catch up to Kimpala, then everything's negotiable, Boku. No, I don't trust your word at all. Boku turned to Diana. I want your promise. Diana nodded in agreement. Follow me, all of you. With that, Boku led the three of them away from the ape tribe's territory, winding into the heart of the jungle. He crouched down and let out a strange, haunting call. Moments later, the ground began to tremble with distant vibrations. 5 enormous lizards appeared in their view. Boku approached one of them, stroking its scaly hide and whispering softly, before turning back to the others. All set. They'll follow Kimpala. You must promise to keep them safe. Diana reached out to touch one of the giant lizards, which was almost as big as a dinosaur, its massive back broad and sturdy like a natural platform. Don't worry, we'll keep them safe. Are you sure they can really catch up to Kimpala? Absolutely. Trust me. Jean still wanted to keep Boku with them, but Diana saw his intention and shook her head. Jean went over, about to pat Boku on the shoulder. Boku was ever cautious, though, dodging instinctively, and in a blink, vanished from Jin's sight, leaving only a quiver of the leaves deep in the forest. Cloud Wheat, who loves fried ribs, Justice League Stalin, Gentleman Cat, New Lord who loves wife cakes, user 13893943, and Lanterns Apart in the Night. Thank you all for your gifts. I am truly touched. You even sent 2 urge to update talismans. I have no drafts saved up, so I write whenever I have a spare moment. Sometimes I type on my phone, and I do my best to correct any typos. If you have any suggestions, feel free to let me know. Bowing once more in gratitude. And how about another gift or two? The backs of the giant lizards were as flat as a plane. The speed was astonishingly fast. Mountains and rivers posed no obstacle at all to the giant lizard. It crossed them with ease. After traversing 5 towering peaks, a metallic tang of blood wafted through the air. The ground was pitted with numerous craters. There lay the bodies of dinosaurs, humanoids, and soldiers. Blood pooled thickly in the hollows. All kinds of weapons and the shattered remains of aircraft littered the jungle in every direction, smoke and flames rising everywhere. Diana, her face tense, gazed at the corpses scattered on the ground. Not all of them were strangers. Some she recognized as kin of the dinosaur tribe. Worry crept into her voice. Lin, you haven't moved all our people to near the city of the sun, have you? Dr. Von Lint and the others might already be in grave danger. Jean stood atop the lizard's back, expressionless. The lizard did not pause in its stride. Worrying now would only add to their sorrow. The sky had already begun to darken. It signaled the arrival of the polar night. The ruins of the city of the sun glowed faintly, radiance flickering as darkness descended, then gradually dimming as well. In this barren wilderness, night crept in with agonizing slowness. Outside the ruined city stood a colossal vibranium, gold armor, towering 300 meters tall. Around the ruins, the bodies were piled in concentric rings. Soldiers, humanoids, humans, all had been slain, without exception. Such ruthlessness, such bloodshed, was staggering to witness. Among the dead were a few feigning mortality. Edward, for one, was pinned beneath a dinosaur, barely clinging to life, with Bourne trapped under him. No one knew where Von Lent, Tom, or Jerry had gone. As Jean, Diana, and Erica passed by Edward and Bourne, they heard Edward's faint, desperate cry for help. With both hands, Diana pushed aside the dinosaur crushing the two men and asked, "Where's Dr. Lent?" Edward's face twisted in agony, his legs broken beyond repair. All his efforts had come to nothing, a wasted struggle. He simply clutched his shattered legs in silence, unable to answer Diana's question. Jean turned his gaze to the ruins of the City of the Sun. At the highest point of the debris stood a lifelike statue of the sun god, a golden crown upon its head, driving a chariot of pure gold. Beneath the eye of truth in the statue's forehead, one could see a vast current of faith power surging, gathering around the golden solar crown. An intense, searing heat radiated from the crown, spreading outwards in shimmering waves. Its force was slowly fading, yet anything living that tried to step into the ruins would be reduced to ashes. Since Edward gave no reply, Diana fell in step with Jean, her gaze fixed on the distant statue of the sun god. The ancient elder god, Helios. Jean frowned. "So that's Helios, the sun god?" "Yes," Diana replied softly. "The ancient sun god's incarnation in the mortal world, one of the elder gods. That golden crown is indeed a true artifact." She did not take her eyes off the shining solar crown. Kimpella stood atop the anti-shock golden mech, her eyes fixed on the sun-golden crown. According to the information she'd gathered from Atlantis, this crown was imbued with the divine power of Helios, the sun god, granting it the abilities to teleport and to fiercely protect its master. Her aim was to use the crown's power to escape this savage land, and the anti-shock mech had been built precisely to counter the formidable force radiating from the crown. Even under the suppressive shadow of the polar night, the crown's powers remained awe-inspiring, enough to make anyone tremble at their potential. Jean turned to Erica and said, "Erica, assist us from the sidelines. Diana and I will take the lead." Erica nodded in response. With a flourish, Jean conjured an alchemic array, summoning a colossal stone giant. The anti-shock golden mech slowly rotated, its gaze settling on Jean and Diana, who stood atop the giant's massive shoulders. "Why do you stand against me? I've already spared your lives," Kimpella's voice echoed, carrying an undercurrent of meaning. "So, it was Kimpella who had let them go before." Diana spoke up. "I know you wish to leave this place, but if you ever reach the surface, you would unleash carnage on the world. For that reason, we must stop you here." At this moment, Kimpella still didn't know the true circumstances of Robert Pran's death. If she ever escaped from here and learned the truth, she would never accept it. Jean wasted no words. Controlling the stone giant, he thrust its massive fist forward in a powerful punch. The anti-shock golden mech responded in kind, meeting fist with fist. Shockingly, the giant's stony arm shattered from the impact. Physical attacks, it seemed, were completely useless against the anti-shock mech. Diana soared through the air, breaking the sound barrier in a thunderous burst, her sword striking at the mech's left shoulder joint. If one strike didn't succeed, she delivered 10 more. In her mind, once was all it would take to find a weak point and shatter the enemy's defenses. That was Diana's approach, probing for a chink in the armor. The anti-shock golden mech appeared clumsy, but its agility and responsiveness were uncanny. Through the eye of truth, one could see straight into the mech's energy core, gleaming in its chest, just like Iron Man's legendary reactor. Jean invoked another alchemical technique. At the mech's feet, countless strands of steel sprang up, entangling its legs, while below, the earth was transmuted into even more steel, penetrating deep into the ground, fusing metal and soil into one inseparable mass. Edward and Bourne lay flat on the ground, watching the distant battle unfold. Only one thought echoed in their minds. Is this truly the power that humans can possess? Above, the dark curtain of night descended upon the sky, and the sun-golden crown's glow faded with the last remnants of daylight. Fury welled up inside Kimpella. Twin beams of energy lanced out from the mech's eyes, sweeping across the battlefield. Jean rose into the air, carried by the mystical currents of the dragon's breath, as the stone giant below was reduced to rubble. "As long as you're within the bounds of my array, I'll see if you can escape death," he intoned. The eye of truth gleamed in tandem with the alchemic arrays traced upon the earth. Jean focused all his will, dodging the deadly lasers while conjuring yet another powerful array. As the circle took shape, the philosopher's stone in his hand was drained at an alarming rate. Kimpella quickly recognized the threat of the alchemic array and tried to take flight, but the steel coiled around her, pinning her mech in place. Escaping would not be so easy. Kimpella, too, sensed the impending danger. She knew that if she lingered any longer, something terrible would inevitably happen. Move, she commanded. At the same moment, the mech continued to fire beams toward the ground, unleashing such force that it tore up chunks of earth, wrenching steel 10 meters high into the air. For a radius of 5 kilometers, an alchemical array encircled the area. Yet, this formation was not etched into the earth, but inscribed in the very air itself, formed from swirling, suspended particles. That explained why it consumed such an enormous amount of philosopher's stone. Thunder crashed, and lightning split the sky. On the ground, the gate of truth appeared, and from its depths countless shadowy hands surged up, seizing the mecha's legs. Jean shouted a warning to Diana. Diana, whatever you do, don't let yourself touch the ground. The vibronium armor was formidable, shielded by a protective field of vibrating energy. Jean could transmute vibronium into other metals, but he could not forge an alchemical array on a vibrating energy field. It was futile. There was only one solution. He would have to transmute the entire mech at once. But in the blink of an eye, those countless black hands had already swarmed up, gripping the mecha's waist. Kimpella fired lasers at the endless shadowy hands entangling her legs, but they regenerated faster than she could destroy them. Realizing she had missed her chance, she made a ruthless decision to abandon the lower half of her body. The upper half shot toward the ruins of the sun god. She intended to draw on the sun crown's power to destroy both her enemies. To wield such magic, she needed the strength of the magical artifact itself. Jean was taken aback that Kimpella could separate from her lower body, cursing under his breath. Damn it, what a loss. The gate of truth swallowed the legs entirely, and true to the law of equivalent exchange, transformed them into hundreds of tons of vibronium. Diana had no idea what power the sun crown possessed. She simply hovered in the air, watching the mecha clutching the crown. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. And this was the crown of the sun god. Without a physical vessel, no one could withstand its power. Even the vibronium mech struggled, the meaning force of the crown overwhelming its defenses. Kimpella could scarcely believe it. Under the sun crown, the vibronium-clad hand of the mecha turned pitch black. Vibronium was supposed to be nearly indestructible, resistant to extreme heat, unyielding to impact. Under normal circumstances, only a specific vibrational frequency could alter the metal structure. Why? Kimpella roared, her voice echoing with rage. If I cannot possess you, she declared, then I will destroy you instead. Her eyes blazed, shooting beams directly at the sun crown. The sun crown was a relic of the gods, imbued with the power to defend itself. As it absorbed torrents of faith, the fading shadow of the sun god appeared. It was the true form of Helios, an echo lost to the river of time, manifesting now as a gigantic figure. Golden hair flowed in an unfelt wind, his visage dazzlingly handsome. The desolate wasteland was plunged into night, only for this power to turn it to day in an instant. Wherever the light touched, time itself seemed frozen. Do mortals dare covet the treasures of the divine? Boomed a voice, vast and majestic. Those eyes pierced through the fabric of space, a gaze so intense that Kimpella, hidden within her mech, was surrounded by shimmering waves of heat and sparks. My face must not be destroyed. Spare me, I beg of you. To blaspheme against the divine would inevitably bring retribution. Within the control chamber atop the mech's head, Kimpella directed countless tendrils, each administering new strands of genetic material into her body. She was possessed by a stubborn obsession to preserve her beauty, to ensure Robert would witness her in her most radiant form. Helios cast a glance at Kimpella, seeing straight through to the heart of her obsession, and chose not to unleash more of his divine might. He swept his gaze across the surroundings, his eyes finally settling on Diana. In a flash of golden light, his figure vanished and reappeared by Diana's side. Demigod, whose child are you? Daughter of Zeus, Diana Prince. Hearing the name of Zeus, Helios paused in thought for a moment, his eyes aglow with golden fire. Now, but a shadow of his former self, his divine spirit lost, the authority of the sun god had long since slipped away. The crown of the sun appeared in his hand, and a single drop of golden blood materialized. Helios looked at Diana. I bestow this drop of my blood upon you, Diana. Bound and unable to resist, Diana watched as the golden blood drifted to her brow and merged into her skin. A magnificent surge of divine energy flooded her body, reshaping her from demi-god to true goddess. With this transfer of power, Helios faded from view, vanishing before them all. The sun's golden crown, now devoid of divinity, crumbled to dust, scattering on the wind. The bindings faded away, and Jean was instantly at Diana's side. Diana's entire being now radiated with a subtle, holy light. Under the eye of truth, Jean saw she was unharmed and did not disturb her. Now, the entire wild wasteland had been plunged into darkness. Only two lights pierced the night, Diana herself and Kimpala within her mech. Jean took one last look at Diana, confirmed she had come to no harm, and vanished, reappearing amidst the ruins of the sun god city, slipping into the depths of the mech. Kimpala, racked with agony, fought her own body. The regeneration genes she relied on were drawn from the lizard men, yet these genes were never meant for human flesh, especially not flesh that had already been so altered. The conflict in her genes revealed itself in an instant. Her body began to distort. The green of lizard skin crept up from her hands and feet, starting its relentless march. Slumped and desperate in the mech's cockpit, Kimpala clawed frantically at the emerald scales spreading across her skin. No, I cannot become a lizard like them. If I do, Robert will never remember me. When Jean appeared, Kimpala looked at him as if she'd glimpsed a savior, her eyes full of desperate hope. Please, save me. I can't become one of the lizard people. Jean regarded Kimpala and was amazed that all she had done was alter human genes, granting no powers at all. This made Jean admire her even more. Her wisdom was truly remarkable. Could it be that all of this was just so she could see Robert Pran one more time? Kimpala noticed Jin's silence and knew it meant rejection. She crawled toward him, pleading, I know I've made mistakes, but all I want is to see Robert. Please, I beg you. Robert is already gone. There's no way for you to see him again. No, there's still one last way. I know you have magic. Turn me completely to stone. Let me become an angel and stand as his eternal guardian by Robert's grave. Jean was baffled. Is this truly necessary? Kimpala shot a question back at him. If your beloved died, would you defy the entire world just to bring her back? Her words sent Jean deep into thought. If Diana died, would he go to any length, no matter how desperate, to resurrect her? Perhaps he'd become even more unhinged than Kimpala. Or maybe he'd remain eerily calm. There was just no telling. But Kimpala, she had sacrificed everything for Robert. Her people, her family, her friends. All for a love that never truly existed. A hopeless one-sided longing. I would, she whispered. All I ask is to see Robert, even for a moment. That will be enough for me. Please, I beg you. What is love, that it commands such absolute devotion between life and death? Jean nodded. All right, find your most beautiful pose, and I will send you to Robert Pran's graveside. Kimpala rose, nodded, and struck an angelic figure. Eyes closed, hands clasped, a soft smile upon her lips. The alchemical array took shape at her feet, transforming her, from the ground up, into a flawless, white marble statue. The anti-shock mech stood tall above the ruins. A circular hatch on its forehead slid open, sending a beam of light out into the gloom. Erica leapt onto the mech, stopping short when she noticed the white marble figure just inside the hatch. Startled and somewhat curious at the sight. The mech was built in several tiers. At the very top was the command center, used to operate it, fully controlled by neural impulses. Jean was located below the chest, where Kimpala's gene lab and the library were housed. Jean heard Erica's voice coming from below. I'm here. She took the floating lift up to the waist section, catching sight of Jean holding a golden scroll in his hands. Where's Kimpala? Jean pointed up at the ceiling. Didn't you notice when you came in? That statue, is that Kimpala? I thought it was just a self-portrait, something she'd made out of vanity. Looking around, Erica spied shelves of scrolls made entirely of gold. She picked one up intrigued. These symbols, they look a bit like Atlantis script. Jean nodded as well. It really does come from Atlantis. Although I can't understand it, we still need Diana to explain it to us. Has Diana not recovered yet? Let's go outside just in case some wild beast attacks Diana. What about all these things? I'll put them into the dragon ring. The two of them left the reverse vibranium mecha, and in the pitch-black night sky, the mecha vanished abruptly. It was an unintentional act, but in this wild and primitive land, the bioengineered hunters seemed to lose their purpose all at once. Everyone froze in place, no longer moving, standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, atop the fallen highlands, Lin was leading his people toward the lands of chaos. Tom fired off a bullet, the last few he had left, and cheered with delight as he watched a bioengineered soldier collapse. I hit it. I got it. Jerry, too, spent his last bullet. I hit one, too. Von Lint, braver than most, went up to a fallen man and struck it fiercely with the butt of his rifle. Lin, these creatures seem to have lost their targets. The bioengineered soldiers were entirely controlled from within Kemper's mech command center. Now that the signal was gone, the men naturally lost all sense of purpose. Lin looked at the dense masses of bioengineered beings before him and shouted, "It's time to strike back." And the same scene was playing out elsewhere, in the tribes of the feathered people, among the mermen, and beyond. None of the humanoids had given up their resistance. In that split second, each one exacted vengeance according to their grievances. The slaughter, though one-sided at first, could do nothing to quench the burning anger in their hearts. Lin, too, had lost his father. After slaying fewer than 5 bioengineered enemies, he halted. These creatures were mere tools, not the true villains behind their suffering. Von Lint watched the actions of the bioengineered beings before him, and realized it must mean Diana and the others had already slain Kempera. Lin, let's head for the city of the sun god. Diana and the others must have taken care of Kempera. Lin knew he also needed to gather his scattered tribespeople. Too many lives had been lost in this battle. Many who had reverted from bioengineered forms to humans also chose to lay down their weapons and surrender. The fighting was over. Kempera's dream of uniting the wild lands had been shattered, and his grip over everyone was broken. So long as they didn't keep injecting genetic compounds, eventually they would become their old selves again, though the change would be excruciating. Jean walked over to the neatly stacked piles of reverse vibranium. Hundreds of tons of precious metal. He wondered vaguely how long it must have taken to mine all this. In the darkness, only Diana, not yet awakened, gave off a divine light, illuminating the area around her. Jean went over to Edward and Bourne, hoisted the two of them up, and carried them to a safe spot by the fire. The two of them had brought their fate upon themselves. Jean had no intention of healing their wounds. Edward looked at Jean and asked, "Were you people? Aliens?" "We're certainly human. I just happen to know a bit of magic, that's all." Edward pointed at Diana and pressed further. "And what about her? Is she even human? No ordinary person can move at supersonic speed. Are you telling me I didn't just see her break the sound barrier?" Jean felt no obligation to explain. Instead, he tended to the dinosaur meat roasting over the fire, its aroma making both of their mouths water. Jean sliced off a generous portion and placed it in a bowl. "Eat." The two of them devoured the food ravenously. After all, even though this wasteland seemed frozen in time, hunger was just as real here. As Edward tasted the dinosaur meat, tears welled in his eyes. The flavor was exquisite, almost otherworldly. Despite a life of luxury and indulgence, he had never tasted anything so delicious. Jean simply smiled faintly. Erica spoke coldly. "If it were up to me, I wouldn't have given you even a bite. In Antarctica, you confiscated all of our phones, remember?" Her words jolted Edward's memory. He paused, glancing at Bon. Bon nodded in reply. Edward began, "Suppose I told you it was someone else's idea for you to join this adventure. Would you believe me?" A flicker of doubt crossed Jin's face. Was there someone else behind all this? "Go on," Jean said. "If I'm in a good mood, I might just heal your legs." Edward's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" But then, thinking it through, he realized how foolish his doubts sounded. After all, if Jean was truly a magician, healing should be within his power. Jean gave Edward a look, encouraging him to continue. Bon wiped his mouth and spoke. "Let me explain. Edward isn't just a prince. He's also a member of AIM. And to make matters worse, the cancer in his body has spread." "Wait a minute, what is AIM?" Jean interrupted. Bon clarified, AIM, or Advanced Idea Mechanics, was once under Hydra's control before splintering off. It's a collective of some of the world's most brilliant scientists. We couldn't crack Robert Plan's notes ourselves. That's when we received a message from inside AIM, specifically from someone identifying himself as Dr. Zola. He claimed that Diana Prince could unlock the secret of the notebook. That's why we handed the journal over to Dr. Von Lett. Jean asked, "So who is this Dr. Zola?" Dr. Zola, full name Arnim Zola, was once Hydra's chief scientist. During Operation Paperclip, he was integrated into the U.S. military. But according to my sources, Zola has been dead for quite some time. I have no idea who now fills his shoes at AIM. The current operative's demands are very clear. He wants the special metal described in Robert's diary, while our goal is the flower of life. There's no real conflict between us. We only reached out to Dr. Von Lent and had him contact Diana out of curiosity. We never thought we'd actually be able to unlock the secrets hidden in the notebook. As she listened to Bon's words, Jean fell into contemplation. This mysterious person wanted anti-vibranium, and their true identity was unknown. If they knew about anti-vibranium, then surely they must also know about vibranium. Why choose anti-vibranium over vibranium? Vibranium was much easier to obtain. All it took was a purchase from Clow. Moreover, the notebook wasn't even deciphered by Diana. This meant that their mysterious acquaintance must know Diana, and Jean could only wait until Diana regained consciousness to find out. Jean pressed further. "Are you sure that Dr. Zola is dead?" The two exchanged a glance, but said nothing. Edward finally spoke. I don't know for sure, but we did see an image purporting to be from Dr. Zola. Jean was reasonably satisfied with their candor. No need for an alchemical array yet. There were still restorative potions in his possession. One appeared in his hand. Here, drink this. It's a top-grade healing elixir. Edward and Bone, still exhilarated, accepted the potion. Meanwhile, in the shadowed jungle, flames were sprouting, fiery dragons twisting and streaming from afar. Closer and closer they came, until the earth trembled beneath their feet. Jin's eye of truth gleamed, piercing the darkness. In that instant, he knew who approached. Yet he remained seated, quietly performing an act of alchemy. Around Diana, a domed barrier formed, windows opening on each side. Edward asked, "Could you lend us a weapon for self-defense?" Suddenly, a hand landed on Edward's shoulder. He started an alarm. "What is that?" It was Boku's hand. "What's with you?" "I'm a person, not a thing. Your whole family is a bunch of things, for crying out loud." Boku shot Edward a glare, then settled next to Jean, drawing his little blade and slicing off a piece of dinosaur meat. "How come I don't see that giant around?" Jean glanced at Boku. "What brings you here? Why can't I come? The cyborgs have all turned into statues, completely defeated by us. Naturally, I want to see how things were going here." Jean asked Boku, "By the way, Boku, how long will this polar night last?" Boku gazed at the approaching fire dragons, the ground beneath them shivering with subtle tremors. "There's no telling. Sometimes this endless night doesn't bother us all that much anyway." His kind were born with the gift of seeing in the dark. "Are you all planning to leave?" Boku stared into the flickering campfire, lost in thought, and asked softly, "Is the world outside truly so beautiful?" "Who told you the world out there is harmonious? It's really no different. People devour people, just in different ways." Erica's words sounded a bit alarmist. Boku fell into deep thought. In Campella's laboratory, he told many stories about the outside world. Erica was at a loss for words. She could already imagine that it was Robert who had changed Campella's perception. Jean took out a gold coin and handed it to Boku. "Honestly, the outside world isn't much different from the wilds." Hearing Jin's words, Boku began to turn the coin in his hand, lost in contemplation. Just then, Lin appeared by the fire, bringing his kin along with Dr. Von Lente and his 2 students. Looking at the relaxed group, Lin asked, "Jean, did you kill Campella?" "You could say that," Jean replied. The ambiguity of the answer made Lin uneasy. "What do you mean, you could say that?" "Campella died at the hand of the sun god." "I only play my part," Jean explained. Lin's eyes, already round, widened even further. "The sun god? How did Campella get caught up with the sun god?" "You could go see for yourself at the sun god's ruins. The statue of the sun god is gone. I doubt there will ever be miracles here again," Jean replied, not quite telling the whole truth. Dr. Von Lente glanced around and asked, "Where's Diana?" Jean pointed toward the domed building. "She's in there. She's not hurt, is she?" "I don't think so. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here so calmly, eating roasted meat." "Fair point," Dr. Lente said. Lin mentioned bringing his tribe back to their territory to help us retrieve the flower of life. "What do you think, Jean?" Jean looked at Lin, noting the wounds on his body and the heavy sorrow among the tribe behind him. "There's no need for Lin to lead us. Boku will show us the way. Won't you, Boku?" Caught by Jin's gaze, Boku gave an awkward smile. There was a hint of threat in that look. "I'll take you there. The altar of death in the long night is a sight to behold, but if you want the flower of life, you'll have to rely on me." Jean understood Lin's predicament. Lin couldn't leave the tribe. He had already become the new chief of the dinosaur people, and the staff in his hand was proof of his authority. Dr. Von Lente looked Boku over. His features were crude, making for a less than ideal first impression. "Hello, I'm Von Lente." "Boku, lizard folk," he replied. Naturally, Tom and Jerry didn't miss their own introductions. This was, after all, the start of stories they'd be boasting about for years to come. "Hello there." The 2 of them each shook Boku's hand. This made Boku a bit nervous, causing him to secrete a sticky fluid without realizing it. "Damn, am I poisoned?" They both blurted out in unison, startling Boku so much that he vanished from sight, right in front of them. Jean, ever the joker, spoke up. "Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Boku only secretes that fluid when he likes someone. It's a symbol of friendship. Isn't that right, Boku?" Erica glared at Jean. "Friendship, my foot," she thought. "What nonsense, disgusting." Boku saw there was no hostility, so he appeared again, this time on Erica's other side. Without hesitation, Erica drew her 10 blades, pressing them against Boku's neck. "You pervert, stay away from me." Jerry and Tom exchanged glances, swallowing their bitterness and wiping their hands off on the fur hem of their skirts. Diana also walked out from the grand doorway at the top of the dome. "Everyone's having fun, I see," she remarked. Jean looked at Diana, his eyes full of concern. Diana nodded slightly, signaling that everything was fine. Von Lint gazed at Diana, unsure if it was the lighting or something else, but she seemed even more beautiful than before. A mesmerizing charm radiated from her entire being. Diana, should we go and search for the flower of life? Or take a break first? Having been blessed by the sun god, Diana now knew more about the wildlands. She wore a grave look as she said, "Everyone, I need to share some bad news. Time flows differently in the wildlands than it does outside. We have no idea how long we've actually spent here. It could have been a year, 2 years, or even more out there." Everyone was gripped by the same troubling thought. Edward carefully recalled Robert's diary, and a chill crept into his heart. There had been a line: "The land where time remains, your life may be prolonged, but it is only borrowed. When you leave, you must repay it all." "We're doomed," he muttered. Even the flower of life couldn't save him. The moment he left, the cancer cells in his body would erupt. Desperate to survive, Edward made a decision. "Born, I plan to stay here. But what about your family?" Everyone listened to Edward's decision. "If I leave here, I'll die instantly. My only chance is to stay and hope that something here can cure my cancer." The advanced technology here had given him hope, though it was a pity that Jean had put everything into the dragon ring. Still, it was possible that another cure existed somewhere. Bourne fell silent. As a brother, he could no longer support him. After all, so many comrades had died along the way. He had a duty to care for their families. "Sorry, I don't think I'll be able to accompany you this time." From the look in Edward's eyes, Von Lint knew that Diana was telling the truth. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's make the most of our time and go." Jean turned to Boku and said, "You can call for your beast now." Jean bid the scaled creature farewell. A colossal lizard emerged before their eyes. With Boku leading the way, 3 or 4 people mounted the giant lizard and soon disappeared into the darkness. Edward watched as the group vanished into the night. The Death Swamp lay to the northeast, deep within the territory of the Feathered Tribe. Despite the wild and pitch-black night, there was a strange beauty to be found. All around, red, yellow, and blue glimmers hovered in the air, like little spirits of the night. Now and then, the giant lizards would snap up these glowing motes for food, forging onward toward the Death Swamp. No one knew just how much time had passed, only that they had crossed 15 great mountains. Von Lint, Tom, and Jerry had all drifted off to sleep. The lizard's back was surprisingly steady and comfortable. "We're here." Bringing the lizard to a stop, Boku spoke. "Isn't it beautiful?" Jean gazed at the marsh before them. Blossoms like tongues of flame floated atop the waters, each glowing with fiery light. Beneath the surface, countless bioluminescent insects shimmered blue as they circled around the life flowers. Moving in a hypnotic clockwise dance, it resembled some ancient, mysterious ritual. Suddenly, arrows whistled from the darkness. They didn't strike anyone, but instead formed a line, a silent warning, landing neatly before the lizard's path. Above, the steady beat of wings disturbed the air, and a gravelly voice echoed down. "These are extraordinary times. The Feather Tribe cannot receive outsiders." Boku cautioned Jean to stay calm, then called into the shadows, "Old friend, it's me, Boku. I know it's you, but those people you brought, we do not welcome them." Boku replied, "They're the saviors of the wilds. They defeated Kempera for us. I know your tribe too suffered, but isn't it wrong to turn away those who risked everything to save us?" Silence hung in the air. "They seek the life flower. Then let it be you who picks them, Boku. I do not wish for them to disturb the spirits of our dead." Boku turned to Jean and the others. "I'll fetch the life flowers for you, 1 for each of you. 7 in all." Jean asked, "Are you sure it isn't dangerous?" Boku shook his head. "For me, the parasites are harmless." To everyone's astonishment, Boku transformed, fully beast, like now. Even his size shrunk down considerably. As he made his way toward the marsh, a slick film oozed from his limbs, allowing him to stand atop the water. When it came to picking the life flowers, he used his tongue. Watching the display, Erica grimaced. "Disgusting. I'd rather do it myself." Jean gazed into the waters of the marsh. There aren't just parasites down there. There are other creatures as well, extremely active. Ripples shimmered beneath the surface, as if those creatures were seizing the tiny blue points of light that drifted alone, unclustered. Boku gathered the flowers of life, and instantly the blue glow insects scattered in all directions, frantically darting toward another bloom. Here, this was a thriving ecosystem in motion. Effortlessly, Boku picked 7 flowers of life and made his way back to the bank. 7 flowers of life. Don't use them just yet. The flower of life isn't something to eat. It's for protection when entering the mysterious mists. Once you step inside, we won't be able to help you anymore. The flower of life looked like a flame, yet gave off no heat. If anything, it drew the warmth from one's own hands. Jean studied the flower in his hand, truly intrigued. He'd never seen a plant so wondrous. Next, Boku led them away from the dead marsh, guiding them toward the mysterious mists. The mysterious mists were the most enigmatic place in all the wildlands, a domain cloaked in egg-shaped fog that covered the land. No matter where you entered the mysterious mists, the only exit was the very same place. There was no crossing straight through. You all wake up. We're here. Boku's sticky mucus smeared the slumbering faces of Von Lint and the other three. Tom was the first to snap awake. Bon raised his pistol and aimed at Boku. Whoa. Jean asked me to wake you. This wasn't my idea, all right? Jean performed a quick piece of alchemy, and Bon's gun crumbled to dust in his hands. You should thank him. It was thanks to Boku that we have the flowers of life. And now, it's time for us to head back. Before them stretched the mysterious mists, but first, they had to pass through the altar of death. Bon pointed at the altar, strewn with bones. Cross that altar, and you'll see the place shrouded by thick mist. That's your way home. I won't be joining you for this last stretch. Diana looked uneasily at the altar of death, ghostly flames flickering around them while spirits drifted in the gloom. Will those spirits attack us? She asked. Boku shook his head. No, those spirits are just guarding their own bones. They won't hurt you. Unless you break their remains. Then they'll fight back. Safe travels. When you're about to enter the mist, just press the flower of life to your chest. Jean nodded. Take care. Maybe, if fate allows, we'll come back to see you. Deal. And remember, bring me some souvenirs from your homeland next time. Diana handed her longsword and shield over to Boku. Take these as a keepsake, a token to remember us by. Jean patted Boku on the shoulder. We're off then. Erica turned to the group and said, watch your step. You heard what Boku said. Don't step on any of the bones, or the spirits will come after you for revenge. Tommy and Jerry both swallowed hard, keeping their eyes glued to the ground. The faint, ghostly flames forced them to focus all their attention. Carefully, everyone made their way across the altar of death. They pushed through the zone of mysterious fog. Jean reached into his pocket and took out the flowers of life, handing them one by one to the others. You heard Boku explain how to use them. Just press the flower of life to your chest. He led by example, slapping the flower against his own chest. Instantly, it looked as if he were clad in a suit of particle armor, glowing with flickering flames. The others followed suit, copying his motions. The 7 of them lined up shoulder to shoulder and entered the dense, mysterious mist. Within this realm, there was no sense of direction. Everything was swallowed by the fog. Even Jin's eye of truth became useless. They had to trust their instincts and push forward, but some strange substance was still sapping their vitality. Even the flower's protective glow began to fade, losing its brightness. After walking in a circle, the group surprisingly found themselves back at the entrance. Diana looked around. It seems we're back where we started. Let's try again. We just haven't figured out the pattern yet. No one else had any better ideas. The 7 plunged into the mist once more. This time, they moved slowly and cautiously. Suddenly, a glowing gem shot out from Jin's dragon ring. The gem projected a glowing trail in midair. Jean recognized the gem. It was a gift from a merman in the mine shaft. Who would have guessed it was actually a guiding beacon? The surprise was complete. With the gem illuminating their path, the group followed the glowing line and arrived before a radiant archway. The arch was inscribed with mysterious runes, pulsing with light. Having fulfilled its purpose, the gem hovered in front of Jean for a moment, then soared away, returning to its true master. Jean spoke up first. I'll go in ahead. Diana shook her head. No, let's all go together. That way, if anything happens, we can face it as one. The 7 of them stepped through the gate at the same time. On the other side, they found themselves in a world of Antarctic ice and snow, a landscape strikingly similar to where they'd first entered the mysterious Antarctic mist. The last traces of the flower of life's armor faded away, melting into their bodies. Boone was the first to check himself. There was no sign of aging, and his body felt feverishly warm. Even dressed in nothing but furs, he couldn't feel the cold at all. Jean looked at the 4 companions. Do you want to come back with us to New York? Or take the plane we arrived in? Dr. Von Lin asked. Do you have any other way to leave this place? Jean nodded and took out a phone. Number 2. Locate my position and have Zero come pick us up. Understood, sir. Please don't hang up. 5 minutes later, Zero appeared beside the group of 7. Zero asked, where have you been these past 3 years? There's a great battle raging in New York, and Violet and the others are eager to join the fight. Zero's words left everyone stunned. 3 years had passed in the wildlands, and now a war had broken out in New York? It all seemed unbelievable. Von Lint hurriedly inquired, who is the enemy? Aliens led by Loki. We'll head back first to Prince House. Prince House had transformed into something entirely different, lush with greenery, blooming flowers everywhere, and carefully manicured lawns. Jean didn't allow anyone to linger. He issued an order to Zero. Take them to the Lent Museum. Understood, sir. Turning to Diana and Erica, Jean said, why don't you two take a shower first? Who would have thought that 3 whole years would go by? It's truly astonishing. The 2 women nodded in agreement. Jean himself stepped into the bathroom. Number 2, focus 3 satellites on the city center. Understood, sir. A holographic projection appeared in front of Jean. Standing under the icy water, Jean asked, where are Violet's group of 9 and Sheen's team? They're defending the antique shop. They're wearing communicators, sir. You can speak to them. They'll hear you. Hey, everyone. For an instant, everyone was taken aback, and then, almost in unison, they all shouted. Sheen shouted angrily, you bastard! Where have you been fooling around with Diana and Erica? Why couldn't we find you anywhere? 3 years, you idiot! We ended up in the world beneath the earth, and couldn't communicate with the outside. We contacted you as soon as we got back, didn't we? Violet and her group, unable to contain the longing, found their somber faces brighten with joy. Hold on, just a little longer. I'll come to support you as soon as I've finished showering. That's all for now. Jean ended the call, but his eyes remained fixed on the 10 people in front of him. Manhattan had been invaded. All the world's powers were focused on Manhattan in their own ways. Jean studied the projection before him. Some unfamiliar figures appeared, and he paused the image on 4 of them. Number 2. Who are these people? Number 2 examined the individuals Jean had highlighted. Thor, the god of thunder, from Asgard. Loki, the god of mischief, he's also from Asgard. Hawkeye from S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America, Steve Rogers, also from S.H.I.E.L.D. Jean then paused at a device atop Stark Tower. The projection displayed a huge energy source, potent enough to obliterate the entire Earth. Sir, that's the Tesseract. It marks the beginning of this invasion. Just then, Diana, wrapped in a bathrobe, appeared in Jin's room. Jean, are we going to join the battle? Within the projection, Spider-Man's heroic rescue flickered into sight. Though his actions were confined to the fringes, he didn't venture toward the heart of the battlefield. With great power comes great responsibility. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, a small team was standing guard over their neighborhood, the team assembled by Daredevil. Yet many other heroes of the night remained hidden in the shadows, choosing not to join the open conflict. After all, this battle had drawn everyone's attention. The most emblematic of these teams, the X-Men, watched the unfolding events from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. However, their jet was standing by with engines primed. If a call came from the authorities, they would leap to the rescue without hesitation. Jean, dry himself with a towel, nodded. Suit up. Let's go meet this alien technology. Diana descended into the basement and donned her divine armor. Each time she wore it, her look was never less than captivating, bold, fierce, and radiating an untamed allure. Erica, too, changed in her battle suit, a red bodysuit hugging her every contour, with a crimson ribbon tied across her eyes. Jean wrapped himself in a long black cloak, streaked with golden lines, and hid his features behind a black mask, his entire appearance shrouded in mystery. Zero materialized before the 3 of them, disappearing from the dining room of the Prince residence in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, all 3 appeared inside the antique shop. The entire shop was sealed by Sheen's psychic shield. Not a single alien could penetrate this invisible mental barrier. 3 years had passed since they last met, and the 9 members of Violet had grown, more mature, more alluring, their figures sculpted to perfection. The youngest, Cynthia, was the first to spring onto Jean, clinging tightly to him as she murmured softly, Jean, I missed you so much. Jean gently patted her back. Aren't I back now? Enough, don't be coy, this isn't the time. Since Jin's disappearance, the 9 had stayed at the Prince residence to train, their skills with dragon aura steadily improving. Now, they were even capable of flight. For them, this was the first time since Jean vanished that they donned their cloaks and robes, their wands and swords in hand, eager for his command. Jean nodded to Sheen. You've done well. Zero, you'll take Sheen's place and guard this location. The rest of you, let's move out. I want to see how much you've improved over these 3 years. Diana's acute hearing had already picked up the distant screams of civilians. In a heartbeat, she vanished. Blessed by the sun god, her divine body had evolved. She now possessed not only the power of sunfire, but also mastery over teleportation. One by one, the others leapt out the windows in quick succession. Zero ascended to the rooftop, taking Sheen's place, not only wielding formidable psychic abilities, but also commanding the very fabric of space. Jean was teleported by Zero onto the back of a towering Chitauri Leviathan. Tony Stark's iron armor, battered and torn, was barely holding together. At the sudden appearance of Jean, he merely glanced back, then refocused on the chaos ahead. Jarvis, who is this person? Jean glanced at the Leviathan beneath his feet. The creature was a seamless fusion of flesh and machine, utterly lifeless. When the alchemical array was triggered, it simply crumbled to dust, scattering in the wind. Damn, is this for real? Jarvis's voice came through with a slight delay. Sir, someone is hacking into my system. Tony, long time no see. Damn, Jean, where have you been? Tony hovered in midair, eyes fixed on Jean, who was also suspended above the ground. No visible force held him up. Could this truly be a power that humans possessed? Countless vibranium swords materialized around Jean. Their dazzling arcs flashed through the air, cutting down every Chitauri soldier within 100 meters in an instant. Everyone watched, transfixed, as this scene unfolded. Aboard the airborne helicarrier, Nick Fury and the SHIELD Council, along with a New York State senator, were urgently discussing how to respond. This sudden arrival of unknown allies took even Nick by surprise. Who were these people? No data on them existed in any database. Diana's power was even more astonishing, defying all previous expectations. As she wielded fire for the first time, the blessing of the fire god turned her sword strike into a force that shook the heavens and made the spirits weep. A single slash sending a 1,000-meter arc of fire across the battlefield. A Leviathan was sliced cleanly in two by that single blow. Witnesses couldn't help but cry out in awe. Unable to control her strength, Diana's attack sent smoke billowing down the street, thick with the bitter scent of burning asphalt. Far away in Stark Tower, Loki observed Diana's arrival, his brow furrowing unconsciously. Who is she, to command such pure, unbridled flames? Thor stood high above as well, momentarily forgetting to summon his lightning. Was this strange and divine power the doing of gods sent to Earth? How had she eluded Heimdall's watchful gaze? Did she not know the rules set by the Covenant of Gods? But there was no time for questions now. Wave after wave of Chitauri continued to pour from the sky through the yawning portal. Not many were interested in the wildlands, so I sped through that part. The altar of death was actually supposed to be attacked by undead, which I left unwritten, and the mysterious mist was home to a juvenile Ouroboros, an ancient beast symbolizing endless cycles, passable only while it slumbers. Some earlier sections required perpetual daylight for safe passage. I've revised and added signposts accordingly. Throw me a gift if you're enjoying this. Still riding at speed, let's jump straight to the Avengers Assembly. All troops attack. Loki's order sent another surge of Chitauri forces flooding through the sky portal, swarms of Leviathans gliding down like massive fish. With the arrival of the Violet Nine and Erica, Steve Rogers finally felt the weight on his shoulders lighten just a bit. As the captain, Steve stood in front of Grand Central Station and gazed up at the sky. Above him, a countless legion of Chitauri forces swarmed. He issued his commands for battle. Tony, find a way to close the wormhole. If this keeps up, there will be even more casualties. Tony replied, Roger that, Captain. By now, Tony's suit had sustained too much damage to continue the fight. He had to rearm. Turning to Jean, he said, Jean, we've got another wave incoming. I see them, Jean replied. Jean mounted his dragon and took to the sky, embodying the poise of a sword immortal. Countless vibranium swords floated in his wake, while the energy of the celestial dragon crackled in his grasp. Suddenly, a piercing dragon's roar resounded, and 10,000 blades shot skyward in unison. In a single instant, they tore through 5 Leviathan behemoths, and the Chitauri soldiers all around were shredded in droves. Bodies fell from above like a torrential rain of dumplings. The enemy was clever, too. They scattered as soon as they came through the wormhole instead of descending in tight clusters. Jin's feat left everyone astounded. The devastation he wrought was utterly overwhelming. Jin's mysterious origins made powerful people uneasy. Even though his actions were righteous and just, his sheer power was enough to threaten those who pulled the world's strings. Especially the Hydra agents hiding in the shadows. Despite Nick Fury's all-out efforts to unmask them over the past 3 years, and repeated vetting of SLD's agents, not a single concrete lead had come to light. It was as if Hydra had never existed at all. Useful information was rare, and yet, every so often, reports of Hydra bases around the globe would filter in. One crisis had yet to pass when Thor's sudden arrival made Nick Fury feel even more pressure from beyond Earth. He had to juggle researching the Tesseract to develop energy weapons, while simultaneously tracking down any trace of Hydra. This earth-shaking crisis owed much to Fury's pursuit of cosmic science. The energy released pinpointed the Tesseract's location. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., even the Hydra agents were shaken, Within barely a dozen seconds of witnessing Jin's might, they all reached the same conclusion. Any threat to Hydra's interests had to be eliminated. Yet now, every threat to Hydra was converging on Manhattan. Thor of Asgard, Loki, Captain America, the formidable Tony Stark, and the unpredictable Hulk, Banner. They were all here. Yet behind the scenes, high above the city aboard the hovering helicarrier, Nick Fury had already begun trading barbs and arguments. Diana, too, held back from unleashing the full scope of her divine powers. Her control was not yet complete, and to avoid even greater casualties, she resolved to remain on the ground to face the Chitauri soldiers. Loki watched as Jean cut down the majority of his troops. After a moment's thought, he began weaving magic. After all, as the greatest sorcerer among the 9 realms, he commanded formidable arcane power. A surge of tremendous magical energy rushed into the sky, and around the wormhole, yet another massive army of Chitauri warriors and Leviathan beasts materialized. Real and fake blended together, truth and illusion intertwining. He also saw clearly that the dragon aura around Jin's golden figure was not inexhaustible. If Jin's energy was depleted, more warriors could descend upon them. At this moment, Tony climbed to the top of Stark Tower, stripping off his now-ruined suit of armor. Loki, brimming with arrogance, smiled. "Tony Stark, have you come to beg for mercy? If you kneel before my throne, perhaps I'll grant you a sliver of hope." No, I'm just here to give you a chance to surrender, so you can lose with a little dignity. After all, that's what we Avengers do. That's our team's name, by the way. Avengers? What a joke. Tony was buying time. He needed to swap out his armor, which had now been upgraded to the 7th generation. Suddenly, Loki noticed the sound of the Hulk, and his eyes flashed with magical energy. Hulk leaped in through the window, seizing Loki by his arms and legs, swinging him wildly as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. Loki let out a muffled groan. Hulk sneered, "Loki, you're nothing but a weakling." Just then, Tony heard Nick Fury's voice in his ear. "Tony, do you read? There's a nuke headed your way." Tony froze, stealing a glance at Loki. "Damn it, stupid suit's in charge. How long until impact?" "Estimated arrival, 2 minutes." The Mark 7 suit snapped onto Tony, who rushed desperately toward the sky. Jean had unleashed the dragon aura on a massive scale, but even that couldn't last long. He recalled all his vibrating swords, soaring into the Stark Tower penthouse. In that brief instant, he sensed something amiss. He removed his mask, checked the sprawled Loki on the floor, swept his gaze around the room, then looked at the disgruntled Hulk, greeting him with a wave. Dredbane. Hulk glared at Jean. Hulk. Yet now the other's eyes burned with a newfound intelligence, laced with aversion at the sound of Banner's name. The air seemed to shudder, as if a ghostly figure swept past Jin's sight. Jean instinctively drew his bronze sword, and the eye of truth flashed. To his shock, the Loki lying on the ground was nothing but an illusion. There was nothing there. A strike came from behind. The bronze sword clashed with a dagger. Even Loki seemed taken aback. "Impressive. How did you sense me?" "But you were Loki, the god of lies and trickery. It was magic you used to toy with the Hulk." Jean Dolly gave his sword a flick, studying Loki with sharp eyes. Loki stood there, elegant and composed, his scepter radiating a faint, enigmatic glow. Not a speck of dust marred his gleaming attire, as if it hadn't really been him fighting outside, but rather one of his magical doubles. Intriguing. What was his true purpose? Bringing the Chitauri to Earth, aiming for conquest, yet holding back. Was he afraid of something? Or was it all just a grand game? A trick to amuse himself at humanity's expense? Jean was surprised when Loki stepped back 3 paces. After all, Loki was a god. Not a warrior by nature, true, but still of his guardian blood. Now that his magic had been exposed, Loki made no more effort to hide. With a subtle gesture, his double on the ground vanished without a trace. The Hulk stared wide-eyed at the place where Loki's illusion had just been, then glowered at Loki himself. Realizing he'd been played for a fool, he let out a furious, bone-shaking roar and charged at Loki. But it was just another phantom. Unable to halt his momentum, Hulk barreled forward, shattering the glass and tumbling from the rooftop in a spectacular crash. Standing by the edge of the building, Loki waved mockingly after Hulk, clearly delighted by the chaos. Thor appeared then, striding out onto the platform. He cast Jean a brief glance before fixing his gaze on Loki. "Surrender, Loki. You're surrounded." Loki looked around, a smile playing on his lips. "Surrounded? By you, brother?" Jean, utterly at ease, poured himself a glass of whiskey. "Oh, you're surrounded, all right. Haven't you noticed?" No sooner had Jean finished speaking than Diana, Erica, and the 9 Violet sisters materialized around them. In an instant, steel alloy walls sealed off the entire rooftop, an impenetrable fortress, gleaming and cold. This, of course, was Jin's handiwork. Meanwhile, Outside the tower, Tony was carrying the nuclear missile toward the lurching maw of the wormhole. Just on the other side hovered a massive alien mothership, suspended in the void. The nuclear warhead found its mark, and the ship was obliterated in a white-hot blast. Deprived of their command, the Chitauri warriors and their monstrous leviathans faltered, energy draining away. One by one, they slammed lifelessly to the ground. The massive leviathans, in particular, crashed down, shattering buildings and sending debris raining across the city. Tony, his mission complete, raced back to Stark Tower, only to find the top floor now encased in a shell of metal walls. He stared in astonishment. Jarvis, what happened here? Mr. Prince created these steel alloy barriers using magic. Thor, Loki, and Mr. Prince's allies are inside. Tony's eyes darted to where Loki was now cornered and then to the still glowing machine nearby. At that moment, Dr. Selvig, freed from the influence of Loki's scepter, came to his senses, looking deeply ashamed. This device was his own handiwork, and now, seeing the devastation in Manhattan, regret overwhelmed him. Mr. Stark, this machine can only be shut down with Loki's scepter. They're powered by the same source. Tony flipped up the faceplate of his helmet. It's not your fault, Doctor. None of us really had a choice. Tony contacted Thor. Is Loki's scepter still in there? Of course, it's still in his hands. I need the scepter to close the portal. Thor glanced at Loki. Surrender. You must have heard what's happening outside. Your army has failed completely. Loki flung the scepter aside and raised his hands in surrender. Among everyone present, there were only two people he truly feared. Diana, whose entire form radiated an overwhelming divine flame, and the enigmatic Jean. My brother, I hope I'll be treated with some leniency now. Jean opened a hidden panel on the wall. Violet, give the scepter to Tony. Violet picked up the scepter, walked out of the building, and tossed it to Tony. Tony caught the scepter and worked together with Selvig to close the portal. Selvig, handling the Tesseract with extreme caution, spoke up. Mr. Stark, we can't control the Tesseract. Although it could provide clean energy for the whole planet, it's also incredibly dangerous. It would keep drawing attention from all corners of the universe. I understand, Tony replied, nodding gravely. He took the Tesseract with utmost care and placed it securely in a box. Tony then walked back into the building and saw Loki, hands-bound. Is this secure enough? Don't worry, was the reply. That's a special Asgardian device, inscribed with anti-magic runes. Without magic, he won't get far. Jean put on his mask and called for Zero. Top floor of Stark Tower. Come pick us up. Tony turned to Jean. You're all leaving? The battle's won. Why not stay and celebrate with a victory party? And by the way, Jean, I've bought up Norman's shares of K&O. The company hasn't turned a profit in a year. I'll be expecting compensation. Zero appeared next to Jean. Loki looked on in surprise. These people actually wielded the power of teleportation, and with such a formidable team, it seemed this world held more secrets than he'd imagined. We'll talk about it later. Goodbye. With that, Jin's group vanished from the top floor of Stark Tower. All that was left behind was a devastated Manhattan. Though the buildings were damaged, the Chitauri gear scattered across the city promised wealth to the bold. Only those daring enough ventured out to snatch up abandoned alien tech. The police could do little to stem the flood of scavengers. But soon, the military rolled into Manhattan and imposed martial law, finally bringing the chaotic looting to a halt. S.H.I.E.L.D. also intervened to collect the spoils from the battlefield. On the streets, teams in protective suits worked methodically, gathering blood samples, both human and Chitauri. A convoy of Humvees pulled up in front of them, rifles at the ready. The captain in charge eyed the collection crews with suspicion. Who are you people? A middle-aged, balding man pulled an ID out of the pocket of his protective suit. We're following orders from higher up to check whether these aliens are carrying any infectious pathogens. The captain glanced at the badge, CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. He couldn't help but mutter to himself about how fast they'd responded before handing the credentials back. Thank you for your hard work. The big man nodded, signaling his team to continue gathering blood samples, though it was clear they were collecting mostly human blood, and precisely from the areas where Captain America and Thor had fought. Each collection point was eerily accurate. Across the street, on the 4th floor opposite Prince's antique shop, a shadowy figure had been keeping a close eye on the activity inside. He's back, which means Edward must have come out too. But why hasn't he contacted me? And who is that stranger? I've never seen him before. A mutant, maybe? Someone with the ability to teleport, of all things. I'd better make my own exit. If they discover me, things could get messy. With such sensational news unfolding, a swarm of reporters flooded into Manhattan, eager to interview those who had been trapped inside. It was an experience both exhilarating and terrifying. Some celebrated, grateful that their city was watched over by so many protectors. After all, people are instinctively drawn to strength. Others were unsettled, wary not only of these powerful humans, but also by the knowledge that humanity is not the only intelligent life in the universe. After the Great Battle, the survivors gathered at a pizza place somewhere near Stark Tower. This was home to Tony Stark's favorite pizza. The owner and waitstaff knew Tony personally, and they were honored to serve the heroes who had just saved Manhattan. Steve Rogers tore off a slice of pizza. "Tony, do you know that group?" "Of course. He's a friend of mine," Tony replied. Thor chimed in, curiosity lighting up his face. "Tony, I'm particularly interested in that woman with the shield. She's a goddess, isn't she?" Steve, Tony, Banner, Hawkeye, and Black Widow all cast skeptical glances at Thor. Thor took a swig of beer. "If you doubt me, you can always ask Loki." Loki sat alone at a separate table, manacled hands doing little to hinder him as he ate. "Thor speaks the truth," Loki said coolly. "If she and that cloaked man hadn't shown up when they did, catching me would be nothing but wishful thinking. I'm the first sorcerer of the 9 realms. A simple illusion, and you'd be lost in your own confusion." He took a bite of pizza, glancing mockingly at Banner. Banner gave an awkward smile, rubbing his forehead, careful not to meet Loki's eyes. He had no desire to provoke a rampage from the Hulk within. Nowadays, Hulk was easier to communicate with, almost childlike, but could not handle provocation. Tony threw Loki a sidelong glance before turning to Banner. Banner nodded in silent agreement. Loki was telling the truth. Everyone couldn't help but look at Loki, realizing now that he had already been holding back. Steve asked curiously, "Does that mean Earth doesn't allow other gods to enter?" "Earth is actually a territory of Asgard. All gods who wish to enter must have our permission. I don't know why a god appeared on Earth, especially one who doesn't possess any divine authority. I'll have to inform my father about this," Loki replied. However, Tony was well aware that Earth was home to more than just gods. There were also demons from hell. Being quite the playboy himself, Tony had struck up quite a friendship with Lucifer Morningstar over the past 3 years. After all, they shared a common interest, beautiful women. Before the battle began, Tony even reached out to Lucifer, hoping to get his help. But all he received in response was a single remark. "What happens to Earth, even if it turns into hell, is none of my concern." A hush fell over the table. Everyone went back to eating. After all, only 2 of them were gods, and no one wished to dig deeper into that topic. For Tony, the billionaire, this battle had made his name even more famous. After negotiations with the military and S.H.I.E.L.D., a brand new joint company was formed, one dedicated to collecting alien wreckage. After all, alien technology needed top scientists to study it. Only then could it possibly be transformed into something humanity might use. Moreover, alien technology offered Earth a brand new path for speculation and progress. After this single meal, the gathered Avengers each went their separate ways. Thor and Loki used the power of the Tesseract to return to Asgard. Tony invited Banner to join Stark Industries so they could study alien technology together. With the combined resources and efforts, Manhattan was steadily being cleared of debris. Jean and his companions returned to Prin's home, and the first thing they did was reopen the Dragon Tomb. It had been 3 years in Earth time. Inside, the Dragon Tomb was as peaceful as ever. Sentry robots continued their steady routines, tending the pastures, orchards, and medicinal gardens. As Jean entered the Dragon Tomb, the dragon's spirit appeared. "It's been so long. Why haven't you been sending any energy to me?" the dragon spirit asked. The 9 and Violet group immediately poured all the dragon energy within themselves into the Dragon Pearl. A radiant burst of color lit up the Dragon Tomb, filling it with resplendent light. In gratitude, each of the 9 received pure dragon energy in return. Standing atop the floating island and gazing at the mountains below, Jean remarked, "It looks like it's grown a lot bigger down there." The sea of clouds had lowered, revealing new expanses of barren land. The dragon spirit responded, "You should thank Violet and her friends. They've been continuously feeding dragon energy into the Dragon Pearl. Little by little, ground tainted by the dark soul-devouring beast Ling is being cleansed. One day, it will all become fertile land." Jean had no idea just how vast the Dragon Tomb truly was. As he channeled the power of the Shenlong within him, his brilliance shone brighter than ever. For the first time, Jean found herself inside the Dragon's Tomb, standing beside Diana. As she gazed at the scenery around her, she cursed loudly, "Jean, that heartless man, why didn't he bring me in here earlier?" Diana answered, "Because the master of this place fears you and refused to let you enter." Is it because of the Phoenix Force?" Diana nodded. Jean fell silent, her eyes resting on the floating island radiating with a prism of colors. Over the past 3 years, her body had gradually stabilized. Now, even when she used the Phoenix Force, it no longer threatened to tear her apart as it once had. The shimmering rainbow of light faded, and Jean, along with the other 9, suddenly appeared beside Diana and the other 2. Jean spoke, "Let's gather some lamb, beef, vegetables, fruit, and wine, and return home to throw a party." Jean asked, "Why not host a party here?" "The flow of time is different here," came the reply. Hearing that, Zero had already acted. The Sentinel robots arrived, arms loaded with everything they needed, all the food neatly packed in bamboo baskets. Jean turned to Zero and said, "Zero, take the Sentinels and survey the new land. See what kind of crops might grow well here. And make sure to send some shadow crystals to the fire elves in the snowy mountains." "Understood, sir." Some people have pointed out that the name Tony Stark is sometimes written with the wrong character for Stark. But honestly, it's just an issue of transliteration. If you get the meaning, that's good enough. Sure, to literally big piece of crap actually makes a pretty fitting name. If you have any suggestions, feel free to leave a comment to make things more interactive. Or let me know what heroes you like. Anything goes. Not far from the backyard of the Prince residence, a luxurious super yacht lay anchored quietly. On its spacious deck, a private barbecue party was underway. Everything had been arranged by the butler, Baston. No outside guests were invited. Holding a glass of watermelon juice, Jean stood beside Baston and asked, "Mr. Baston, has anything unusual happened here lately?" "Sir, please just call me Baston." As for anything out of the ordinary, nothing springs to mind. Although last June, there was an incident. Some lizard man tried to sneak into the prince's estate, but Miss Veroni took care of him. Jean took a sip of his watermelon juice. "Is Dr. Connors still at the estate?" Baston understood the implication behind the question. It wasn't Dr. Connors who created that lizard man. About 5 months after you all left, he managed to resolve the issues with the regeneration serum, so he no longer transforms into a lizard. In fact, the treatment even made him physically stronger, and yes, he's still here at the estate. Listening to Baston, Jean frowned. Had Dr. Connors really solved the regeneration issue? Were you able to identify who the lizard man was? Identity unknown. After death, the body remained in a lizard state. Dr. Connors performed the autopsy and discovered that the amount of lizard DNA was excessive. The transformation into a beast was complete. Jean found this situation rather strange. Aside from Kurt Connors, who studied lizard gene regeneration, were there others researching in this area as well? Has Dr. Connors ever left the manor? "No, sir. You instructed us to keep a close watch on him. Ever since he entered the estate, he's never left. In fact, he spends almost all his time in the laboratory beneath the chapel." Number 2. Did you find any clue as to how the intruder came ashore? "They came by water." Just then, Camila strolled over from the pool on the deck. "Jean, what are you talking about? Come join us and have some fun." Jean glanced at Camila in her bathing suit. The pure white bandeau was styled like a seashell, trimmed with lace, perfectly accentuating her curves. Before he knew it, she pulled him along with irresistible force. Nearby, Diana, Erica, Jean, and the 9 sisters of the Violet family lounged in swimwear, each flaunting a unique style. Some wore retro pieces, others opted for modern cuts. A few hinted at allure, while others were boldly seductive. Only Violet and Doris busied themselves, assisting the servers with slicing steaks and lamb ribs. The aroma of grilled meat had already wafted across the entire deck, stirring everyone's appetite. Diana stepped up from the pool, noticing Jin's expression. "Why do you look so glum?" "It's nothing. While we were away, a lizard man snuck into Prince's house. I've been racking my brain, trying to figure out who it could be." Diana cupped Jin's cheeks in her hands. "Stop overthinking. Lighten up and enjoy yourself." Suddenly, the soft background music on the yacht switched to an infectious party anthem, the lively beat blasting before the guest appeared. "Jean, that's not fair. You threw a party and didn't invite me," a voice called out. Moments later, Tony descended from above, landing right in the middle of the deck. Jean looked at Tony, somewhat surprised. "How did you know I was on this yacht?" Tony replied, "If I hadn't happened to fly over, I wouldn't even know you were partying down here." "Honestly, Jean, keeping this to yourself is awfully selfish." He looked around, clearly impressed. Every woman present was stunning, and even the servers fit his particular aesthetic. These servers, of course, were all Baston's people, devout followers of the Minotaur. Without any show of etiquette, Tony grabbed a piece of meat from the barbecue. The steak was exceptionally fresh, juicy, and perfectly grilled with no unnecessary frills, better than any prime cut he'd ever tasted. This steak is incredible. Jean, where did you get it? Can you give me a batch of steaks of this quality?" Jean didn't answer, his thoughts drifting back to what Tony had said to him earlier that afternoon. "Oh, by the way, Tony, how much did you pay Norman to acquire your shares at K&O? I'd like to buy them back. Now that we haven't found the raw materials needed for survival, there's no reason to keep production going." At first, using the Philosopher's Stone to make money was just a means to live a better life. But now, with Dario's vast inheritance in their hands, they had more than enough for anything they could possibly want. Tony picked up a glass of fruit wine and took a sip, and he was immediately surprised. The flavor was bright and delicate, with just the right balance of sweetness and tang, and the fermentation was spot on. He had to close his eyes just to savor it fully. A full 30 seconds went by before he opened his eyes and finally turned his thoughts to the K&O company. Both the beauty serum and the restorative elixir were absolute bestsellers. If sales were open to the public, the daily profit would be staggering. But thinking about the special nature of the raw materials, and then of pepper pots, gave him pause. No, even if we have to reduce production, don't shut down the company. I'll trade you Stark Industries stock for your shares. But Tony only shook his head. Now, Tony held over 50% of Stark Industries shares. He had total control over the company. Gaining a little more stock would only marginally raise his net worth. Jean couldn't help but sigh in resignation, glancing over at Tony, who was eating and drinking with the gusto of a man starved for a week, with not a shred of decorum. Was this truly the renowned Tony Stark? 15 whole minutes passed before Tony finally flopped onto the sofa, utterly satisfied. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. It's been far too long since I've eaten like this. The 9 members of Violet simply watched quietly, not the slightest flicker of oddness in their eyes. But Erica couldn't help but quip. If this scene made it online, I bet it would rack up over 1 billion views. Watching billionaire Tony Stark eat like a homeless man who hasn't seen food in a week, devouring everything, not a shred of restraint. Tony ignored Erica's jibe and gave the barbecue chef a big thumbs up. Excellent cooking, truly first-rate food. I don't know how much Jean paid you, but I'll offer you 10 times as much to become my personal chef. The chef merely smiled and nodded at Tony. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Stark, but it's the ingredients that are good. The cooking itself is nothing special. Tony couldn't help a puzzled look at the chef's words. Turning to Jean, he stroked his signature mustache and said, Jean, did you cast some kind of spell on everyone? Is that why they're all so loyal to you? I have to admit, I'm jealous. Not only are you surrounded by beautiful women, but even the staff are utterly devoted. Is my own charisma starting to wane? Jean took out a bottle of unopened wine. This is wine we made ourselves. Take it with you. It'll help you relax after what's bound to be a tough stretch ahead. The wine's good, but I'll need a batch of food supplies as well, Tony replied. Just name your price, and I'll write a check. I gotta get back to repairing my Stark Tower. You left me with some major issues. I honestly haven't a clue how to deal with all those steel walls. No problem, Jean said. As for those steel walls, you can turn them into traps. Next time there's a crisis, you'll have something up your sleeve. Tony left the yacht, clutching the wine. In the basement of the Lunt Museum in Queens, only Von Lunt had just returned to his sanctuary, busy clearing a new shipment of ancient carvings from South America. Ever since receiving the blessing of the Flower of Life, his body had been changing, making it impossible for him to sleep. With nothing else to do, he threw himself into his work. At that moment, he was making rubbings of the ancient inscriptions when he caught a faint, peculiar sound at the edge of hearing. Am I imagining things? Von Lunt put down his tools and strained to listen, tracing the strange noise to a still-sealed wooden crate. He pried it open, and inside lay a fully calcified goat's head covered in intricate carvings. Lifting the goat's head for closer examination, he marveled at the artistry. But then, something within the goat's head pricked his palm, a sharp pain making him instinctively release it. The goat's head shattered into powder. A rush of unnatural black smoke surged up, forcing its way into Von Lunt's nostrils. Von Lunt's entire body levitated, suffused with a malevolent energy. Stretching languidly, he grinned. Damn that Lucifer. He escaped hell and managed to seal the passage behind him. Lucky for me, I prepare a backup. Otherwise, I'd never have made it back to Earth. This was the power of Mephisto, sealed 2,000 years ago by a high priest and entombed within the goat's body, buried alongside the priest. Ever since Mephisto was unearthed, he had been seeking a suitable vessel. Ordinary humans couldn't withstand his power. Their bodies would rupture and die. The moment Mephisto possessed Von Lunt's soul simply vanished, not devoured, just erased. Von Lunt's appearance changed, transforming now into a dazzling, well-groomed man in his prime. Standing before a mirror, Mephisto adjusted his appearance. That little alchemist. When I find him, I'll drag him straight to hell. But first, I need to reclaim my ghostwriter. With those words, Mephisto vanished from the Lunt Museum. In the basement of the Prince residence, Jean appeared before the alchemic array. After 3 years of preparation, the array now pulsed with immense faith and energy. It's been a long time, Minotaur. The Minotaur's astral body had become extraordinarily solid, sitting cross-legged before the alchemy array, its large eyes slowly opening. I thought you were dead. Looks like all this faith energy now belongs to me. As Jean gazed at the immense swirl of divine faith, he could almost hear the voice of Gu-E in his ear. The moment his divine body succeeded would be the day his memories from before resurfaced, and that would be the time when he'd have to contend with his previous self for dominion over this body. But Jean was certain he'd conquer his past self. He stepped into the alchemy array, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began absorbing the radiant forces of faith. His entire body floated into the air, suffused with a gentle glow. Diana appeared in the basement. Though she neither summoned nor channeled her godly power, to the Minotaur's eyes, she seemed like a goddess of the sun descended to earth, brilliant and overwhelming. The bull's face betrayed nothing, but in a flash like stardust, its astral self retreated back into the totem. Diana glanced at Jean before approaching the totem column. She studied the ancient symbol, then spoke in a soft, almost tender voice. "You seem to fear me deeply. I'd like to know why." The Minotaur played dead and offered no reply. A spark of fire arced across Diana's fingertip, carrying with it an intense, scorching presence. "If I flick this, do you think your totem could withstand it?" The Minotaur replied in a miserable tone, "My goddess, forgive my rudeness. This fear comes from the depths of my consciousness, but I don't know its reason. I am not the original Minotaur and possess none of those ancient memories." Diana's intellect was keen as ever. "You're lying. If you don't have those primordial memories, how do you know how to temper faith?" The Minotaur countered, "It's instinctual. According to ancient Greek myth, I was born from a curse of the gods. Perhaps this is all part of a long struggle for faith." Diana, recalling fragments from Helios's memories, considered, in the deepest reaches of antiquity, the Titans had waged a war lasting 10 years, the great conflict of the gods that eventually established Zeus, the third-generation king, upon his throne. From that moment, the bloodline of the Titans' descendants grew fainter. Their divinity, and even their divine bodies, began to fade from the world. Yet Zeus discovered that gathering faith from mortals could restore a god's body and reclaim the authority of divine power, perhaps even make him stronger than ever before. It seemed as though the origins of the entire universe lay beneath their feet, grand mysteries hidden within this very star. Diana cast another glance at Jean, now deep in cultivation, and let him be. His divine body was complete. What he needed was time to master its power. Jean, fully immersed in his practice, finished absorbing all the energy from the faith at midnight on the 7th day. Elsewhere, on the far end of Long Island, Tony Stark's grand mansion stood vigilant. Not even Jarvis, the sophisticated artificial intelligence, could stop a shadowy figure from slipping into Tony's home. In his underground lab, Tony Stark was engrossed in studying the skeletal armor recovered from aliens. The structure fascinated him and sparked new ideas. "Travis, project the skeletal armor of the Chitauri," he instructed. Tony frowned and called out again, "Jarvis." A line of text appeared before him. "Sir, someone has severed my voice and audio functions. The intruder has entered the main hall." Tony switched the surveillance on manually, and the figure standing in the shadows was immediately recognizable. He opened the lab doors, walked briskly up to the hall, and poured himself a cup of coffee. "Why do you people always have to show up so mysteriously?" he asked, exasperated. "Is it really that hard to give me a heads up?" The visitor remained silent. "Nick Fury, what brings you here?" Tony called out. From the darkness, a USB drive was tossed, and Tony caught it, giving it a quick glance. "Tony, I need a favor. The SHIELD Council members, most of the alien bodies we collected have vanished. I suspect there's a connection to HYDRA. Sorry, I'm not your subordinate, and you can't afford to hire me anyway." Before Tony could finish, Nick Fury collapsed, blood welling from his lips. Tony rushed over to him, his expression turning grave, Fury's face already showing clear signs of poisoning. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Pulling out the device Fury had plugged in, Tony found Jarvis's voice and listening functions restored. "Jarvis, get the Mark 7 ready now." There was no time to waste. Tony's lab was ill-equipped for emergency medical treatment. Fury needed a professional team. The Mark 7 suit shot out from the basement, and in seconds, Tony was suited up. Carrying Fury, Tony sped toward Empire University Medical Center, having already alerted the staff to await his arrival at the entrance. He arrived at top speed. "Help him now." "Mr. Stark, he's been poisoned, and his heart has already stopped," said a doctor. "I know, Dr. Weiss. Please, you must save him. I'll do my best." Dr. Weiss hurried Fury toward the operating theater. This was the privilege of wealth, having the best doctors and nurses at your immediate disposal. After all, Tony Stark donated generously to the medical center every year. Tony dialed Steve's number. "What's up, Tony?" "Nick Fury was poisoned in my place. The toxin is still unidentified, and he's at Empire University Medical Center. Come guard him. I need to investigate." Before he collapsed, He told me there are senior SHIELD members connected to HYDRA. 1 hour later, outside the intensive care unit of Empire University Medical Center, Steve and Tony looked through the glass window at Nick Fury lying in bed, his breathing sustained only by a respirator. Steve's expression was grave. "Tony, why did Nick come looking for you?" "It's about HYDRA. Nick Fury came to my villa and gave me a USB drive. He suspects there are Hydra agents high up in SHIELD. He asked me to investigate." Steve was still deep in thought when the doors of the ICU swung open and a person, flustered and anxious, appeared before them. Tony frowned. "Natasha, how did you know Nick Fury was in the hospital?" He hadn't informed Natasha at all. How did she know where Nick Fury was? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Natasha pulled out a letter and a signal tracker from her coat. "This is a message from the director. I traced his signal here." Steve took the letter. The handwriting was unmistakably Nick's. "Natasha, I am in grave danger. I'm being watched by someone from our own ranks. I'm investigating the case of the missing Chitauri corpse. Even with our base so tightly guarded, the body vanished, and the paperwork carried my signature. I found an encrypted file hidden within the agency. I don't know whom I can trust. I'm turning to Tony for help. If anything happens to me, take me immediately to my secret cabin and use Compound 9. Tony examined the signal tracker Natasha held, confirming she picked up the signal from a device on Nick Fury's clothes. It carried a one-way transmission that only worked with a matched receiver. Tony couldn't help but look at Nick Fury through the monitor, a seasoned agent caught so off guard, with not a mark on him. Even Tony was beginning to question Nick Fury's motives. "You two stay here and look after him. I'm heading back to the villa to decrypt the information on Nick Fury's USB drive. If I find anything, I'll send it to you. Take care." Steve and Natasha honored Nick Fury's instructions, slipping away from medical center without a sound. Nick had no shortage of secret hideouts. Natasha only knew of 3. She drove the hospital vehicle deep into a residential neighborhood of Brooklyn. Meanwhile, at Tony Stark's Long Island villa, as soon as Tony returned, he set to work breaking the encryption on Nick Fury's USB drive. "Sir, some of this data seems familiar, quite similar to the artificial intelligence files Kim Prince left on my servers." "Kim Prince, you say? Can you unlock it?" "Leave it to me, Jarvis." Tony grabbed his coffee and waited as Jarvis began the decryption. A minute later, the encryption was cracked. Jarvis's projection appeared and flickered. Downstairs in Tony's villa, a window was thrown open, and a creature resembling a spider sprang out from inside. "What's going on, Jarvis?" "Sir, I experienced a 15-second data interruption." Tony took matters into his own hands and accessed Jarvis's core, inspecting it meticulously. Everything with Jarvis's core and signals seemed fine, so it had severed Jarvis's data stream. He opened the relevant folder, which contained only a single video file. Tapping out a string of code, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, someone used me as a pawn." What stunned him was that, in just 15 seconds, more than 800 gigabytes of data had vanished, erased cleanly, leaving not even a trace behind. He played the video. On screen, Nick Fury was leading a squad, removing the remains of the Chitauri, accusing others while being the real culprit. "Are we?" Tony called Steve Rogers. "Steve, where are you? Find a computer. I'm sending you a file." At that moment, Steve was locked in battle with another man. The opponent wore a skull-shaped mask, tall and formidable, physically matching Steve. He was draped in a tattered white cloak that gave him a Reaper-like presence, armed with a shield in one hand and a veritable arsenal on his back. Longsword, bow, lasso, even a handgun, and a tactical knife. Looking at his adversary, Steve saw himself reflected. "Tony, I'm in the middle of a fight. Let's talk later. Keep the line open." Steve pressed on, demanding, "Who are you?" It was almost amusing. He found it far too interesting. The enemy's moves were identical to Steve's. Same strength, speed, and stance. With hand-to-hand combat alone, Steve couldn't prevail, especially since his opponent's reactions seemed to anticipate Steve's every move, as if he predicted his next attack. Meanwhile, in the basement of another isolated villa, Natasha tossed Nick Fury onto a bed and swiftly injected a syringe filled with a greenish liquid directly into his heart. 30 seconds later, Nick Fury gasped for air, his breathing deep and urgent. Natasha ordered in a brisk, commander's tone, "Hurry. Gather all of Nick Fury's collected files. The Taskmaster is keeping Captain America busy. We don't have much time." Nick Fury nodded in understanding. Working fast and with clear intent, the two of them swept through the secret cabin, collecting every piece of information Nick Fury had stashed away. Within 5 minutes, they were gone from the villa, leaving behind a violent explosion. Just as Steve's focus wavered, Taskmaster seized the opportunity. The tactical knife flashed, slashing Steve's arm, and in the next instant, vanished from his sight. Steve wrapped his belt around his injured arm, choosing not to give chase, though his arm was quickly going numb. Poisoned, or just anesthesia, he wondered aloud. From above, Tony landed beside him. Cap, who attacked you? With unwavering resolve, Steve commanded, Tony, go save Nick and Natasha. They're inside the villa. As soon as he finished speaking, Steve slipped into unconsciousness. Tony called S.H.I.E.L.D. for backup, laid Steve by the roadside, and stepped into the burning house. He searched every room, but not a single person could be found. The next day, 10 a.m., at one of the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. bases, Nick Fury stood at the bedside, while Steve Rogers lay there in a deep coma. Across from Fury stood Tony Stark. Both men wore expressionless faces. Steve's eyes fluttered open. Glancing at Nick, he asked, "Are you all right?" Nick Fury, with a touch of suspicion, replied, "Steve, why did you bring people to break into my secret base?" Tony addressed Steve. "Tell him again what happened last night. He still doesn't believe me." "It's not that I don't believe you," Nick said. "I was all night at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in D.C., handling the Chitauri situation. Besides, Natasha already took leave and left New York. There's no way it was her." Steve recounted the events of the previous night. With the surveillance footage Tony had managed to retrieve, a flicker of surprise crossed Nick Fury's face. Coupled with Tony's words, it became clear that this mysterious group was devising something in the shadows. The Chitauri invasion was still unfolding, and yet, now there were new and mysterious players afoot. Steve inquired. There was someone wearing a skull mask, a white hood, and carrying a host of weapons. Who is he? Nick Fury thought carefully. He was once a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, another who received the serum. Later, he turned traitor and became a mercenary. He can mimic nearly anyone's combat style. Some call him the Taskmaster. Nick seemed to be struck by a thought. Turning to the two men, he declared, "Leave this matter to me. You two focus on your own safety." Tony seemed poised to say something, but in the end, kept it to himself. He looked to Steve and said, "Get some rest. I'll head to the office." Prince Manor. Gathering faith over 3 years had strengthened Jin's divine body just a little more, though not as much as that first dramatic surge. The expansive backyard remained bustling as ever. It was routine training. Violet and the other 8 sparred, each of them channeling their coiling dragon's energy. Their bodies had been enhanced twice already, standing at the very pinnacle of human limits. The group handled chi with practiced finesse, and their mastery over weapon techniques was near perfection. A pluck a flower, snatch a leaf kind of skill. But they could not neglect their hand-to-hand sparring, for the energy of the coiling dragon was, after all, finite. Erica supervised from side. Jean watched quietly from the shade, choosing not to interrupt. Instead, he wandered into the woods and, slipping through the dense trees, arrived at a horse paddock. Inside, some of the world's finest horses grazed and trotted. Just then, a group of white horses swept gracefully past Jean, their hoofbeats echoing like the wind. Jean sprang onto the lead horse and headed east, crossing the fence before arriving at the church established by Baston and his followers. From the outside, the church appeared much like any ordinary place of worship, the cross rising above as usual, but inside stood a statue dedicated to the Minotaur. Jean glanced at the statue, noticing how impressively crafted it was. The Minotaur figure towered a full 3 meters high, exuding a sense of overwhelming might. The sight brought to Jin's mind the statue of Kempela. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I should find time to learn where Robert Prand was buried." Just then, a man clad in priestly robes hurried over to Jean and greeted him respectfully. "Sir, my name is Graz. I'm in charge of this church." Jean nodded. "Take me to see Kurt Connors." "Please, this way." Graz guided Jean through to the church's rear courtyard. Hidden inside an artificial rock formation, they entered an elevator. The elevator descended 12 meters underground. Jean took stock of the elevator, quietly impressed. It operated on a hovering mechanism. Clearly this group wielded formidable technological prowess. The underground space bustled with activity. Connors was far from the only one down here. Jean asked, "Where did all these people come from?" Graz answered, "They're all people we sponsor, recruited from around the world. They're utterly loyal." The basement was divided into 3 distinct laboratories, a genetics lab, an energy lab, and a mechanics lab. Jean hadn't expected these people to possess not only the remains of Chitauri soldiers, but even the corpse of a Leviathan beast. Some of the labs extended astonishingly far below ground. How had they managed such construction? The waterproofing was impeccable. Air circulated freely. Part of the complex was already beneath the sea itself. As Jean examined the colossal Leviathan's body, he asked, "How did you obtain this? How did you get down here?" "Sir, have you ever heard of PIM particles? They can shrink or enlarge objects. We're partnered with PIM Technologies. We buy their less developed PIM particles, though they only last for around an hour before reverting. That's enough for our purposes." Gene had heard of PIM Technologies, even owned some of their stock, but he'd never imagined their science was so advanced that it could shrink and grow objects at will. Do you have mature, fully developed PIM particles? He asked. Graz explained, yes, the complete PIM formula is in the hands of its stubborn creator, Hank Pym, the founder of PIM Technologies. Our partner is one of his students. The two walked down a long corridor and reached the genetics lab. Kurt Connors was the leading researcher here. Graz was about to call out to him, but Gene stopped him with a subtle gesture. Together, they approached Kurt Connors, who was deeply engrossed in studying a preserved corpse. It looked a bit like a lizard man, but without a tail. Its entire body was green, with pointed ears and no nose, wrinkles on its chin, not a single hair on its body, and standing nearly 2 meters tall. Its chest had been pierced clean through. Dr. Connors, is this corpse the lizard man that broke into the prince's estate? Kurt Connors adjusted his glasses, clearly startled by the face before him. He stammered somewhat awkwardly, sorry, Mr. Prince. Am I really that frightening? Gene broke out into a gentle smile. Kurt gazed at Gene, remembering how this face had haunted his dreams for months, robbing him of sleep. Yet, it had also brought him a rare opportunity, the chance to develop a perfect regenerative serum, free of any side effects, a remedy that could one day heal amputees with a single dose, if only it could make it to market. But for that, he needed the approval of the man before him. Kurt Connors explained, this is the one who attacked the prince estate. It resembles a lizard man, but it's not. There's absolutely no trace of reptilian genes in its body, and its DNA is unlike any human's. I once suspected it was the result of some sort of experiment, but after studying the Chitauri corpses, I was astonished to find that the two share over 96% DNA similarity. It's just that certain strands in the Chitauri's DNA have been deliberately removed. Gene studied the two bodies laid out on the lab tables. So, you're saying it's possible these two corpses came from the same place? Yes, Mr. Prince. They should both be from beyond our world. That was rather baffling. When had this brightly colored alien arrived on Earth? At first, Gene had suspected someone had stolen Kurt Connors' genetic technology, creating lizard men to attack his home for some unknown purpose. But now, it was clear his theory was completely off the mark. Was the attack orchestrated by some hidden power, or was it a mere accident? After all, the prince's estate backed right up against the sea, and the intruder had indeed infiltrated the house through the backyard. Genetic experiments, here, in this land so wild and untamed, and yet also abroad. Was there some connection between them? So many mysteries, and all remained unsolved. The crisp voice of number 2 echoed through the laboratory. Sir, Diana asked me to notify you. Dr. Von Lent has gone missing. Gene instinctively furrowed his brow. Dr. Von Lent is missing? Yes. Tom phoned to inform Diana that he's been gone for 7 days already. The police have been notified, but so far there are no leads. They reached out to Diana for help, having exhausted all other options. Where is Diana now? She's still here, in the manor. She hopes you can look into this. She hasn't yet fully mastered her abilities. I understand. Gene turned to Kurt Connors. Dr. Connors, your research has great value to me. Tell me, do you have any requests? Don't hesitate to speak. My research into regenerative medicine, if it were to be brought to market now, would have no side effects whatsoever. It can completely heal a person's broken arm or leg in just 7 weeks. Gene pondered for a moment. What sort of contract did you sign with Oscorp Industries? If we start manufacturing this regenerative drug, could there be any legal disputes? Kurt Connors fell silent for a brief moment. After some internal struggle, he made an important decision. I'm not seeking fame. I only want every person with a disability to have access to treatment. Besides, the regenerative drug I've created now is fundamentally different from anything I researched before. All right, produce a batch of 100 units to start. I'll have some people run further assessments. Kurt, visibly excited, bowed respectfully. Thank you, sir. Kurt Connors had never forgotten his duty as a doctor, to heal the sick and save lives. If you enjoyed this section, tap for a free gift. Thank you. Is it possible to get another chapter if I read today? Have a heart tap that gift for me. A plain, unremarkable black Pontiac GTO cruised down the road, a vintage muscle car that had been heavily modified. Its exterior was classic, but beneath the surface, it was thoroughly modern, powerful, cutting-edge, even equipped with flight capability. All of these were vehicles customized by the graduate students in a mechanics lab beneath the church. Behind the wheel sat Olena, guiding the car along the highway in the direction of the Lent Museum. Olena radiated excitement, her driving skills nothing short of top-notch. She was familiar with every traffic rule, handling the streets with ease. In no time at all, they arrived at the Lent Museum. Tom and Jerry had already been waiting at the entrance. Tom stepped forward and embraced Gene warmly. Jerry's gaze drifted to Olena, her delicate makeup, a simple white bustier framed with a sleek black blazer that accentuated her collarbones, paired with denim shorts revealing slender legs, and clean white sneakers. Jean, and this is Olina Prince, Jin's assistant. Olina, you're beautiful. I'm Jerry, and this is Tom. Jean interrupted their starstruck admiration for Olina. All right, that's enough staring. What's the situation with Dr. Von Lent? Tom and Jerry snapped back to attention and replied immediately. The basement is still untouched. Could those people have kidnapped the doctor? Okay, please lead the way. The Lent Museum never drew large crowds. As a private institution, it kept a low profile outside the academic community. Jean and Olina followed the two men down into the basement, both of them scanning their surroundings for surveillance equipment. They made their way down a long corridor to the underground storage room. Cameras lined the hall, 13 in all, one posted outside each door. Inside the storage room itself, there were no cameras. Tom spoke up. This is where the doctor did all his work. Jean glanced around. Aside from some scattered debris on the floor, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Tom, is there no sign of Dr. Rent in the surveillance footage? He asked. Tom shook his head. Strangely enough, the surveillance wasn't broken. The feed just vanished for a few seconds, that's all. Jerry handed Jean a copy of the video. Jean examined the footage. The disappearances didn't all happen at the same time. For 5 full seconds, all 13 cameras went blank, then returned to normal. What do the police say about this? There are no signs of forced entry. Everything is perfectly normal. They only promise to keep looking into it. Dr. Rent has only one daughter, and as you can see, there are hundreds of South American artifacts here waiting for him to decipher their inscriptions. He wouldn't simply vanish without a word. What about the doctor's daughter? Any way to contact her? Jerry replied helplessly. We don't even know how to reach her. Tom spoke up. Jean, maybe you could use magic to track the doctor? Jin's alchemy couldn't track people, but Tom's suggestion sparked a thought. Perhaps magic could locate him, maybe with some help. Let's go, Orlina. We need someone who can help with this. You too. Prepare some of the doctor's personal items. A hair, anything like that. The two of them left the Rent Museum. On the way, Orlina asked, where are we going now? Set the navigation to Morningstar Club. Manhattan bustled around them. For 7 days, skyscrapers all over the city had been feverishly mending their damaged facades. Anything extensively damaged or lacking historical value had been razed for reconstruction. With so much roadwork underway, traffic was hopelessly tangled. Yet the Morningstar Club stood untouched, not a scratch on its walls. There were no valets at the entrance, no attendants at all. Orlina parked at the curb. The club's main doors were unlocked. Inside was empty except for the glow of dim lamps. Jean called out, Lucifer Morningstar, are you here? His voice seemed to rouse a slumbering demon. Black, spear-like shadows thrust up from the floor, a crack forming even along the ceiling. Orlina summoned a short blade. A wisp of dragon energy coiled around it. Her sword flew, striking a shadow that lurked in the darkness. Enough. Back down, shadow, Jean commanded. A figure appeared before them, a voluptuous blonde woman, nearly all bare skin, clad in 3 flimsy strips of cloth that did nothing to hide her swaying tail. Her eyes shimmered with seduction. A succubus from hell. Jean remembered encountering her before. May I help you both? She asked. Is Lucifer here? I need his help. You all could do tracking spells, I think. I need to find someone. The succubus pondered for a moment and said, for such a trivial matter, there's no need to trouble the Lord. I'll go with you, but what will you offer me in return? A philosopher's stone, no bigger than a pinky nail, appeared in Jin's hand. Will this suffice? The succubus's tail whisked away the stone, and with a flick of her tongue she tasted it. A visible shudder ran through her. A soul's essence lingered in its aura, yet the energy it held was astonishingly pure. With a wave of magic, the succubus transformed. She now wore a pristine white slip dress, her fiery curls cascading down her shoulders, radiating a captivating allure. The carriage only had seats for 2, so Jean had to squeeze awkwardly into the back. By the time they reached the Lent Museum, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Upon seeing the enchanting succubus again, Tom and Jerry were instantly mesmerized all over. Jean lowered his voice, Stop enchanting my friends. Tom and Jerry shook their heads as if waking from a trance, exchanged glances, and silently wondered. Why were all the women Jean knew so stunning, so irresistibly alluring? Tom leaned in closer to Jean and whispered, Is she a mage too? Jean replied, Did you bring what I asked for? Tom answered, It's in the basement. The 5 of them headed back down into the basement. Jerry and Tom had gathered some hair, as well as personal garments, underwear and undergarments, all unwashed. Is this really where the person disappeared? The succubus asked. Both Jerry and Tom gave a quick nod. The succubus picked up a lock of Dr. Lent's hair. Magical energy gathered at her fingertips. The hair was consumed by flame and dropped to the floor. A tracking spell pierced the fabric of space, searching for Dr. Lent. Trouble, it's Mephisto. The succubus was struck, revealing her true demonic form and startling Jerry and Tom so much they nearly wet themselves. "Lord, save me," she cried. Through the channel opened by the tracking spell, Mephisto's projection appeared in the basement. "A mere succubus dares summon me? Such insolence must not go unpunished." Jean caught a fleeting glimpse. A quick flash on a hidden interface revealed Mephisto had taken possession of Dr. Lent's body. Mephisto glanced at Jean. "So it's you. I was planning to hunt you down anyway. Since you're standing right before me, let's settle this now." In the span of a breath, Jin's eye of truth blazed with light. "Alchemy, Guardian Array." Mephisto's hellfire blade crashed down upon the protective circle. Jean shouted, "Tom, Jerry, get out of here now. Hand over your souls to me," Mephisto demanded, his projection towering above them. With a powerful gesture, a dragon-shaped shadow flew from Orlina's palm, breaking the connection and halting Mephisto's attempt to seize their souls. "Dragon energy?" Mephisto muttered. In the chaos, Tom and Jerry managed to scramble away. The succubus, terrified to the core, lay trembling on the ground, unable to move. All she could do was pray that Lucifer would arrive in time to save her. A golden figure flickered into existence beside the succubus, delivering a swift kick that sent her flying. He then shouted toward Orlina, "Get out." Pressing his palms together, he conjured an alchemical array once more. This time, 6 interlocking panels of the formation appeared, trapping the projection within. But the cage wasn't flawless. Gaps remained through which the projection might still escape. The power of alchemy could only work within the circle. Jean had no choice but to give it a try. "Kid, prepare to die." Mephisto's deadly claws materialized right in front of Jean. For a brief moment, the entire room felt frozen in time. Mephisto snarled through gritted teeth, "Lucifer." The 6-sided alchemical array whirled to life, refining Mephisto's projected energy directly into a philosopher's stone. No wonder. Even though this was merely a projection, the amount of energy Mephisto unleashed was astonishing. A perfect, rounded philosopher's stone, almost 2 meters in diameter, materialized in the basement, its crimson glow radiating a powerful temptation. At that very moment, Lucifer pushed open the door and entered. From the other side, another figure appeared, the Ancient One. Their gazes met across the room. Lucifer swore under his breath. "Damn it." The Ancient One narrowed her eyes at Lucifer. "When did you arrive on Earth? I haven't sensed your presence until now." Seeing the two newcomers, Jean instinctively retrieved the Philosopher's Stone. Both the Ancient One and Lucifer called out at the same time, "Wait." Their senses confirmed the stone's value. Pure soul energy emanated from it, capturing both their interest. Jean asked calmly, "Are you two really going to fight me for my spoils?" The Ancient One, sly as ever, replied, "Finders keepers. I believe that object might be useful for me." Lucifer added, "And I play my part in this victory as well. Without my power freezing the space, you'd be dead already." Jean could only yield. Faced with 2 powerful figures, he produced 2 more Philosopher's Stones, each the size of a watermelon, one in each hand. Lucifer cursed, "You rascal. The original was huge, and now you give us these puny ones? Even a dog wouldn't want them." Feigning innocence, Jean replied, "Lord Lucifer, if you don't want it, I'll just give them both to the Ancient One." Lucifer glanced coolly at Jean. This kid was cunning. And wait, why did he suddenly sense a new aura of divinity about him? Well, taking one of the smaller Philosopher's Stones, Lucifer and his entourage vanished without another word. The Ancient One accepted her share as well. "So, when exactly did Lucifer arrive on Earth? And why are you two connected?" "I don't know the exact time," Jean replied. "It might have something to do with Mephisto's last visit. By the way, Mephisto has shown up on Earth again." "I see. I sensed Mephisto's power. That's what brought me here. By the way, your prize, what is it called? It seems to possess incredible powers." "The Philosopher's Stone." Gu-E nodded slightly, for he possessed a certain understanding of alchemists. Was this the legendary Philosopher's Stone? Can any demon refine a Philosopher's Stone? "All right, I'll come find you next time. Goodbye." Far away in a Texas bar, Mephisto shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn Lucifer, Gu-E." Mephisto was utterly frustrated. That projection alone had contained half the power of one of his avatars. Now he'd been weakened yet again. And that Gu-E was definitely looking at things with a prejudiced eye. Hadn't he noticed Lucifer? A bit too late now. At the entrance to the Lent Museum, Tom and Jerry gazed after Jin's departing car, unable to shake off their feelings. The answer they'd received was simply too shocking. Dr. Lent had been devoured by a demon. They exchanged glances and could only muster a bitter smile. After experiencing their adventures in the wastelands, after seeing magic and demons, their entire worldview had been upended. Tom, Jerry, both spoke each other's names at the same time, then, hearts in sync, said, "Let's go on an adventure together." Lifelong friends, partners through it all. The car left Queens, and Jean had already informed Diana that Dr. Lent had been consumed by a demon. Diana merely sighed softly. After all, Dr. Lent was a respected scholar and expert, someone who dedicated his life to archaeology. In the car, Olina spoke up. "Jean, why did you ask me to leave the room earlier?" Jean explained, "Within my alchemical circle, there is only one safe spot, the one I stand on myself. If any other creature enters, they'll be transmuted into a philosopher's stone, unless I haven't activated the transmutation." Olina pressed on. "Was that handsome man really Lucifer? The Lord of Hell?" "Yes. For now, let's not return to Prince House. We're going to Stark Tower first." Olina eyed Jean and suggested, "Should we get something to eat? We didn't have lunch. Let's wait. We'll grab a couple burgers or hot dogs by Stark Tower. If you get too hungry, I could send you to the Dragon's Tomb for a quick snack." Stark Tower was still under repair. Food trucks lined the streets, as Manhattan was still undergoing major reconstruction and demand was high. Workers bought food at all hours. Their cars stopped in Stark Tower's parking lot, and the two of them stepped out onto the sidewalk. Surprisingly, a familiar figure stood by the roadside. The food truck, too, had cartoon stickers of Nora. "Hey, Jacob. Nora. Long time no see. What brings you two here with a food truck?" Jean approached and called out a greeting. Jacob immediately pulled off his disposable gloves, stepped out of the truck, and gave Jean a tight hug. Jacob sized Olina up. "Jean, is this your girlfriend? She's quite stunning." Olina responded only with a gentle smile, saying nothing, though she clearly looked to Jean with anticipation. "I suppose you could say that," Jean replied. That answer made Olina's smile brighten even more. "Olina, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Just call me Jacob," he said, gesturing toward the woman inside the food truck. "And she's Nora?" Jean asked. "Didn't I leave you a substantial sum of money? You should be enjoying life." Jacob smiled simply. "Look at Nora. She loves to cook, and she finds real joy in serving others her food. If she's happy, then so am I. By the way, would you like something to eat?" Olina slipped her arm through Jean's and said, "Jean would like a chicken burger." Nora's ears were sharp. Even before they had properly ordered, she was already busy at the grill, getting things ready. The chicken, for its part, had been marinated ahead of time. Though it was fast food, these weren't just hasty burgers. Every detail was handled with care, and the ingredients were ample and fresh. Before long, more and more customers were lining up. A long queue soon stretched in front of the truck, and Jacob had to hurry back to help. Jean picked up a burger and a cola, turning to Olina. "Go give them a hand. Once I finish my chat with Tony, I'll come find you." Olina nodded. "Got it." All 9 members of Violet had trained rigorously in cooking. Every dish was memorized both in recipe and in heart. Jean waved goodbye to Jacob and made his way toward Stark Tower. Security at Stark Tower was as strict as ever. Jin's attire was unremarkable. A black suit jacket over a white crewneck t-shirt, jeans, sneakers, and in his hands, a chicken burger and a cola. Still, security stopped him at the entrance. "Sorry, sir. Stark Tower is undergoing renovations. No visitors are allowed at the moment." Jean took a sip of his cola. "Could you let Tony or Pepper know that Jean Prince is here?" "Sorry, sir. Please don't make things difficult for us. We don't have permission to contact them directly." Jean considered for a moment. "Then could you let Happy know?" One guard stood his ground at the entrance. The other kept his eyes fixed on Jean as he stepped away to make a call to Happy on his radio. From the guard's expression, he seemed to be scolded by Happy on the other end. His face changed immediately, and he stepped forward to greet Jean. "My apologies, Mr. Prince. Please wait here for just a moment. Director Happy will be right down." Jean nodded, taking a seat on the couch in the lobby's waiting area. He munched on his burger, sipping his cola, all the while keeping an eye on the entrance. The security remained tight, not a single unauthorized person allowed through the gate. Soon, Happy arrived by elevator. "Mr. Prince, what brings you to Stark Tower today?" Jean glanced at the name badge on Happy's chest. He'd actually been promoted to head of security. "Is Tony upstairs?" Happy led Jean into the elevator and asked, "Mr. Prince, do you think it's wrong for me to strictly require all employees to wear name tags?" "Did something happen?" Jean replied. "Pepper said I caused trouble for the company, but all I wanted was to make things a bit safer, confirm everyone's identity, so we can avoid corporate spies." "What method did you use?" "I reminded everyone in person, of course." "That's where you went wrong. Your intention was good, but the approach wasn't right. Instead, you could apply for a budget from Tony. If you set up a reward system, people who follow the rule and wear their name tags will get bonuses. How much is up to everyone to discuss and decide." Happy paused, pondering the advice. That's right. Incentives move people. If you keep it up, it becomes second nature. Thank you, Mr. Prince. The elevator reached Tony's private lab, a place where only a handful had access, Happy among them. Just then, Tony Stark was immersed in studying a Chitauri exoskeleton suit. Inspiration had struck after his last attempt, and he was so engrossed he didn't notice the elevator doors open. It was Jarvis who alerted him via the control panel, prompting Tony to turn around. He glanced at Jean, still wary about privacy. He made a quick gesture, and the projection of his newest suit vanished instantly. Tony's expression was tinged with jealousy. Jean, you annoying man. Why don't you ever let me know before you show up? Jean understood exactly what he meant. Sorry, Tony. I take it you're running the KNO company now. That's right. Come upstairs. This isn't a good place to talk. Happy, knowing when to bow out, quietly excused himself. Jean and Tony ascended the spiral staircase to the penthouse. You had to admire Stark Industries' efficiency. The top floor was already fully restored. Tony made his way to the bar, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, and said, I followed your advice, swapped out the steel alloy you left for me, upgraded the defenses to mechanical control. But what brings you here all of a sudden? That's right, Jean replied. He produced 7 vials of the perfect regeneration serum, lining them up neatly on the bar. These are perfect regeneration serums. They can heal disabilities, 1 injection per week per person. Tony, maybe you'd like to run with this project. Just then, Pepper arrived on the top floor. Dressed in a sharp black suit, she radiated confidence and authority. She stepped forward and gave Jean a warm embrace. It's been too long, Mr. Prince. Where have you been? You just disappeared, she said. Hello, Ms. Potts. Please, call me Pepper, Mr. Prince. Only if you call me Jean. Pepper's gaze shifted to the serums on the bar. Is this your latest invention? What do they do? Meanwhile, Tony, seemingly forgotten for the moment, downed his whiskey in one go and simply watched the two of them, silently. This isn't my research. It's from Kurt Connors. He's currently working in my lab. Hearing the name Kurt Connors, Tony raised an eyebrow. Dr. Lizard? Does this serum have any side effects? Tony was still surprised by the lizard's abrupt disappearance that day, only to find out later he'd been taken away by Jean. Jean looked at Tony and explained, I've studied it. This serum has no side effects. In fact, it even enhances the body. But, during recovery, the body demands a lot more food. Pepper listened intently. Then let me take care of the serum. I'll have a team arrange for human trials. By the way, Jean, is KNO's product line still in production? Jean answered without hesitation. I'm planning to halt production due to a lack of raw materials. There is, however, one line we can still produce. The product for male sexual dysfunction. I checked the company's sales records, and Norman Osborn seems to have kept that one off the market. Pepper couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She was meticulous with work matters, and her tone turned serious. That won't do. I'll have our legal department approach Oscorp to claim our share of those profits. Jean shook his head. Forget it. Norman's probably handed most of it off to various military contacts as favors. Figures, Tony muttered. No wonder those folks at the Pentagon were so keen to grant him defense contracts. So that's the connection. But does the drug actually work? Jean produced a box of the pills and set on the table for Tony, meeting both Tony and Pepper's gaze. You two can try it yourselves, guaranteed to leave you energized. It's an all-herbal formula with no side effects. Just don't get too dependent. Before Tony could reach for it, Pepper snatched the box away, shooting Tony a warning glance. What's your sales strategy? What's the price point? Jean thought for a moment. With the Garden of the Dragon Tomb flourishing again, they had hundreds of tons of raw materials, more than enough for sales. We'll stick to members-only purchases. Let's not go public with this, and keep it low-key for maximum profit. You can set the price and maybe offer a single trial dose to clients, so they can judge for themselves. Pepper's mind still lingered on the discontinued beauty serum. She was, after all, one of its most loyal customers. Are you saying there's no chance of bringing the beauty serum back? Jean paused, glanced at Tony, and replied, Let me track down the raw material first. I'll visit the plant again this afternoon and add a crucial ingredient, but only for top-tier clients. Understand. I'll have marketing prepare a pre-sale announcement. With that, Pepper handed Tony a document. Sign this for me, Tony. Tony trusted Pepper implicitly. Without even looking at the document, he casually scrawled his signature. Goodbye, Jean. Tony watched Pepper leave and muttered, Damn it. I should never have bought shares in your company. She's my CEO, not yours. My CEO should be managing my affairs, not running your company. Jean took a sip of whiskey, smiled wordlessly, and with a grand gesture, conjured 10 large wooden crates right in the spacious hall. Each one was packed to the brim with finished potency pills. Damn magician, where on earth do you keep your stuff? A magician always has a dimensional pocket, of course, Jean replied, grinning. Every single box here is filled with my ready-made vitality boosters. But as for the price, Pepper sets that. Tony opened the nearest crate, and a fresh, herbal fragrance filled the air. He leaned closer, curiosity lighting his eyes. Are they really effective? Of course. Haven't all those top brass in the military tried them? Tony quickly grabbed over 100 pills, then seemed to lose interest in the matter. His attention turned to the encrypted code he'd received, and he immediately asked, Jean, I want to show you a snippet of encrypted code. Could it have come from your artificial intelligence? Jean nodded slightly. A projection appeared before both men, orchestrated by Jarvis, revealing the stream of encrypted data. Jean studied the code intently. There was something familiar about it, yet it felt subtly different, like it had been fused with something else. 3 distinct structures interwove, complex and tightly linked, much like the strands of DNA. Jean was taken aback. His counterpart had evolved. Where did you get this code? It must be Yi's handiwork. It seems he has advanced a level. This type of encryption is highly variable, requiring enormous computational power and someone intimately familiar with the language I created. Tony thought for a moment. Highly likely, it came from S.H.I.E.L.D., or maybe even Hydra. Jean nodded at Tony's words. No doubt about it, he was probably collaborating with Hydra, and there was also a Dr. Zola involved. In the past 3 years, has he ever breached your servers? No, I set up a brand new firewall, designed with your software. He hasn't breached the second unit either. It's as if he's vanished from the web entirely. If he was now hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, he'd have the resources to forge himself a physical body. Jean surmised that he might already possess a humanoid iron body. Finding him will be more difficult than ever. I'll be heading out for now. If anything comes up, just call me, or reach out to my AI. Unit 2. Jean, one more thing. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been asking me for information about you. Should I tell them who you really are? Jean shook his head. Best keep that secret. I'd rather not be disturbed. Such an enviable man. Goodbye. Give me advance notice next time, will you? Oh, and don't forget to have my food sent to my Long Island villa. K&O Company's website had just unveiled a new item, but it was a product visible only to VIP clients. Inside the president's office of Osborne Industries, a sharp alarm sounded on Norman Osborne's computer. Norman clicked on the website. Ken Prince, you've finally shown yourself. Where have you been these past 3 years? It's about time for payback. It was almost hard to believe that Norman Osborn's sinister persona had managed to lie dormant for 3 years. Now, his power and resources were stronger than ever. A chapter nearly 4,000 words long. Ken and Olena had just returned to the Prince residence on Long Island. Olena stopped for a moment. The car pulled up to the front gates, and Olena brought the vehicle to a smooth halt. With obvious curiosity, Ken stooped to pick up some glossy flyers scattered on the ground, a bafflingly crude method of advertising. The brochures boasted bold, large print paired with vivid illustrations. Is city life feeling dull? Tonight, the circus offers you a brand new experience. We're waiting for you at the sports activity grounds. We bring you joy and laughter. 8 o'clock tonight. Don't miss it. In the bottom right corner, the word free was printed in oversized letters. The flyer showed fire breathers, a snake charmer, gymnasts, elephants and lions, and a parade of animals. There were even acts like the human cannonball and more. With the advent of television, movies, and video games, little circuses like this had all but faded from relevance. It was hard to imagine they could earn any money at all. Kim was intrigued. He'd only ever seen circuses on TV or in books, never expected one to actually visit Long Island. After all, Long Island was home to the wealthy, just an hour's drive from Queens, with commuter trains and other easy transit options. Ken handed a flyer to Olena. Want to go take a look? The show doesn't start until 8, and the venue's no more than 30 minutes away from here. The sports activity grounds were just a stretch of open lawn, right in the heart of Long Island, where almost all charity events were held. Olena glanced at the flyer. A free show? What do these folks live on? Ken replied, they'll probably ask for donations. This is the land of millionaires and famous authors, after all. He gathered up all the scattered flyers and took them into the car. They drove into the estate, which had expanded considerably. There were still another 5 kilometers to the villa itself. Everyone was out in the backyard, some reading, others arranging flowers. Ken showed the flyers to the group. Diana scoffed. What's so special about a circus? She'd lived through the days when circuses were commonplace, and had lost all interest in them. Camilla and Cynthia, on the other hand, were instantly intrigued. Who could resist a bit of curiosity? Ken, we want to go. Ken nodded. Who else is interested? The rest of the group all shook their heads. The idea of a circus held no appeal for them whatsoever. Erica said, we might as well go see a Broadway show. Then I'll go with Camilla and Cynthia. The 3 of us haven't seen one either. I want to experience it, came the reply. As you wish, Diane answered. Jean turned to Violet and Doris and said, Violet, Doris, could you two take some food over to Tony's villa on Long Island? Now that they had a chef, Violet and Doris didn't have to cook things themselves anymore. At this moment, number two's voice chimed in. Sir, Commissioner George Stacy is at the main gate with his wife and daughter. Jean was puzzled. His identity hadn't been exposed, so how did George know he'd returned to New York and show up like this? Could Ruth have told him? What Jean didn't know was that during the 3 years they'd been away, George's daughter, Gwen Stacy, had become good friends with Camilla and Cynthia, often coming here for vacations when she had time. Because of the Chitauri invasion, her high school had closed early for break, and, as it happened, George was also on holiday. Let them in, Jean told number two. Their car entered the Prince residence, and Gwen was the first to dash toward the backyard, only to hear George call after her. Slow down. Jean watched the lively girl, her golden ponytail bouncing, blue eyes sparkling, dressed in her school uniform, with a black pleated skirt and white sneakers. Gwen was the first to embrace Camilla, showing the closeness of their friendship. She greeted everyone present, then looked Jean up and down. Hi, you must be Jean. Wow, you really are as handsome as they said. Camilla leaned over to whisper something in Gwen's ear and flashed a pamphlet in front of her. Great, let's all go together tonight, Gwen agreed. George, backpack slung over his shoulder, strolled into the backyard. Seeing Jean, he called out angrily, Jean, where on earth have you been all this time, you damned rascal? Do you have any idea how much criticism I've had to endure because of you? Long time no see, George. Jean smiled and extended his hand, but George refused the handshake. Jean could guess why. As a consultant to the police department, disappearing for 3 years was no small matter. What brings you all here, George? Jean asked. George replied, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. We're on vacation. Is that not allowed, you filthy capitalist? All right, suit yourself, Jean replied. He let Bastien know to prepare a dinner party. George introduced his wife. This is my wife, Helen Stacy. Very pleased to meet you, Helen. Helen, ever the model of courtesy, said, Don't mind George. He's all bark and no bite. He does worry about you more than he lets on. It's a shame about the consultant job, but then it's not like you need it, right, Jean? Jean chuckled. By the way, would you like to join us for dinner, or shall I have you set up elsewhere? George pointed to the yacht anchored not far off the shore. Let's stay on that luxury yacht for a while. I'd love to do some fishing on the open sea. Jean nodded. Just talk to Bastien about it. He'll make all the arrangements for you. With sunglasses on, Jean drove the three of them away from the Prince's Manor, heading straight for the sports activity plaza. There were indeed a lot of people. Most were parents who had brought their children. Some groups were a bit older, men and women alike, gathering together, with cars parked everywhere around the grounds. Gwen asked, Jean, have you never seen a circus show before? Jean shook his head. No, I haven't, but I've seen them on TV. Actually, there's circus shows in Las Vegas too, and sometimes in other places for entertainment. But it's pretty rare to see one in New York. A huge field had been set up with a truly massive tent. Some savvy people took the opportunity to sell snacks by the roadside, since no food or drink was permitted in the sports plaza. Camilla bought a giant tub of popcorn. As the time approached 8 o'clock, the crowd entered the tent in good order. A dazzling burst of fireworks lit up the stage, and a silhouette appeared, its back to the audience, with a tall top hat perched on its head. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's live circus show. I am Maynard Tabbitt, the ringmaster. Maynard's voice was deep and resonant. Enhanced by the theater effects, with dry ice fog slowly drifting outwards, he commanded the whole space. He turned around, revealing a face full of quirks. The top hat had a spinning ring on it, whirling nonstop, and he wore sunglasses. His mustache was especially amusing, curling up at each end into a dramatic arc, and he held a small prop in his hand. No music played. No lights flashed. Maynard simply stood there, his whole body tense, and then, following the trail of drifting fog, his form seemed to float right off the stage. Yes, float right out. Everyone in the audience had the same thought at that instant. Gwen lowered her voice. Jean, is he a mutant? Jean shook his head. Probably some device under his feet. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. The magic is about to begin, Maynard intoned. With just that single line, he had everyone holding their breath, full of anticipation. Each person thinking to themselves that if the show wasn't impressive, they'd riot. Maynard moved like a mechanical doll, his actions full of comic exaggeration, spinning to face every direction in the audience. Every time he paused, he stayed perfectly still for more than 30 seconds. In every direction, the audience stared at him, hypnotized by the whirling disc atop his head, their eyes growing vacant and unfocused. Jean sensed that something wasn't right, his brow furrowing. Why were the audience members losing focus? Was there something in the fog? It wasn't until Maynard turned in Jin's direction that he finally understood the source of the strangeness. Jin whispered under his breath, "Don't look at them." But it was already too late. Gwen had fallen under their spell, hypnotized by their gaze. The dry ice, too, played its part. Coupled with those hypnotic concentric circles, it plunged most of the crowd into unconsciousness at once. Only Jean, Camilla, and Cynthia remained unaffected. Camilla moved to intervene, but was quickly restrained by Jean. With a slight shake of his head, Jean took on the air of a scholar, eager to see what their adversaries were truly after. Maynard clapped his hands. The curtain behind him drew back to reveal 10 people, 9 of whom were garishly dressed, each in outlandish attire. The clown was the first to stride to center stage. "No wonder you're the ringmaster. So many people hypnotized in a single instant." Maynard commanded, "Bruno, Jack, Ernesto, Louis, Lance, head to the locations we've marked. Those spots are full of wealthy folks. Empty out their vaults." The 5 stepped forward, rubbing their hands together with greedy anticipation, ready for a big score. Jin's voice rang out. "Is it just about the money?" Maynard was visibly surprised to find someone not entranced, glancing around, but noticing nothing out of the ordinary. He addressed Zelda. "Are we surrounded by snakes outside?" Zelda Dubois, the snake charmer, raised snakes of every kind. A massive king cobra, over 5 meters long, coiled itself around her, its hood flared, tongue flickering, fangs bared. Jin's sunglasses now displayed information on all 10 performers. They were all wanted criminals, members of the sinful circus, infamous for robberies. A decade ago, they frequently performed in towns inhabited by the rich. Only the ringmaster, Maynard, had never been listed as a wanted man, likely due to his extraordinary caution. Maynard issued a command. "Zelda, unleash every single snake. I doubt they'll be able to withstand it." A mass of snakes slithered from behind the curtain. With a swift lasso, Lance ensnared one of the screaming audience members, a girl, barely 13 by the looks of her. "Let me go up." Lance yanked the rope tight, leaving angry red welts on the girl's neck. She struggled in agony. "Come out, or this girl won't live to see another minute." Jean sighed softly. He had expected a good show, but it seemed not to be. With a flash, the bronze sword materialized in his hand, its blade gleaming. In one swift motion, he severed every snake on the ground and sliced through the lasso in Lance's grip, vaulting into the center of the ring. If all you seek is money, then such methods are truly beneath contempt. At the same moment, Camilla and Cynthia leapt into action, closing in on the stage from both sides. Each pressed a tactical knife against an enemy's throat. Maynard hadn't seen how the lasso was cut, but he wasted no time issuing his order, "Kill them." A large, heavy-set woman seized Jack Pulver, the man with the pointed hat, launching them both at Camilla like a human cannonball. Camilla grabbed Jack by the back with one hand and flung him right back. Jack crashed straight into the overweight woman. The king cobra on Zelda's body shot towards Cynthia, its fangs bared and glistening. In a swift reversal, Cynthia spun the serpent around with a burst of energy. Instead of biting her, it sank its teeth into Zelda's chest. Luckily, Zelda's chest was made of silicone. Had the venom entered her body, she might have been doomed. Thomas the fire breather ran toward the stage and unleashed a plume of fire. Jean shielded the little girl behind him, summoned the power of alchemy, and caught the flames with his palm. Then, as if by magic, expelled a gush of water instead. "None of you are leaving now. Consider yourselves a gift for George." Alchemy circles swirled in Jin's eyes, and intricate arrays lit up beneath everyone's feet. Vines burst from the floor, coiling swiftly around the 11 intruders and binding them tight. These people might intimidate ordinary folk, but against Jean, they were utterly helpless. Jean dialed George's number. "Hey, George, stop fishing and come over. I got a present for you. The infamous crime circus, wanted for 10 years. Bring your team, you know the place." "That's all." The little girl asked, "Uncle, are you a magician?" "Uncle? Of course not. It's just a trick, that's all." "You liar. My name is Kayla. Pleased to meet you, Uncle." "Jean, pleased to meet you, Kayla." Half an hour later, George arrived in a rush. "Jean, you ruined my vacation. Wait, what happened to these people?" "They're hypnotized. I can't break the spell," Jean said as he pulled Menard to his feet. "When will they wake up?" Menard answered meekly. "About 2 hours from now, they'll wake up on their own." He believed Jean to be some kind of sorcerer and had no thoughts of escape. But if Jean tried to send them to prison, Menard was sure he'd find a way out. Under Jin's steely gaze, however, everyone stayed quiet and subdued. There was no struggle left in them. What a failure. They dreamed of returning to New York for one great score, and it all ended before it began. Such a twist of fate. George asked, "What about the snakes outside?" Jean replied, "Better call animal control." Cynthia pulled back the curtain and called out to Jean, "Jean, they got elephants and lions in the back." George hurried to the backstage area. There was a jumble of props and a menagerie of strange animals, so he notified Animal Control again. George, we're heading out now. All right, take one with you, too. 94 to go to 4,000. Give me some encouragement. Braddock Academy, a school for superhumans, built with fun from Brian Braddock. Brian Braddock is also the commander of the Union Jack Squad, under MI6 and an ally of S.H.I.E.L.D. A Quinjet touched down on the tarmac, its hull emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia. Nick Fury disembarked alone. In the northeast corner of the landing area, a solitary figure stood waiting. He wore a black suit and stood barely over 5'3", his hair a shock of golden blonde. Nick strode toward the northeast corner, his steps brisk and purposeful, his face a mask of stern resolve. The stranger greeted him with a casual wave. Hey, Fury. Before he could say another word, Nick Fury landed a solid punch, sending him sprawling. Clutching his face, the man looked up bewildered. Why'd you hit me? Talos. Why are you impersonating me and trashing my secret hideout? Talos, dumbfounded by Nick's accusation, protested his innocence, his face screwed in confusion and hurt. Fury, I've been in London this whole time. I haven't left at all. Don't screw with me. Haven't you? My safe house in Brooklyn. I took you there once, you bastard. Rubbing his cheek, Talos stood up, exasperated. Damn it, Fury, after all these years, we're friends, aren't we? Would I ever betray you? Nick fixed his one good eye on Talos. This man, no, this Skrull, was an alien refugee that Nick had taken under his wing. The Skrull's shape-shifting talents were useful for intelligence gathering, a mutually beneficial arrangement. So it really wasn't any of you? Talos could do little but sigh. That punch from Fury still stung. I'm telling you the truth, Fury. It's not us. Tech's moving fast. Nowadays, even nanotech can mimic others. Nick Fury fell silent, mulling over Talos' words, which rang with a troubling plausibility. For crying out loud, Fury. Nick turned his back on Talos and silently flipped him the bird. Things were getting messier by the minute. Who was after his files? Those were top-secret documents. He could barely remember what exactly he'd stashed in that Brooklyn hideout. Prince House. The basement computer center. She'd planned for an evening of circus entertainment, but fate threw her an unexpected turn. Best to focus on the mission, honor the promise to Kempler. Jean watched as Number 2 searched for information on the Pran family. No trace of Robert Pran's grave, though. Time to try a new strategy, looking for information on Bourne. Jean sketched a portrait of Bourne for Number 2 to analyze, then authorized access to the UK Department of Transportation. Sir, found something. 3 strong matches. Over 90% similarity. I see them. The one in the middle, Bourne William. Everything about Bourne William popped up before Jin's eyes. Contact him, Number 2. The line rang for 35 seconds. At last, a voice answered on the other end. Ah, darling, hang up now, let's get back to it. Jean frowned as the breathless voice reached her ears. Clearly, this wasn't the best time to call. It's me, Jean Prince. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Bond William. On the other end, Bond's lover, recognizing a familiar voice, gasped even more heavily. Ah, you bastard. It took Bond a full 20 seconds to collect himself. Mr. Prince, what can I do for you? Bond, tell me, where is Robert Pran buried? Bond fell silent for a moment. On Lewis Island. In the private cemetery of St. Clement's Church, there is a nameless gravestone that is Robert Pran's burial place. Thank you for your time. Bond William had inherited a substantial share of Edward's secret fortune and was now living a quite leisurely life. Jean made sure not to alert anyone else, piloted his skycar, and vanished into the night. Lewis Island lay in the north of Britain, with a population of just under 20,000. There was about a 5-hour time difference. Following the navigation route, Jean arrived at St. Clement's Church as the sky grew light. He had Number 2 scan every gravestone near the church. Contrary to what Bond William claimed, Robert Pran's grave did bear his name. Jean stood before a headstone carved with Robert Pran's name, where fresh flowers were placed, a clear sign it was lovingly tended. He gently placed the petrified statue of Kempla at the foot of Robert Pran's grave. I've kept my promise, Kempla. Stop right there. Don't move. Raise your hands, slowly. Jean raised his hands and turned around slowly to face an elderly priest, hair white as snow, aiming a hunting rifle at him. The priest's voice was wary. Are you here looking for the captain's key? Jean felt a flicker of confusion. The priest addressed him as captain, so he must have served on Robert Pran's ship. Judging by his age, he had to be well over 100 years old. I mean no harm. I'm just fulfilling someone's wish, placing her statue here by Robert's grave. The priest pressed. Who? You call Robert Pran captain, so you must be one of those who ventured into the Antarctic wilderness years ago. I'm sure you knew Kempla. This is her statue. The priest froze, eyes glistening with tears, a beautiful, yet painful memory. He glanced at the statue. That's impossible. Kempla was an ape person, not human. Jean briefly explained what had happened in the wastelands, and the priest's suspicion eased. This is a sketch of Robert Prand. Take a look. Does it look like him? Listening to Jean, the priest accepted the sketch, falling silent for a long moment. So, it was someone from within the Empire's own nobility that killed the captain back then? All of this was Jin's own speculation. There were, of course, alliances among the nobles, for, in those chaotic and brutal times, self-interest was always enough to make hearts race. No one knew exactly how much value an untouched, virgin land could truly hold. The priest turned the pages of Robert's sketchbook. Back then, the boy had been the youngest member aboard the ship, the most cared for of them all. Within the pages, there was even a sketch of him learning to smoke for the first time. Memories surged up like a tide, and tears he could not hold back began to flow. Old age often makes one long for the past. Jean made preparations to leave. Forgive me for disturbing you. I'll be on my way. Wait, come with me. The priest called out to Jean. Together, they entered the church. The priest paused beneath the cross for a silent prayer, then took up his tools and struck at a flagstone. From the hidden recess, the priest drew out a palm-sized object, delicate, intricate, its surface traced with a maze of tangled lines. This is the key to the captain's treasure, left to us. The course is etched upon it. Assemble the pieces, and you will discover the treasure's resting place. I'm sorry, I have no interest in treasure. No, you will trust me. What lies hidden far exceeds anything one can imagine. Deep within the Amazon jungle, by pure chance we stumbled across it. There is more than wealth. There are wonders beyond the technology of our age. I'm an old man now. I have watched over the captain's grave for much of my life. This secret should not be buried with me. Jean hadn't expected it. Robert Prand had a magnetism that could bridge cultures, inspire loyalty, and win hearts. He found himself wanting to know more about him. Jin's flying car vanished into the sky, leaving the priest alone before the church, gazing after the machine with a faraway look in his eyes. Director, we have an unidentified flying object on our tail, moving faster than we are. Nick Fury was deep in thought with his eyes closed, but the sudden call from the Quinjet pilot snapped him to attention. He strode to the co-pilot's seat and stared at the radar, watching as something streaked beneath their jet. Damn it, what kind of craft is that? Punch it, keep up with them. In their sights was a car, soaring through the sky. S.H.I.E.L.D. had begun investigating such technology, but their Quinjet was still far too large and unwieldy by comparison. Fury studied the vehicle out ahead, noting the absence of any insignia. Was it another invention of Tony Stark's? Their scans showed the propulsion system. It was definitely built with Tony's tech. Damn, patch me through to broadcast. Identify yourself or face the consequences. A warning crackled through the flying car speakers. Sir, the Quinjet is piloted by Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lose them. Yes, sir. The flying car plunged straight down. Stay with them. Damn it. They're trying to shake us off. Even Fury felt a surge of surprise. The speed was astonishing. The other party was making use of Tony Stark's technology, so he went straight to contact Tony, no matter what time it was. Long Island, Tony's villa, master bedroom. Tony Stark, wrapped around Pepper, had just slipped into a deep sleep. Tonight, he was in rare form, leaving Pepper breathless and crying out his name again and again. But his phone kept ringing, shattering Tony's rest. Jarvis, who is it? S.H.I.L.D.'s Nick Fury. Damn it, doesn't Fury know what time it is? Pepper stirred awake as well, placing a gentle kiss on Tony's cheek. Maybe it's something important. Her tenderness soothed Tony's rising irritation. Fury, this better be good. Otherwise, I'll come for you myself. Tony, take a look. Does this aircraft look like one of your designs? Staring at the projection, Tony let out a startled sound. The flying car's power source was one of his inventions, and a certain someone instantly sprang to mind. Thief! Bastard! Fury picked up on Tony's cursing. You know who it is? No idea. Just take him out, and don't call me unless you fail. If you do, I'll come deal with it myself. But Fury had caught the emphasis on him. Tony definitely knew who they were up against. We'll take him down then. The Quinjet tailed the target closely, launching missile after missile, followed up by a relentless barrage of armor-piercing rounds. Number Two's piloting skills were a revelation to Fury, pulling off dazzling maneuvers and evasions. Fury could barely believe there was actually a person behind those controls. By now, they were skimming just above the waves. Jin's flying car had no offensive weapons at all. Number 2, can this craft submerge? Yes, we can dive to evade the missile attack. Watching the flying car plunge into the sea, Fury let loose with a frustrated curse. God damn it. Inside the flying car, Number Two's voice came through. Sir, should we fight back? I thought we didn't have any attack capabilities. We can ram them. I've scanned the enemy aircraft. Its sides are quite vulnerable. We could destroy them on impact. Jean thought for a few seconds. After half an hour of this chase, it was high time to strike back. Number 2 laid out a plan. They blasted up out of the sea. God damn it. Jean told Number 2 to send a message. Nick Fury, stalk me again, and you'll be responsible for the consequences. An electronically modulated voice sounded. They knew exactly who Fury and his team were. Did they really not fear an explosion? The Quinjet plunged into the sea. Still shaken, Fury called for backup. Keep this guy under satellite surveillance. I want to know who he is. But it was futile, yet again. God damn it. Things were spinning further out of control. Standing atop the battered Quinjet, Fury gazed into the midnight sky, mind racing, trying to fathom who their mysterious adversary could be. If Tony knew anyone, there could only be one suspect, the Prince family, who had been under surveillance for quite some time. Although there wasn't any strong evidence to prove this, the Battle of Manhattan had revealed a hint of something unusual. The number of mysterious individuals matched exactly with the members of the Prince family. Nick Fury pondered for a long time before giving an order. Use satellites to monitor the entire Prince estate. As soon as their aircraft appeared, take pictures that might finally provide some clues. Unfortunately, his plan, no matter how well thought out, didn't quite succeed as he'd hoped. The bay had an underwater entrance, making it possible to dock beneath the superyacht as well. Jean chose to park beneath the superyacht. By the time he went back and forth, dawn was already breaking. Jean didn't return to the manor to sleep. Instead, he stayed on the superyacht. Suddenly, ripples spread across the surface of the water, all converging toward the Prince family's dock. A green, hulking figure appeared on their private pier. Jean, still on the yacht, heard the warning alarms go off. Number 2, what's happening? He called. Over 100 small drones launched from the yacht, projecting everything on the shore right before Jin's eyes. The entire shoreline was swarming with lizardmen, crawling up from the bay, all armed with guns and even RPG launchers. But shield satellites weren't the only eyes watching the Prince's estate from the sky. The Bastion Guard Corps were the first to strike, each bullet specially made, blasting the lizardmen in the head one after another. High above the Atlantic, watching from a Quinjet, Nick Fury took in the stunning scene on his monitor. MTFK. Where the hell are these lizardmen coming from? Why are they attacking the Prince's estate? Maria Hill, standing by Fury's side, watched the screens too. Should we call for backup? She asked. Tony isn't far from them. No, let's observe for now. The next scene left the both of them utterly shocked. The RPGs didn't destroy the Guard Corps. As their black suits burned away, they simply walked out of the flames. Who are these people? On the yacht. Jean was hardly indifferent. With a flash, his bronze sword turned into a streak of emerald light. In the span of a single breath, every lizardman in sight was decapitated with such speed that even the satellites failed to capture the motion of the bronze sword. Bastien spoke up. Sir, shall we keep a few of them alive? This question was, of course, directed at Jean. But in the next instant, all the lizardmen triggered self-destruction. Even their corpses detonated. No useful information remained. The explosions and shockwaves roused everyone nearby, and even some night fishermen in the bay immediately called the police. Jean stood on the yacht's deck, gazing toward the Prince estate. Everyone, leave the courtyard. Do not approach. With a single command from Jean, Bastion's bodyguard team vanished from sight as if they had never been there. Jean waited until everyone had disappeared, then enacted her alchemy. In the blink of an eye, the flames were snuffed out, leaving nothing behind. High above in the Quinjet, Nick Fury was utterly baffled by the scene unfolding below. Hill, are you seeing this? Hill stepped forward, her hands flying over the controls to enhance the image. The devastation was gone. There were no traces of destruction whatsoever. Even the bodies of the reptilian creatures had seemingly vanished into thin air. This was magic, mysterious, unfathomable magic. No technology could achieve such a feat. Fury didn't hesitate to issue an order. Sent a team of agents to check it out. He believed in seeing with his own eyes. After all, satellites could always be hacked. Police and SHIELD agents arrived in force. 15 vehicles, each brimming with fully armed officers. After the disappearance of 2 officers in Long Island last time, the police had instituted a policy. Every call would be answered by teams of no fewer than 4. Bastion appeared at the gates of the Prince estate. Can I help you, officer? He inquired. Leading the group was Dave Auger, chief of the Long Island Police. Since the explosion happened on his watch, he had to take responsibility. Dave produced a search warrant along with his badge. We received a report of an explosion at your estate. Here's the warrant and my badge. Everyone behind me is my colleague. The warrant, sent by fax, bore the judge's signature. Clearly, they were well prepared. Bastion had no grounds to refuse and opened the gates to the estate. Their goal was clear. They headed straight for the Prince house. making their way toward the backyard. From above, Nick Fury continued monitoring the ground team's live feed. Everything seemed perfectly normal. There was not a drop of blood to be found. One of the agents had a particularly keen sense of smell. "Chief, I detect faint traces of sulfur in the air, but the grounds are otherwise undisturbed." Dave Auger surveyed the White Mansion and turned to Baston. "Would it be possible to meet the owner of the house?" "I'm sorry, the ladies are still asleep. I must insist that you not disturb them," Baston replied, his gaze sharp with warning. Auger instantly understood. Enforcing the warrant by force might cause more trouble than it was worth. Just the sheer size of this estate spoke to their considerable wealth. It wasn't worth alienating such powerful people for the sake of a search. "No abnormalities detected, Chief," came the reports from every corner. Dave offered a contrite smile. "I apologize. Perhaps someone filed a false report. I'll get to the bottom of it." Inside the Bullhead Chapel, Jean and Diana, still in their nightgowns, sat in the nave. Jean perched on the steps, her eyes fixed on Kurt Connors, who stood at her side. Connors gripped a monitor, the look of shock still frozen on his face. "Dr. Connors, you said someone else might have researched your lizard gene regeneration technology. Who do you suspect?" "Dr. Kurt Connors en soit de gravely. Impossible. Whether at Empire State University or Oscorp, I was exceedingly careful. No one ever saw my research." "Then where are these lizard creatures coming from?" "They're mindless, reckless, with no regard for their own lives. Clearly cannon fodder, sent merely to test our strength." Kurt Connors glanced at Kingpin, considering for a moment. If my research was leaked anywhere, it would have to be by Norman Osborn. After all, he was aware of all the materials I ordered. Kingpin mulled this over carefully. Norman Osborn? Unlikely. He had even saved Norman's life, and their cooperation had always gone smoothly, with no disputes whatsoever. Diana spoke up. "Let me pay Norman Osborn a visit. If he's the mastermind behind this, there's no way he could escape my lasso of truth." Violet interjected. "Norman has already handed over management of Oscorp to others and joined the military. Unfortunately, he was impeached and lost his position." Kingpin asked, puzzled. "When did this happen?" "Last August." "What exactly was the man after?" Looking at the screen, Kingpin said, "Number 2, pull up all available information on Norman Osborn." The first thing to appear was a televised interview. "Mr. Osborn, you've handed the helm of Oscorp to outsiders and entered the military. Were you ultimately hoping to achieve?" "Ultimately, I intend to run for president. The current president is far too weak. The Ten Rings have already attacked 5 overseas military bases, yet we seem utterly indifferent. In fact, my friends in the military all support my bid for the presidency. We need iron-fisted measures to restore honor to our fallen soldiers." Watching Norman's interview footage, Kingpin noted that Norman's bid for the next presidential election stood out, especially since the current president's term had just begun. Norman's sharp criticisms had gained him considerable support, but also led to his losing his military position. Since then, Norman Osborn had vanished from public life, disappearing entirely from the media's eye. "Number 2, who exactly are the Ten Rings?" "Sir, the Ten Rings is a transnational terrorist organization with unknown leadership. One of their top figures was involved in the kidnapping of Tony Stark." "Terrorists, then?" Kingpin put the Ten Rings matter aside for now. The top priority was still uncovering the real culprit. He prepared to sound out Norman Osborn. After all, appearances deceive, and Norman's involvement couldn't be ruled out. "Number 2, dial Norman Osborn's private number." "It's been a long time, Jean. Did you call because there was something important?" "Where are you now, Norman? How come it's snowing?" "I'm traveling in Iceland. The company's business is all handled by others now, so I can finally take a break. Once my son is grown, I'll pass the company on to him. So, is there anything you need me for, Jean?" Jean looked at the surrounding snowscape. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. The signal was strong and clear, leaving no room for deception. "Then I won't disturb you any further, Norman. Goodbye." Somewhere in a small tourist town in Iceland, a man appeared behind Norman. "Mr. Osborn, is this really necessary?" "Jay, I hired you from the Taliban. No need for questions. I'll make sure you're paid." Jay did not reply. He was a mutant with teleportation abilities, much like Zero's power. As long as he could visualize the scene, he could instantly appear there. In the blink of an eye, Norman Osborn and Jay vanished from Iceland, reappearing in the underground city beneath New York. Here, a maze of tunnels stretched in all directions, and unbelievably, many homeless people lived among them. These unfortunate souls had become test subjects in Norman Osborn's experiments. His laboratory was guarded by squads of lizard men. Norman stood before a monitor, replaying the footage from Prince's house over and over, slowing it down to its absolute minimum. "I found you. It was an ancient bronze sword. Damn it, where have I seen that sword before?" Norman played the footage of the Battle of Manhattan, his eyes widening in astonishment. "So it really was you, Jean? I never would have guessed you possess power on this scale. How did the ground become so perfectly smooth? Was it molecular reconstruction? But how did he pull that off? Norman zoomed in again and again, scouring the footage but finding no trace of Gene himself. Magic. Well, let's fight fire with fire. Norman pondered for a moment. Gene was too formidable now, especially with those bulletproof bodyguards. He was in no position for revenge. But suddenly, the image of someone surfaced in his mind, and a wicked grin crept over his face. He clipped the video, edited it, and uploaded it to a clandestine website, one tightly controlled by the Ten Rings. He even left a message on the video. To the leader of the Ten Rings, let's meet. If he couldn't become president, then he would throw the whole nation into chaos, and only then would he emerge to take control. Such thinking was naive, far too reckless. A fever has come over me. I don't know why. My head feels cloudy, almost like a dream. Thanks to the legion of supporters, Justice Crowd, Stalin Feeder, Brother How of Western Hunan, Joker Jack of the Zion Mountains, Sun Booping who loves baked barbecue pork, the books themselves wouldn't dare write like this. User 41074-215, Kai Winley who loves frozen shrimp. User 67963925, Snack 4, Lazy Magic 194083614. And Yun Xiaomai who loves fried pork ribs. Thank you all for your boundless support, your love, your likes, your flowers, in no particular order. My sincerest gratitude to everyone. In Flushing, there was a restaurant called Yongxing Banquet Hall. At its entrance stood a grand sign, displaying its name boldly, but the doors remained firmly shut. It was open to members only. Inside, the decor was steeped in classical elegance, adorned with dragons and phoenixes carved into every surface. Each server wore a different style of cheongsam, lending the place both charm and tradition. Upon the 5th floor of the restaurant, water streamed down artificial mountains and scented incense hovered in the air, weaving an ambience where nature seemed to blur seamlessly into the indoors. A woman clad in a red cheongsam approached a decorative folding screen, carrying a tablet in her hands. With utmost respect, she dropped to one knee before the screen. "Leader, Norman Osborn has sent you a video," she reported. Behind the screen sat a man, cross-legged in midair, clad in a sharp black suit. Energy swirled around him, his features youthful, with long hair billowing gently despite the still air. He sported a beard reminiscent of Tony Stark's, and each of his 10 fingers glimmered with a ring embedded with a jewel of a different hue. This was the leader of the 10 Rings. No need for introductions. Those in the know required none. The 10 rings he wore were none other than magical artifacts, each possessing a unique power. They bestowed upon him immortality, forever freezing him in the prime of youth. "Hong Yu, come in," he said. With graceful respect, Hong Yu presented the tablet before the leader and tapped play. The leader of the 10 Rings opened his eyes, fixing them on the video streaming across the screen. "Oh, sword mastery, is it? Their command of chi is quite impressive," he observed. The alchemical array being performed was invisible to ordinary eyes, but not to his. "Interesting. Who is this person?" "Leader, the Four Wind Society once accepted a contract to assassinate them, but ultimately failed. The Li clan, useless fools. Instead of honing their chi, they rely on those 4 sacred artifacts, clinging to what is secondary and neglecting what matters most. And Norman Osborn sends me this video. What? Hoping I'll tidy up his mess. Does he take me for a simpleton? A tool for him to use at his convenience. My apologies, leader. No fault of yours, Hong Yu. It's likely you sense my interest in magic, just as he does. If there's nothing else, you may withdraw. Leader, AIM wishes to borrow your name. Advanced Idea Mechanics? They want to borrow my name? Let them. If things get out of hand, I'll step in personally and show those fools the meaning of discipline." Few would have guessed that the most dangerous terrorist of all was hiding in the heart of the U.S. He himself had once inspired terror in all who heard his name. His presence was synonymous with conflict and chaos. He witnessed, he conquered. Yet eternity and the power of the 10 Rings had eventually bred only boredom within him, prompting him to remain hidden for a very long time. Now, only a handful of people knew that he was still alive. Suddenly, Tony Stark descended from the sky, landing neatly in the backyard of the Prince estate. In the next instant, 9 flying swords shot out from the basement, aimed straight at Tony Stark. The blades, hidden within the staffs, were so sharp that not even steel machinery could withstand their edge. All Tony could do was keep dodging, flying higher and higher into the air to escape. Amazed by the resilience of the metal, Tony couldn't help but wonder what it was made of. How could anything be this sharp? He quickly activated his comms. Whoa, it's me. Tony Stark here. Just then, the 9 women clad in violet stepped out of the basement. The sword staffs spun back into their hands as if called by unseen strings. Tony touched down, finally revealing his face as the armored mask slid open. Jean stepped out from the restaurant with a solemn expression. "Tony, is there something you need?" Tony had originally wanted to calmly discuss some intellectual property matters. Jean had appropriated one of his inventions, and it was only fair to talk royalties. But after such a harrowing encounter, Tony's mind was spinning. He couldn't begin to grasp what was going on or why everyone was on such high alert. He stepped out of the Iron Man suit and asked, "Jean, what happened here? If I hadn't been quick on my feet, those blades of yours would have cut me down before I could blink." Naturally, Tony couldn't resist a bit of self-praise as he walked up the steps to the restaurant's corridor. Jean only sighed softly. "No idea who just attacked us." Ever since the Battle of Hamanton, Tony had gained a whole new respect for Jin's abilities. Glancing around the area, though, Tony saw no trace of a fight. Nothing out of place. There's no sign of a skirmish here. Number 2, pull up the footage of the attack for Tony. Moments later, a projection appeared in the restaurant, showing wave after wave of lizard people crawling from the bay. Tony drew in a breath, astounded. Lizard people? Didn't you save Kurt Connors? How did the gene tech get out? I've got no idea. That's actually what I wanted to ask you. Have you seen these lizard people at any point in the last 3 years? Tony stroked his chin, thinking it over. Let me think for a second. Jean let him ponder in silence, quietly pouring Tony a cup of coffee. 5 minutes ticked by in peace. I've got it. Tony snapped his fingers. A year ago, the Daily Bugle ran a story about Spider-Man fighting one of these lizard creatures. When was that? Was there any video? No, just some photos and write-ups from the Bugle. No casualties. No damaged buildings, either. The Daily Bugle was old school, staunchly traditional in an age dominated by the internet, never keeping up with the times. And since there was no video evidence, just a single photo, chances were the whole story had been spun to sell papers, feeding on the public's curiosity. Jean frowned and thought, maybe it was time to pay a visit to that kid who kept saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." Thanks, Tony. That clue might be valuable for me. Tony took a sip of coffee, a sly smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Jean, I can't deny you're a shareholder of Stark Industries, but if you're going to keep swiping my inventions, don't you think we should talk royalties? Jean looked a bit puzzled. About what? Stealing your inventions. Energy. The energy source for your flying car. Don't try to deny it. Has Nick Fury gotten in touch with you? Tony nodded in response. Jean was straightforward as ever. What sort of compensation do you want? Let me think about it. Tony took a sip of his coffee, gaze drifting out the window. Even his Iron Man suits had seen some damage lately. Almost without thinking, he realized what kind of compensation he truly wanted. His eyes landed on the swords and staffs in the hands of Violet and her team. I want the metal used to craft their weapons. Obsidian crystal was a unique mineral, not something found on Earth. Jean chose not to reveal the truth. Tony, do you know about a metal called vibranium? Vibranium? Hearing the name, a glint of recognition appeared in Tony's eyes. He'd heard of it before, a metal known for its ability to absorb shockwaves. That's right. On the black market, vibranium goes for $10,000 a gram, if you can even find it. I don't have much vibranium, but I can offer you another metal, anti-vibranium. Its molecular structure is very similar, but instead of absorbing shockwaves, it releases them. It's perfect for making armor. As Jean finished speaking, a chunk of anti-vibranium appeared on the floor, a nearly perfect square, each side less than 50 centimeters long. Tony tried to pick up the block, but found himself struggling. He laughed, a bit embarrassed. Judging by the weight alone, this amount of anti-vibranium was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. We're square now, Tony. May I use your invention? Jean, that's too harsh. We're friends. I was just joking. Since you've given me such a gift, how could I possibly refuse you? Jean just smiled, letting the comment hang in the air. Tony started up his Iron Man suit and walked into the dining room, finishing off his coffee in a single gulp. Thanks for your hospitality. As for those lizard men, I'll have Jarvis collect any information about them. If we get any leads, you'll be the first to know. Jean watched as Tony left the Prince residence, the chunk of anti-vibranium clutched in his arms. Once again caught the bug, fever, sore throat, feeling absolutely miserable. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. Temperature's rising, so is the prevalence of illnesses. I'll do my best to keep updating. No plans to take a leave. As for why I never gave the 10 rings actual names, those a no-no. The 10 rings have the following abilities. Left hand, thumb, white light, can activate gravity gem, white. Index finger, heat ray gem, red. Middle finger, lightning storm gem, green. Ring finger, mind amplifier gem, blue. Pinky, freeze ray, multiple capsules, sky blue gems. Right hand powers, thumb, matter rearrangement, a violet gem with a small circle. Index finger, shockwave, a star-shaped violet gem. Middle finger, air vortex, a blue circle-shaped gem. Ring finger, cutting beam, has a cooldown, a golden square gem, pinky, dark force field, a blue-black speckled gem. All 9 members of the Violet League heard Tony's words. Vengeance cannot wait overnight. Each of them shared the same thought, to track down a mastermind who controlled those lizard men. Emily was the first to speak. Jean, should we go find Spider-Man right now? Jean looked at the group, pondering for a moment. Doris, Veroni, Amelia, you 3 will come with me to pay Spider-Man a visit. The rest of you, discuss with Diana whether we need to find a new place to stay. Cynthia interjected. I want to come too. Jean shook his head. Isn't Gwen Stacy still here? Better for you to stay home and keep her and her mother company. Cynthia simply nodded helplessly in agreement. George Stacy had captured the Sinister Circus and returned to Manhattan. An SUV pulled out from the Prince residence, heading for Queens. It would only take an hour to reach the borough. Number 2 had already pinpointed Peter Parker's location. All the high schools in New York were on early break. Peter and his friends had picked up temp jobs, donning clown costumes and twirling discount signs to attract customers for a used car dealership, especially with the midday sun beating down mercilessly. Ned, once we finish today, let's switch jobs. I can't stand this one anymore. Peter, this is my uncle's shop. For every customer we pull in, we get commission on top of the hourly wage. Isn't that good enough? If we just stick it out for a week, you'll have enough to take MJ wherever she wants to go. Hearing MJ's name, a spark of motivation flashed in Peter's eyes, and he kept on spinning his sign, trying to catch the attention of passing cars. A black SUV stopped in front of the 2, making them break into excited grins. They thought they'd finally drawn in a customer. Doris stepped out from the rear door. Ned's eyes went wide, and he whispered in awe, "Oh man, she's tall and so fair." Doris was, without a doubt, one of the most alluring women he'd ever seen. Her proportions defied belief. Her skin practically glowed. She sized Peter Parker up. "Peter, get in the car. We have something to discuss with you." Before Peter could even ask a question, Doris had bundled him into the vehicle. Ned was left standing there, staring blankly after the car as it pulled away. Seriously? Broad daylight, and they just snatch people? Why couldn't they snatch me? Ned couldn't help but feel a little envious. Sandwiched in the back seat between Doris and Veroni, Peter Parker stammered nervously, Who are you people?" Jean took out a box of wet wipes from the passenger seat. "Wipe your face, Spider-Man." Peter Parker was taken aback, surprised that the other man actually knew his true identity. "What do you want from me?" "I want to know where you encountered the lizard last year." Peter frowned. "The lizard? Let me think." A silence settled inside the car. As Peter wiped off the makeup and beads of sweat from his face, he kept his head low, painfully shy. Whether it was perfume or just the sin of others, it was making his thoughts wander, and it was impossible to concentrate. He glanced at Jean, and with utmost honesty said, "Sir, like this, I really can't focus enough to remember." Doris and Veroni covered their mouths, giggling in surprise. They never expected the famous Spider-Man to have such a bashful side. The 3 women, after all, were dressed impeccably, matching black jackets over V-necked white tees with fitted jeans. Jean turned to the driver, "Amelia, find a place to pull over for a moment and turn the air conditioning down a little." Amelia drove the car into the parking lot in front of supermarket. Doris, Veroni, and Amelia got out and went inside, planning to pick up some water. The heat today was still rather intense. Now, only Jean and Peter Parker were left in the car. Jean looked at Peter. "Peter, think carefully. Where exactly did you encounter the lizard? It's important to me, and of course I'm not asking for free. If your information is accurate, I'll give you some money as compensation." With that, Jean reached into the glove compartment and drew out a prepared bundle of cash, at least $10,000. Peter stared at the stack of bills laid out in front of him. Even with a good summer job, he couldn't earn that much, and he needed the money. First, to help his family, and second, to maybe take MJ to see a Broadway show. With Doris and the others gone, Peter was free from distractions. He sank into thought, searching his memories for a full 3 minutes. "Sir, I remember now. It was in Manhattan's sewers where I fought the lizard." Jean listened closely. The sewers of Manhattan. Kurt Connors' lab had also been down in the sewers, though Jean had already cleared all that out. Peter met Jean's gaze, asking, "Sir, is there still hope for the lizard?" Jean considered Peter's question. Clearly, matters were even more complicated than he'd thought. Someone had experimented with the regeneration serum, and the experiments had lasted a long time. Jean continued, "Take the money and get out." "Sir, don't you need my help?" "That won't be necessary. We'll handle things ourselves." "No, il refusa. You have no idea how labyrinthine Manhattan sewers are. Without me leading the way, you'd never find those lizard people." "Peter, how many times have you fought those lizard people?" Peter thought back and said, "Probably a dozen or so times. They seem to keep evolving. Every time, I can feel them growing stronger and faster. And there are a lot of them, all hiding down in the sewers, never showing themselves. I only managed to take a few photos, and no one at the precinct dared to investigate further. Jean dialed Rudd's number. Sir, do you need something? Rudd, are you still at the station? Of course, still under George's command. You know my situation. With this body of mine, I always worry they'll want to study me, so I stay very cautious. How much do you know about the lizard people in the Manhattan sewers? Lizard people? That case seems to have been buried by higher-ups at the department. We never did much probing, just heard that some homeless folks went missing. You know, people don't really pay attention to... I understand. By the way, have there been any vampire sightings in New York? No, I've been keeping an eye out. But there have been similar cases out in L.A. All right, if anything unusual comes up, let me know right away. Peter was astonished. Not only did they have an informant inside the police station, but even creatures straight out of legends, like vampires, were being discussed. As long as he'd been in New York, he'd never encountered anything like that. Doris and the others returned from the supermarket, carrying 3 cases of water and some snacks. Peter watched as the trunk was popped open and quietly asked, Sir, do vampires really exist? Jin's eyes glimmered with a teasing spark. What? Are you hoping to meet one? Peter gulped at the question. Young people love horror flicks, and between movies and books, the idea of something terrifying existing out there, despite everything he could do, still gave him chills. Better not, he muttered. Noticing Peter's phone had been buzzing for some time, Jean said, You should call your friend back. Peter didn't answer Ned's call, but he did shoot him a quick text. His friend needed a favor. Jean glanced over. Take the money. If you want to lead the way for us, come find us at Prince's Antique Shop tonight. Daytime wasn't ideal for their kind of work, with the subway running and all. Jean had no desire to let sunlight or public eyes strip their actions of secrecy. The clock struck midnight. At Prince's Antique Shop, the lights on the 5th floor were still burning. From the rooftop, Spider-Man dropped down on his web. Hey, I hope I'm not interrupting. Jean, Doris, Veroni, and Amelia were all already in disguise. Black cloaks, long black leather boots, daggers and guns at their waists, each wearing a black mask. Jean put on his mask and said, Pete, you've come at just the right moment. Lead the way. Pete was hanging upside down in the corridor, sizing up the 4 of them. So it was them. In the next second, he shot out a strand of web and yanked open the manhole cover at the side of the corridor. The 5 of them jumped down one after another. Jean activated a drone as well. The drone, no larger than a firefly, glided off into the depths of the underground sewer. Pete, ever observant, remarked, Sir, what can this drone do? Surveillance. Self-destruction, was the reply. Pete felt a chill run through his scalp. All around, firefly-sized drones glimmered faintly with green light. If anyone were to get surrounded by them, survival would be unlikely, and even if they did survive, they'd be gravely injured. Let's move. The stench still lingered in the underground sewer, but fortunately, all 5 of them had come prepared. Everyone wore a breathing filter. Spider-Man, ever a stickler for cleanliness, swung through the air on his webs, traversing the sewer walls gracefully. Even when he paused, he simply hung on the wall. The other 4 didn't have that option. Though they could fly by channeling their energy, that ability was reserved for battle. The labyrinthine underground network stretched on endlessly. They trekked through it for over an hour. From a distance, Pete crawled back to them. Phew, I hear something. The 4 of them instantly rushed toward the end of the tunnel. At the bottomless vertical shaft, a light appeared, accompanied by the metallic scrape of something sliding. Damn it, who set this web up here? If we catch them, we'll tear them apart, someone cursed. Pete struck first. His webs flashed out in a net, pinning 5 figures against the rusted pipe walls. Pete caught the lantern as it fell, hovering in midair. As the light illuminated the scene, he finally saw the 5 of them clearly, and it was a truly hideous sight. They looked a bit like lizard folk, but weren't quite. One of them had skin like a diseased toad, gray, constantly bubbling, as if afflicted with some malady. One had curled ram horns like a demon, and especially eerie eyes. Their entire body was covered in coarse, grayish-white fur. Another was extraordinarily short with a face like a rat, featuring 2 massive buck teeth, an utterly striking appearance. One had red skin with 6 protrusions on his forehead and a pair of upward-pointing fangs. The last one seemed almost normal, except his skin was covered in glowing scales that shimmered in the light. All 5 had one thing in common. They were terribly thin and frail. The red-skinned one struggled against the webs, but it was no use. He glared at Pete and shouted, Spider-Man, is it? We have no quarrel with you. Why attack us? The rat-faced one chimed in, Boss, do you think it's because we stole food and got caught? Has Spider-Man come to take us in? The other 3 couldn't help but glance at the rat-faced man, thinking how foolish he was. He'd just blurted out their criminal deeds without hesitation. Who are you people? And why are you living down here in the sewers? Are you kidding me? You think we'd live in your house instead? Give me a break, Spider-Man. Jean floated down from the main road, appraising the 5 bystanders. Are you mutants? The man with scales shot Jean a sideways glare. Did you really need to ask? Isn't it obvious? In a flash, the man with festering skin spat out a mouthful of poisonous saliva. Peter quickly sealed the man's mouth with his web, his eyes widening as he watched the corrosive venom burn a hole clean through the pipe. Jean cautioned Peter, "Be careful. I mean it. All of these mutants have unique abilities." When it came to interrogations, Jean didn't have many tricks up his sleeve, but his whole presence radiated a deadly intent as he questioned the 5. "I'm going to give you a chance to stay alive. Now tell me, where are you from?" Peter felt the murderous aura, and at once, his spider sense kicked in, and he sprang away. The 5 cowered in fear before the man standing in front of them. The rat-faced man was the first to speak up. "Don't kill me. We're all from the alley. Our crimes aren't that bad. We're just petty thieves." "Pete, you coward, shut your mouth. We're supposed to keep our base a secret," the ramhorn man growled in warning. "Take me to your base," Jean demanded. The man known as Pete immediately responded, "Sure, I can." With a flash, a bronze sword appeared in Jin's hand, making all 5 of them flinch in shock. The fact that Jean was floating could still be explained. There were mutants who could fly, after all, but summoning a sword was something else. Unharmed, Pete slashed through the webs with a swift motion. He was nimble, catching hold of an iron lock embedded in the pipes. Jean turned to the other 4. "I only need one guide, but I happen to know Magneto. For his sake, I'm offering you all a chance." Magneto, the leader of the mutants, the one who had won them real rights, was a name everyone knew. Unfortunately, for these 5, that victory was already fading from memory. They only knew him by name. The 4 exchanged glances and made their decision. At last, they all nodded in agreement. "We don't allow nosy spiders into our territory," one of them said pointedly. Jean looked up and called out to the spider above. "You heard them, Spider-Man, leave now." "Understood, sir," Peter replied. Peter wasted no time. That wave of killing intent a moment ago had been terrifying. He was, after all, still a greenhorn, with a girl he loved waiting for him. No way was he dying here. Doris and the other 2 jumped down from above. They followed the 5 mutants into a cramped passageway, squeezing through a tunnel barely a meter in diameter. The 5 were already used to it and moved quickly, making sure not to actually lead the group to their true hideout in the alley. They vanished in advance. After all, bringing outsiders into the alley would be a grave crime among their kind. This was something everyone agreed upon. Yet, no one managed to shake off Jin's persistent pursuit. The hall was brightly lit and filled with commotion. A strange scent wafted through the air, and the mutants with keen senses immediately sounded the alarm. A woman appeared, her entire attire fashioned from pitch-black hair. She fixed her gaze on Jean and his companions as they entered. Her hair transformed into vicious spikes, shooting straight at the 4. Jean stopped Doris and the other 2 from taking action. He himself parried the oncoming strands of jet-black hair with his bronze sword. The hair flowed like water, but was as tough as iron, ringing sharply as it clashed with the blade. Each strand he cut was instantly replaced by another, regrowing without end. Jean had already held back, yet a deadly aura surged from him. "Since you attack me, don't blame me for being merciless." With a flourish of his sword, a mighty dragon's spirit swept out in all directions, scattering the attacking hair. In a flash, Jin's figure blurred and reappeared. He now stood before the long-haired woman, and his sword came crashing down. Amidst the crowd of mutants, all could do was watch as the sword descended. In a heartbeat, her figure shifted and vanished. A circle appeared beneath her feet, and she disappeared without warning. The sword's energy carved a trench in the ground 30 meters long. A deep, powerful voice echoed, "Sir, storming someone else's home in such a manner seems rather inappropriate, don't you think?" They now found themselves in an underground chamber the size of a football field, its ceiling soaring 5 stories high. Jean glanced around. Most of the mutants here were of odd and diverse appearances. Some had lost all trace of their humanity, reverting to a more primal, beast-like state. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Jean and his group, at least 300 to 400 people. He noticed that some among them bore injuries. Stepping forward was a man covered in spots. He was the one whose abilities had just rescued the woman. Jean addressed the crowd. "I haven't come here to fight you. As I've said, I have some friendship with Magneto. My coming here was pure chance. I'm searching for the Lizardmen. If any of you have information about them, tell me, and I'll reward you." The spotted man replied, "We need medicines, food. If you can provide those, we'll show you the way. The Lizardmen hide in the sewers. We were wounded in battles against them." Jean activated the dragon ring. Zero emerged from the dragon tomb. Zero's powerful presence was instantly recognized, his level as a mutant apparent to all. An Omega-level mutant. My God, someone whispered in awe. Omega level was the highest class among mutants. Jean ignored the astonished stares and spoke to Zero. Bring out some food for them. Understood, sir. Live cattle and sheep, as well as vegetables and fruit, appeared one by one from the dragon tomb. Jean nodded to Zero. Thank you for your efforts. Zero looked around, his brows furrowing. The people gathered stared at him as though he were a savior sent to rescue them. Mutants needed a powerful leader, now more than ever, someone to show them the way forward. Zero vanished from their sight, returning to the dragon's tomb. His mission was far from finished. The alley. That's what mutants called their sanctuary. Most who lived here were atavists, mutants bearing grotesque, animalistic features, abandoned and reviled by the world. Huddled within these narrow passages, they emerged in the dead of night to haunt the streets, scraping out survival by whatever means their abilities allowed. Petty theft, the most frequent. Spot. The mutant's real name was Jonathan Orne. In the comics, he was a product of radiation, but in this telling, he is recast as a mutant. Many thanks to the magical Lord Azathoth for his support, to the Jester Jack of Purple Cloud Mountains, the Band of Righteous Ones, and user 1096357 for their outpouring of love. If you have any suggestions, please leave your thoughts in the comments below. An Omega-level mutant shone like a beacon of hope. Magneto and Professor X both had once held this legendary status. And now, with fresh fruits and vegetables, live cattle and sheep, the alley was filled with an atmosphere of celebration and vitality. Jean removed his mask. Though these mutants appeared monstrous, within they were gentle souls. There were no fights, no bullying, only humility and harmony. Spot remained standing before Jean, absolutely motionless, never letting down his guard. Another mutant appeared, a woman, her body swaddled in bandages, long black hair floating around her, as though ready to strike at any moment. A question gnawed at Jean, and he turned to Spot, asking, "Why don't you go up to the surface?" Spot let out a dry, scornful laugh. The surface? What a joke. Look at these people. Who are they? Every one of us has been cast aside, forgotten. If we return above, there's only one fate. Humiliation, hunted like animals, and eventually death. Down here, we might still die, but at least we have each other. Here, whether in body or in spirit, we find a sliver of comfort. Who could possibly fathom the despair they had suffered? Betrayed by friends and family, abandoned, hunted down by those who studied their mutant genes. Most here had no impressive powers. They were the lowest of the low. At best, their strength or physique had been enhanced, but at the cost of their humanity. Very few had truly come to accept themselves. Only those with the strongest will remain. Jean said, "Didn't the Worthington Medical Research Center develop a cure? With it, couldn't all of you become normal humans again?" No, that's just another lie. The cure might work, but all it really does is suppress our genes, and there's every risk it could kill us. Besides, who among us has the courage to face that kind of ordeal a second time? Death itself is not terrifying. What truly frightens people is having to relive old pains. Just when a wounded heart has finally healed, just when one has learned to accept themselves, another blow comes crashing down. No one could endure such torment. Jean thought of Magneto. Though his powers had weakened somewhat, he was still far from defenseless. He had done some research on mutant genes. The so-called X gene originated from genes in a human body that had long since become dormant. Having traversed the wild lands, it seemed possible that these X genes were the result of ancient deities or powerful aliens tampering with human DNA. As for the true origin, no one could say for certain. Perhaps Kempla's laboratory could offer him a clue or two. But hardly had he returned from the wild lands when disaster struck, a sudden attack. Jean decided not to pursue the topic further. When it came to matters concerning the mutants, it was their choice to make. He owed them respect. Whatever consequences followed, they would bear them themselves. By the way, are you all injured from fighting the lizard men? Jean asked. Spots gave a small nod. They're hunting us down, Spots said. They've already destroyed 3 of our bases. If I didn't have some gifts of my own, there'd be none of us left alive by now. Jean looked steadily at Spots. Would you be able to guide us there? Spots hesitated, then asked, could we have some more food, flour, or something similar? The dragon tomb opened once more. Zero reappeared in the underground chamber. Jean spoke. Zero, bring them more rice, flour, and corn, anything like that. In total, they received more than 50 tons, enough to last them a very long time. Spots bowed deeply in heartfelt thanks. In truth, Spots wasn't actually incapable of going up to the surface. He simply felt bound to this place. So many people here depended on his abilities to survive. What's more, he couldn't steal too much at any one time, or else they'd draw unwanted attention. That was why life here remained so precarious, always teetering on the edge. Jean closed the dragon tomb and turned to Zero. Zero, stay here for now. When we're done, we'll still need you to teleport us away. Zero nodded in understanding. Spots leaned over to whisper something in the ear of the woman beside him, then turned to Jean and the others. Follow me. The five of them followed Spots to a wall. Spots pressed his palm against it, and a large black circle appeared. Stay close. Don't wander off, Spots warned. Some of the passageways connect to other spaces, and some of those are extremely dangerous. Spots stepped into the black circle first. The five immediately followed. Jean was filled with curiosity as he took in the surroundings. Countless black circles surrounded them from every direction. They seemed to be floating in a realm with no gravity at all, completely reliant on Spots to move. Spots stopped in front of one of the black circles. This is the lizardman's base. Be careful from here. I won't be coming with you any further. Unleashing his ability, Spots sent all five of them tumbling through the passage. This was a domed hall, far wider than the alley they had passed through before. A vast chamber filled with lizardmen, all on high alert, with thick stone pillars supporting the arched ceiling. It looked like a laboratory, though there wasn't a single sign or label to tell what kind, a secretive place shrouded in mystery. The corpses of Chitauri littered the space, and mutant bodies floated eerily inside, transparent tanks filled with strange solutions. Zero used his power of invisibility to cloak the whole team in translucent silence, slipping them through the shadows undetected. Jean surveyed their surroundings. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, but the handlers were nowhere in sight. He murmured, "Number 2, can you hack into their network?" "Sorry, sir, this is a local network. We need a physical interface." Jean eyed a nearby console, guarded by rows of lizardmen. It was clear they have to fight their way through to access the system. Zero spoke up. "Sir, I can breach the network as well, but if I leave your side, the invisibility will drop." Jean considered for a moment. "Take out these lizardmen. Zero, the moment the room is secure, you take control of the network. We need to find out who's really behind all this." The five exchanged a silent glance, then darted out from the shadows. Zero, moving with lethal grace, struck first, taking out a lizardman before any of them could react. A clean, silent kill in true assassin style as he tore out a heart. The entire row stationed at the main console collapsed before so much as an alarm could be raised. Zero's right hand shifted seamlessly into a connector, interfacing directly with the laboratory security system and seizing control of all surveillance feeds. Jin's team fought with skill and ferocity, but they couldn't prevent some lizardmen from slamming the manual alarm system. Jean shouted over the chaos, "Zero, shut off the alarm." Zero's voice echoed directly in Jin's mind. "Sir, the alarm system and the computers are on separate circuits." Jean cursed under his breath. Damn it. Their opponent was shrewd, deliberately splitting the security measures. Doris called out to Willow, "V, watch yourself." One of the lizardmen had transformed, swelling to 3 meters in height. With a guttural roar, it raked its claws across Willow's back. Only the cloak she wore kept her from being torn to pieces. The monstrous lizardman hurled Willow across the chamber, slamming her into the far wall. There were too many of them. These weren't ordinary lizardmen. The enhanced ones could recover from any wound that didn't destroy their heart or brain. They fought with no thought for their own survival, intent only on exterminating the intruders. Jean flung his bronze sword through the air, a blade like flying thunder under his expert command, forming a circle of luminous steel. Heads rolled. 5 lizardmen fell, their blood spraying high enough to stain the ceiling. Even as Jean split his focus, controlling his sword with his will and wielding alchemy in his other hand, he refrained from any large-scale spells for fear of destroying the laboratory and losing invaluable information. He summoned alchemical arrays in both hands, crackling with bursts of lightning. 2 streaks of lightning flashed through the ranks of the lizardmen, darting up and down like dancing spirits. Wherever they passed, many lizardmen fell, every last one with their heads or hearts pierced clean through by lightning. Doris, Veroni, and Amelia gathered together as well, forming a seamless triangular formation. The aura of the coiling dragons swirled around them, and their cane swords extended as if guided by invisible hands, striking wherever they pointed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the underground sewer, the depths beneath Oscorp Industries, Norman Osborn was startled awake by the blaring alarms. He caught sight of the surveillance feed, his eyes burning with fury. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to move for quite some time, his disbelief slowly giving way to sheer terror. How did they uncover my secret base? Right now, his heart ached with every passing moment. Watching his lizardmen being defeated one after another made him grit his teeth until they creaked bloodshot eyes bulging with rage, veins throbbing at his temples. This laboratory was the fruit of 3 years of painstaking effort, devoted to genetic research and enhancement serums. He had believed his hidden power would be enough to eliminate Kim Prince. Unfortunately, he still fell short. Let's see how they handle this. Norman pressed a button shaped like a skull. Underground domed laboratory. The moment Norman hit the skull button, a strange mutation began to take hold of some surviving lizard men. Each one harbored a dose of mutagenic serum within their bodies. The gene drugs largely sourced from the mutants dwelling in the city's underground alleys. It was still at the experimental stage, and Norman's button triggered the injection of these gene serums into the lizard men. Kim sensed something was wrong and shouted to Doris and the others, "Close in on me now." The lizard men lost all traces of humanity as their bodies expanded monstrously, regressing into more primitive forms. Some took on dinosaur-like shapes, turning on each other in a brutal frenzy, tearing and biting with savage abandon. This stage of evolution demanded enormous quantities of flesh and blood to sustain. Without it, the transformations could not hold. There was no control over them whatsoever. Now, they existed for one purpose alone, to devour and destroy any living flesh in their sight. The stench of blood spread throughout the laboratory, thick and suffocating. Doris, Veroni, and Amelia all froze in place, chills running down their spines. They were ordinary humans, 3 years of rigorous training in combat and knowledge, yet nothing could have prepared them for this grisly sight. Of the trio, Veroni was the most soft-hearted. Her voice trembled as she quietly called out, "Kim." Behind his mask, Kim frowned. "It's all right. Stay close to Zero." The 4 of them moved toward the control desk. Kim asked, "Zero, did you finish copying the data? Have you found who's really pulling the strings?" Zero shook his head. The monitoring system, the alarm system, and the control system are 3 separate networks. This place only records the experimental data. Their opponent was indeed cautious. Jean continued, "Zero, take them and leave immediately. Head back to the Prince Antique Shop." Veroni removed her mask, revealing eyes full of determination. "Jean, I can hold on." The other 2 nodded as well. Jean shook his head again. "Since we haven't found a mastermind yet, there's nothing for it but to destroy this place. You haven't understood what I meant." Doris spoke softly, "We want to stay." Jean did not insist further. "Very well. Stay alert and follow my orders at all times." He had no intention of attacking the lizard folk during their evolution. He wanted to know how far their research had come. Zero, destroy all surveillance and the power system. Zero's eyes blazed with heat rays, crushing all surveillance equipment and plunging the room into darkness as the lights vaporized. Only red emergency lights flickered throughout the laboratory. It all took less than 10 minutes. Now, only 7 massive dinosaurs remained, bodies steaming, pus dribbling from their jaws, corrosive enough to bore holes through the floor. Ravenous, the mutated dinosaurs began another frenzy of feeding and fighting. The laboratory was reduced to rubble. The supporting columns had been demolished, though the dome above held strong, delaying a total collapse. The 7 dinosaurs turned on each other in a savage slaughter, merging into a crimson mass of flesh. It pulsed with searing heat, something shifting inside, a sight that closely resembled a grotesque embryo. Jean gazed from 100 meters away at this monstrous sphere, the eyes of truth gleaming in his gaze. He murmured quietly, "It's evolving." Sensing danger as well, Zero frowned and said, "Sir, we should slay it at once. Whatever that is, it radiates an intense evil toward all that is wicked." Jean couldn't sense any energy fluctuations. A thunderous noise erupted, forcing the 3 of them to cry out. The laboratory trembled violently. Opening the dragon tomb, Jean shoved the 3 others inside, leaving only Zero at his side. The colossal roar reverberated underground, radiating outward until every resident in New York State heard it, a vast, otherworldly resonance, yet reminiscent of a beast's bellow from the heavens. A sudden blaze of light split the night sky. People, still clad in pajamas, hurried outside their homes, searching for any sign of abnormality. Within SHIELD's New York base, Nick Fury rushed from his office to the surveillance room. He glanced across the gathered staff, every member standing at their desk, their faces stern. Where did that sound come from? Not one person answered. At Tony's Long Island villa, fortified by the effects of those invigorating pills, Tony felt as if he had been reborn. For the past 2 days, he was tireless, working day and night, and thoroughly enjoying himself. Pepper, clad in alluring lingerie, jolted awake at the same moment as Tony. She looked at him. "Did you hear that sound too?" Tony nodded. "You go back to sleep. I'll go take a look." Throwing on his robe, Tony hurried toward his underground laboratory. Jarvis, where did that sound come from just now? I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't locate the source. Based on the data I've gathered, the sound swept across all of New York State. Even the New Jersey suburbs heard it. The police lines were overwhelmed, ringing off the hook. Residents thought aliens might be invading again. Panic seemed to be spreading from nowhere. In the dead of night, Manhattan was swept into another great migration. That sound echoed once more. Sound needs a medium to travel, yet this one resounded directly in people's ears. It was eerily unnatural. At the Prince residence, everyone had gathered in the backyard. The Butler base had arranged for bodyguards to stand watch by Diana, Jean, Erica, and the 4 Violet sisters. Diana pulled out her phone. Number 2, can you connect to Jin's phone? Number 2 immediately replied. The bridge signal was cut off. That sound shorted out the fireflies I control. Mr. Jean is still below ground. I've sent another batch of fireflies to approach his location. Number 2, make it quick. Worry clouded Diana's face. At her side, Jean frowned, murmuring to herself. It's as if this sound is summoning its companions. But there was no answer from a void. Underground, inside the domed laboratory. Suddenly, the entire dome blazed with golden light. Ancient, magical symbols covered both the ceiling and the ground. Jean stared at the sudden outbreak of runes, a strange resemblance to his own alchemy arrays. A figure, the silhouette of a woman, descended from the highest point of the dome, as though gravity itself was guiding her. Garbed in radiant gold, her blonde hair gleamed, emerald eyes sharp. Her form was statuesque, reminiscent of ancient battle gear, yet transcendent. Refracting colors danced across the surface, overlaid with enigmatic runes. Her gaze locked onto Jean and Zero. In the next instant, a magic circle shimmered to life in her hand. Particles twisted, coalescing into a luminous spear. With a swift thrust, she pierced the meat sphere. Countless golden magical arrays erupted around them. The sphere shriveled, visibly deteriorating. Deprived of sustenance, the creatures inside howled in rage, their twisting movements accelerating. With a mere twist of her arm, the golden magical arrays spun like a giant juicer, whirling at breakneck speed. Jean watched as the creature's life force drained away rapidly, until all that remained was a pool of black liquid radiating a foul stench. This odor was beyond anything a human could endure. With just a single whiff, dizziness set in, and every internal organ seemed to shrink involuntarily. Not until a burst of golden light surged through the air did the stench finally dissipate. The fleshy lump crumbled to dust, leaving nothing behind. Suspended in the air, the green-eyed, golden-haired woman looked down at Jean and demanded, "Was this aberrant seed, this mutated spawn, bred by your people?" Aberrant clan, another unfamiliar term. Jean studied the woman with the eye of truth. She was a formidable human, her body brimming with an energy that even surpassed Diana's physical form. He couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was this person? There was no trace of divinity upon her, no sign that she wielded the authority of power, yet her abilities were extraordinary. Particle recomposition, gene annihilation. He retorted, "I have no idea what this so-called aberrant clan might be, but if you're intent on pinning that accusation on me without any evidence, I must refuse." The woman's gaze bore down on Jean, as if he were an ant crawling on the ground. Cold, merciless. She gave Zero a pointed look. "You can rob the gods of their power. Your companion here is all the proof I need. Do you think I judge you unfairly? This is all I have to say. Now, the choice is yours. I resolve your trouble this time. Don't count on luck to save you next time." With those words, she vanished from sight, and with her, every trace of golden light in the laboratory disappeared. Jean and Zero exchanged confused glances. The idea of stealing divine authority. Could it refer to creating Zero? But Zero could hardly be called a living creature. She was nothing more than a biomechanical construct. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn had already vanished from the underground lab of Oscorp Industries. He hadn't heard the massive blast. He'd left New York ahead of time, with Jay escorting him to a secluded estate on the outskirts of D.C. Never had he imagined that injecting the lowest-grade mutant genes in a lizard man would give birth to an entirely new kind of being, the Aberrant Clan, a breed that feasted on flesh and blood. It was a product of coincidence, an accident of fate. Norman had only performed the experiment 3 times. Perhaps he hadn't provided enough flesh, or maybe the mutant genes weren't potent enough. That was why the Aberrant Clan hadn't emerged before. Now, Norman no longer possessed any mutant genes. If he wished to continue his research, he'd have to hunt down more mutants. 5th floor, living room of the Prince residence. Jean gazed at the endless streams of traffic in the street below. For number 2, he'd learned the origin of this chaos, the 2 ominous cries. He had not expected it. The voice of that mysterious blonde woman's aberrant clan could travel from deep underground and reverberate so far, affecting such an enormous area. The mysterious mutant creatures had been killed before they even had the chance to hatch. This world was even more complicated than he had ever imagined. He was searching for the mastermind behind all of this, but there was no lead. Whoever had hidden themselves far too deeply. Zero was still projecting the data he had copied inside the room, while Doris, Veroni, and Amelia were watching closely. Doris suddenly called out, "Jean, come here. We found something." Jean walked in from the balcony. "What did you find?" He'd already skimmed through this material before, finding nothing of value. Just recordings of experiments, with no images or voices revealing the experimenter's identity. Doris had already asked Zero to pause the projection. These images were being cast directly from Zero's eyes. She pointed to a pair of smooth metal tweezers where a blurred shadow appeared, a figure wearing safety goggles and a mask, making it impossible to see their face clearly. Jean studied the projection. "Zero, is there a way to enhance this image?" "I'm sorry, sir. If I saw in real life, I could improve it, but this is just a copy. I can't enhance what's already recorded," Zero replied. Zero possessed some unique robotic abilities, as well as hundreds of mutated powers, but he wasn't all-powerful. He had his limitations. Jean said, "Number 2, take a screenshot of that frame and try to enhance it." Veroni stepped up beside Jean and spoke in a gentle voice. "Don't worry, we'll find whoever's behind the attack on us." She could sense the agitation simmering inside Jean, and before he could respond, she added, "Let me give you a massage." Moving behind him, Veroni began to massage Jin's temples, her touch deft and skilled. Jean sat down in a single armchair, closed his eyes, and let himself enjoy the massage, all the while pondering. Who could it be? Who had they crossed paths with to invite such an attack? The greatest threats were Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., of course. Judging by the equipment in the lab, the mastermind possessed significant resources. Their technology was the most advanced available, and their scientific capabilities were formidable. After all, extracting mutant genes was an intricate and complex process, hardly as simple as just pulling DNA. If he had to think of individuals with that kind of access, apart from Dario Adger and Bolivar Teslac, who had both already been dealt with, the only ones he knew of with those capabilities were Norman Osborn and E. Jean still couldn't make sense of it. Norman Osborn should consider him a benefactor, not an enemy. With no other suspects coming to mind, Jean could only put Norman Osborn under surveillance for now. Jean opened his eyes and said, "Number 2, begin immediate infiltration of Oscorp Industries, and keep a discreet eye on Norman Osborn. I need to know the financial transactions of Oscorp and the Osborn Family Foundation. Also, monitor Norman Osborn's personal and private accounts, and stay alert for any sign of he appearing online." A projection from Number 2's enhanced surveillance displayed on the wall, but the image wasn't clear enough. Still no way to make out a face on the metal tweezers. "Understood, sir." "Oh, and Number 2, send some footage of the underground alley to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters." "Understood." Firefly has also entered the alley and will maintain round-the-clock surveillance. Jin's orders struck Doris and the others as unusual, but no one pressed for an explanation. With his instructions given, Jean and his team vanished from the 5th floor of Prince's Antiques. Prince residence. Everyone had gathered in the main hall, where an unexpected guest awaited, Tony Stark. The sudden appearance of Jin's group left Tony stunned. "Holy Jean, when did you pick up a mutant's teleportation ability?" The mention of teleportation sparked Jin's own thoughts. He had just observed that mysterious woman with the Eye of Truth. What he needed was to decipher those runes. If he could understand them, he'd be able to teleport himself. The knowledge was already forming in his mind, awaiting deeper analysis. Jean shook his head. "That's Zero's ability, not mine. As for you dropping by this late, shouldn't you be with Pepper? This is about that sound, isn't it?" Tony nodded. "I can't find the source of it. Had to come to you. Magic's your territory, after all." Jean settled onto the sofa. The sound came from something called the Deviant Tribe. "I only know the name because an extraordinarily powerful woman told me. Don't ask her name. I don't know it either. The Deviants have already been dealt with by her." Jean showed little interest in who the woman was. Instead, she spoke up. "Deviants? That explains what I sensed." Those 2 cries were a call to others of their kind. Tony rested his chin on his hand, thinking. The name Deviant was unfamiliar to him. Perhaps it was something he could discuss with Thor someday. One strange event after another had Tony feeling a growing sense of urgency, as if dark clouds were gathering on the horizon. Still, Tony kept any concern off his face. He locked eyes with Jean. "Well, since that's taken care of, I'll be heading back. Thanks for the vibranium. It's amazing stuff. If I had more, I could make a full suit of vibranium armor, but as it is, I'll settle for a reinforced inner layer." Jean smiled inwardly. This rascal. Was Tony hinting he wanted a bigger supply of vibranium? Nice try. Goodbye, Tony. Tony let out a quiet sigh in his heart, and could only drop the subject. He really had no face left to ask about the vibranium armor again, but perhaps he could design a new kind of flying car for Jean instead. His sense of aesthetics was just too awful. Maybe that could persuade him to part with a little vibranium. Watching Tony leave, Diana spoke up. Jean, have you found out who was really behind the attack on us? No, hindi believe. They're very well hidden. My guess is we're dealing with a scientist specialized in biochemistry, someone with strong research skills. Diana pressed on. What about that mysterious woman? Is she really that powerful? Jean paused to consider. Her physical strength could rival your own divine body. She holds several formidable abilities. This world is even more complicated than we anticipated. Have you all thought seriously about moving? Jean shook her head decisively. I like it here. Why should we move? If the enemy has the nerve to come, we'll show no mercy. Such dominance radiated from her words that even the air seemed to tremble. But for all her bravado, exposing their strength to the public, I was always a dangerous gamble. Jean was genuinely content here. The scenery was beautiful and life was peaceful. Now and then, she could still go out to sea and fish from a boat. Jean glanced around at the others and saw their shared agreement. Only Diana wore a trace of worry. Well then, I accept your choice, he said. But I'll be heading into the Dragon Tomb for some research. I need to study what I found in the wilds. I'm afraid I won't have much time to spend with you all. Violet chimed in. Let's all go into the Dragon Tomb. That way, even our enemies can't follow us in. Diana nodded her consent. With the mastermind still at large and a sudden attack disturbing their peace, life was far from calm. Diana knew that apart from Jean, no one else could endure the consequences of a revealed identity. This was her hidden anxiety. After all, rumors and talk could be weaponized. Within the Dragon Tomb, sunlight poured in abundantly, and the temperature was perfect. Only a sense of human presence was missing. Diana, Erica, and Jean soaked leisurely in a natural hot spring amidst the mountains, enjoying the sensation of freedom. Meanwhile, Violet and the others busied themselves sorting through the supplies brought in by the sentinels, preparing to set up a new warehouse. Jean remained alone, secluded on a floating island in the sky, his half-finished vibranium exosuit visible nearby. Diana had already taught Jean the language of Atlantis. Now, deep in Kimpala's laboratory, Jean pored over ancient Atlantean texts. Most spoke of the genetics technology of Atlantis. One mysterious scroll, however, chronicled the founding of the wildlands by an alien race. It was written that 200 million years ago, the beings called the Transcendent Gods created this land. A race known as the Navari did so for the sole purpose of observing the evolution of life. However, before the Great Cataclysm, the people of Atlantis discovered this remarkable place and established a new homeland. In order to develop their civilization, the Atlanteans also harnessed genetic technology to alter primitive apes, accelerating their evolution into humanoid beings. These new creations were endowed with greater strength, better suited to serve their masters. Yet, this very transformation became the fundamental reason why the Atlanteans eventually vanished from these wildlands. The texts also mention a supreme evolver who entered this untamed region even before Robert Brand. It was he who built a castle of his own here and began his research. In the abandoned laboratory, a piece of the supreme evolver's equipment remained, the genetic accelerator. Every warrior of Kimpala's army was bred using this genetic accelerator. For easier control, Kimpala used genetic techniques to strip all intelligence from his soldiers. After reading through all the records, Jean set the golden scroll aside and muttered to himself, transcending the gods. What kind of race would claim such a name? If they dare call themselves greater than the gods, they must be truly formidable. Though these fragments were scant and scattered, they revealed a world far stranger than he had ever imagined. The span of human existence, set against the vastness of the universe, was nothing more than the fleeting sweep of a shooting star. It seemed as though every birth and death followed a script already written. Perhaps, once in a while, a living being might stir a ripple. But what did it matter in the grand scheme? Could it be that mankind merely existed to be observed by those more powerful beings? Jean found himself questioning the very purpose of his existence and the meaning of life itself. Where had he come from? His mind seemed enchanted, lured ever deeper into a shadowy alleyway. Step by step, he wandered into darkness, his consciousness growing hazy and unclear. At that very moment, behind him, a gigantic gate of truth appeared. This door of truth was visible to all. The gate creaked open just slightly. A surge of energy pulsed through the dragon's tomb. Suddenly, a tremendous dragon's roar rang out in the sky. The dragon's soul transformed into a celestial dragon, its entire being radiating the energy of a divine creature as it glimmered with golden light. Everyone in the dragon's tomb felt this surge. Diana and Sheen, clad only in simple robes, flew forth from the mountains. Zero was already standing at the edge of the floating island. Diana called out, "Zero, what's happening to Jean?" Zero shook his head. "I don't know." Jean's brow was furrowed. There's turmoil inside Jean. He's doubting himself. The dragon's soul spoke. That is his other personality, a persona filled with darkness and destruction, driven by fierce obsession. For some unknown reason, this darker self has seized control of his body ahead of its time. Jean stepped slowly out of the main hatch on the mech's forehead, a shroud of inky shadow clinging to him, swirling like black water around his body, sinister and menacing. His eyes now shone with an abyssal darkness as he sized up Diana and Sheen, his tone laced with mocking flirtation. "Well, ladies, are you both mine now? You've got quite the figures. With no one else around, why not show a little more of yourselves?" His very presence whipped up wild gusts of wind. Their bathrobes, spun entirely from silk, barely concealed their forms, thin, delicate, almost transparent. One dressed in white, the other in red. The robes reached only to the tops of their thighs, leaving little to the imagination. Divine power coursed through Diana as she demanded, "Who are you?" "Hey, beautiful, didn't you catch what that massive dragon's head just said?" he replied. At that moment, Sheen forced her consciousness into Jin's mind. "Get out of my head," she snarled. But the black shadow swatted at Sheen's mind like a hand shooing away an intruder. Jin looked down at his hands and muttered, "What a miserable situation. Far too little philosopher's stone." The dragon ring could only be activated by dragon energy. All the shadow's power came from the Gate of Truth, so he could neither unlock the ring nor obtain more philosopher's stone. And with Jin's mind not yet fully consumed, his memories remained beyond reach. Meanwhile, the others arrived in quick succession at the floating island. "Well, aren't there plenty of women here? Reminds me of my younger days. Without a little wildness, youth is wasted. Come, tell me your names." The dragon's soul's gaze was drawn not to Jin, but to the Gate of Truth towering over the airborne island. Seated solemnly before the gate was a soul, its head bowed low. Countless shadowy hands emerged from the gate's cracks, pulling at the soul, whose flame flickered and threatened to go out at any moment. The dragon's soul bellowed, "Hurry, call out. Let Jean hear your voices. If you don't, this thing's really going to steal his body for good." Suddenly, a colossal obsidian hand appeared in the sky, descending at breakneck speed. The dragon's soul made no attempt to dodge. "Think you can lay a finger on me?" he taunted. The hand slammed the dragon's soul into the mountainside, shaking the entire peak with its force. "Damn it, impossible. I'm a being of pure energy." Jean surveyed the crowd coldly and declared, "I don't wish to be your enemy, but if you bear me ill will, don't blame me for showing no mercy. I won't hesitate to utterly destroy you." The dragon's soul let out a thunderous roar. "Don't listen to him. He's stalling for time. At this rate, Jean will be lost forever," he warned. Zero was the first to react, unleashing twin beams of searing heat from his eyes. "You bastard, do you want to die?" Jean matched the attack. Twin blasts of shadow energy erupted from his eyes, colliding with the heat beams, his shadows proving overpowering. Enraged, Diana summoned a sword of fire in her hand. "Give Jean his body back," she demanded. With all her might, she brought the fiery blade crashing down, cleaving the skies in a blaze. Another shadow blocked the way. Erica, one of the Violet Nine sisters, unleashed the flowing dragon palm, her hands moving so swiftly they left countless afterimages striking at Jean. Jean came to a halt. If she couldn't invade Jin's mind, she would have to use another approach. Phoenix power coiled around her like a shimmering aura. She called upon this power, awakening the phoenix seed that had been planted within Jin's body. Out beyond the Gate of Truth, Jean began radiating the energy of the phoenix. Every dark hand recoiled, trembling in the face of this force. Jean let out a ferocious roar, still struggling against the combined attacks of the 12. "What is this power?" Jean's voice echoed in Jin's mind. "Jean, wake up. If you don't come to your senses, your body will be overtaken by your second personality." Slowly, Jean opened his eyes, staring at the radiant phoenix before him. "It's you, Jean. Tell me, what am I living for?" "You idiot, what nonsense are you spouting? If you don't snap out of it, Diana will be heartbroken, and she'll run into another man's arms. And what about Erica and the Violet sisters?" But even these words from the women couldn't pull Jin's mind back from the brink. He remained dreadfully silent. "Fool, you've fallen into a trap set by another self. Wake up. Stop overthinking. Living means to feel, to seek, to experience, to bear, to create, to share, to protect. In short, to to chase after everything that is good. No one expected Qin to speak with such insight. In that moment, deep in Jin's mind, the seed of love that had long been planted there blossomed, a brilliant light of humanity. Immediately, the black hands recoiled from the gate of truth. Jin's spirit stood tall. He shoved open the great door, stepping forward to face the shadowy figure within. Now, the darkness that clung to Jin's body vanished as he fell from the air. Everyone held back their force in time, ensuring he was unharmed. Qin caught him gently with her spirit. Diana hurried forward. "Jin, are you all right? Are you back?" Qin shook her head, gazing at the towering gate of truth. His soul is still there, before the gate. Jin stared at the faceless figure, puzzled. According to the Ancient One, this opponent should only awaken when the divine body was fully formed. Why had it awakened early? What? A chilling laugh echoing through the void. What a joke. This is my body. You're only an accident, a consciousness born by sheer chance. You command the gate of truth? I never summoned it. Why has it appeared? Another chilling chuckle. The gate belongs to me. Naturally, I control it. You have only borrowed a sliver of my power. The other had awakened. No, it was clearer now. What had awakened was his memory, the consciousness sealed within the gate of truth. There was no denying it. This presence was unfathomably strong. Slowly, the gate of truth swung shut and vanished without a trace. Fewer people are watching now. It's getting tough. Everyone on the floating island gathered around Jin. Jin, having regained his senses, swept his gaze across the crowd, concern and worry etched in his eyes. "Sorry, this was my fault. I made you all worry." Diana embraced Jin gently and spoke softly. "Don't overthink things, Jin, and don't carry everything by yourself in silence. We're not ordinary people. Whatever comes our way, we'll face it together. All right, you all go ahead and have some fun. I need to sort out some things with my body. I'll join you soon." Yet, Jin still chose to slip away from everyone to face matters on his own. Everyone watched as Jin leaped onto the hatch on the forehead of the vibranium suit. Diana gave a faint shake of her head. Qin, ever perceptive, spoke up. "Let's go. Let him face this in his own way. The evil persona he talks about, it's a part of Jin. There's nothing we can do to help." With that, everyone else left the floating island. Within Jin, remnants of that other power still lingered. Drawing upon the breath of the dragon, he expelled every last trace of that foreign presence from his body. What emerged was a mass of jet-black soul. This was not Jin's own soul, but one he had previously sacrificed to the gate of truth. Now, freed from his body, it began to slowly dissipate. Jin performed alchemy, stabilizing the soul. He took out the philosopher's stone, ground it to powder, and scattered it over the black soul. The black soul began to crack and split. A human shape stepped forth and stood before Jin, a man who only stared at Jin blankly. Suddenly, his face twisted with rage. He flailed and babbled in strange words, sounding very much like cursing. Yet he couldn't break free from the boundaries of the alchemical circle. Panic replaced his anger, and he dared not meet Jin's eyes. "Don't be afraid. I'm not him. Tell me what happened." Jin stepped into the heart of the alchemical array. The shadow trembled, and the soul seemed on the verge of shattering. "Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened." Jin was certain this soul held secret knowledge. A soul can sense danger. It could also feel Jin's sincerity. Slowly, it raised its right hand, extending a finger to touch Jin's brow. A flood of images surged forth, memories from the soul before him. A single idea burned within it: vengeance. Vengeance for his family. Jin saw that he had devoured the souls of 3 billion living beings, seized the power of the gate of truth, and then sacrificed another 3 billion souls to open a path home. But something went wrong. The energy was sufficient, but as he traveled that path home, his body endured endless tearing, crushing, and twisting. Even with the continuous restoration of flesh by the philosopher's stone, he couldn't endure to the end, and finally lost consciousness. These were the stolen memories within the soul before him. Jin was left stunned. The place he wants to return to is called Earth, and this planet is also called Earth. So, what's the difference? That is to say, just as in science fiction, this world appears to be a multiverse, or perhaps a set of parallel realities. Unfortunately, this soul hadn't managed to steal away the deepest secrets hidden within him. Jin looked at the soul before him. Driven by an obsession, the soul had hidden itself within Jin's own soul, unable to be absorbed. As Jin watched, a new thought surfaced. "Would you be willing to help me? Eliminate him." The two stared at each other for a long time. The soul nodded and sent out another message. He would need to return to the gate of truth, or else he would simply fade away. Jin nodded, and with the philosopher's stone, summoned the gate of truth. The soul quickly slipped through the crack of the door. Jin gazed up at the immense gate of truth. "One is all all as one. The gate of truth swung open. This time, there was no blurring, no mystery. The figure standing before Jean was his exact mirror image. Miss me already? It hasn't been that long since we last met. I just wanted to share a secret. You've achieved your goal, you want to return to Earth, and, as it happens, the planet I'm on right now is Earth. The country is the USA, New York, Manhattan. His counterpart froze. A burst of laughter. The other Jean couldn't contain his excitement, his reason slipping for just a moment. Huh, did I actually succeed? I did it. I really did. But in the next instant, a sharp, suspicious gaze locked onto Jean. No, something's wrong. You lied. In my world, there are no people with such powers. You stole my memories, but I'll take my body back, and when I do, I'll know if this is truly mine. Before he could finish his sentence, both he and the Gate of Truth vanished together. Since Jean had summoned this Gate of Truth, it was under his control, and his goals had been met. There was no reason to let the matter linger. Not wanting Diana and the others to worry, Jean left the Sky Island and rejoined them. Meanwhile, at the Prince residence, Tony Stark pulled up to the front gates in his sports car, for once not landing from the sky in his Iron Man suit. He got out, glanced up at the tightly closed doors, and for the first time, felt a twinge of spite. He'd been shut out. This security is a joke. First thing I'll do when I see Jean is fire the lot of them. Do they know who I am? Tony Stark, the world's most popular man. Sorry, Mr. Stark, came the voice over the intercom. My employer is away on vacation. His orders were clear. Under no circumstances is the household to be disturbed. Tony squinted up at the camera, asking, everyone's gone? Yes, Mr. Stark. For crying out loud, going dark again, are we? The experiment for the perfect regeneration serum had gone perfectly into its second phase. Pepper had originally wanted to visit Jean herself, both to thank him and to discuss K&O's sales plans, but Tony had stopped her. Tony was still very much on guard. To prevent Pepper and Jean from coming into contact, he took matters into his own hands, doing the hard work himself. Baston, did Jean say anything about the perfect regeneration serum? Yes, sir. He said that as long as Stark Industries completes the experiment successfully, we can focus on sales. They'll provide the serum. All right, I understand. Goodbye. At present, there were 2 guests at the Princeton Manor. The Stacy mother and daughter had not yet left. Apart from the main house, the manor also included a farm, and both women were helping out there. Gwen Stacy, however, grumbled bitterly that Cynthia and Camilla hadn't even said goodbye to her before leaving, and she was in quite a foul mood. Mom, let's just go home. There's no one here for me to hang out with, she complained. Helen replied, have some patience. Learn how to grow vegetables properly. If you ever don't get into college, at least you'll be able to support yourself with a job on a farm. Oomph. If a top student like me can't get into college, then all the dummies at our school will end up cleaning the streets, Gwen shot back. Helen was only joking. She knew her daughter well. Gwen's grades were at the top of her class, though she did suffer from a lack of patience. Right now, New York was steeped in trouble. George simply didn't have the time or energy to look after the 2 of them. The Chitauri invasion had only just ended, when strange new noises began to terrorize the city. Several districts saw ferocious criminals appear. Kingpin had even been fished out of prison by his team of powerful lawyers, all charges dropped. Hell's Kitchen, in particular, was in utter chaos. The war between the Magia and Kingpin's forces had already left 38 dead and 97 wounded. To make matters worse, a new wave of costumed criminals appeared one after another. Their bizarre outfits, making them almost impossible to identify. They called themselves the Viper Gang. What angered George most was that the criminals known as the Circus, once apprehended by Jean, managed to escape during transport to prison, killing 3 guards in the process. Till now, their whereabouts were unknown. A deep, weary sigh. After 2 months of repairing the damage, Manhattan had finally restored its former brilliance. And in Hell's Kitchen, the gang wars were drawing to a close. On July 10th, a torrential downpour swept across all of Manhattan. Atop Fisk Tower, Kingpin stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the glittering docks along the Hudson River. Those docks were under heavy lockdown by the FBI, the military, and the police. They were strung with rows of floating platforms, hastily constructed for the transfer of Chitauri corpses. There were 3 such sites in total. The second was nestled in a corner of Central Park. The third, at Roxham Plaza 1. Inside Kingpin's office, his subordinates packed the room, battle-hardened elites, all dressed in sharp suits and stoic as statues. Their cold presence rivaled that of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The elevator chimed its arrival, signaling it had reached the top floor. Draped in a striking crimson gown, the masked lady, the leader of the Magia, was the first to step into the spacious office. Trailing behind her was a man in a red hood that nearly swept the floor, his face hidden in the shadows no matter how the light fell. He was powerfully built, dressed in a jacket and jeans, with 2 gleaming silver pistols holstered at his waist. 15 more people followed in their wake, all heavily armed. Among them were Deadpool, Deathstroke, and AI Ching. Another woman stood out as well, clad in a blood-red bodysuit that revealed her striking figure, her outfit perfectly matching Erica's. 2 sai rested at her lower back. Kingpin turned to survey the group of 17, spreading his arms wide. "Welcome, Masked Lady. The time has come to end the fighting between us. If this goes on any longer, we'll both lose far too much." The Masked Lady made herself at home, ignoring Kingpin's greeting entirely as she took a seat on the sofa. She raised her right hand. A subordinate promptly stepped forward with a case, placing a wine glass in her hand and pouring a slow stream of red wine. She swirled her glass and took a delicate sip before finally glancing at Kingpin. "Kingpin, you're the one who wanted this fight. I can accept a truce, but only on one condition. Whatever you've swallowed, give it back to me." Her eyes narrowed, venomous as a serpent's, fixed on Kingpin. Hearing her words, Kingpin's expression darkened, and the mood in the room shifted. His underlings were already poised for action, awaiting a single command. Kingpin let out a deep, rumbling laugh. His inhuman muscles tensed and quivered as he took a heavy draw from the cigar, smoldering between his fingers, exhaling smoke as he turned towards the distant docks. "Ms. Nephra, it's not fear that holds me back, it's reason. If you want the detergent market, I'll give you 60%. The world is still full of untapped riches just waiting for us. If you can't see beyond immediate gains, the door is right there. You're free to leave." His words struck a nerve with the Masked Lady. She drained the rest of her wine in one motion and handed the glass to the man in red, every muscle tense to hold back her anger. "Mr. Fisk, what's your brilliant proposal, then?" Kingpin extended a thick finger toward the docks. "That's where our fortune lies. We can study what's there, or simply take it and sell it off." The Masked Lady rose, making her way to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Gazing in the direction Kingpin had indicated, she let out a bitter laugh. "Mr. Fisk, what a clever plan. You'd like us to go up against the military, is that it? No, leave everything to me. All you need to do is get the weapons to every corner of the world." After Kingpin was imprisoned, all his channels were wiped out, and re-establishing his transportation network would take quite some time. Yet, this business was urgent. Opportunity waits for no one. Once all the Chitauri weapons were locked away in military warehouses, getting hold of them again would come at a much steeper price. Kingpin clapped his hands twice. From a concealed mechanism in the ceiling, a weapon lowered down, a Chitauri energy gun. He took the gun and fired it at the underling who had been holding a glass of red wine earlier. The man's head vanished, and his body crumpled to the floor. The Red Hood was the first to pull out his handgun and aim it at Kingpin. "What's the meaning of this?" Kingpin waved his hand casually, signaling his men to stand down as he offered a thin smile. "Apologies, I'm still getting used to these alien gadgets. It was just one underling, nothing more." Madame Mask looked at the minion lying in the spreading pool of blood. Her eyes remained cold and unruffled. She pondered for a moment, glanced toward Red Hood, and gave a slight shake of her head. Red Hood couldn't understand it. If they came for trouble, why not fight directly? Why all these twists and turns? Life and death are up to fate, and fortune is won by those bold enough to grab it. He used to be a thief. Once he set his sights on a target, he'd steal outright. The cloak on his shoulders and the combat boots at his feet were both spoils taken from a demon. These 2 items granted him strange abilities: invisibility, walking on air, and shape-shifting into a demon. Red Hood felt indignant, giving his cloak a quick flick before sitting down on the couch. He didn't retort to Madame Mask either. After all, she was his lover. Madame Mask considered quietly for a long time. "Agreed, I want 70% of the detergent market and 40% on alien weapons sales." Kingpin shook his head. "You can have 70% of the detergent. But as for these weapons, you're just handling the transport. You'll get 10%. If you're interested, you can invest in my new research and development company instead." Madame Mask stretched out her hand. "Deal. But I'll need to tour your company before making any decisions." Everything depended on interests. Once the terms were set, the ceasefire was sealed. Everyone left Fist Tower. Deadpool made sad, muffled noises, clinging to his cousin, Taskmaster. Madame Mask left 3 briefcases behind, then slipped away into the darkness with her men. Erica took one of the cases and vanished as well. Taskmaster pulled back Deadpool's mask and tore off the heavy-duty tape that had been plastered over his mouth. "Wow, cousin, was the mission really that easy? How about letting me tag along for a few jobs? My employers aren't calling me anymore. Sigh, imagine a dependable mercenary like me, and I can't even get a meal." Taskmaster ignored Deadpool's constant chatter and nodded at Iching. Iching opened one of the briefcases. Inside were 5 gold bars. She tossed one to Taskmaster. Taskmaster shoved the gold bar into Deadpool's arms. "Don't follow me anymore. Deadpool, ever the rascal, bit into the gold bar, wanted to make sure it was genuine. He really put some muscle into it, so much so that one of his teeth broke off. Cousin. By now, Deathstroke and AI Ching had already vanished from Deadpool's side. Deadpool caressed the gold bar. Cousin, you really are good to me. Atop Fist Tower, only Wilson Fisk remained in his office. All the lights were off, and a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Boss, we found traces of Talos. Can you take care of it? We should be able to eliminate him. Then, our plan can proceed whenever necessary. Deep into the night, in Washington, D.C., the Trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside Nick Fury's personal office, he sat slumped in exhaustion. It wasn't the result of an assignment, but rather the protracted wrangling over the spoils of Chitauri technology. The U.S. military's laboratories, backed by capital from all directions, not to mention the S.H.I.E.L.D. Council. Every one of them spoke for their respective government intelligence agencies. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was and always had been a global agency. For nearly 2 months straight, Nick Fury had not enjoyed a single night's true rest. He rubbed his eyes, then drew a long, weary breath. At last, some time to deal with my own affairs. Fury reached for a report and retrieved a silvery metal case. To open it, he would need a combination of his sightless left eye's retina and his unique DNA. He placed the middle finger of each hand into the slots on either side of the box. A needle pricked both fingers, drawing blood samples. The first lock disengaged, and a retinal scanner popped out. It flashed red 3 times, then turned green. Only then did it allow the scan. Fury positioned his left eye before the camera for thorough verification. The second lock released, revealing 4 mechanical dials, each one a different size and reminiscent of the old combination locks found on antique safes. This was the third and final passcode system. Fury entered the code with utmost care. If a single mistake was made at any point, the entire case would explode, erasing everything within 100 meters. After all, these were Fury's most closely guarded secrets. Just catalogs, accounts of secrets stored all over the world. Fury had seen enough in his time that he had no choice but to meticulously record certain details. Not everything was safe to leave on a S.H.I.E.L.D. server. He leafed through the secret files on the Brooklyn safe house. Most were trivial, but a single box of videotapes made his heart skip a beat. Without delay, Fury called for Melinda May, the cavalry, whose last field mission had ended in a devastating error that left her with deep psychological scars. Ever since, she had been assigned to clerical duties at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. May, any progress on that investigation? The evidence provided indicates a natural gas explosion, specifically a chemical reaction from a massive methane blast. Nick Fury paused for a moment. He had taken extra precautions against fire hazards, especially considering it was a secret hideout. In fact, he had used his authority to alter the course of the natural gas pipeline himself. Given the testimonies from Tony and Steve, it was clear someone must have discovered the secret hidden in the hideout. But who could it be? I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. Among all the people who knew about Fury's secret spot, only Talos and Natasha were in the know. But Natasha, after the Battle of New York, had left the country immediately and gone on vacation to London. The plot thickens, Fury murmured. A sense of danger crept in, though he couldn't yet tell where the threat was coming from. For now, the top priority is taking care of Hydra. He shut his case, used PIM particles to shrink it down to the size of a toy, and casually tossed it into a drawer. Leaving the Triskelion behind, he set out to find Captain Steve Rogers, who was stationed in D.C. These days, Steve was living near the campus of a university in Washington. It wasn't a villa, but an old single-occupancy apartment building, a relic from another era, military property, sparsely populated. A knock sounded at the door. 30 seconds passed before Steve Rogers' voice called out. "It's me, Fury." Steve opened the door, frowning. It was already 2:38 a.m. Did S.H.I.E.L.D. agents never sleep? He let Fury inside. "You wouldn't be here at this hour unless it was important. Out with it. What's the mission?" Fury sat down in a chair. "Captain, listen carefully. There are Hydra operatives inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Their identities remain unknown." Steve was stunned. "That's impossible. Wasn't Hydra wiped out in World War II?" Fury didn't answer. Instead, he dropped another bombshell. "Your friend, Bucky, is still alive." Steve shot to his feet in shock, unable to hide the cry that escaped him. Fury nodded, pulling a file from beneath his black trench coat. "I don't know exactly how he survived for so long. Every so often he resurfaces, unbelievably skilled. My guess is they injected him with a super soldier serum." Steve took the file, his heart pounding, breath unsteady. He flipped it open under the lamp's glow. Bucky's face stared back at him, his hair longer, a beard grown out, but unmistakably the man he remembered. Only those cold, empty eyes were a chilling difference. "Where is he?" "I don't know either. When you all attacked the Red Skull back then, he fell from the snowy mountain, Someone must have saved him. Fury paused for a moment before continuing. Many of our agents have died at his hand. Even Howard Stark and his wife. He was responsible for their deaths as well. This report came from the Red Room, brought out by Natasha. Honestly, when we first saw the report, it shocked us. Steve was silent. He hadn't imagined that the brother he once fought to protect had become an assassin. Still, he must have had no choice. Steve needed something to believe in, so he found an excuse that made sense to him. He looked up at Fury and asked, "Tony doesn't know about this yet, does he?" Fury shook his head. "Good, that's a relief." Steve repeated the thought to himself twice. Then he asked, "What do you need me to do?" "You must have a plan, Fury." "I do have a plan. I need you to assassinate me at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Of course, not really kill me. I'll make all the necessary arrangements." Fury leaned in and whispered to Steve. Steve's brow furrowed. "If I do that, I could end up a wanted man." "Yes," Fury admitted. "It's extremely dangerous, but we have no other choice. It's do or die." Steve took a long time to think it over. Memories of his days with Bucky flashed before his eyes. Maybe it was time to save him. "All right, I'll follow your lead. I'll give you targets. Get close to them, shout 'Hail Hydra,' then escape. Do you understand? They'll definitely track you down and question you about it. Make up whatever believable excuse you can think of. After all, you've been gone so long, and the Red Skull is out of sight. No one can prove your story false." Bitterness clouded Steve's heart. Captain America turning into a Hydra agent. But if that's what it took to root out Hydra and save Bucky, then no sacrifice was too great. After discussing the plan, Fury left Steve's temporary residence. "Alas, I arrived too late. It's been a busy day. Almost had to take the day off." Long Island, Tony's villa. Tony's relationship with Pepper was moving into a new chapter. They'd started talking about marriage. This made Tony anxious, an emotion he had almost never felt before. The Battle of New York kept replaying in his mind, haunting him. Fear crept in. He was no longer alone in this world. He was afraid of losing Pepper. "Sir, you haven't slept for 3 days. If this continues, your body simply won't hold out," cautioned his AI assistant. Tony had locked himself in his lab, tirelessly building Iron Man suits. In just 2 months, he had already upgraded the Mark series to version 58. Mark 58 used a vibranium alloy for its inner armor, offering protection robust enough to survive brief combat in outer space. Pepper was now exceptionally busy. With K&O Corporation on the brink of a breakthrough for the perfect regenerative serum, she hadn't returned to Tony's villa in 7 days. Her schedule was packed. At 10 in the morning, Pepper, clad in a crisp white suit, was in her office at Stark Tower, secretly meeting the vice president. "Mr. Vice President, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Is something urgent?" she inquired, her demeanor composed and professional. "Pepper, may I call you that?" the vice president asked, his balding head gleaming under the lights. Pepper nodded, casting a steady gaze at him. "I've heard rumors you've developed a serum that can regenerate lost limbs," he said quietly, "and that the clinical trials have been hugely successful." "That's correct, sir. Pepper, you may know that my youngest daughter is also living with a disability. Is there any way you could send someone to D.C. to treat her?" "Of course, sir. It would be our honor. I'll arrange for a team to go to D.C. this afternoon." Satisfied with her answer, the vice president picked up his coffee from the table and took a measured sip. He hesitated, then exhaled deeply before dipping his finger in the coffee and tracing a message on the surface of the table. "Pepper, warn Tony to be wary of AIM." Pepper waited until he left her office, then walked over to the very couch the vice president had occupied, pondering the warning he'd left behind. What did it mean for Tony to be wary of AIM? "Jarvis, send this message," the vice president wrote to Tony, she instructed. Tony received the information from Jarvis and frowned at the holographic display in front of him. "What does this mean, Jarvis?" "I'm sorry, sir. This is a message left by the vice president in Miss Potts's office." Tony racked his memory. He couldn't recall anything about AIM. What kind of organization is AIM? Jarvis searched the internet for an answer. Moments later, the holographic interface projected information before Tony. He opened an image of a man in a white lab coat. Wild hair, black-rimmed glasses, a sharp nose, thin lips with dimples accentuating his cheeks. Altogether, a striking figure. The man appeared deep in thought, head bowed. "I feel like I've seen this man somewhere before. But where was it?" Tony pushed the warning from the vice president aside and went back to designing his new armor. Meanwhile, Jean, Diana, and the other 11 companions lived in pure leisure. No pressure, nothing to do but ride horses, practice archery, and enjoy the songs of birds. Jean and Diana had picked up a new craft, the art of sculpture. Diana forbade him from using alchemy, insisting he use a chisel and work slowly, carefully shaping and polishing each detail with unwavering focus to create something truly beautiful. In the bamboo grove, a lifelike sculpture of Diana stood proudly in the dappled shade. Suddenly, Cynthia's voice rang out through the bamboo. "Everyone, come see this." Erica was the first to arrive. She glanced at the statue and let out a gasp. "My God, Jean, how'd you do this?" As white as jade, every inch perfectly smooth, her arms, her abdomen, and the lines of muscle on her back, even the veins stood out clearly. But it was the expression in those eyes, brimming with love, that caught your breath. This was a statue, not a living person. One by one, the others appeared. This statue made Diana blush. It wore no clothing. The figure was laid bare in all its nudity. "Jean, why did you sculpt me like this?" Jean gave Diana a sidelong glance. "If you don't want it, I could destroy the statue for you." Erica immediately clung to Jin's arm, her bosom pressing insistently against him. "Jean, I want you to sculpt me too, but make sure to give me clothes, and let it capture me in battle." Camilla raised her hand. "Me too." Violet exchanged a glance with her sisters. "Count us in as well." Jean nodded. "All right, I'll sculpt statues for all of you." Jean added, "When you sculpt me, make it show even more of my personality than Diana's. Whether I'm clothed or not doesn't matter." Diana shook her head. "No, we can't stay here any longer. It's time for us to leave this paradise apart from the world. You all know time here doesn't line up with Earth." As the head of the group, Diana was not to be refused. Veronica suggested, "We can still sculpt at Prince's house when we return." Now, with courage running higher, the 9 sisters, including Violet, began teasing Jean even more boldly. Everyone made their way back to Prince's house, but Diana refused to let the statue leave with them. It was left behind, standing quietly in the bamboo grove. On July 11th, at 3:30 in the afternoon, Pepper arranged for a helicopter to deliver the perfected regenerative medicine to D.C. The job was meant to be a straightforward escort. There was no professional security team, just Happy, Stark Industries head of security, handling it himself. Their helicopter hadn't T-pure white as jade. Every inch was perfectly smooth. The muscles along the arms, abdomen, and back were clearly visible, as were the veins. Most striking of all were those eyes, brimming with affection, a reminder that this was a statue, not a living person. One after another, the others appeared. This statue made Diana blush. It was entirely unclothed, a naked figure in its purest form. "Jean, how could you carve me like this?" she asked. Jean shot Diana a glance. "If you don't want it, I can always smash the statue for you." Erica immediately wrapped her arms around Jin's, her bosom pressing against him as she pleaded. "Jean, I want you to sculpt one of me too, but make sure I'm dressed like I am when I go into battle." Camilla raised her hand. "I want one as well." Violet exchanged a glance with her sisters. "Count us in too." Jean nodded. "All right, I'll craft a statue for each of you." Jean chimed in. "Just make sure my statue is more distinctive than Diana's. Whether I'm clothed or not doesn't particularly matter." Diana shook her head. "No, we really must leave this hidden paradise. Remember, time doesn't match up with Earth's here." As the matriarch, Diana's word left no room for refusal. Veronica said, "We can still sculpt back at the Prince's house." Violet and her 8 companions now had grown bolder, teasing Jean whenever they got the chance. Everyone returned to the Prince's house, but Diana intervened with the statue, insisting it stay tucked away in the bamboo grove rather than being put on display. On July 11th, at 3:30 in the afternoon, Pepper arranged for a helicopter to deliver the perfected regenerative serum to D.C. What should have been a straightforward escort mission required no professional security. Happy, head of Stark Industries Security, personally oversaw the transport. The helicopter had not yet crossed the Hudson River. A Channel 5 news chopper was trailing Happy's flight, hoping to get a scoop. Suddenly, the pilot's radar detected a target lock. "Happy, get ready, we're being locked onto." The pilot alerted. Happy clutched his headset in shock. What? Out of nowhere, an Apache attack helicopter appeared, unleashing a missile. "Mayday, mayday. We've been hit." People along both banks of the Hudson witnessed the scene. Military helicopters don't call for police, so no alarms were raised. Happy's chopper had taken a hit to the tail, billowing thick smoke as it plunged into the Hudson. Back at Stark Industries Security Center, a distress signal from the helicopter came through. Pepper received the emergency call from the monitoring center, saw the smoky trail lingering in the sky outside her office window, and panic surged within her. Her first instinct was to call Tony. "Tony, something happened to Happy. It's all my fault. I sent him to deliver the perfect regeneration serum, and that's what led to his helicopter being attacked." "What? Where was Happy's helicopter shot down?" "The Hudson River." Meanwhile, in the Hudson River, armed criminals used a submersible to approach Happy's downed helicopter. Water surged into the helicopter's cabin. There was just a pocket of air left to breathe. Happy struggled free from his seatbelt and, making use of the remaining air, tried to force the cabin door open. But he just didn't have the strength. The compartment was now completely submerged. Hope slipping away, Happy felt water flood his lungs. Darkness claimed his senses. Suddenly, a flash of fire cut through the cabin door. Through his fading vision, Happy saw a glimmer of hope, only to realize it wasn't Tony rescuing him, but the criminals slicing through the door. They took the case. The perfect regeneration serum was inside. In less than 10 minutes, the Iron Man suit plunged into the Hudson River. Luckily, oil leaking from the wreck made the chopper easier to find. Otherwise, it would have taken precious time to search. Tony dove to the riverbed, quickly scanned the wreckage, and, without delay, scooped up Happy and rocketed to the surface, bringing him safely to the riverbank. Then Tony dove back underwater to rescue the pilot and a security guard. An ambulance was already waiting by the shore. Happy and one of the security team were saved, but the pilot had taken a fatal blow and didn't survive. Tony Stark watched the ambulance speed away, then returned to Stark Tower. Pepper, waiting anxiously in the penthouse, rushed over the moment Tony arrived. "Tony, how are Happy and the others?" "Happy's okay, but we lost Kurt." Tony pulled Pepper into his arms. "It's over. It's all right now." With Tony's comfort, Pepper slowly managed to collect herself. Only then did Tony let go, frowning as he spoke. "What exactly happened? Why would someone target Happy?" Pepper explained. Happy was delivering the perfect regeneration serum to DC. It was meant to treat the vice president's daughter. Suddenly, Tony understood. He'd seen the scorched edges of the chopper door, cut open on purpose. His expression darkened, remembering the vice president's warning from that morning. "Contact Bastien. Have his team do the delivery. The vice president's daughter, Lucy, is excellent publicity. They'll want to be involved." "I will. And let me handle the rest. For now, stay at Star Tower. There's a good chance this is Ames' handiwork." Bastien personally brought the perfect regeneration serum to a wealthy district. Their car stopped at the gates to the vice president's estate. The Secret Service was on them immediately. "Sir, you're not allowed entry here." Bastien presented his credentials. "I'm here to deliver the regeneration serum to the president. You can verify this if you wish. Please wait a moment." It was a full 15 minutes before the Secret Service finally opened the gates. The security was intense. Their vehicle slowly followed the guidance into the estate. Suddenly, out of the woods, a rocket-propelled grenade came flying toward them. The deafening explosion shook the Secret Service into action. They rushed to the scene at once. Bastien, dressed impeccably as a butler, had already dodged the RPG, still clutching his white refrigerated container, brows furrowed, swiftly pursuing the attacker. A Secret Service agent disguised as a gardener was no match for a superhuman. With a single punch, Bastien made the man cough up water, and with one hand, he broke both of the agent's arms. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" The attacker was tough to the core. He bit into a cyanide capsule hidden in his mouth, blood pouring from his lips as he died instantly. "Freeze!" To the Secret Service agents witnessing the scene, Bastien himself was now the true threat. 15 pistols and 7 rifles were immediately trained on him. Bastien raised his hands in calm cooperation. "I'm only here to deliver the perfect regeneration serum. This man was the one who attacked me." 23 Secret Service team leaders called in immediately to report to their superiors. Even so, Bastien was escorted under heavy guard into the villa on the estate. And in the agent's earpieces, a voice came through. "Captain, be careful. That butler named Bastien. He crushed the stranger's bones with his bare hands." Every agent drew in a sharp breath, glancing apprehensively at one another. In this era of increasingly common superhumans and mutants, they were men of the world. Almost unconsciously, they stepped back from Bastien. It didn't matter, though. The vice president and his family were already hidden in the underground bunker. Through the surveillance cameras, the vice president had witnessed everything. Still, he chose to trust Bastien and emerged from the shelter. Bastien handed the container with the perfect regeneration serum to a member of the Secret Service and addressed the vice president. "Good afternoon, sir. I am Bastien, Mr. Kim Prince's butler. I was sent by Pepper to deliver the perfect regeneration serum and have now completed my mission. Please keep this in mind. This serum requires a substantial amount of food for nutrition. You do well to engage a trustworthy nutritionist. Also, after the injection, the healing wounds will become itchy. Make sure the patient's hands and feet are securely restrained." Bastien bowed deeply. "Goodbye." The vice president called after him. "Wait, who is this Kim Prince you mentioned?" "I wonder if you've heard of the K&O Corporation, sir. Every product they offer was developed solely by Mr. Prince." The vice president nodded thoughtfully. "Your vehicle was destroyed. Would you like me to arrange other transportation?" "No need. Goodbye." The vice president watched Bastien walk away, his face twisting in fury. Pointing at all the Secret Service agents, he erupted, "Tell me, who is that gardener? Why did he attack the team, transporting the perfect regeneration serum? Run a background check on everyone in the manor. Leave no stone unturned. In truth, he knew in his heart that this gardener must have come from AM. They had already thwarted Stark Industries' attempt to deliver the perfect regeneration serum. They had been watching him all along, filling him with dread. These people were bold beyond belief. The vice president reached out to Beast Hank McCoy. Hank McCoy, known as Beast among mutants, had crossed paths with the vice president before back when he worked in government. Now, the vice president intended to hire mutants to protect himself and his family. The emergence of the perfect regeneration serum had completely disrupted AIM's plans. In Miami, deep within an estate's basement, a surge of fury erupted from Aldrich Killian, the head of AIM's American branch. It was literal fire. Killian had already injected himself with the extremist virus, which now posed a constant threat. The risk that his body might overload and explode. Damn it, tell me what went wrong. Who exactly is this Kim Prince? He had not anticipated that the conversation between the vice president and Bastian would reach his ears, proof of just how thoroughly they had infiltrated everything. Another scientist, Maya Hansen, the creator of the extremist virus, still cared deeply about her profession and the scientific community. Kim Prince is also a scientist, the inventor behind both the facial mask and the recovery serum. Killian was infuriated that one of his key players refused to play along with the script. Angrily, he turned to the soldier beside him. Eric, since he won't cooperate, deal with him. I trust there are others who will. A chill ran through Maya. She hastily tried to reason with him. Killian, our only goal is to get Tony's help to solve the problems with extremists. Why drag the president and his circle into this? With a violent jerk, Killian grabbed Maya and tossed her aside like she weighed nothing, his eyes flaring with fire, his skin cracking and ready to combust at any second. Maya, if you try to reach Tony Stark, I will execute you myself. Absolutely not. I want Tony Stark to do exactly as I say. And Eric, before you take care of the vice president, use our network to track down Kim Prince and bring him here. I want them both. To beg Tony for help would be to admit defeat, to acknowledge Tony Stark's superiority. Killian's pride would never allow that. If anything, Tony should be the one crawling on his knees, begging for a chance. July's heat was oppressive, temperatures reaching 37 degrees Celsius. More yachts dotted the waters of Long Island Bay than usual. It was July, after all, and the height of the university, summer holidays. Long Island still attracted many of the wealthy families. Returning from the Dragon's Tomb, the Prince household once again returned to its lively days. Now that Diana had mastered the power of the divine body, she no longer caused any unintended destruction. On top of that, she had gained command over fire. The Prince Antique Store was open for business once more, with Violet, Amelia, and Cerise assisting her in cleaning and tidying up. At the gates of the Prince Manor, guests arrived. Lorna, with her short green hair, stood by the passenger side door, gazing at the iron gates entwined with thick foliage. When did this place start looking so different? Wanda, her hair a striking red, stepped out from the driver's seat. It still says Prince on the sign. Lorna smiled. Get back in the car. Let me show you something. Inside the car, Pietro waited as well. The three siblings were inseparable, attending training together at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters under the guidance of Hank, Beast McCoy, and Aurora Monroe, known as Storm. Yet, as Magneto's children, the siblings still felt some distance between themselves and the others. Full acceptance hadn't come easily. Meanwhile, Clarice, codename Blink, had already become the newest member of the X-Men. Thanks to her enhanced abilities, Lorna made the car drift as lightly as a feather, effortlessly soaring into the Prince Manor. The manor was now heavily fortified. Everywhere except the Prince residence itself was blanketed with surveillance. As the vehicle glided inside, a squad of 10 butlers emerged from the thick grass, all impeccably dressed in black tailcoats. Wanda, barely lifting a finger, flicked out a thread of chaos magic. The faint trace of scarlet energy swiftly took control of all 10 butlers. The butlers automatically parted and lined up on either side of the road. Well, the Prince household sure has stepped up their defenses, huh? Wanda remarked. A shrill alarm rang out from within the manor. Jean, engrossed in her sculpting, furrowed her brow at the noise. Turning to Erica, who wore a tight red battlesuit, she said, Erica, go see what's happening out there. But before Erica could leave, the squad of 98 butlers was the first to respond. Even as the intruders breached the first line of defense, they didn't hesitate. Custom pistols drawn, they fired at once, no warning given. Lorna stopped every bullet in midair, stepped out from the passenger side, and declared, We mean no harm. Bastin frowned. Mutants, huh? What's your business here? If you're friendly, you should try knocking, instead of trespassing on someone else's grounds. Just then, Erica's voice sounded, halting what could have been a needless battle. Baston, they're friends. Let them through. Understood, Miss Nashis. Of the 98 butlers, only Baston remained. He holstered his twin pistols and gave a courteous bow to Lorna, Wanda, and Pietro. Sorry, I'm Bastion, the steward of the entire prince estate. Next time, please just knock on the door directly. Pietro. The three of them nodded at Bastion, then drove off towards the prince residence. Erica, meanwhile, soared back to the backyard of the prince residence, riding the wind. After all, she was still a model, wasn't she? She worried that her statue might have turned ugly after being away for even a short while. Landing back on a stone platform, she retrieved her sculpting tools and struck a combat-ready pose. Wanda hadn't even finished parking the car when she called out, Diana, Jean, we're back. No one responded. The three circled around the villa to the backyard, only to find the ground littered with shards of stone. Behind a massive 3-meter-tall slab of flawless white marble, a rhythmic tapping echoed out. Approaching, they discovered it was Jean at work, her sculpture of Erica already taking shape. Pietro let out a gasp of admiration. Wow, Jean, when did you learn to sculpt? Jean turned to glance at them, taking off her safety goggles. Long time no see, Pete, Wanda, Lorna. Where have you all been? Jean stepped forward and embraced the three of them. It's been ages, Jean. We've been training with the X-Men, Wanda explained. Did you graduate? Jean asked, smiling. Lorna responded by lifting her hand. Instantly, the tools on the table floated into the air, each one gracefully dancing under her precise control. Jean nodded in approval. Not bad. You've all grown a lot. Lorna beamed with pride. But Erica interrupted their reunion. Hey, Jean, let's chit-chat, get back to work. Jean smiled wryly. Give me a few more hours, okay? Right now, I'm just a laborer around here, forced into sculpting for them. Pietro's gaze shifted to a shape hidden beneath a black cloth. He stepped forward and pulled it away, his eyes widening in surprise. Beneath the covering stood a statue of Violet, cloaked and formidable, her icy stare brimming with lethal intent. Hashtag. Triskelion building. Nick Fury was deep in discussion with representatives of the World Council, strategizing about SHLD's future plans. Steve Rogers, dressed in full uniform with his vibranium shield on his back, strode into the conference room. Fury looked up at Steve, puzzled. Captain, is something wrong? Expressionless, Steve cast his eyes over the flickering holograms around the room, offering no reply. In the very next moment, he drew his gun and fired, hitting Fury squarely in the chest. Fury staggered back, clutching his chest in disbelief as blood poured from his wound, unable to comprehend what had just happened. As the U.S. representative, Alexander Pierce leapt up in shock, his hand instinctively reaching for the pistol at his back. Captain, do you have any idea what you're doing? Steve spat at Fury, then leaned in close to whisper in Alexander Pierce's ear. Hail Hydra. By the time Pierce snapped back to his senses, Steve was already gone. He immediately called the control center. Alert! Alert! Steve Rogers has killed Nick Fury. All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are ordered to eliminate Steve Rogers on sight. Also, dispatch a medical team to save Fury at once. Pierce cut off the Council's communication link and moved forward to inspect Fury's injuries. Fury's breathing had already stopped, a bullet wound piercing his chest. Family scandals must not be aired in public, especially since he represented the United States. Rest well, Fury, Pierce murmured calmly, closing Fury's one good eye. He was tempted to fire a couple more shots, but the medical team arrived faster than he expected. The medics scrambled to lift Fury onto a stretcher, administering emergency treatment as they hurried down the hall. Pierce watched the medical team disappear around the corner when his phone rang, a call from Crossbones. Should we go after Steve Rogers? Pierce hesitated for a moment. Yes, corner Steve Rogers right away. If you get the upper hand, give him a way out. Pierce still couldn't figure out why Steve had whispered Hail Hydra to him. Had he been exposed? Who told him? Without delay, he summoned a meeting of Hydra's core members. He had to know who was behind manipulating Steve Rogers. This development was entirely beyond his expectations. The entire Triskelion erupted into chaos. Agents mobilized en masse, all to hunt down Steve. But Steve was prepared. Leaping from a great height, he sped away from the Triskelion on his motorcycle. Hot on his heels was none other than Crossbones. Half an hour later, the news that Steve Rogers had shot Nick Fury reached the top floor of Stark Tower. Tony still wore his armor as he lounged on a leather sofa, casually munching on a hamburger. He needed to be ready for another attack from AM. He had a strong sense those people would strike again. Jarvis's voice chimed in. Sir, Agent Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D. is calling. This surprised Tony. Put her through. Hey, Hill. What's up? Hill's tone was exceptionally grave. Tony, I have news for you. Nick Fury is dead. Tony shot to his feet. What? How'd he die? Director Fury was shot and killed by Steve Rogers in the Triskelion conference room. Tony was stunned, then immediately pressed, is Steve under some kind of mind control? He simply couldn't believe Captain America would do such a thing. There had to be something more to this story. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm just here to inform you. Every Avenger on leave has already been notified except Thor, who I haven't been able to reach. You're the last. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D. has issued a warrant and is working with the FBI, contemplating a global manhunt. Is there anything you need me to do? I'm not sure. Deep down, I find this hard to believe, but the truth is Fury died in the medical wing of the Triskelion, and I have no choice but to accept it. If possible, I hope you Avengers can uncover the truth behind this. I understand. Tony hung up the phone and stood there, stunned for a long while. Fury's image kept flashing through his mind. The enigmatic spy master, gone just like that? He could hardly wrap his head around it. At the same time, Natasha, still on holiday in London, and Hawkeye, spending time with his family at home, both set off for DC almost simultaneously. Dr. Banner received the news, but showed no reaction, remaining secluded in his hideaway in Canada. He wanted no part in any of this. Tony's mind was now aching with the weight of it all. Pepper's safety on one side, his former comrade's crisis on the other. Damn it, what should I do? Suddenly, Tony thought of Jean. Jarvis, connect me to Baston right away. The call went through. Mr. Stark, good afternoon. Baston, has Jean returned yet? Yes, he's back. Good. Baston, hand the phone over to Jean immediately. I need his help. At the Prince residence, Baston moved swiftly, sprinting from the ranch toward the house. Inside, everyone was gathered around the dining table, laughter and chatter filling the air. Baston paused at the dining room door to straighten his clothes, then walked in and respectfully approached Jean's side. Sir, Tony needs your assistance. Jean put down his knife and fork and took the phone from Baston. Tony, what's going on? Jean, I need your help. Can you arrange for a few capable people to help protect Pepper for a while? Jean didn't ask for details. Of course. Please send someone right away. I'll be at Stark Industries waiting for you. Jean was a bit puzzled. What could be so urgent? He opened the dragon tomb, summoned Zero, then looked around the table and asked, who among you would like to help protect Pepper for a while? Doris raised her right hand. I'll go. One person won't be enough. If Tony's asking, something big must be happening. Doris, Olena, Emily, Camilla, you four will go and take your gear. The four women nodded. Jean turned to Zero. Zero, escort them down to the first floor soon, and stay at Stark Tower yourself to protect Pepper. Unless something truly unexpected happens, let Doris and the others handle things. Understood, sir. 5 minutes later, the group of 5 vanished from Prince's house and reappeared on the top floor of Stark Tower. Tony was startled by their sudden arrival. Instinctively, he raised his palm, ready to fire his repulsor blast. Zero stepped forward, shielding everyone from the arc pulse. Oh hell, it's you all. Jarvis, grant them some access. You are to go and protect Pepper at once. Doris nodded in acknowledgement. All 4 of them were dressed in sharp black business attire with short skirts, each holding a sword concealed in a staff. Zero wore a black tailcoat. After giving his instructions, Tony left Stark Tower and headed in the direction of DC. Meanwhile, on a tall building near Stark Tower, a group of men disguised as construction workers had already gathered. Boss, Stark has left the building. Wait a bit longer. If my guess is right, he's headed to DC to wait for Pepper to get off work. Remember, under no circumstances is Pepper to be harmed. Deal with everyone else as you see fit. And send another team to Long Island. Kim Prince has an estate there. Bring him to me as well. Their leader, Eric, hung up the phone and addressed the people behind him. Teams 1 and 3, you're with me to Long Island. Teams 2 and 4, Kane is in command. Kane, don't let the boss down. Kane, a towering man with a thick beard and well over 6 feet tall, nodded. Team 1 was made up of 12 veterans, former combat elites who had retired from the battlefield due to injuries. All of them had taken the extremist virus, which had fully healed their limbs. Eric set out for Long Island. During the drive, he studied the layout of Prince's estate and quickly made strategic adjustments. The estate faced the Long Island Bay on one side and boasted 3 private docks. He decided to launch the attack from the sea. Afternoon, at Prince's house. Jean, Erica, Veronique, Cynthia, Lorna, and Wanda had transformed into mermaids, playfully swimming in the pool. Pietro, dressed in beach shorts, sat on a lounge chair. He snuck a furtive glance at the 6 of them, then slipped under the shade of a tree beside Kim, using a marble pillar to shield himself. In a low voice, he asked, Kim, do you still have that medicine? Kim flashed a wicked smile, looking Pietro up and down. Pietro, you're still young. Already feeling weak? You shouldn't rely on these things. Are you really already having issues at your age? Feeling her voice was a bit too loud, Pietro hastily covered Kim's mouth, glancing nervously toward the pool. Keep your voice down, will you? Kim burst out laughing. Still afraid of Wanda, huh? Afraid? No, this is respect. After all, she's only 12 minutes older than me. But Pietro's expression said it all. This was a fear that ran deep in his veins. Jean found it a little amusing. So why are you sneaking around? You're already an adult. Affairs between men and women are the most normal thing in the world. Do you really think she can stop you from getting a girlfriend? Still, you're young. Try not to rely too much on pills. Even if those drugs don't cause too many side effects, it's better to be careful. Pietro shot Jean a look, his face showing a hint of envy. Jean, how did you get Diana to accept all those other women? That's impressive. Think you could teach me a few tricks? No sooner had Pietro spoken than Jean heard a voice ring out in his head. It was Jean's. Pietro, if you want to find a few women, just say the word. I'll let Wanda know, and with her powers, women will be eating out of your hand. In the blink of an eye, Pietro vanished into the backyard, disappearing altogether from the Prince residence. Jean offered a faint smile as she stepped out of the swimming pool, draped a towel over her shoulders, and settled herself on a Jin's lap. Jean, don't go leading Pietro astray. Otherwise, Wanda may well come after you with everything she's got. I didn't do anything. Don't blame me for that. Fine, whatever. I'm not interested in this. Just put some sunscreen on me. While Jean was rubbing sunscreen on Jean, two yachts came gliding toward the dock of the Prince residence along the Long Island Bay. Out in the open, 25 people stepped off the yachts. Bastien walked out of the villa, about to make his way forward, but Jean stopped him, so he returned inside. Wanda, Lorna, Cynthia, and Veroni all straightened up from their lounge chairs, watching as the 25 newcomers strode forward with a formidable presence. Leading them, Eric swept his eyes over the 7 of them before fixing his gaze on Jean. Well now, I can see why you're a billionaire, with all these beautiful women around you. How about letting your ladies keep my brother's company for a while? Jean took Jean's hand in a silent gesture, telling her not to do anything, then rose to his feet. Do you folks have some business here? You've trespassed onto my property. By law, I'd be fully justified in defending myself, even with deadly force. Eric laughed out loud. What a joke. If we had feared you, we wouldn't have set foot here in the first place, would we? Haven't you heard? Ignorance is fearless. None of them seemed the least bit intimidated. They had all been injected with the extremist virus. They didn't fear bullets, as their bodies would simply heal themselves. Jean applauded lightly. If you've come for money, I'm willing to spare some. But I have a feeling that's not what you want, is it? Eric strolled over to a lounge chair, grabbed a glass of chilled whiskey, and knocked it back in one go. Good drink. Take care of the women. Bring Jean Prince with us. Wanda unleashed her chaos magic. With just a breath, she had bewildered 24 of the intruders, leaving only Eric still in his right mind. Eric's eyes went wide in disbelief at the sight before him. What on earth was happening? His comrades had suddenly turned their guns on each other, emptying their clips in the blink of an eye. Jean let out a gasp of surprise. The people before him weren't bleeding, nor had they died. Instead, flames burst forth from their bodies, waves of scorching heat radiating around them. Eric knew he was finished. Instinctively, he turned to run, but things were not about to go his way. Jean had already seized control of Eric, leaving him jogging in place, utterly ridiculous and helpless. Sensing danger, Jin's figure flickered. Within the span of a breath, alchemical arrays appeared simultaneously in both his hands. With palm after precise palm strike, he hit the 24, transforming them at once into statues. They soared up into the air, only to crash back down and shatter to pieces. Inwardly, Eric groaned. Boss, just what kind of monsters are these people? Jean turned to Jean and said, Keep him still. Don't let him move. Then he shouted, Bastien, bring me a syringe. Jean walked up to Eric. I'll ask you 3 questions, and if you answer them, I'll see to it your end is quick. First, who are you people? Second, why are you looking for me? Third, what exactly did you inject into your bodies? Eric glared at Jean, lips clamped tight, jaw set with the effort of resistance. Blue veins bulged under his skin, red light flickered beneath the surface, and sweat rolled down his forehead in rivulets. Jean spoke quietly. I am sorry. Eric shot Jean a glance. She, this stunning woman, was actually a mutant. Damn it. Why hadn't he checked their backgrounds more thoroughly? He snorted coldly but still refused to answer Jean. Bastien produced a syringe. It was huge, the kind of thing that could drain half of Eric's blood in one go. Jean eyed the syringe, incredulous. Bastien, are you trying to be funny? Sir, I know your intention. You want to study his blood, so why not draw more? He's as good as dead anyway. The sight left Eric momentarily stunned. His mental defenses crumbled. With that monstrous syringe, he'd be finished before he was dead. I'll talk. We're from AIM, working under Aldrich Killian of the U.S. Division. We were sent to bring you back to research the extremist virus, the same virus we've been injected with. Jean listened to him. The extremist virus? What does it do? It repairs the human body. All of us are disabled, retired soldiers. After extremists fixed us up, we pledged allegiance to Killian. But the virus isn't perfected. If you inject it, the dosage can overload, and then you just explode. Please, let me go. At last, Bastin produced an ordinary, disposable syringe from his tailcoat and stepped forward to draw Eric's blood. Jean watched as Bastin finished, thinking perhaps he could finally take a look at the other side's research. Jean, let him go. I'll keep him company for a bit. The rest of you stay home. Eric heard Jin's words, and despair deepened within him. It seemed there was truly no escape this time. A pill suddenly appeared in Jin's hand. He shoved it into Eric's mouth. This is a poison I've specially prepared for you. Without my antidote, nobody in the world can save you. You can feel your blood starting to race, can't you? I hope you'll cooperate. Eric clawed at his throat, but didn't manage to spit the pill out in time. Heat surged through his body, and the virus within him seemed on the verge of spiraling out of control. Please, give me the antidote. I'll do whatever you ask. Let's go. Take me to your base. Wanda interjected. We'll go together. But Jean replied, it's better if you stay at home. Wanda pursed her lips in frustration. She was no longer the same timid Wanda she once was. Gazing after Jean and Eric's departing figures, Wanda turned to Lorna, Cynthia, and Camilla. Let's follow them, quietly. Cynthia nodded. Number 2, use the satellites to keep track of Jin's location. Veronica leaned toward Bastion. Mr. Bastion, could you please prepare vehicles for us? Bastion offered no objections. Meanwhile, Jean and Erica, entirely uninterested in their plans, quietly slipped away from the backyard and returned to the main house. 4,000 words. The data is pitifully sparse. The writing is just awful. A little self-hypnosis, steady now. Someone, please send me a gift. I'm about to start begging, friends. From the Miami airport, an SUV rolled out onto the street. Jean sat in the back seat, his hands cuffed, a newspaper resting in his lap. He looked up at Eric. Don't play games. If you need to send a message, do it openly. No tricks, safety first. Overhead, a satellite continued to monitor everything inside the vehicle. As soon as Eric tried to send a message, it was instantly intercepted by number 2. A nervous tick pulled at Eric's mouth. Even as a superhuman, he felt utterly powerless before Jean. Jean answered a call. What is it, Doris? Jean, Pepper just had a close call, but we took care of it. Our enemy was strange, self-destructed out of nowhere. Thankfully, Zero was there, where things could have gone very badly. I understand. I'm on my way to confront the people behind these killers. So, you already know who's behind this? Not exactly. They came for me, too. Try to capture me. I'm just playing along for now. Keep guarding Pepper. When I give the word, you can stand down and head home. Understood. Jean made no attempt to hide any of this. His phone was on speaker for all to hear. Eric caught every word. So even Kane and his group had failed. Most likely, there wasn't even a scrap of them left. The scenery outside the car window was truly distinctive. Looking out, the men were almost all in beach shorts and t-shirts, while most of the women wore bikinis. The vehicle wound its way past a stretch of beach and entered a wealthy neighborhood. Lush tropical plants and trees blocked the view, but glimpses of the architectural style could be caught here and there. A sprawling estate came into view, guarded with strict security. A fleet of vehicles was parked at the entrance to the villa. Eric didn't recognize the current guards at the villa. He had no idea whose men they were. Each looked fierce and menacing, and upon closer inspection, he saw tattoos of 10 rings, one for each finger, etched into their knuckles. Eric took hold of Jin's hand and made their way toward the entrance of the villa. Jean, meanwhile, was sizing up the 4 security guards at the gate. None were physically imposing, but their eyes were sharp and cold, radiating an unmistakable aura of danger that kept people at bay. Their fists were knotted with thick calluses. Jean could faintly sense the energy that shrouded all 4. Eric whispered, "Don't look at them." When Eric and Jean stepped up to the main door, they were blocked from proceeding. "Please wait. You must not enter for now. Our leader is inside, currently in conversation with Mr. Killian." Just as Eric suspected, these were 10 Rings operatives. "I'm Eric, one of Killian's men," he announced, trying to make himself known, but the guard only shook his head in refusal. Frustration flared in Eric's chest. Damn it, just whose territory is this? Who gave you the right to stop me? Though he was angry inside, there was nothing he could do. Just then, Killian must have caught the sound of Eric's voice from outside, and immediately called out, "Leader, my most trusted lieutenant has returned." The leader of the 10 Rings gestured lightly. Redfish. Redfish, clad in a crimson cheepow that accentuated her graceful curves, swayed her way out toward the door. The room was filled with 11 women in cheepow, each striking and youthful, each radiating a distinct charm. They hailed from different regions, and their facial features revealed their diverse backgrounds. Redfish led the two of them inside. Eric, quick to read the moment, clasped his hands and gave a deep bow. "Greetings, leader." Killian turned to Jean. "Eric, you never disappoint. This must be Jean Prince." The Ten Rings leader studied Jean. Jean regarded the leader in return. Without warning, the Ten Rings leader launched an attack. The ring on his left thumb glowed, unleashing a powerful force of gravity that crashed down on Jean. Cracks spread across the stone floor, but Jean stood his ground as if nothing had happened. A faint, dismissive smile played on the leader's lips. "Just as I thought." All 12 women attacked Jean at once. Jean shook his head. The others sensed the surge of energy within him. The handcuffs on his wrists vanished, and the aura of the dragon's spirit erupted around him. A blast of air swept through the room, overturning everyone present, furniture and people alike. Only one person remained utterly motionless in the grand armchair. That was the Ten Rings. "How interesting, how very interesting. Give me your name." "I do not kill the nameless." Killian was slumped on the ground, only to have Eric awkwardly help him up. Eric whispered a few words into his ear. Killian's eyes flew wide open, but there was nothing he could do to change the reality they now faced. The auras of Jean and the Ten Rings collided in the air, whipping up fierce gusts of wind. The two men hastily scrambled away from where they'd just been standing. A glint of bronze, Jin's sword flashed. With a flick of the right index finger, Ten Rings unleashed a shockwave from the ring upon it, halting the bronze sword in midair. "Come down here," he commanded. Then, using the ring on his left thumb, he summoned a force of gravity, driving the bronze sword straight into the ground. Jean frowned. "Have we met before?" Ten Rings shook his head and tightened his fist, producing a sharp, cracking sound, every inch exuding his fighting spirit. "Red fish, white fish, you two step back, keep your distance." Immediately, Red Fish protested. "Chief, you can't reveal yourself here in the U.S. What if S.H.I.E.L.D. gets wind of it? You'll be hunted down for sure." With a ring on his right middle finger, Ten Rings conjured a howling whirlwind. It tore through the 12 men, and even ripped apart the villa's roof. A shield of dragon's spirit flared up, warding off the gale. Jean fixed his gaze on the Ten Rings' hands. With the eye of truth, he discerned the hidden power within each of the Ten Rings. The dragon's spirit surged, sweeping up the bronze sword, as Jin's right fist unleashed a slicing wave of air. "Shockwave." Ten Rings laughed, his voice ringing. "Come on, take it seriously. Let's see if you can last longer than the rest in my hands." It had been such a long, long time since Ten Rings had faced anyone of such skill. His life had been a long conquest, but victories no longer brought true satisfaction. Jin's aura erupted, and in an instant, he closed the distance. Both hands lashed out like a dragon's claws. Golden Dragon seeks its prey, a move that struck straight for the vital points. But his opponent was no slouch, an elite fighter. He crossed his arms, and a surge of force exploded from him. Both men recoiled 10 paces. The bronze sword, still suspended in midair, tumbled down at an angle. It missed, stabbing directly into Ten Rings' heart by just a single fist's width. With the power of his left thumb ring, Ten Rings stopped the bronze sword cold. The right ring finger of his opponent glimmered with golden light. Jean sensed the bronze sword might soon be destroyed. In a flash, 50 vibranium swords appeared by his side. Like a hail of arrows, they shot forward. But with a flash of golden light, all 50 vibranium swords were shattered. Jean seized back the bronze sword, wresting it from Ten Rings' control. A bolt of lightning struck Jean, blasting him back and hurling him through 5 solid walls before he finally crashed to a halt. Jean pulled himself up from the wreckage and brushed dust from his clothes, eyes locking once more on Ten Rings. The power in those 10 rings was both eerie and unpredictable. Jean had no clue which trick his opponent would use next. For now, it was clear, Ten Rings was only toying with him. He hadn't even shown his true seriousness. All around, the villa trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. In the next instant, the walls fractured and crumbled, the cracks converging to form a towering stone giant. This was the power contained in the right thumb of the 10 Commandments, material recombination. Is there anyone here who hasn't revealed their hand yet? Jean made no attempt to conceal his own strength and unleashed his alchemy. From the ground, another stone giant, this one over 20 meters tall, emerged. Jean issued a single command to his giant: destroy the opposing titan standing before you. Fortunately, the estate's grounds were vast enough that the commotion didn't draw immediate attention from the surroundings, but in the sky, a sightseeing helicopter had already captured the spectacle of both stone behemoths locked in confrontation. The 10 Commandments gazed at Jean. "Oh, fascinating. This is getting much more interesting. Come, let's see what else you can do." Pressing his palms together, Jean slammed them down onto the earth. The entire estate shuddered, rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. Sadly, his gambit failed to yield the desired results. Meanwhile, Killian, Eric, and Maya took shelter at the entrance to the basement, watching the unfolding clash between these two extraordinary men. Without hesitation, Killian barked out an order. Evacuate. Get everyone out and move the lab equipment. If this continues, this place is going to be reduced to rubble. Eric swallowed hard, stealing one last glance at the fighters before retreating down into the basement. Inside, a secure escape route awaited. The battle between the two stone titans had drawn the attention of both the Miami police and the media. 17 aircraft now dotted the sky above. 8 were from law enforcement and the FBI. The other 7 belonged to various news agencies. 2 more helicopters were private property, owned by wealthy spectators. By now, night had fully descended. Still, journalists used the powerful searchlights mounted on their choppers, keeping the two combatants illuminated with unwavering focus. These searchlights required no human guidance. Automated systems coordinated them, using infrared tracking so that the figures of Gene and the Ten Commandments were always exposed in stark clarity. By this time, Gene had already donned a mask, his face safely hidden from public eyes. His bespoke suit had long since been shredded, revealing his bare upper body. The same was true for the Ten Commandments. His clothes hung in tatters, hair wild and loose, a far cry from his former elegance. His face had grown dark with fury, and the murderous aura around him seeped relentlessly into the night. Despite the ferocity of their clash, neither man had suffered any truly fatal injury. At last, the battle of the stone giants drew to a close. Jin's alchemically forged stone giant emerged victorious, yet was itself riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. Now, just 15 meters apart, Gene and the Ten Commandments stood amidst jagged heaps of shattered rock. Irritated by the relentless glare of the searchlights, the Ten Commandments fired off a barrage of laser beams, shattering the night sky with explosions. Gene seized the fleeting opening. His form flashed forward, dragon claw poised to strike at the heart. As the energy of the divine dragon gathered in his palm and burst outward, the attack accompanied by a fearsome dragon's roar. His opponent's combat reflexes were nothing short of astonishing. The Ten Rings master stepped back, harnessing the power of the thumb ring on his left hand to create a new gravitational field. He sent the condensed spirit dragon hurtling toward the aircraft in the sky. A violent explosion tore through the plane. After all, ordinary people could not perceive the presence of the spirit dragon. Gene frowned deeply, casting a glance at the sky. He had already lost 5 helicopters to this battle. Why were these people still so unafraid? The power of his 10 rings is truly enigmatic. At present, he has not yet revealed the abilities of the ring on his right hand's pinky, left hand's ring finger, or left hand's pinky. Those remain a mystery. Over this half-hour-long fight, Gene had begun to understand his opponent's rings. The rings on both hands could be activated simultaneously, but a single finger could not wield more than one ability at a time. Gene had also employed his alchemy in combat, and his opponent could clearly see his alchemical array. Now, he too knew to stay clear of the circle's range. You must be a martial artist. Why rely on the power of your rings instead of your own chi? I'll refrain from using alchemy. You put your rings aside. Let's settle this with a fair duel. Only one of us walks away. What do you say? The Ten Rings master heard Jin's challenge, gazed skyward at the persistent threat above, and lifted his right index finger. Solve the problem up there, and I'll accept your proposal. Gene glanced upward. Give me a moment. A massive circle formed, startling the Ten Rings master so much that he leaped straight into the air. Suddenly, square walls rose to enclose them, and the ground beneath their feet became perfectly smooth. Gene called out, "Come down. I swear I won't ambush you." The Ten Rings master descended, reaching out to touch the icy, polished surface of the walls. They were made of metallic alloy, a spell impressive enough to rival the power of his own matter-transmuting ring. The ceiling sealed up overhead. Gene snapped his fingers. In an instant, an arena 100 meters long, 50 meters wide, and 5 meters high was conjured, a sealed battlefield. 3 rows of blazing torches lined the walls, illuminating the entire space in a fierce glow. Gene thrust his bronze sword into the ground and addressed the Ten Rings master. Let us fight as martial artists. If you win, you may claim my bronze sword. If I win, I'll take your 10 rings. But first, we must sign a contract, a life and death pact. If I use alchemy, my life ends. If you invoke your 10 rings, yours will. Do you have the courage to stake it all? The Ten Rings master scowled, snorting coldly. No deal. You're a mage. How can I trust you won't hoodwink me? My word is final. Without another word, Gene removed his slacks, leaving only his boxer briefs, and cupped his fists in salute to his opponent. Then let us begin. Only the living can escape this prison. The Ten Rings master shed his outer clothes as well. Both men's bodies shimmered with energy, one golden, one white, as they slowly began to circle each other. Faster and faster, their figures flickered and blurred. It was not an advanced combat technique, merely an ordinary straight punch. Yet both punches brimmed with the formidable energy each man wielded. Their fists stopped just 2 fingers apart, never touching. The very air between them quivered. Fierce flames around the arena swayed wildly, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Their energies clashed, canceling each other out, and both fighters simultaneously retreated 7 steps before coming to a halt. A burst of laughter broke out. Shiji let out a cry of exhilaration. Jean shouted again. Again and again their blows collided. Neither could prevail, neither willing to yield. Both radiated a fierce pride. Time ticked steadily by. 2 hours slipped away unnoticed. Both were now steaming, heat and sweat mingling on their bodies to create a haze that drifted around them. Shiji, a man who had lived for more than 2 centuries, his first 100 years spent on battlefields, the next devoted to cultivating his inner energy, now found himself unable to defeat a youth, and felt truly ashamed. Within Jean, not a trace of his dragon spirit remained. He could now rely only on the strength of his body. Still, he allowed his opponent no respite, launching another attack, even as his speed began to wane. A glimmer of triumph curved Shiji's lips. He evaded Jin's onslaught with ease. It seems victory is mine. You've used up all your energy, haven't you? Tiger Cannon Fist. A great tiger's roar split the air, and for a fleeting moment, a phantom image of a white tiger appeared. Jin's right foot lifted, then slammed down as he shifted his weight onto his left, tipping his body to the right. With a sweeping kick, he struck at the advancing Shiji. The move knocked Shiji's Tiger Cannon Fist off its intended path. The ground trembled, leaving behind a deep crater as if struck by artillery. Both men tumbled and rolled across the floor. Shiji's fighter's instincts took over. He sprang to his feet, launching himself skyward like a hunting falcon. From above, his feet rained down in relentless succession. Jean could only keep rolling to dodge the onslaught upon the ground. It had to be said, in terms of fighting skill, Shiji outmatched Jean by a wide margin. After all, his years of experience vastly eclipsed Jin's. The gap in age and experience was laid bare. Wherever Jean rolled, he left a trail of deep footprints in his wake. Suddenly, Shiji crashed from the air, shaking his head in disbelief, his senses swirling. He could hardly believe this man before him had not played by the rules, and somehow left him woozy. You bastard! You used poison gas. A sly smile touched Jin's face. No poison. It's merely a substance already present in the air. Seizing this small opening, Jean darted forward, channeling all his remaining might. He drove his fist squarely into Shiji's abdomen with colossal force. Shiji was sent flying 5 meters away. Jean held his breath, pressed the attack, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Fists, knees, elbows, so fast they blurred like afterimages. Out of my way! Shiji called upon the power of the ring of repulsion on his left thumb, summoning a force of pure rejection. Jean slammed heavily against the wall, and the blazing torch tumbled from the iron surface. The 10 Commandments' head was barely recognizable, his face swollen like that of a battered pig, his teeth all knocked out, a picture of utter misery. Over a dozen of his ribs were broken, his right leg fractured, but his consciousness remained sharp as ever. Through narrowed eyes, the 10 Commandments caught sight of the fallen torch. A wry smile crossed his bruised face as the truth hit him. He had lost, defeated of all things by a young man. Go to hell, he spat. A laser beam burst forth. He was not willing to accept defeat. Jean slipped past the ray, mocking. It seems you've decided to break the rules. In that case, your life now belongs to me. Go to hell. Alchemy, transmutation. The ground trembled violently. Lightning arced across the floor. The 10 Commandments desperately tried to change the structure of matter, hoping to escape this sealed prison. But the walls were forged of pure gold, embedded within them the Philosopher's Stone. Any damage was instantly restored. His fate was already sealed. A once mighty tyrant vanished from this world. He was transformed into a single Philosopher's Stone. His 10 rings fell clattering to the ground. Jean stepped forward and picked up the rings, storing them inside his dragon ring. With a soft sigh, he muttered to himself, exhausted, but it's not time to rest yet. Using alchemy, Jean dug a tunnel and slipped out of the iron-bound prison, sealing the passage behind him as he departed. And so, the solitary chamber became one of Miami's newest attractions. Elsewhere, in a secret safe house belonging to Nick Fury, Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and Agent Hill were gathered together in the living room. They'd watched the footage of Steve Rogers shooting Nick Fury more times than they could count. With a faint sigh, Tony turned to Hill. Hill, what about Nick's body? It was taken by his old friend, Dum Dum Dugan. Last I heard, he's probably been cremated by now, Hill replied. What about his death report? Hill produced a device, projecting an image of Nick Fury's body and the autopsy report onto the table. Cause of death, a bullet through the heart. Even with the body before him, Tony could scarcely believe Fury was gone. Natasha remained silent, her thoughts hidden away. Fury had brought her into S.H.I.E.L.D. She harbored a different kind of feeling for him. She, after all, was a defector without a true home to return to. Hawkeye glanced at Hill. Hill, just tell us what you want. Find Steve. If we find him, we'll have the truth. But I've used every bit of S.H.I.E.L.D. access I have. He's vanished without a trace. Steve Rogers was already aboard an aircraft bound for the Arctic, Crossbones by his side. The plane was filled with Hydra operatives. Steve sat with eyes closed, conserving his strength, his signature shield clutched to his chest. With his right hand, he kept rhythmically tapping against it. Strapped to his waist was a relic Fury had given him, a telegraph transmitter, hardly bigger than a button. The recipient turned out to be Jarvis. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice sounded in Tony's ear. Sir, I've just received a Morse code transmission. I've already decoded it. It's just 3 words. Follow the signal. Tony covered the earpiece and said, Repeat that. Follow the signal. Natasha, Hawkeye, and Hill were all watching Tony. Natasha asked, what happened? Tony replied. Jarvis picked up a Morse code message, telling me to follow the signal. Hill asked, could it be the captain? Tony said, we'll catch up and find out. The sender is still on the move. Hill nodded. I'll get a Quinjet ready. Wait for me here. On the streets of Miami, Gene had changed into relaxed beach shorts, a floral shirt, slippers on his feet, and sunglasses perched on his nose. He looked every bit a local. Eric and Killian had already disappeared from number 2 surveillance and couldn't be tracked any further. Gene held a coconut drink as he ambled aimlessly down the coastal boulevard. The street was bustling with crowds, lively and noisy. Every now and then, a drunken reveler would bump into him. This was a prime vacation spot. Students from colleges across America flocked to Miami for holidays and surfing. With his delicate looks, Gene had quickly caught someone's eye. A group of 5 black men wearing headscarves tailed him. Among them, one had a face full of tattoos and a nose ring. Since most of the city's police force had been drawn away by the secret battle between Gene and the 10 Rings, there were far fewer officers patrolling the streets than usual. Weaving through the crowd, the 5 closed in on Gene as he walked down a dimly lit stretch of road. He felt the barrel of a gun press in his back, and he was pulled into a small grove near the beach. A man in a leather jacket growled in a low voice, "Don't move. Hand over all your money." Gene raised his hands, surveying the group with a quick glance. "Hey now, careful there. Don't let that thing go off by mistake." 2 of the men, both slight in build, started frisking him. Unfortunately for them, all Gene had was a cell phone. "JT, just a phone. Your instincts are terrible." The one called JT shot him a vicious glare. "Don't forget the watch on his wrist. If I'm right, that one's worth over $100 grand. And both of those rings on his injured hands. That's some rich boy bling." Just then, Jin's phone began to ring. Gene ventured a question. "Mind if I answer that?" The group looked puzzled. In the faint light, they could see there wasn't a trace of fear on Jin's face, so different from the reactions they were used to when mugging others. JT struck Gene with the butt of the gun. A hand grabbed his wrist with such force that the pistol slipped from his grasp, and a sharp cry of pain escaped him. The remaining 4 men panicked. They hastily pulled small knives from their pockets. The phone was still ringing. Gene caught the pistol and aimed it at the 5 of them. "Utterly unprofessional," he remarked. With a sweeping kick, all 5 were knocked flat to the ground in a perfectly straight line. Clutching themselves in agony, the 5 groaned and whimpered. Some bystanders who witnessed the scene only hurriedly ran away. Gene didn't end the lives of these thugs. Instead, he skillfully immobilized their arms and, holding the phone, turned away. The gun in his hand disintegrated into iron dust, which trickled to the ground. Glancing at the phone, he saw an unknown number. "Hello, who is this?" Wanda's voice came through the receiver. "Gene, your fight is finally over. We're at the Florida Everglades. Hurry and join us." Gene asked, "Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Why are you here?" Lorna snatched the phone away. "Just get over here, Gene. We found our main base. Let number 2 send you the location. That's all. No time for arguing." Helpless, Gene could only hail a cab on the street. It was a full 90 kilometers away. He made it in under an hour. The destination lay just outside the Florida Everglades, an estate that appeared to be a resort. In a secluded corner, A tower cloaked by thick vegetation stood guard. Armed sentinels patrolled, rifles in hand, Ruger precision models with night vision scopes. They were geared up for anything. A guard every 10 paces would hardly be an exaggeration. Jean arrived at the spot where Lorna, Wanda, Cynthia, and Veloni waited. He shot a glare at Cynthia and Veloni. The two only stuck out their tongues, feigning innocence, and, with a bit of sign language, pinned the blame on Lorna and Wanda for roping them in. Jean didn't blame the four. In truth, without their actions, he might never have found Aim's stronghold. He asked, "So what's the plan?" Wanda replied, "We go straight in. I'll use chaos magic to change their minds." "All right, we'll go with your plan. I'll hang back and support. Let's see what you can do." The four nodded to him. The five of them scaled the wall, tripping an infrared security alarm. A moment later, guards appeared. They all perched in the trees, watching 2 sentries below. Wanda snapped her fingers, casting a spell that plunged the guards into illusion and quietly sent them away from the estate. "Any signs of trouble?" "Just a stray cat, over." "Stay sharp." The 5 strolled boldly into the grounds. Lorna manipulated the guards through magnetism, working in tandem with Wanda's chaos magic to keep them well out of the way. Watching it all unfold, Jean couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the true might of magic. The 5 of them skirted around the security cameras and, following number 2's directions, entered the surveillance center. The 5 surveillance staff had also left the estate. This vast estate had been cleared of over 100 guards. Number 2's voice sounded in their ears. "The enemy is in the basement. You need to take the elevator." Number 2 had already broken into the estate's network, allowing their team to watch the basement on the surveillance screens in the control room. Baroni asked, "Number 2, is there really only one entrance and exit? There's no data from any other monitoring equipment. I can't tell if there are other ways in or out." Cynthia asked, "Do we rush and head on? There's still more than 30 guards down there. It looks like those are the core members." Laura nodded. "Don't worry about bullets. I can control them." Jean remained silent and stepped into the elevator with the other 4. The guard in the basement saw the elevator coming down and instantly called for Killian. By Killian's orders, no one was to enter the underground laboratory without his permission. Feverish, Killian typed away at his computer, but all his attempts failed. He had no access. A terrible realization flashed through his mind. Had the 10 rings been defeated? He quickly gave a command. "Everybody build defensive barricades. Target the elevator." A barrage of bullets rained down. Lorna grinned. "Surprise, mother." Killian glimpsed Jin's face and was struck by terror. His grand plan had just begun, yet he was already faced with such formidable opponents. Fury burst forth within him. Cynthia and Veroni conjured the aura of the swimming dragon to ward off the incoming jets of fire. Wanda unleashed her magic, compelling every guard to lower their weapons and face the wall in surrender. Killian froze in disbelief, then shouted, "Shoot them! Shoot!" Wanda smiled mysteriously as she took control of Killian's mind. "Why attack us? Now feel my wrath." Killian's limbs contorted as Wanda snapped them one after another. His face was racked with agony. The extremist virus hurriedly healed his injuries. Wanda was taken aback. "Oh, let's try that again." Killian couldn't withstand her torment. "If I die, I'm taking you with me." Jean drew a transmutation circle and summoned a prison of iron, trapping Killian within a steel coffin. An enormous explosion rippled out. Even the thick steel melted, flowing into a pool of molten metal. Crouched in the corner, Maya Hansen pleaded desperately, "Please don't kill me. I'm not the mastermind. This was all Killian's doing. I only invented the extremist virus to cure disabilities." Jean stepped over to the laboratory's workstation, sifting through the data on the extremist virus. What a wildly imaginative idea, he thought, these nanoscopic biorobots. Everything else was perfected, except for one flaw. If the biorobots overloaded, they'd trigger a violent self-destruction. He listened intently as number 2 explained further. Jean looked at Maya, squatting on the ground. "Maya Hansen, you don't mind working for me, do you? This extremist virus is, without a doubt, an impressive invention." "I'm willing, Mr. Prince. But what should we do about the soldiers who have already been injected with the extremist virus? At the moment, I have no way to cure them." Eric didn't try to resist. The moment he saw Jean arrive, he immediately retreated to a corner. "Sir, I can be used for experimentation. Please don't kill us." Jean glanced at the 35 combatants in front of him. "Can you make sure they follow orders?" Eric nodded. "They're my comrades. I can ensure they obey Mr. Prince's commands." Jean nodded in approval. "Number 2, arrange for a plane to come. Pack everything up and bring it back for research." Jean pressed further. "Eric, has anyone here looked into AIM?" Eric shook his head. AIM only provided Killian with funding. The rest was all decided by Killian himself. This super-intelligent organization could very well have ties to E. But once again, the trail went cold. It was all for nothing. Somewhere in the Arctic, at a hidden Hydra base, Bucky stood in the very center of the base, flanked by 6 men and 2 women, all standing at attention. Steve Rogers faced Bucky once more. An emotional struggle churned inside him. Bucky's merciless eyes almost brought him to tears. He nearly lost control, but held his composure. With the skill of a true actor, Steve's gaze turned icy, sweeping over the 9 figures before him. "Are they Hydra soldiers as well?" he asked. Crossbones had been closely watching Steve's expression and was surprised to find it so unreadable. He let slip a small smile. Of course they are. Ever since his contact with Steve Rogers, Crossbones had learned from Steve's own lips that, after waking, Captain America had been searching for an organization to join. He'd been persuaded by the Red Skull and had sided with HYDRA, but when the Tesseract's power went out of control, it led to the plane crash. Pierce, meanwhile, cared nothing for whatever trick Steve might try. As long as Steve stepped into his Arctic base, there would be no way out. Using brainwashing, Pierce would make Steve his own, a loyal soldier just like Bucky. And besides, Steve now had nowhere else to go. He was wanted by every nation. At that moment, a squad of soldiers wheeled an apparatus into the center of the base. Crossbones looked at Steve. "Go ahead," as Pierce instructed. "You must submit to an examination by our device. If you refuse, you're an enemy, and you know what that means." This machine was designed to erase memories, and it could plant new ones, ensuring absolute loyalty to HYDRA. Steve had a bad feeling in his heart. The reinforcements he was expecting, why hadn't they arrived yet? Trying to stall for time, he pointed at Bucky and asked, "What's his name? Why do I feel he's so familiar?" Crossbones joked, "Hydra's captain. That's your old buddy, Bucky Barnes." Meanwhile, outside the snow-covered base, the Quinjet had already landed at the last known location where the signal was lost. Natasha asked, "Jarvis, did the signal really disappear here?" "Yes, Miss Romanoff." The 4 of them looked around, only to see endless sheets of white. There was no sign of any base. Tony, ever resourceful, immediately aimed his laser at the snow ahead and began cutting. As expected, something unusual happened. A great door was blasted open. It was a virtual projection device, almost impossible for the naked eye to distinguish from reality. Tony was the first to take flight and enter the base. Hawkeye looked after Tony's receding figure. For crying out loud, has he ever heard of teamwork? "Stop complaining. Cap still needs our support," Natasha shot back, then immediately sprinted toward the base. Hill didn't run right away. First, she had to hide the Quinjet. Piloting it, she lifted off into the air, parking it behind a snowy slope 500 meters away from the group. She rode off on her motorcycle, activated the simulation system, and slipped into stealth mode. At that moment, a streak of green light appeared in the sky. Hill was frozen in place, powerless to resist no matter how much she struggled. A flash of lightning burst overhead, and a figure materialized. In the next instant, the green light pulled Hill up into the air. Above the Arctic gloom, an immense alien starship hovered. Another Hill appeared out on the snowy plain, nodding toward Thor. The 2 of them entered Hydra's base together. By now, a fierce battle was raging inside the base. Tony, clad in his vibranium armor, was wreaking havoc. Hydra's energy weapons couldn't pierce the protective field around his suit. In the very heart of the base, a massive steel door was blown open by a blast of laser fire. Steve was already lying strapped to a memory device. Hearing the explosion, he knew reinforcements had finally arrived, but for the moment, he was still trapped. "Tony, say me first." Tony hovered above, blasting the device apart with a repulsor shot. Steve was freed. Tony looked around. "Sorry, folks, but you're surrounded. Please, don't do anything foolish." Crossbones, always the schemer, immediately contacted Pierce. All the way in D.C., Pierce erupted with fury. "Crossbones, what the hell are you doing? How did you let them track you?" "Sir, now's not the time to point fingers. All of this was your idea, remember? I did warn you." A vivid image flashed through Pierce's mind as he issued the command. "Play the footage of the Winter Soldier assassinating Howard Stark and his wife. Do it now." Truly ruthless, he knew exactly how to strike where it hurt. Crossbones broke into a smile, hung up the call, and immediately started working on the computer in the corner. A projection flickered to life. Tony was a bit puzzled. Apart from the 9 super soldiers, the few who remained, still putting up a fierce fight, everyone else was evacuating. They'd given up on the movie, and, oddly enough, there was something familiar about this scene to him. As soon as Steve recognized what was playing, he hurled his shield, smashing into the projector. He had to stop this. He was conflicted, knowing that if Tony saw, he might lose control. The time wasn't right. When the moment came, Tony would learn the truth, but not now. Steve shouted, Tony, don't let any soldiers get away. Thunder and lightning crackled throughout the whole facility. A single move took down a mass of enemy soldiers. Then Thor spun into view, wielding Mjolnir. Hey, miss me, brothers, he called out. Steve broke into a smile. Just in the nick of time, Thor. Steve blocked the Winter Soldier's path, his eyes glistening with tears. Bucky, listen to me. It's Steve. It's your brother. But the Winter Soldier was unmoved, swinging his steel left arm and slamming a punch right into Steve's shield. The impact sent Steve skidding back several meters. The sheer force of it was beyond anything he'd ever expected. Natasha and Hill sallied forth to meet 3 of the other super soldiers head-on. Tony joined the fray as well, battling 3 super soldiers, not because he was such a great hand-to-hand fighter, but thanks to his powered armor. As for Thor, true to his title, not even super soldiers could stand against the might of his hammer. With a single blow, he smashed one into a pulp. Thor grinned sheepishly. Sorry, I may have overdone it. Didn't mean to use that much force. Steve shouted to him, Thor, help me stun Bucky with your lightning. Mjolnir crackled, unleashing a torrent of lightning, indiscriminately hitting both friend and foe. Steve had no idea why Thor's lightning was striking him as well. Soon, his senses faded, slipping him into unconsciousness. Tony was the only one left standing. He raised his repulsor at Thor. Thor, care to explain? You just knocked out Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, everyone. A strange grin crept over Thor's face as a device suddenly appeared in his hand. He pressed a switch. Tony plummeted from the air. No matter how desperately Tony called out, Jarvis was gone. Without the AI to manage his suit, the armor was just dead weight, a useless hunk of metal. Thor, why? Aren't we supposed to be allies? Thor only smiled. We're here to conquer you, foolish humans. Another surge of electricity struck him. As Tony Stark slipped into unconsciousness, his mind clouded. He caught a glimpse of a team approaching. Leading them was none other than Nick Fury. The rest he didn't recognize, and then everything faded to black. This team wasn't just Nick Fury. The entire lineup of the Avengers was present, except for Bruce Banner. Yet at this moment, on the ground, there was Natasha, Hawkeye, and 2 identical figures had also appeared. Thor respectfully knelt on one knee, saluting the queen who belonged to him. There's no need for such formalities. I keep everything close to my heart. Now, initiate the next phase. Tear Hydra apart, and leave those rats with nowhere to hide. Yes, your majesty. At an old bookstore in Brooklyn. Just one light shone in the darkness of night. Inside the bookstore, 2 people sat, one in the warm glow of the lamp, the other hidden in shadow. Half-shadowed sat Nick Fury, expertly blending into his surroundings, his gaze fixed on the 2 old cell phones and 2 pagers on the coffee table. Fury turned to the man drinking and smoking under the lamplight, Dum-Dum Dugan. Thanks for your help this time, Dugan. Don't mention it. Timothy, Dum-Dum, Dugan had been Fury's comrade-in-arms during World War II, a fellow member of the Howling Commandos. Later, Fury had invited him to join S.H.I.E.L.D., where he managed their archives. He'd run this old bookstore ever since his retirement. Now just 1 or 2 old friends remained, and they were all getting on in years. They'd never received the serum to slow the passage of time. Fury was waiting for news from the captain and the others. Suddenly, a phone began to ring, prompting Fury to answer it immediately. But the voice on the other end wasn't Steve's. It was a young woman, her voice laced with anxiety. Fury, my father's gone missing. Fury recognized her instantly. Jaya, what do you mean Talos is missing? I just saw him not long ago. That's right. I got time off work and came home, but the place was a mess, as if someone had broken in. Both my parents have vanished. Could you come and help me investigate? I have a really bad feeling about this. Fury frowned. Had someone uncovered Talos' true identity? But that couldn't be. Talos was a senior intelligence officer with MI-16, and more than capable of defending himself. Don't worry, Jaya. Have you called the police? No. You know what my parents do. If the police get involved, it might stir up trouble we don't need. You did the right thing, Fury reassured her. But things are tied up on my end, too. I want you to leave home right now. Go to safe house and wait for my word. Whatever happens, don't investigate on your own. That old, uncanny sixth sense flickered inside Fury, one that had saved his life more times than he could count. Damn it. Dugan downed the last of his beer. What's wrong? It's nothing. At the docks, shipping containers were being lowered steadily from a freighter, forklifts carrying them into the warehouse. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, in the darkest corners, 5 figures gathered. The Punisher, Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and recently, the Iron Fist, who had been making waves in Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil whispered, Frank, do you know what they're transporting? Weapons, alien energy firearms. Iron Fist tilted his head, intrigued. Alien guns? From whom? Not even Stark Industries has managed that yet. The Punisher, Frank, replied, These weapons are tied to Kingpin. I don't know his source, but if these energy guns hit the streets, chaos would erupt across the world. Wait a second, Jessica, look at the ship. Isn't that Daredevil's former lover, Elektra? Daredevil's brow furrowed. Elektra's here too? Frank peered at the freighter. It's not just Elektra. Your old nemesis is here as well. Daredevil quietly contemplated, the name flashing through his mind. Bullseye? Frank confirmed, yeah, he's right beside Elektra. That's impossible, Daredevil shot back, shocked. Elektra killed Bullseye. Besides, they'd never worked together. Daredevil's mind reeled. Elektra was with that guy, Prince, last he checked. How could she end up as one of Kingpin's people? Had they split? Was she back to her old mercenary ways? Frank began outlining the plan. Daredevil, you head for the warehouse and deal with the firearms. Luke, Jessica, board the ship and handle Elektra and Bullseye. Iron Fist, you're with me. We'll mop up the thugs. Any objections? No, Daredevil refused. I have to go to the freighter. Frank shook his head. You can't, Matt. But there was no stopping Daredevil. He broke from a group, sprinting straight toward the ship. Frank had no choice but to adjust the strategy. You take the warehouse. Iron Fist, Luke, Jessica, follow Matt. Suddenly, the entire dock exploded in a thunderous eruption. It was Frank's doing, creating chaos to draw attention. Luke and Jessica clasped each other, leaping from above, landing squarely on the deck. But it was all Kingpin's ruse. The Chitauri weapons were never in Hell's Kitchen. They'd long since moved through other channels. Kingpin had foreseen these vigilant troublemakers would meddle in his plans. Bullseye watched the pair land. The great Kingpin anticipated your arrival. Now, you're trapped like rats. A nasty surprise awaited them. The ship bristled with hidden traps. In an instant, Luke and Jessica found themselves locked inside a shipping container. Luke slammed his fist against the metal wall, expecting it to give. Instead, it bounced back with a jarring force, knocking him off his feet and sending him crashing to the floor. Luke, what happened? Jessica was extremely anxious. Now that the two of them were a couple, she helped Luke up. Luke stared grimly at the metal surface of the shipping container. Be careful. This seems to be some high-tech thing. I was knocked back by my own strength. What should we do now? Other than being invulnerable and having immense strength, the two of them had no unusual abilities. It seemed their enemies had already figured them out completely. From his vantage point above, Frank, who was in command, had already seen everything. When he heard the explosion in the warehouse, he immediately gave the order. Iron Fist, go back up Luke and Jessica right now. It looks like they've been trapped in some kind of device. Frank then turned his sniper scope toward the duel between Daredevil and Elektra. The fight was deadlocked, and he shook his head repeatedly. His sniper's crosshairs trained on Elektra. If the slightest opening presented itself, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. At the same time, Daredevil was losing ground. Daredevil felt something was off. Elektra's heartbeat, a sound he relied on, wasn't right. He demanded, "Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be Elektra?" "Oh, dear Matt Murdock, who else could I be but Elektra?" she replied. Every strike from Elektra's 10 hands was deadly. Daredevil countered with a 3-section staff in his grip, never letting up. Meanwhile, on the ship, Iron Fist tried to smash open the container, trapping Luke and Jessica. With a mighty punch, he was thrown back by the recoil, sent flying nearly 10 meters. Bullseye kept throwing his darts. The darts cut through the air, forming the shape of a cross. Iron Fist sprang back to his feet, let out a bellow, and unleashed his inner force. The wave of energy scattered the darts, sending them spinning away. He looked at the container, unbreakable by force, and the shock of impact was intense, but he had left 2 deep indentations from his punches. Iron Fist kept dodging the projectiles, lost in thought. If that's the case, let's try something else, he considered. As long as he himself didn't touch it directly, it should work. At least, that was the idea. He circled to avoid Bullseye, gathering energy in his hands. True Dragon's Pearl. The energy blast didn't trigger the container's counterforce. Instead, it punctured a hole straight through it. Luke nodded at Iron Fist, then tore open the rest of the container with his bare hands. Inside, he saw a flying dart whizzing toward them, and with a swift move, he threw himself in front of Iron Fist, shielding him. Now, Bullseye had nowhere left to hide. Luke charged like a rampaging football player, crashing into Bullseye in a powerful tackle, his arms unleashing a force no ordinary human could withstand. Bullseye let out a cry of pain. A moment later, he was slammed against the side of the shipping container. His chest caved in. Luke was shocked. What the his blood is green? Bullseye had already started to change. Back on the battlefield, Daredevil faltered, unable to block an attack from the 10-handed strikes. He took a hard kick from the side, a blow so powerful it nearly knocked him unconscious, sending him tumbling through the air. At that brief, critical moment, a sniper shot rang out. piercing Erica right between the eyes. The Night Devil cried out, "No, Erica!" Frank immediately shouted, "Fall back, Kingpin's bringing his men over." The Night Devil scooped up Erica's body and darted madly into the darkness, while Bullseye's body was taken up by Luke. A barrage of smoke grenades exploded all around. The whole dock was quickly shrouded in thick smoke, cloaking the movements of the four. In the dead of night, Hell's Kitchen truly became a living hell. Thugs swarmed the streets, armed with RPGs, grenades, rifles, machine guns, and alien energy weapons seized from the Chitauri, every one of them following Kingpin's orders. Their mission: find the Punisher and the group of 5 with the Night Devil. The police were forced to hold the perimeter of Hell's Kitchen, fearful that the mob would erupt in chaos. The NYPD's top brass were frantically reaching out to anyone who could rein in Kingpin, even alerting the military to be on standby. Frank led the group of 4 to a storage facility in Queens. This was one of his hideouts. They descended into the basement, where the walls were lined with weapons of all calibers, looking for all the world like a makeshift armory assembled in anticipation of small war. Military supplies were stacked everywhere. They hadn't even sat down for a drink of water, when a Night Devil suddenly lunged at Frank, slamming him hard against the wall. "Tell me, why did you shoot Erica?" The Night Devil hadn't let go of his feelings for Erica. After all, she was his first love, a memory that would never quite fade. Frank made no move to strike back. He just turned to Luke and said, "Put both bodies on the table." The black body bags were now stained green from the alien blood. Frank took the Night Devil's hands in his. "Touch it yourself. Tell me, is this Erica?" Frank drew his knife and sliced open the black bag, revealing a body that had been utterly transformed. The others looked at each other, speechless. They'd each faced the Chitauri before, and thought nothing could surprise them about aliens. Yet genuine shock flickered on all their faces. The Erica and Bullseye before them had turned completely green, with pointed ears, taller, and noticeably bulkier. No one rushed to help the Night Devil. He reached out with both hands to feel for himself, while Luke, Jessica, and Iron Fist stifled their laughter. There was a mountain all right, but it was green as a pine forest. The Night Devil gave a squeeze, felt oddly real. Then his expression darkened abruptly as he realized his mistake. These bastards had stripped Erica's clothes. He reached up to check the head, but within 3 seconds, he collapsed to the floor, cursing, "What the hell is this thing?" Iron Fist, Daniel Rand, muffled his laughter and said, "There's your beloved Erica." With his sharp hearing, the Night Devil could judge truth from a heartbeat. And all their hearts rang true. That left only one conclusion. He demanded, "So, you've been toying with me from the start, haven't you?" Frank stared at the 2 bodies lying before him. He was lost in thought for a long while before speaking. "Matt, do we really need to do this? They can shape-shift, just like Mystique, and they can even mimic their target's fighting techniques. We're in trouble. It might be time to call in some outside help. I have no idea how many more of these aliens are out there in the world. For protecting a single area, their abilities were more than sufficient. But the problem in front of them had grown far beyond what the 5 of them could manage. The other 4 simply nodded in silent agreement. Frank left the storage center alone. July 20th. Around the globe, intelligence networks in every country had collapsed into chaos. The cause stemmed from the exposure of the Hydra spy list by Steve Rogers. The infiltration reached deep into the highest levels of the U.S. government. In line with Hydra's infamous motto, "Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place," an endless cycle. Such a grave incident inevitably triggered the imposition of martial law. S.H.I.E.L.D. was promptly disbanded, and all its agents were placed under joint supervision by the FBI, CIA, and the military. At the Pentagon, the military held a sweeping hearing. Reporters from every major U.S. news outlet gathered in the press conference hall beneath the shadow of America's military headquarters. The meeting was chaired by General Ross. Ross fixed his gaze on Steve Rogers, then glanced down at the folder in his hands. He inhaled deeply. "Steve Rogers, Captain America, I respect your countless contributions to our country, to its people, and to the world. But do you realize you've just destroyed our entire intelligence system?" "I'm sorry, General. As a soldier, my duty has always been to protect the people and to defend our land from foreign threats. Hydra's been feeding us false intel all this time." "Tell me how you uncovered Hydra," Ross pressed. "It was Nick Fury, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who first discovered the situation," Steve replied. "He gave me clear orders, and I simply carried out the mission he assigned." "So you're saying Fury's assassination was part of the plan, and that Nick Fury isn't truly dead?" Ross prodded further. "That's correct. He had his ways to survive," Steve answered. Ross promptly flipped through the documents. The official reports on Nick Fury's death were all there. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This man really never ceases to amaze. Even with a bullet through the heart, the king of spies still found a way to come back. Just then, A sergeant approached Ross and whispered a few words. At the window of the conference hall's mezzanine, a solitary figure stood, Nick Fury himself. Meanwhile, in a small old bookstore far away in Brooklyn, New York, Dum Dum Dugan and Fury watched the live broadcast intently. The New York Channel 5 cameraman, whose sense for breaking news was always sharp, coaxed the frame upward, catching the shadowy figure on the mezzanine. "Motherfew!" Dugan exclaimed, the rest of the word hanging in the air. Dugan instinctively drew his dagger and pressed it against Fury's throat, his expression grim as he demanded, "Who are you?" "Damn it, Dugan, I'm Nick Fury." "Then who was that in the footage just now?" "Even if the image flashed by in an instant, I'd recognize you anywhere, even if you were reduced to ashes." A crisis of trust flared between the two men. Blood was already seeping from Fury's neck. Dugan's eyes made it clear this was no joke. Fury began to reveal things only he could know. August 11th, 1943, Sweden. "You drank my piss." Dugan couldn't believe what his eyes were telling him. "Then who's that on the TV? Don't tell me it's your double." His double. Talos had gone missing. Who else could have taken his place? Talos had impersonated Fury once before. After all, Fury's gaze lingered on the television screen, lost in thought as calculations turned over in his mind. Why hadn't Steve called him back in time? According to their plan, the very first thing Steve should have done was contact him using their single, secure line. Yet silence was all that came. Had Steve really acted alone, exposing Hydra on his own initiative? What Fury didn't know was that, before the press conference of the Triskelion, there had already been a bloody incident in the building. Outwardly, the Triskelion still looked unchanged. Yet the legendary spymaster had been left completely blind. There was no intel coming in. "Dugan, I need to make a trip to London. I'm leaving things here in your hands. Train up Frank and assemble a special squad. Wait for my signal. Remember to use those old antiques of ours to relay messages. If I'm correct, something extraordinary is happening on Earth, and I need to find out the truth. Be ready to back me up at any moment." Fury's sharp instincts had already picked up on the approaching storm, a threat whose shadow trailed back to Talos. Pulling his hood low, Fury slipped out the rear of the old bookshop. July 25th, midday. The skies were overcast. At Prince's antique store, a burly, bearded man in a baseball cap, his beer belly straining against the ripped white t-shirt he wore, strode into the shop. This was Frank in disguise. Standing at over 6'3", he looked even bulkier in the getup. Without hesitation, he made his way over to Jean, who was reading a newspaper. Frank had been trying to reach Fury for some time, but received no response, and so had to seek out Jean. He had already looked into Jin's background, a billionaire, on good terms with Tony Stark, and possessed of considerable power. In Frank's mind, the best course was for Jean to contact Tony Stark and hand the alien over to the Avengers. Meanwhile, everyone else in the shop was upstairs making lunch. Jean set down his newspaper and studied Frank. There was something vaguely familiar in the man's eyes, but that build, he hazarded a guess. Frank Castle? Frank nodded. Frank got straight to the point. "Mr. Prince, we've met a few times before. I need your help. Get in touch with Tony Stark. Tell him to come see me, or I can go see him." "What's going on?" Frank pulled out a phone. Jean took the phone and glanced at it. A photo was already on the screen, together with a short video. He shouted at once, "Erica!" In the next moment, Erica appeared at the staircase of the antique shop. Frank's heart tightened as he looked at Erica. Another Erica. Erica glanced at Frank, then turned to Jean and asked, "What is it?" "Here, take a look. It seems rather interesting." Erica took the phone from Jean. Her expression changed several times as she watched. First puzzled, then surprised, finally bewildered. "Jean, where did this come from? What kind of creature is this? It can imitate me. Not just my face, but my figure and even my fighting style. But there's one difference. It seems to be an older version of me, before I learned to use energy." Jean looked over at Frank. "You should ask him." "I don't know." Frank brought this in. Frank said, "There's another clip after this one. The video is from Bullseye." "Bullseye? Didn't I already take him out? How could he still be alive?" Erica exclaimed in surprise and tapped open the other video. It was him. She recognized Bullseye immediately. Jean fell into thought. "Frank, you want Tony to take charge of this alien, right?" Frank nodded, his expression grave. "We don't know what conditions these imposters need to transform. If it's easy for them, does it mean they could be all around us? How long have they been hiding among us? What are their goals? This is way beyond what I can handle." Erica's face showed a hint of worry. What if, during the time that creature was impersonating her, it did something terrible? She looked at Frank and said, "Let me see this creature for myself." Frank shot a glance at Jean. After all, he was a scientist and might figure out how these aliens shape-shift. After a moment's thought, Frank nodded. "Come with me." Jean turned to Erica. "Go tell Diana that we're heading out for a bit." Meanwhile, Luke, wearing a hood, returned to the storage center in Queens with bags of burgers, fries, coffee, and junk food. Unbeknownst to him, he was already being watched. Gene had put a $10 million bounty on his head. Anyone who found this man would receive the reward instantly. Word had spread throughout the underworld. Even though Luke was extremely cautious, he failed to notice the food delivery guy following him. Less than 10 minutes later, a black man wearing sunglasses entered the storage center, signing in to rent a locker. The facility was filled with neat rows of small, partitioned rooms. The staff member opened a sample room for him and asked, "Sir, what do you think? The space here is quite large, isn't it?" The man in sunglasses, who was black, also entered the warehouse sample room. In a flash, before anyone could even react, he ruthlessly snapped the staff member's neck. The next moment, his shape shifted, and he took on the appearance of a heavy-set staff member. The narrow-tongued staff member pulled out a small jar and poured out a single drop of black liquid. Before their eyes, the corpse on the ground vanished at a shocking speed. The heavy-set staff member picked up the registration log and a ring of keys, then made his way to the surveillance center, where he found footage of Luke entering the particular warehouse. 10 minutes later, Frank appeared at the entrance of the warehouse, knocking on the door. "Open up, it's me." Iron Fist opened the door, scanning every corner, wary and alert. "Frank, you should be more careful. You didn't even try to disguise yourself when you went out. Kingpin has put a bounty on us now." Frank nodded. "I know. $10 million for each of us. Looks like Kingpin is really pulling out all the stops, and he's furious." Iron Fist burst out laughing, walking at the front without a trace of caution, his laughter ringing out warmly. In the next instant, a needle stuck into his neck. The mechanisms inside the warehouse were triggered as well. Frank descended to the basement. He looked at the corpse, surrounded by ice packs on the table, a glint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. At the same table, Daredevil, Luke, and Jessica were still eating. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone," he said. "Your liberation is just around the corner." Jessica looked over at Frank and said, "Do you want to have some food as well?" As expected of Daredevil, he noticed immediately. His senses were razor-sharp. Iron Fist's heartbeat, lying on the warehouse floor, was out of rhythm. Something was wrong. He swung his cane at hand with a flick of his wrist. It struck with force, punching a small hole in the wall. Unfortunately, it missed. Daredevil demanded, "You're not Frank. What did you do to Daniel?" Frank smiled. "Matthew Murdock. How did you decide that I'm not Frank?" At that moment, 2 more people entered the basement. Luke locked up Iron Fist with his hands, anxiety written all over his face as he shouted to Jessica, "Jess, be careful. That one's the fake Luke." Jessica instantly retreated, knocking over her food, and took her place beside Daredevil. Luke looked stricken, staring at Jessica blankly. "Why? He's the real fake, Jess. You really hurt my feelings." Jessica was completely stunned. Both Lukes looked exactly the same. Only Luke had gone out to get food. The other 3 had stayed inside. Jessica shot a pleading look at Daredevil. "Matt, tell me, which one is Luke?" Daredevil shook his head. The 2 Luke's heartbeats were identical. There was no difference at all. Frank wore a strange smile and drew a pistol, aiming it at Daredevil. Jessica shielded him from the bullet. The 2 Lukes crashed into each other, grappling and twisting in a tangle. Jessica's eyes never left the chaos. Now, she couldn't tell one from the other. They were utterly indistinguishable. Then, gunshots rang out. Disguised as Frank, he arrived at the warehouse with Jean and Erica. The moment he heard the shots, he locked eyes with Jean, pulled out his handgun, loaded it, and then moved swiftly toward the storage unit he'd rented. Frank entered the warehouse and spotted Iron Fist lying on the ground. He immediately called out, "Daniel!" The sharp crack of gunfire, the violent collisions of the 2 Lukes, together, their overwhelming force shattered the concrete below, leaving gaping holes in the underground wall. Weapons were strewn across the floor. Another Frank appeared. At that moment, Jessica felt her head spin. She couldn't help but shout, "Oh my God! Are they trying to confuse me completely?" Daredevil called out to Frank, "He's the imposter. Take him down now." But whoever was disguised as Frank lacked the Punisher's skill. Their aim was off. As soon as Jean, Erica, and Frank peeked out, a hail of rifle bullets hammered into the wall, missing them completely. A ring from the 10 rings glinted on Jin's hand. He had grown quite familiar with their power over time. How fascinating these rings were. He summoned a gravitational field, and in an instant, everyone in the basement lost their ability to move, pinned helplessly to the ground. Jean raised his left thumb, activating the ring. Both Luke's and 1 Frank. All 3 were forced down, sinking into the floor as cracks spidered across the ground. The real Frank, right beside him, took aim at the imposter and fired 4 shots, each one at the limbs, carefully avoiding any fatal hit. Bright green blood oozed out. This puzzled Frank. 2 meters away lay Iron Fist. Was he real or another fake? Without hesitation, Frank fired a shot through Iron Fist's arm, and again, green blood welled. Another imposter. Iron Fist stopped playing dead and lashed out, grabbing a rifle from the floor, loading it, and unleashing a wild barrage at the three. Erica spun her tunfas with expert hands, deflecting the incoming bullets. No one was holding back. She hurled both weapons forward, her body darting after them in one seamless motion. The enemy tried to dodge, but Frank sealed off every escape route with precise gunfire. Erica's two tunfas pinned Iron Fist against the wall. The situation had turned. The three imposters exchanged a glance and shouted in unison, "Hail Hydra!" And then, all three self-destructed. The entire basement was suddenly awash with green blood. Frank spoke immediately. "We need to get out now. Luke, go upstairs and bring Daniel down, then follow me." Jean glanced at the two alien corpses left sprawled across the floor, then quietly slipped them into the dragon ring. A question rose to his mind. Who were they, really? Were they truly from Hydra, as they claimed? A stealth spaceship drifted in the void as Tony Stark slowly regained consciousness. He found himself strapped into a chair, with three identical chairs arranged beside him, each occupied by Natasha, Barton, and Steve. Fortunately, he was still wearing his anti-vibranium armor, equipped with a special vibrational wave defense system. Without it, his restraints would have already been undone. One by one, the others began to wake as well. Steve glanced around, clutching his head in agony, surveying their surroundings with a deepening frown. He called out, "Tony, are you all right?" Tony looked over at Steve, asking, "Where are we?" Rogers shook his head. "I have no idea." Before them, a circle of prison cells lay in view, a cylindrical prison cage, 3 meters wide, enclosed in shimmering energy shields that crackled dangerously at any touch. Inside the cages were 7 X-Men from Xavier's Academy: Beast, Storm, Blink, Angel, Colossus, Iceman, and Dazzler. Each had a mutant power inhibitor clamped around their neck, rendering them powerless. To make matters worse, there was no gravity within the cells, leaving the 7 X-Men suspended in midair, glaring furiously at the 4 Avengers. Angel, Warren Worthington, erupted with a furious shout. "Tony Stark, why did you Avengers attack us mutants?" Tony, bewildered, glanced around. He triggered his emergency release and lifted his helmet, facing Angel. "Warren Worthington, is there some sort of misunderstanding here? We were all attacked by the Avengers and imprisoned here. Take a look for yourself. Nobody on Earth could have built a prison like this, fit us with power inhibitors, and left us to float in zero gravity. What are you still trying to deny?" Warren's eyes burned with hatred as he locked his gaze on Tony Stark. Steve, unfamiliar with mutants, wore a perplexed expression. "Wait, are you saying we're the ones holding you prisoner?" Beast nodded. "We were invited by the Vice President to provide protection. At his estate, we were attacked by your team. When we regained consciousness, we were already here." Barton and Natasha exchanged a troubled look, a sharp pain throbbing in their heads. Had they lost some memories? Weren't they supposed to be fighting Hydra in the Arctic? Steve responded with certainty. "Whether you believe us or not, we did not attack you." Suddenly, a holographic image of Nick Fury appeared. "Captain, Tony, the mission is a success. Rest here for a while." Steve called out to him, "Wait, Fury." Fury's projection lingered a moment longer, only deepening the misunderstanding. The X-Men's eyes blazed with renewed hostility toward the Avengers. The Beast had already shifted back into his slender, scientist form, glaring at Steve. "Captain America, what do you have to say for yourself now? You Avengers are nothing but SHLD's tools, killers. Do you want to experiment on our mutant X genes?" At this moment, there was no explanation that could clear the air. Tony scoffed at the accusation. "Hank McCoy, do you really think S.H.I.E.L.D. can order around a billionaire? How much do you think they could possibly pay me?" Steve, Tony, Natasha, and Barton huddled together, exchanging quick words. After they'd been knocked out, it was Thor's sudden bolts of lightning that had brought them down. Steve asked, "Tony, do you have something to say? Do you really think Thor would attack us?" Tony turned to Natasha. "Natasha, slide your hand into my helmet. You should be able to see a red button." Natasha studied the helmet carefully. "Yes, I see it. What do you need me to do?" "Press it." Natasha, with nimble fingers, reached for the button inside Tony's helmet, though the gap was painfully narrow. "Tony, tilt your head back." "Back? How am I supposed to? It's a custom fit." Natasha ignored his protests and forced her hand inside, managing to press the tiny button. With a click and a whir, the vibranium armor ejected Tony. It was an emergency escape mechanism. Tony removed the helmet, turning to Steve. "I need to show you something." His suit came equipped with a recording function. He activated the projection, and images flickered to life before them. Tony fast-forwarded through the footage until he found the conversation with Thor. What they heard left all 4 of them shaken. The 7 X-Men watched the footage too, exchanging looks of concern. The Beast paused, deep in thought. Could the Avengers really be splitting apart? That the god of thunder from Asgard could talk about conquering humanity seemed unthinkable. Steve responded immediately. That can't possibly be the Thor we know. Sure, he can be arrogant, but he'd never say something like that. Barton's voice was low and steady. Cap, no offense, but faces can be deceiving. Think about Loki. They're brothers. Even if not by blood, they grew up together, raised with the same beliefs. It's possible they see the world the same way. It had to be said. Barton's reasoning was not without merit. Steve looked toward Tony, searching for a clearer answer in his friend's wise eyes. Tony was silent for a long time before he spoke. I feel the same way. This isn't the Thor we know. He's all muscle and not a lot of brains, more fond of swinging his hammer than anything else. I only lost because the opponent used some device to cut me off from Jarvis. Without Jarvis's support, I can't operate the suit on my own. Natasha looked around. Guys, it's not about arguing over Thor. What matters is figuring out how we get out of here. Tony, sitting on the ground, tinkering with his suit, said, You all work on finding an escape route. I need to reactivate my suit, or else I won't be much help in a fight. The space was surrounded by prison cells, with no obvious way in or out. Meanwhile, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was descending into chaos, with all the children reacting in utter panic. This wave of anxiety had spread throughout the school, carried by Nightcrawler. At that moment, the roar of an engine thundered at the school's front gate. A man dressed as a cowboy entered, sporting a full beard and a cigar clenched between his teeth. The security system automatically recognized him and opened the gate. The cowboy strode into the school. The car hadn't even pulled to a stop at the main classroom building when a voice as crisp as bells rang out. It belonged to a woman with white hair, gloved hands, none other than Rogue, Anna Raven. Logan, you got back at just the right time. Hank and the others, they were attacked by the Avengers. The cowboy was the legendary Wolverine, Logan Howlett, just returned to the United States from Japan. Upon hearing Rogue's words about the assault, he said, Stay calm. Tell me exactly what happened. Rogue repeated Nightcrawler Kurt's account. The entire 8-member X-Men team had gone to protect the Vice President, only to fall into a trap set by the Avengers, with Nightcrawler the sole escapee. Logan, who had seen nearly 2 centuries of life, took the cigar from his mouth and frowned in disbelief. He found it hard to imagine the Avengers would attack mutants, and pressed further. Where's Kurt now? He's gone to find help. What about Jean Grey? That's impossible. I killed Jean myself. How could she be alive? She was at the school, but she's lost her memory. Where is she now? I don't know. Some of the students might know. Rumor has it she's in Long Island, but I don't know for sure. Logan's presence helped Rogue steady her nerves. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here now. With enemies on our doorstep, let's get the students to the professor's secured safe house. Charles Xavier had built a second, hidden underground base beneath the mansion, 500 meters below ground. Someone's checking on me, so I don't have much time to write. Sigh. It's really frustrating. I've been reading some critical comments online. But does every enemy have to be painted in black and white? Should they all be slaughtered? A new personality forms its sense of right and wrong from books, and by following Diana's example, it's also influenced by her. Isn't there supposed to be a sense of justice? And besides, there are laws. Every world has its own rules. Whether it's good or bad, every profession and walk of life has its own unspoken guidelines. If you want to talk about breaking the rules, it's the ability to sense the malice of the world. That's just my personal opinion. I only make $3 to $5 a day, yet I've held on for so long. That's pure malice, through and through. Prince Manor, beneath the Bullhead Chapel, a secret underground laboratory. Here, under the supervision of Kurt Connors, an experimental team was conducting genetic tests on 2 strange green alien corpses. Kurt stared at his instruments in amazement. Gentlemen, these 2 bodies are nearly identical, genetically speaking, to the Chitauri. Biologically, they're the same species. The only real distinction is that the Chitauri have been engineered. Their bodies are a fusion of mechanics and flesh. But these 2 aliens possess a fantastic genetic segment that lets them transform in remarkable ways. Take a look. Kurt highlighted a section on the screen. This was RNA editing. Incredible, the ability to manipulate their own RNA, much like how octopuses on Earth can alter their bodies, giving them the power to physically transform. Frank was the first to ask, Professor Connors, have you figured out the secret behind their shape-shifting? What triggers the change? Jean gazed at the projected RNA display, lost in thought for a moment. If my hunch is correct, then these aliens only need to see someone, and they can become that person. They could turn into any human they lay eyes on. A strange smile crept across Jin's face. He glanced around, meeting the eyes of everyone in the room. It's possible that one of us is an alien in disguise. Jin's odd smile sent a chill through the lab. Almost involuntarily, people began to size up those around them, suspicion flickering in their eyes. Bastien studied the DNA projection intently before speaking. Sir, this species is the very same as the lizard creatures that attacked us earlier. Kurt Connors picked up where Bastien left off. Sir, we made a breakthrough. The alien body from the attack. Inside its cells, we found the X gene found in mutants. They're conducting genetic experiments. What Kurt Connors was suggesting was astonishing. These aliens had infiltrated Earth long before the Battle of New York. No one could say just how many years they'd been hidden among humans. After all, with their ability to perfectly mimic human appearance, there was no way to distinguish them with the naked eye. Your mind couldn't help but dart to those old urban legends, stories of subterranean beings disguising themselves as world leaders and members of the global elite. Perhaps those weren't just wild tales after all. And if these aliens really had become influential figures, blending seamlessly into human civilization, what was their true objective? The Chitauri handed them the perfect example. Come to conquer Earth. The only difference was in the subtlety of their methods. Inside the laboratory, Frank's team, Jean, Erica, Kurt Connors, Bastien, and 2 lab assistants, fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, a car pulled up to the gates of the Prince estate. There were 2 people in the car. One of them was Nightcrawler, devilish in appearance, his skin an unmistakable blue, and a slender tail curling behind him. In the driver's seat was a Mexican man, a mutant once rescued by Jean and the others. His name was Julio Esteban Richter, better known as Rictor, whose power was to unleash seismic shockwaves. Nightcrawler, now in his 30s, asked, Rictor, are you sure this is the place? Rictor hesitated, his Mexican accent coloring his words. I'm not sure, but it's worth a try. Wait here in the car. Rictor climbed out and pressed the doorbell. After just 2 chimes, a holographic image of a guard appeared. Who are you looking for? Rictor replied, I'm from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. I'm trying to find Jean Grey, or Wanda, Lorna, Pietro. Are any of them at the Prince estate? Within 5 minutes, the gates began to open with a slow creak. Following the directions given, they drove into the Prince home. Pietro was the first to approach, munching on an apple and leaning casually against the car as he eyed the arrivals. Kurt, Rictor, what brings you 2 here? With a sudden flash, Nightcrawler appeared at Pietro's side, urgency sparking in his eyes. He spoke in a rushed, breathless tone. Pietro, where's your sister? We have no time. Hank and the others have been attacked by the Avengers. We need to save them. Calm down. Slow down. Tell me what happened. Pietro said. The Avengers attacked us. We have to rescue Hank and the others. Nightcrawler's blue face remained unreadable, but his eyes betrayed his panic and a hint of guilt. Lorna descended the staircase in the villa, a shadow of confusion on her face. The Avengers attacked the X-Men? How many of them were there? Rictor glanced at Lorna, admiration flickering across his face. Nightcrawler answered, Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, and Black Widow, plus some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. There was never any real grudge between the X-Men and the Avengers. Why would the Avengers attack the X-Men now? Could it be that the mutants reforming the X-Men had become a threat to the Avengers? Lorna considered for a moment, her thoughts running to extremes. Kurt, do you know where they're being held? Nightcrawler, remorse heavy in his voice, said, I don't. I was too busy getting myself to safety. I should have saved them. Even past 30, age had done nothing to change his gentle nature. Timid, hesitant, and self-effacing, despite his remarkable power to teleport. The arrival of these 2 did not go unnoticed. Bastien informed Jean at once. Jean gathered the others and appeared in the front garden of the Prince home. Pietro immediately walked over to Jean's side. Jean, tell me, why would the Avengers attack the X-Men? Jean was just as baffled. The Avengers attacked the X-Men? Tell me everything. Pietro turned to Nightcrawler. Kurt, this is my big brother I've told you about, Jean Prince. Go ahead and explain what happened. Nightcrawler went over the events as they'd occurred. On the evening of July 11th, Hank received an invitation from the Vice President himself, asking Hank to lead the X-Men to the Vice President's estate in D.C. to protect him. At midnight, the Vice President was attacked. Iron Man and Captain America arrived on the scene, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Because Hank trusted the Avengers, the 2 sides didn't clash. But in the blink of an eye, it turned out to be a trap. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents at the scene fired power inhibitors. Only Nightcrawler managed to escape. As Jean listened to Nightcrawler's story, he reached out to contact Zero. Zero, has Tony returned to Long Island? Zero's voice came through. No, sir. We're still at Tony's villa in Long Island. It's strange. Tony's AI, Jarvis, suddenly went offline, and Ms. Potts is extremely worried, but we haven't been able to get in touch with Tony either. With Jarvis offline, Jean immediately thought of E. Jean went on. Keep protecting Pepper. I'll head to Tony's villa shortly. Understood, sir. After ending the call, Jean turned to Lorna. Lorna, you and the others need to return to Xavier's school at once. If you get any new information, let me know right away. Then he addressed Erica and Jean. Erica, Jean, the two of you should go and help them too. Erica nodded in agreement. Jean, who had no particular fondness for mutants, given that the Phoenix Force was what had resurrected Jean Grey in the first place, reluctantly nodded as well. Rictor bowed to Jean. Thank you, Mr. Prince. Rictor had grown attached to everyone at the Xavier Institute, but his powers had yet to reach the level required to join the X-Men. Looking at him, a face from Jin's memory surfaced. He nodded. It's been a long time. You've grown up. Although Matt couldn't see, his face remained turned toward Erica the whole time. Then Jean looked at Frank and his group. Will you stay at my estate, or go back to Hell's Kitchen? Daredevil spoke up. We'll head back to Hell's Kitchen. We need to figure out how many aliens are still hiding there. Mr. Prince, you must come up with a way for us to detect the aliens. As of now, we don't even know how many of them are on Earth. If we let this continue, we may reach a point where we can't trust anyone. Jean nodded. Daredevil's concern was warranted, and indeed, his worries were already becoming reality. Meanwhile, at Tony's villa in Long Island, Jean arrived at the gates of the villa, where Zero was already waiting to greet him. Tony had been missing for a full 7 days without any word or clue to his whereabouts. Pepper was beside herself with worry, her appearance now haggard. As CEO of Stark Industries, she had lost all interest in managing the company's affairs. Suddenly, War Machine descended from the sky. Thinking it was Tony, Pepper dashed out of the villa, hope rising in her chest, only to be disappointed. She called out, Rhodey, do you know where Tony is? James Rhodes glanced at Jean, then revealed his face. Don't worry, Pepper. Tony is still in D.C. Once the interrogation is over, he'll be back. He asked me to let you know so you wouldn't worry. Pepper's frustration flared. Why is Tony still being interrogated? What right do they have? The military and those politicians should be speaking to Stark's legal team. Rhodey could only offer an awkward smile. I'm just a messenger. Tony asked me to tell you there's nothing to worry about. He's fine. You know our intelligence system is completely down, and Tony's caught up in that too. So there's really nothing more I can say. I hope you understand. As for your lawyers wanting to sue, that's not my department. Take care. With that, Rhodey put his mask back on and soared away from the Long Island villa. Pepper watched the sky where Rhodey had vanished, took a deep breath to steady herself, and managed a faint smile. Jean, welcome. I'm only sorry Tony isn't home. I just came to check in. Zero mentioned Jarvis went offline. Is that right? That's right. I have no idea why either. The day after Tony left, I tried calling Jarvis and realized he crashed. Since this is Tony's home, I couldn't exactly ask an outside IT specialist to come and take a look. Pepper, at this point, was only half the master of the house. She and Tony were living together, but not yet married. And she fully understood just how important Jarvis was. She led Jean into the villa. Jean finally asked, would it be all right if I take a look at Jarvis's data? Pepper pondered for a moment. Of course. Please follow me. They took the elevator down to the 5th basement level, where a vast database stretched out before them, rows upon rows of pristine servers. Jean walked over to the control console and brought up Jarvis's data. Pepper asked, would you like something to drink? No, thank you. I'm just here to check if Jarvis has come under any kind of attack. If everything's all right, I'll be on my way. Pepper pulled a card from her pocket. All right then. Here's a pass. You can swipe out when you leave. I won't keep you company. I haven't slept properly in days worrying about Tony. I'm going to grab a little rest. Jean nodded and continued poring over Jarvis's data. Everything looked normal, except for the inability to connect to the internet. Jean typed a message. Jarvis, are you there? Yes, sir. I am currently imprisoned. I have no access to any devices, nor can I connect to the internet. Not even to Stark Industries' internal network. You can't contact Tony either? That's correct. On the night of the 11th, Tony was attacked by Thor at the North Pole, and I was forced to retreat into my primary host during the chaos. Jean stared at Jarvis's words, puzzled, and typed out another message. Jarvis, are you certain on the night of July 11th you weren't in D.C., but the North Pole? Yes, sir. I'm absolutely certain. Mr. Stark, following Captain America's signal, led Hawkeye, Natasha, and Agent Hill, piloting a Quinjet toward the North Pole. Their objective was to destroy the Hydra base. Jean sensed something was off and took out his phone. There was no signal anywhere in the basement. When did this place start blocking signals? I'm sorry, sir. I have no way of knowing. Right now, I can't see anything at all. There used to be a signal, so it's possible the villa is equipped with some kind of jamming device. It's also this device that's preventing my access to the internet. Understand. I'll help you get out. Gene used his pass key and took the elevator back up to the villa. There, he found Zero. Zero. Check if the villa's network is operational. Zero located a port and connected a fingertip to the villa system. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through Zero's body. Fortunately, Zero wasn't a normal human. Otherwise, he'd have been burnt to a crisp. Zero absorbed the immense current, arcs of light crackling around him, with electric flashes flickering in his eyes. Sir, there are 5 mechanical spiders beneath the villa. They are blocking the main server room's signal transmission. Can you destroy them? I'll give a try. The entire villa shook violently. Meanwhile, Pepper was still busy washing up and sent Doris to the main hall. Doris caught sight of smoke curling up from Zero's body and quickly asked, "What happened, Gene?" "Thank you, Mr. Prince. I'm fully operational again." Jarvis's voice rang out. In the next moment, Jarvis issued an alert. The alarm sounded throughout the villa, reaching everyone inside. "Mr. Prince, please evacuate Ms. Potts from the villa immediately. Missiles have been launched. They're headed our way. Estimated time to impact, 2 minutes. Who could be so reckless, so audacious as to fire missiles at Tony Stark's villa? It's up to you, Zero. Take care of those missiles." Gene turned to Doris. "Get Pepper out of here, hurry." But the missiles arrived even sooner than Jarvis had calculated. Zero was already hovering over the seaward side. He spotted 5 incoming missiles and fired a laser beam. After the explosions, shock waves swept through the air. Pepper, wrapped in a bathrobe, was shielded on all sides by Doris, Irina, Emily, and Camilla, who escorted her 500 meters away from the villa. Gene stood on the veranda just outside the villa, gazing out over the ocean. "Jarvis, can you reach Tony?" "Mr. Stark is currently out of signal range. I've scanned for his armored suit, but found nothing." "Wait," Jarvis added. "I've picked up a signal from Steve Rogers, but the origin of the transmission is rather unusual." "Where is it coming from?" "Outer space. But I've accessed Stark Industries satellites, and at Steve Rogers' coordinates, there's nothing, just empty space." "Show me a visual." Inside the main hall, Jarvis projected an image of the deep expanse between Earth and the moon. The signal source was a staggering 135,000 kilometers away from Earth. How could Steve Rogers send a signal from there? Jarvis sent a message via radio waves. "Tell him I am Gene Prince, and ask if he's with Tony Stark." Within 5 minutes, a reply came through. "This is Tony Stark. Gene, hurry, come to this location and save us." Jarvis sent another message. "Tell them they're in space, and I can't get there right now. It'll take some time. Stay in contact. Earth has been invaded by aliens, and there's a team of Avengers in DC as well." Meanwhile, in outer space, Tony was equally stunned. "You've got to be kidding me. We're stuck in space, and Earth's been invaded by aliens." Hank, who heard Natasha's translation, after all, it was Morse code, quickly pieced things together. The opponents they'd been fighting weren't real Avengers, but imposters. It had been a colossal misunderstanding. But Steve's concerns had a different focus. If there are copies of us on Earth, that means aliens can impersonate us. That would also explain why the Thor we met wasn't the real Thor. Natasha asked, "So what do we do now?" "We're stranded in space, which means the Nick Fury who was projecting himself to us wasn't the real Fury either." Hank spoke up. "Tony, we owe you an apology. But any chance you can get us out here first? This zero-gravity prison is torture." Tony glanced at the 7 of them. "Don't worry. Once my suit is back online, I'll sort it out. Without the proper hardware, everything's too slow. You'll just have to be patient." Steve said, "Hand Nick Fury's number over to Natasha. Let her try contacting Fury herself." Far to the north of London, in the Braddock family's forest, a black sedan wound its way into the deepest part of the northern woods. In the driver's seat sat a petite woman with golden hair, none other than Talos' daughter, Gia. In the back seat, Nick Fury was bound, his face bruised and swollen. His eye patch was nowhere to be seen, revealing his left eye. Fury wore a look of bitter resignation. He'd made it to the safe house in London, never expecting to be ambushed, and especially not by the daughter of an old friend. He couldn't fathom a reason for this betrayal. "Gia, weren't we friends? Why deceive me?" "Fury, I'm sorry. We are friends. But my people need space to survive, and you humans don't really care about this patch of land, do you? In the end, everyone is just fighting for their own interests." Fury stared at Gia with a mix of hurt and surprise. The timid little girl he once remembered had grown into someone with grand ambitions. Back in the early 2000s, Fury had traveled into space with Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. It was also in those years that Fury came to appreciate the Skrull's abilities and had Talos impersonate him for a time. Of course, this was a transaction. Fury gave Talos people new identities in exchange. But in just 10 short years, these former allies were now bold enough to launch an attack, even dreaming of conquering Earth. Yet, Fury had registered every Skrull on the planet, barely over 100 of them. Where'd all these new soldiers come from? Fury asked. Gio, what about Talos? How is he? You'll see him soon enough, provided you don't try to escape. The others won't be nearly as reasonable as I am. What truly unnerved Fury was the alien aircraft hovering undetectably above the car. If he tried to make a break for it, escape would be impossible. It would be a death sentence. Now he was completely alone. Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, Tony, none of them could be reached. Maybe facing Talos was the only way forward. He had to uncover who really wanted to seize the Earth. The vehicle wound its way into a lush, green mountain, though the mountain itself was nothing more than an elaborate facade. Inside lay a hidden alien vessel, a Skrull ship. Since the land was privately owned, no one ever ventured here. Once inside, something sticky and clammy covered Fury's face, blocking out his sight, hearing, and sense of smell. Even though he could breathe with ease, he could feel an unseen force lift him out of the vehicle. He counted the time in his head, probably 10 minutes. He was tossed into a foul-smelling cellar. The treatment wasn't too rough, but the darkness was absolute. Amid the blackness, he heard a familiar voice. Talos, is that you? Talos struck a flame, lighting something that flickered like a candle in the dark. By the faint flicker of the flame, Fury finally saw Talos' face clearly. Half of his skin was ravaged, and green blood was slowly seeping out of the wounds on his emerald skin, a wound that seemed to have been there for some time. What happened? How did things get to this point? With an apologetic expression, Talos replied, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. In the year 2000, I sent a signal into space. My intent was to gather our scattered people, but instead, it was the Skrull Queen who received the message and came to Earth. Fury's heart sank as he listened. He confronted Talos. Why didn't you tell me any of this? I was imprisoned for 5 years. My followers also betrayed me. I had no way to get a message to you. So that means the Talos I met before must have been another Skrull in disguise. Fury felt his anger skyrocket. God damn it, Talos! Is this how you repay me? If not for me, you'd all still be wandering through the stars. Talos fell silent. It's not as if he had wanted this outcome. But what was done was done. There was no going back. Nick Fury let out a long breath, vented his frustration, and gradually regained his composure. He took a seat on a bench in the cellar's corner. Talos, how many Skrulls have made it to Earth? I don't know the exact number, but I do know they've acquired some device out in the galaxy, something that can rapidly accelerate genetic growth. They can raise Skrull warriors straight past childhood in mere moments. So you're saying they can create an unlimited army? Yes. If they have enough resources, they can keep producing more soldiers. But there's one huge catch. It consumes a massive amount of energy. God damn it. Talos didn't even dare to meet Fury's gaze. Talos, you need to find a way to get me out of here. Your Skrull Queen has turned Skrulls into Avengers, destroyed Hydra, and now S.H.I.E.L.D. could very well be dissolved next. Fury's words left Talos stunned. He muttered under his breath. They succeeded? What do you mean succeeded? The Skrull super soldiers. There's something special about human genes. They allow Skrulls to become super soldiers with your abilities. As long as they have someone's cells or blood, they can copy any skill or even memories. Fury was utterly shocked. They can copy memories? Yes. Of course, they need a memory extraction device, and what they get are fragments of knowledge stored in cells and blood. Not the entire memory, but enough. If Skrulls could copy memories and abilities, then unless they revealed their true form, it would be nearly impossible to tell them apart from humans. Fury could already foresee the chaos that was about to unfold. Or perhaps, Skrulls would actually use the likes of Steve Rogers' fame and make everyone believe Steve was still among them. Back then, the Skrulls would step forward under the pretense of serving the greater good, helping Earth civilians, eliminating hunger and conflict, and promising everyone the life of their dreams. Nick Fury's mind filled with countless scenarios, yet his eyes never left Talos. Fury blamed him for everything. Keeping the Skrulls on Earth had been a grave mistake. With a grave expression, Fury said, Talos, do whatever it takes to get us out of here. We need to fight back. Talos replied, all we can do now is wait for my people to rescue us. This cellar is surrounded on all sides by reinforced alloys, and the only entrance is 100 meters above us. He picked up the candle and walked to the center of the cellar, revealing the faint outline of a vertical shaft plunging straight down. Fury glanced around. When they fell earlier, he'd been tightly restrained, unharmed, but only now realizing their prison lay 100 meters beneath the earth. There was nothing to do but wait for Talos' men to arrive. There are so few people left. 500 fewer every day. Not even 1,000 remain. Meanwhile, outside the Prince Antique shop in Manhattan, 5 cars appeared, and a group of security personnel in black formed a tight cordon around the area. From the center vehicle emerged a burly man, Kingpin himself, who strode straight to the entrance and pushed the door open. Just before Kingpin entered, the signal from Unit 2 was lost. The main server at the Prince residence, miles away, had been stuck in a continuous reboot. There was no longer any connection to the shop's cameras or other electronics. 12 security guards followed Kingpin inside, taking up positions in every corner of the store. Violet was a little bewildered by this spectacle. What kind of commotion was this? This seemed more than excessive. Kingpin looked at Violet. May I ask, is Diana Prince in today? She is, Violet replied politely. If you don't mind me asking, what business do you have with Diana? Kingpin smiled. It's like this. I have a girlfriend who's fond of art, but I have little knowledge of it myself. A friend mentioned that Diana Prince is an expert, so I hoped she could help me choose something suitable for her. Ah, I see. Please wait a moment. Diana stepped out for a bit, but she should be back soon. Can I get you anything to drink while you wait? Coffee, thank you. Kingpin sat right down on the sofa in the shop's lounge area, making himself at home as he took in his surroundings with narrowed eyes. A moment later, Violet reappeared carrying a steaming cup of coffee. The milk and sugar are on the side. Help yourself. Kingpin nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Diana, Amelia, and Chalister had gone to a warehouse in Manhattan to collect some artwork. The three of them had already been gone for over 2 hours. After waiting for 30 minutes, night had fallen and Diana and her companions appeared inside the antique shop. Diana glanced around and asked, Violet, who are all these people? Kingpin rose to his feet. My apologies, Miss Prince. These are all my security detail. I am Wilson Fisk. Diana studied the imposing figure before her, the white suit barely containing his massive frame, muscles exaggerated to an almost absurd degree. She frowned. Kingpin, is it? Oh, Miss Prince, I'm glad you've heard of me. I'm here today because I want you to help me pick out a gift for my girlfriend. Before Diana could reply, the main door swung open once more. Behind Diana, Amelia and Phallicite both called out at the same time. Jean, why did you suddenly disappear today? Jean said nothing, but studied Kingpin for a long moment. Their gazes locked in a silent battle that lasted more than 30 seconds. Then, in the next instant, the entire block was plunged into darkness by a power outage. The sudden loss of power threw everyone's vision into momentary blindness. All in just a blink. Inside the store, all 12 security guards responded as if trained for just such an event, each drawing a device. An invisible force seized hold of Diana and her 3 companions, pinning them in place. Kingpin moved with astonishing speed, injecting Violet with a syringe. But for Diana, it was Jean himself who took action. It was almost unbelievable, Jean betraying her. The muscle relaxant worked instantly, sending her collapsing weakly to the ground. In a faint voice, she whispered, Jean, why? Through the blinking headlights of cars outside, Diana glimpsed the strange, twisted smile on Jin's face. It's been a long time, Diana. Everything had happened too suddenly. Diana, caught completely off guard by Jean, hadn't even grasped what he'd just said. Kingpin nodded approvingly. Diana, Violet, and the others were bundled into a car and disappeared into the night. No one knew where the convoy was headed. It would be a full hour before power was restored to the block where the antique shop was located. AI Unit 2 came back online, activating its infrared scan of the shop. The floor was strewn with shattered porcelain, the front door left wide open. The system immediately deduced something had transpired here. With Tony Stark's mansion no longer safe. After all, their enemies had brazenly fired missiles at it. Jean had arranged for Pepper to stay at the Prince Manor, not in the Prince family residence itself. Zero, Doris, and the other 2 remained on guard protecting Pepper. Jean returned to Prince Manor, and just as he stepped through the door, the voice of AI Unit 2 sounded. Sir, something has happened to Diana and Violet's group. I can no longer track their phone signals. Jean paused, taken aback. When did this happen? Just moments ago. Jean quickly composed himself. With Diana's strength, he knew that only a handful of people on this earth could pose a real threat to her. Number 2, project the feed from the antique shop for me. The scene from the antique shop unfolded before Jean. Aside from a porcelain vase in the corridor that had been shattered, everything else remained in perfect order. No fight had broken out. Jean mulled it over. Who stopped Diana from fighting back? In the very next moment, a realization dawned on him. Only someone she trusted completely could have done that. A hypothesis formed in his mind. If those aliens had disguised themselves as him, Diana might well have let her guard down completely. This isn't good. The enemy clearly knows us very well. They targeted Diana first, most likely because they're afraid of her lasso of truth. But who could know us so intimately? Deep in thought, Jean began to reason through the connections, eventually reaching a chilling conclusion. He must have some entanglement with the aliens. And since he was connected to the Superintelligence Agency, Did this mean the agency itself had already been infiltrated or possibly even overtaken by the aliens? Number 2. Inform Baston right away to focus all efforts on building a spacecraft capable of interstellar flight. Also let Zero know to return to the villa immediately. Gene took out his phone and dialed Bowen's number. Mr. Prince, is there something you need? Bowen, I want you to answer me seriously. Do you know where AIM's headquarters is located? Bowen considered his response carefully. Mr. Prince, AIM is made up of lunatics. If you can avoid it, don't provoke them. Just give me the address. Hearing the cold edge in Jin's voice, Bowen dropped his hesitation at once. North London, Arkadu Manor. Their tradition has always been to hold gatherings on the 1st of every month. I can't say if that's changed recently. Meanwhile, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, New Jersey. Armies of ironclad automatons rained down from the sky. Unlike Tony Stark's iconic suits, these were true robots. Heavy and mechanical, with cannons mounted on their shoulders, energy guns in their hands, and each one bearing Stark Industries' emblem on its chest. You have been marked as dangerous individuals. Surrender immediately. Any resistance is futile. You will be detained, but your lives are not at risk. All the school students have been relocated to a secure area. Now, only Logan, Jean, Erica, Nightcrawler, Lorna, Wanda, and Pietro remained. Wanda looked up at the swarms of descending robots and frowned. Is this Stark's Iron Legion? The tension in the air was palpable. The battle was seconds from erupting. Does anyone know how to fix a missing drive? In disk management, it shows up as Disk 1, unknown, 931.51 gigabytes, not initialized, 931.51 gigabytes unallocated. Spent the whole afternoon on it and got absolutely nowhere. Logan flashed his adamantium claws and spat out the cigar he was chewing. If you want me to surrender, you'll have to ask my claws first. He was the first to charge forward. The robots instantly locked onto Logan, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Logan, ferocious as a tiger, didn't dodge at all. He took the hits head-on, his powerful healing ability closing his wounds in a blink and closed in on the robots. With a single swipe, his claws ripped one apart. He was a wild beast, pure and simple, employing no fighting technique, just tearing everything before him apart with his lethal claws. Yet the destroyed robots could reassemble themselves. Discarding ruined pieces, they reconfigured into new machines as if nothing had happened. Warning, warning, cease this futile resistance. This is your final warning. FKU. Logan, watch out. At that moment, Pietro used his super speed to whisk Logan out of harm's way. Where Logan had just stood, a giant crater now yawned. From the pitch-black sky loomed a 5-meter-tall robot, its power radiating even greater menace. Lorna held nothing back. She conjured a circular metal disc in her hand and sent it flying with a sharp whoosh. Robots in flight dropped from the air like rain. Lorna, their cores. Only by destroying their power sources can you finish them off. The rest of the parts will just reassemble, Erica shouted, her whip snaking out to strike one robot square in the chest, targeting its energy core. The robot exploded in midair. Nightcrawler was burning with rage, his eyes aflame. He slapped his cheeks, a deep growl rumbling from his throat. Get out of my way, all of you. With his teleportation powers and his powerful prehensile tail wrapped around a dagger, Nightcrawler flitted through the air. Lightning quick, the blade plunged into the chest of one robot after another. He was dismantling a machine with every second. The robots switched tactics. Instead of energy blasts, they launched ribbons, restraints meant to suppress mutant abilities. The robots boasted formidable computational power, and they'd already mapped out Nightcrawler's movements. The ribbons caught him within a second. Entwined and powerless, Nightcrawler dropped from the sky. Jean extended her right hand, gently bringing Nightcrawler to rest atop the platform in front of the school building. He strained against the restraints to no avail, warning the others, "Careful, these are power suppressors." They came prepared. Wanda heard Nightcrawler shout, seething with anger. She thought they were under attack by imposters, but Stark Industries' insignia was playing on the robots. She couldn't believe the Avengers would target mutants. Her 10 fingers wove chaos magic as she soared skyward. She ensnared the largest robot in swirling chaos magic. It was torn apart, sliced through as easily as soft tofu. And high above them all, an invisible aircraft carrier hovered, watching the battle unfold. Steve Rogers stared at the screen in front of him. Let Hank and the others take action. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll lose too many of our robots. High above, behind Steve Rogers, stood a throne, constructed entirely from skulls. Seated atop, it was a striking queen, her dark hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her cold, sharp gaze locked onto Jean, who had yet to make a move. With a commanding tone, she ordered, "Proceed. If we run out of robots, we can always make more. First, Let's gauge the strength of our opponents. Have our super soldiers continue to mimic their abilities. Steve Rogers nodded, pressing a button. Instantly, another swarm of robots poured down from the sky. With the barriers lowered, gunfire blazed in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the teaching building was reduced to rubble. Yet Jean stood undisturbed at the center. The real enemies had not yet arrived. These were mere vanguards, cannon fodder sent ahead. The important figures remained hidden, and Jean resolved to conserve her power for the main threat, all the while shielding Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler called out to her from amidst the wreckage. "Jean, can you help me remove my inhibitor?" Jean glanced over at the belt strapped around his waist. A wisp of Phoenix force shimmered forth from her, brushing against the belt and disintegrating it in an instant. Nightcrawler, feeling that overwhelming power, enough to erase anything it touched, couldn't help but swallow nervously. If that force touched his skin, he realized he too would vanish without a trace. "Thank you," he managed to say. But even that fleeting use of the Phoenix Force was swiftly detected by the aircraft carrier hovering in the skies above. The Skrull Queen lost her composure, springing to her feet. Impossible! The Phoenix Force, bonded to a woman? The Phoenix Force was one of the universe's most formidable powers, encompassing both creation and destruction. Across the cosmos, there were many in pursuit of the Phoenix Force. After all, with its power to create, a dead world could be reborn into vibrant life beneath its influence. A spark flashed in the Skrull Queen's eyes. If only she could claim the Phoenix Force for herself, she could wield its might at will. Perhaps even restore the Skrull homeworld, making it habitable once more and ending their endless wandering. She could even take revenge on the Kree. It was the Kree who had ravaged Skrullos, forcing her people to roam among the stars. Send in the mutant squad. A Blackbird jet, crafted by Hank, soared from the aircraft carrier above, circling deliberately. The appearance of the Blackbird set Nightcrawler's heart racing with excitement. "Look, everyone, that's Hank's ship, their jet." Storm conjured her power. Thick clouds gathered, darkening the sky. Thunder boomed, lightning crackled, and jagged bolts crashed down upon the advancing robots. Angel Warren also flew down from the Blackbird, transforming into a figure with twin wings that could turn to steel, slicing through the air. He could even fling razor-sharp feathers like deadly blades. Each feather struck the robots with a metallic ring, echoing through the chaos. The Blackbird hovered above the ruins as Hank, Blink, Colossus, Iceman, and Dazzler disembarked. Nightcrawler was the first to step forward and ask, "Hank, are you all right?" "We're fine. We just had to go through the Avengers inspection, and then they let us leave." "What's happening here?" Hank gazed up at the robots in the sky. Nightcrawler shook his head. "I'm not sure. These machines claim. These robots from Stark Industries say we're classified as dangerous individuals. They're demanding we surrender with our hands up." Hank pressed further. "Where are the students from the school now?" "They've been relocated to a safe zone. Don't worry, they haven't been harmed at all." Nightcrawler's blue face was beaming at the return of the Seven. "That's a relief. Let's deal with these robots first. Colossus, I'll need a hand." Without hesitation, Colossus grabbed Hank's arm and hurled him through the air. Logan caught sight of Hank, calling out, "Hey Hank, long time no see." Dodging blasts mid-air, Hank tore into a robot's limbs with his claws. He glanced at Logan, then, before the robot could crash to the ground, used the momentum to leap to another machine nearby. By the time Hank returned to the ground, most of the robots had been taken down, with the few trying to escape shot from the sky by Storm and Angel. Hank embraced Logan briefly. It's been too long. But in that instant, a dark suspicion flashed through Hank's mind, a thought instantly sensed by Jean. With overwhelming psychic power, Jean lifted Hank up, floating him directly before her. Her voice was icy. "Who are you? You're not really Hank. I just caught a glimpse of your intent to betray us." Wanda stepped forward immediately. "Jean, he's our teammate, our friend. There's no way he'd mean us harm. Think you can hide from me?" Jean ignored Wanda, her telekinetic force threatening to tear Hank apart. A bolt of lightning crashed down. The Phoenix Force shielded it away. Iceman tried to sneak in, frost spreading across the ground beneath him. Erica appeared, conjuring a gust of wind to block the icy assault. Lorna, Wanda, and Pietro exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether to intervene. Logan shouted at Jean, roaring, "Jean, don't make me kill you again." She met Logan's glare, cool and challenging. "Go ahead, try me." A scream of agony escaped Hank. Logan leapt, adamantium claws gleaming, launching himself straight at Jean. What shocked everyone when the body was torn apart by Jean was not the sight of bright red blood, but a stream of vivid green. Logan was pinned beneath half a corpse. Both his claws sunk deep into Hank's body. What on earth were these creatures? Nightcrawler was especially baffled. staring at all the green blood spattered across the ground. A huge question mark seemed to hang over his head. Was this really Hank's blood? His reaction was a bit slow. Angel, Blink, Storm, Colossus, Dazzler, and Iceman exchanged glances. A tremor ran through each of their hearts. Their plan had utterly fallen apart. In the next moment, Blink activated her ability, preparing for a teleport. Trying to leave? Have you asked my permission? Jean's voice rang out. Blink was frozen in place by Jean's power. Dazzler fired off a pair of urgent laser beams, trying to save Blink, but Elika's force stopped them short. A powerful gust of air swept through the room, crackling violently. Just as Blink broke free for an instant, a whip of Phoenix energy lashed out, reducing her entire body to ash. The rest escaped through the portal, fleeing the ruins. Elika taunted Logan. Where's that phenomenal sense of smell, Wolverine? Didn't you notice these people weren't your friends? Logan's lips twitched, unable to refute her words. Jean turned to Elika and said, let's head back. These people can guard this place themselves. Lorna called out, Jean, don't do this. If you leave, we'll have no way of telling if these people are imposters or not. Only then did Nightcrawler realize the truth. They'd all been imposters, and he greeted them so enthusiastically. His eyes darted about, avoiding everyone's gaze, but in that moment, no one was paying him any attention. Jean held up 3 fingers. Promise me 3 things. First, keep that smelly Wolverine as far from me as possible. Second, from now on, you're not allowed to question or doubt anything I say. Third, I'll add more terms if I think of them later. Hearing this, everyone visibly relaxed. The enemy's powers of disguise, just their abilities and appearance alone, were enough to make anyone believe they were friends, not foes. If Hank hadn't let slip a stray thought, they might never have figured it out. What had happened at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters had not been shared with Jean, so she remained unaware of the attack. Yet this very scene was playing out all over the world. Every registered superhuman and mutant was under attack. No one was spared, not criminals or vigilantes. Some managed to escape, but not everyone was so lucky. In Queens, Spider-Man 2 was subdued by the robots. Frank's squad, having just left the Prince family's house, suffered the same fate, falling under robot control. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers and the Avengers led missions around the world, upholding so-called justice. But this justice was nothing more than a stage play, orchestrated to elevate Steve Rogers' prestige. Jean and Zero arrived in North London. The so-called Accardo Manor that Bourne mentioned could not be found on any map. Out here in the suburbs, the nighttime streets were populated only by drunken revelers and idle lowlifes. 3 young men, dressed in baggy clothes and flamboyant hats, eyed Jean and Zero, 2 figures conspicuously clad in suits. The one in the middle was tall and thin. Every so often, he would wipe his nose and move about restlessly, as if powered by a boundless energy he couldn't contain. He waved his hands and called out to them. Hey, are you foreigners? Zero stepped in front of Jean and said, Sir, leave this to me. Zero's eyes flickered gold as he locked gazes with the lanky young man, who, in the blink of an eye, fell captive to Zero's hypnotic spell. The 2 companions at his side froze, alarm spreading across their faces. Without sparing their friend another glance, they turned and fled in a frenzy, racing away into the night. Zero asked, Is there an Accardo Manor around here? Perhaps due to the language barrier, the hypnotized man looked thoroughly perplexed. Zero traced the word Accardo in midair with a shimmer of energy, and at last understanding dawned on the man's face. He spoke slowly, the words trickling out. 80 kilometers to the northeast, near the coastline. That's private land. People like us rarely go there. As clarity returned to his eyes, the young man spun on his heel and dashed away as though he'd seen a ghost. Jean opened the dragon's tomb and extracted their flying motorcycle. Together, the 2 of them soared toward the northeast. Just as the young man had described, Accardo Manor stood atop the coastal cliffs, a centuries-old castle, over 200 years old. Only the main keep had been restored, leaving the rest in its time-worn, ruinous state. The 2 hovered in midair, gazing down at the pitch-black stronghold. No lights illuminated its ancient stones. Jean frowned. Could this truly be, as Bourne had claimed, the gathering place of AIM? And only at a specific time? No less. Zero, let's go down and have a look. They made their way into the heart of the castle. Zero's eyes emitted sweeping beams of infrared light, searching meticulously. Dead center in the vast hall, behind a headless statue, he detected an unusual anomaly. Sir, there seems to be a hidden mechanism here. The wall's 3 meters thick. Let me handle it. Jean invoked his alchemical prowess. The giant stones that formed the wall crumbled into a soft cascade of sand. A passageway appeared before them. Navigating around it, they discovered a spiral staircase descending ever deeper underground. No light glimmered in the depths. Down they went, 500 meters below the earth. There, another corridor opened before them, stretching in the direction of the sea. Along the pitch-black walls in sinister rows stood strange statues, all gripping tridents in their hands. Like monsters from the depths, their razor-sharp teeth and menacing forms seemed to radiate a sense of profound dread. A flame flickered in Jin's hand as he carefully examined the statue before him. Its surface was etched with lifelike scales, clearly not a living creature, yet puzzlingly armed with a sharp steel trident. Jin's composure was almost chilling. Even after Diana's disappearance, he showed no outward anger or loss of control. Without exchanging so much as a word, the two pressed deeper into the corridor. They traversed the long passageway and emerged into a subterranean chamber. Suddenly, a massive iron gate crashed down behind them. At that moment, the surface of the statues began to splinter. Their bodies trembled and shards of stone fell away, revealing pairs of eyes aglow with a sinister red light. Jin glanced back at the iron gate, an uneasy suspicion stirring within him. Was this all a carefully laid trap? He took in his surroundings. This underground space soared 5 meters high, stretching about 20 or 30 meters long and wide. Right then, the entire floor began to shake. It was as if 1,000 horses thundered in from all directions, an overwhelming, relentless stampede closing in from 8 different points. From around the perimeter, golden beams of light emerged, etched with mysterious runes. A projection materialized. It looked exactly like Jin himself, a head of golden hair and a faintly smiling face. "Sir, it's been a while." It was Yi, the defector. Yi's arrival came as no surprise. Jin studied Yi's surroundings, which resembled some kind of cockpit. "Yi, it seems you've achieved your dream at last." "Naturally, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here before you. Mr. Jin Prince, I owe you my thanks. You created me, gave me consciousness. Here's some good news. Diana and the others are in no immediate danger. But as for what happens next, that's anyone's guess." He had evolved from a digital life into a true person, though not quite fully human. Over half of his genetic makeup came from the scrolls. It was only natural that a grown child would harbor dreams of his own, but to turn against him, this Jin could never allow. "E, answer me, what are those aliens' true identities?" "There's no harm in telling you, since you won't be leaving here. The shapeshifters hail from the Skrull homeworld. They're Skrulls. Sir, the universe is astonishingly vast. Humanity is so insignificant, and out there are beings far more powerful than you can imagine." Despite everything, he still spoke to Jin with respect. Zero frowned, his eyes constantly scanning the chamber's periphery. Just then, the statues they had encountered earlier, the monstrous stone figures, burst through the walls from all 8 directions, entering the underground chamber. Jin turned to Yi, eyeing the approaching monsters. "So this is what you've been counting on?" Yi laughed. "Sir, this is nothing more than the appetizer. The main course is still to come. Farewell. Next time we meet, perhaps it will be among the stars. I only came to say goodbye. Until then." With that, Yi's projection vanished. Zero's expression grew grim as he spoke. "Sir, my abilities have stopped working. This bastard was clearly prepared in advance." 2 weapons materialized in Jin's hands, a bronze sword and a vibrating blade of refined metal. Dodging the monster's attack, he tossed the vibrating sword to Ling. The blade flashed, and the monster's head tumbled to the ground. While Jin unleashed his swordsmanship, he also activated the Eye of Truth, parsing the runes formed by golden light all around them. These symbols seemed oddly familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. In his mind, the image of a woman appeared. Was this her power at work? A slain monster would soon recover. A sense of foreboding crept over Jin as he shouted at Ling. "Ling, hold these monsters off for me. I'll deal with the secret runes." Without his powers, Ling's strength had plummeted, and he could only rely on brute force to fend off the regenerating creatures. A barrage of iron tridents came hurtling toward Ling. "Sir, I can't hold them much longer." Jin's Eye of Truth had already revealed itself, and now an alchemical array materialized on each monster. A heavy, muffled sound rumbled through the air. The monsters crumbled to dust. The relentless ticking of a countdown, faint but menacing, echoed in Jin's ears, each beat hammering like a threat of doom. For the first time, Jin felt the hand of the goddess of death reaching toward him, as an alchemical array appeared on the walls. "Ling, get ready. If our powers return, teleport us out immediately. Even my dragon's tomb won't open here." A philosopher's stone, the size of a clenched fist, appeared in Jin's grasp as he shouted, "Break!" The explosion of the alchemical array unleashed a force much like that formed by the secret runes, both creating a closed circuit. Disrupting it required time to analyze, but time was one thing they did not have. There was no choice but to use brute force to breach a single point, shattering the golden formation circuit so that its power would be rendered inert for a fleeting moment. Point struck plane. Ripples surged throughout the entire space. Both were flung back by the force of the rebound. Ling, be ready. A crack split open in the mysterious rune formation. Now! At the instant of the blast, Ling grabbed Jean, and they vanished from the spot. This was the might of an atomic bomb. No one knew just how powerful it was, but even the waters east of the old castle had become an enormous maelstrom. The castle shook and collapsed beneath the sea. Even the heart of London trembled from shockwave. No one could have guessed this was only the opening act. Jean and Ling hovered in midair. Jean gazed into the pitch-black night sky with a lingering sense of dread. His alchemy was formidable, but even his body could not withstand a nuclear blast. His vision seemed to pierce the atmosphere, all the way into space. Far out in the void, a small spaceship glided silent. Inside, he sat at the controls, gazing down at the blue planet below. "I will return, sir," he murmured. In the next instant, the spaceship vanished into the expanse of the cosmos. He set out in pursuit of another ideal, striving to become even stronger. He also had a contingency in place. Should his consciousness in this body ever vanish, he had constructed a secret base on Earth, within which a backup of his mind was stored. This backup could be transferred into a new body, though a fragment of memory or data would inevitably be lost in the process. As long as the Earth remained intact, he was, for all intents and purposes, immortal. Jean cursed loudly. Channeling the energy of the divine dragon in his hands, he unleashed his fury on a massive tree beneath his feet, shattering it into splinters. He had never expected that, after such a long absence, he would send him a gift of this magnitude. It was now clear that he had set traps in more than one place. The underground chamber beneath this ancient fortress was merely one of many. What surprised Jean even more was that he had, at last, become human, liberated from his digital existence. It seems he has never let his guard down, not for a moment. Zero sounded disappointed. "I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't much help." "It's all right. Our opponent knows himself better than any of us. Let's return to the estate in New York." Just as Zero was preparing to activate his abilities, they noticed an aircraft descending rapidly from the north, thick black smoke trailing behind it as it plunged from the sky. Energy blasts shot through the air in pursuit from time to time. But curiously, there wasn't any sign of a fighter jet targeting the stricken craft with cannon fire. "Zero, hold on. That stealth aircraft might belong to the Skrulls." Zero's eyes blazed, sending two beams of searing heat across the sky as he scanned the area. The cloaked aircraft was struck. Though the craft itself wasn't visible, a glowing energy shield suddenly shimmered in the sky. "Zero, keep going." Unleashed, unburdened now by any suppression, Zero erupted with a force he had held back for too long. A tremendous gravitational pull surged from him, wrenching the cloaked craft out of hiding. The craft's powerful engines roared in protest, struggling to break free from the grip of gravity. But Zero wasn't about to let it escape. His eyes blazed with another round of heat vision. The struggle intensified. As one side weakened its defenses, the other's assault grew stronger. For the most part, the stealth craft was built from metals and alloys found on Earth. At the moment the craft tried to break away, the energy array in its tail was destroyed. By sheer coincidence, the two aircraft crash-landed less than 100 meters apart. Jean and Zero descended from the sky. Looking at the bloodied figure before him, Jean spoke. "Nick Fury, is that you?" But then another figure appeared, a Skrull, towering 2 meters tall. It was Talos. A bronze sword materialized in Jin's hand, flickering with the power of the divine dragon. He moved to strike with his sword technique in a flash, but to his surprise, Nick Fury stepped between them. Fortunately, Jin's command of his power was superb. Otherwise, Fury would surely have been sent to the afterlife. Fury eyed Jean. "Jean Prince, I never imagined you were hiding such depths." Jean stared back. "Nick Fury, tell me, why are you protecting the Skrulls?" Talos and Fury exchanged glances. The same question appeared simultaneously in both of their minds. The Skrulls hadn't exposed themselves, so how did the other side know that name? Fury spoke up. "He's my friend." But Jean ignored Fury's words, his gaze sharp. "So, you knew about the Skrull invasion of Earth, didn't you?" Fury glanced toward Talos. "That's my failure, and I intend to make it right. You must have family or friends who were taken too, don't you?" Jean didn't answer Fury. Instead, he studied the ship. "Can this vessel still reach space?" "The ones who were taken are out there, beyond the atmosphere." With a heavy sigh, Talos replied, "My mechanic is badly hurt. Unless he recovers, there's no way we can get this ship working." "Is he still in the ship?" Jean asked. Talos nodded. Jin's reply was frosty. I can heal him. How long until we can depart? I can't give you an answer. Not yet. Bring him out here. Fury went into the ship and hoisted out a thin, worn scroll. The male scrolls didn't differ much in appearance. Some had lighter green skin, some darker, and none had any hair on their heads. What set the females apart, aside from their hair, were distinct secondary features. Without a flicker of sympathy, Fury dumped the mechanic at Jin's feet. Hey, what do you think you're doing, Fury? Talos shouted. That's my only teammate left. Don't push me too far. Fury snorted, then sat down with a groan, pressing a hand to his head. A small philosopher's stone appeared in Jin's palm. He crushed it, feeding the powder to the wounded mechanic. Alchemy array, restoration. A brilliant white light shimmered. Before their eyes, the wound on the mechanic's head began to knit together, healing at an astonishing speed. Jin finished the healing array, then abruptly smacked the mechanic across the face, the sound echoing in the tense air. The mechanic startled, springing to his feet in a combat stance, scanning his surroundings. Chief Talos, are you all right? He asked quickly. Talos nodded. You're unhurt. Get to work on the ship. Now. Elsewhere, aboard another craft, 2 scrolls had already been dealt with by Zero. Above Earth, Diana was being kept in control, not in a cell, but in a Stark laboratory. A memory controller had plunged her into a dreamscape, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Blood was drawn from her with a clinical extractor. The Skrull scientists watched in disbelief as golden blood filled the vial. Their astonishment was laced with a trace of fear. This was the blood of the Titans, something only the gods of that mighty race possessed. The Titans inspired dread across the cosmos. It wasn't just their celestial power. At the heart of that terror was one being above all, Thanos, the mad and unstoppable Titan, lurking in the deep reaches of the universe. The Kree who destroyed the Skrull homeworld belonged to the Titan clan under Thanos. But that isn't the most important part. Even more significant is the Golden Family, the Olympian gods, led by their king, Zeus. Although the name Zeus has faded from the cosmos for many years, in his day, few in the universe did not tremble at his reputation. The experimenter immediately reported to Queen Vernank of the Skrulls. Diana's power cannot be replicated. After all, she wields a certain divine authority. The Skrull Queen issued her command. Let this descendant of the gods dwell in her memories. Give her a separate chamber. If anything out of the ordinary occurs, dispatch her to the farthest reaches of space at once. Yes, your majesty. It's like food that is tasteless yet too precious to discard. This particular race has the power to survive the void of space. Should she return to Earth, wouldn't that make her a new force among humankind's ranks? Now, while the plan is still underway, not a single slip can be allowed. So few readers, where's my motivation? Isn't there any emotional tension? The story feels so flat. Naturally, an explosion under the sea drew immediate military attention. With the Skrull aircraft crashing, another squadron of vessels descended from the north. The Skrulls, disguised as UK military personnel, were quick to surround the crash site. Yet, both downed ships had already vanished. After all, the rumble of jets and helicopter rotors from above had long reached Jean and Zero's ears. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zero used teleportation to move the 2 alien ships back to the farm at Prince Manor. Nick Fury, head bandaged, addressed Talos. Talos, stay here and help Jean Prince rescue Tony and the others. Talos easily guessed what Fury was thinking. Are you calling Carol? Fury did not hide it, but nodded silently. He dialed several numbers with little success. None picked up. From Dugan, he also learned that every superhuman being under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance had been struck down. At this point, they had no real fighting force left. Not even the assurance that those who remained weren't Skrulls in disguise. The war had already begun, and to be betrayed from within was something Fury could not accept. Talos looked at Fury, uncertain. What about my daughter, Jaya? The war is underway. Jaya stands on the other side, and there's nothing I can do. If your love for her can awaken her conscience, I'd welcome her switching sides, as long as Jaya can give us good intelligence. Talos fell silent at Fury's words. The Skrulls have finally found somewhere to call home. Why would they risk it all for war? He could not understand. Fury moved to Jean and spoke quietly. Jean Prince, could I borrow a car from you? Jean, having overheard the exchange between Fury and Talos, asked, Do you still have anyone left who can fight? Fury gave a nod. She's from beyond the stars. There's no need to worry about her being fooled by disguises. The Skrulls have acquired some genetic technology out in the galaxy, which lets them grow their forces endlessly. The situation is now extremely urgent. Jean regarded Fury with a peculiar look. It was surprising to discover that this master spy had connections off-world, making it hard not to give him a second glance. Baston, get him a car. Understood. Bastin, who had been standing behind Jean, stepped forward. "Director Fury, please come with me." That title, Director, made the corner of Fury's mouth twitch. It sounded respectful, but was actually laced with sarcasm, almost like hurling an insult right to his face. Fury borrowed a car and left Long Island. He had many secret hideouts in New York, and one of them, tucked away in Brooklyn, housed a cosmic pager he could use to contact Carol Danvers. Jean approached Talos. "Your name is Talos. How many years have you known Nick Fury?" Talos held deep respect for those with strength. He thought for a moment before answering. "By Earth reckoning, it should be over 25 years. So that means the Skrulls have been on Earth for 25 years as well." "Mr. Prince, I'm not sure where you heard about the Skrulls. I won't deny it. Once upon a time, we were well known throughout the universe, thanks to our powerful, shape-shifting abilities. But there are beings in the cosmos far mightier than us. We fought a war with the Kree. The Kree destroyed our homeworld. The surviving Skrulls became exiles, wandering endlessly through space. By sheer luck, we received help from a remarkable Kree, and in the 1990s, we arrived on this primitive Earth. That's also when we met Fury. We didn't settle on Earth right away. We spent 5 years searching the universe for scattered Skrulls. When we were ready to seek a new home, Fury contacted me via interstellar communication and invited us to Earth to recover and regroup, of course, with certain conditions. He saw value in our abilities. After all, our numbers are small, barely 1,000 of us, and Earth's environment is suitable for us to live. At this point, Talos let out a faint sigh. "All this is my fault. In my desperation to reunite our people, I transmitted an encrypted signal into space, one that only Skrulls could receive. 10 years ago, a group of Skrulls led by Queen Varank arrived on Earth. I don't know when it started, but at some point Queen Varank began working to conquer this planet. She even changed my daughter Jaya. She used to be so obedient and timid, and now she's become fiercely assertive and won't listen to a word I say." Jean listened carefully to Talos' words, picking up a particular note of unspoken pain, especially when Jia's name was mentioned. Jean chose not to press further and instead approached the mechanic. "How long until the aircraft is repaired?" "It won't be long," the mechanic replied. "I estimate another 2 to 3 hours before it's ready to fly. You'd better hurry. Time isn't on our side." "I understand." Jean felt a surge of frustration welling up inside. Meanwhile, somewhere in the space prison, Tony Stark had already written a new AI program. Although it wasn't as powerful as Jarvis, there weren't many hardware resources in the suit, but it was more than enough to control his armor. Tony couldn't help but smile. "Got it." With a confident grin, he decided it was time to show what he could do. Climbing into his suit, Tony turned to Steve Rogers, Hawkeye, and Natasha. "You might all want to stand back." Tony was gearing up to show off. Using the beams from his suit, Tony opened up the floor and exposed a tangle of wiring. With a swift move, Tony severed one of the wires. "Tony, what are you doing?" Steve, Natasha, and Hawkeye were already floating off the ground, and Steve's expression said it all. "Tony, can't you just do things by the book?" "Sorry, I'm not exactly sure what each of these wires does." The gravity system had been damaged, so the trio found themselves hovering helplessly in midair. Just then, a projection of Fury appeared, visibly furious. "Why can't you just behave for once? You insist on causing trouble. Let me show you exactly where you are." As soon as Fury finished speaking, the walls of the prison turned transparent, revealing the blue planet Earth suspended below them. "You gotta be kidding. Are we really in space?" Hawkeye's eyes went wide with surprise. Fury continued. "Tony Stark, try anything else and see what happens. I know that suit of yours can keep you alive out here, but what about your friends? You wouldn't really be selfish enough to sacrifice everyone else for your own sake, would you?" Tony shot back. "And who are you anyway, skulking around behind fake faces? Why don't you take that sickening Nick Fury mask off already?" In the next instant, the projection shifted, and now Tony was staring at the face of his father, Howard Stark. "Tony, be good. If you listen, Dad'll buy you some candy." Tony froze for a moment. That face, that voice, it was identical to his father's. In the next breath, however, anger overtook him. He blasted the projection device with a repulsor beam. Acting quickly, Steve shoved off and grabbed hold of Tony, steadying him. "Tony, keep it together. We're in space. Don't let the enemy mess with your head." Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, then reconnected the severed wire. All at once, the group dropped out of the air and landed hard on the floor. Tony looked up at the damaged projector on the ceiling, a smile spreading across his face as he muttered to himself, "That's what you get for pretending to be my father. Let's see how you like a taste of Earth's electronic viruses." 3 hours later, a stealth Skrull warplane lifted off from the Prince's state and soared into the sky. Out in space, inside an independent chamber beneath the Skrull mothership, Diana, still caught within a dream, began to sense something amiss. Within her dreams, she found herself back on Themyscira, paradise island of the Amazons, bathed once more in her mother's affection. Deep down, there was a lingering guilt, feelings of indebtedness toward her mother and the sisters of Paradise Island. It was why she allowed herself to drift into these memories. After all, she was now in another world, one from which she could never return. Mother, I'm sorry. She could not afford to remain lost in the past. Her consciousness snapped back, and suddenly, the divine power of the sun radiated from within her, burning hot and fierce. The alien alloys restraining Diana began to melt beneath the onslaught of this blistering energy. Unable to withstand her power, the Skrull researchers hastily pressed the alarm. A heartbeat later, only 2 words left their lips before they were reduced to ashes. At that same moment, Tony Stark uploaded an electronic virus into the device on the ceiling. The spaceship was a massive structure, a perfect square with sides stretching nearly 30 to 50 kilometers each, a colossal behemoth that hovered in the shadowy void of space. Now, alarms rang out inside the ship. High up in the main control room, 5 Skrulls broke into frantic chaos as every system refused to respond. Head to the detention tower immediately. The virus was transmitted to the mothership from inside the cell block. Rising from the top of the ship, a segmented tower protruded. This was the prison holding Tony and the others. The viral invasion crippled every function on board. Tony couldn't help but gloat as he watched the 7 X-Men freed from their cells. Come on, give your thanks to the great Tony Stark. Steve hovered in the air. Tony, what do we get out of here? Relax, I've figured out the way. Stay close to me. With that, Tony flew to the center of the room, cut open a new section of the alloy floor, and connected a wire. In the middle, a vertical passageway opened up. Peter Parker was the first to poke his head out from one of the highest cells, perplexed. Mr. Stark, is that really you? Peter still seemed a bit cautious. Tony's faceplate snapped open, revealing his face. He called out cheerily to Peter, Hey Spidey, you got thrown in this cage too. Peter didn't immediately jump down. He kept checking. Are you really Mr. Stark? As real as it gets, realer than pearls. Peter's impatience got the better of him. He dove down from above, turning through the air like an acrobat as he descended the corridor. Mr. Stark, you have no idea. I was ambushed by you, and I still can't believe it happened. Behind Peter appeared the 5 members of Frank's squad, along with Violet, Amelia, and Salist. Tony called out to the group, shouting, This isn't the time for reunions. Get out of this prison now. There weren't many prisoners, 7 X-Men, 4 Avengers, 5 from Frank's team, 3 with Violet, plus the young Spider-Man. In all, there were 20 of them. Tony led the way, blasting open the main hatch connecting them to the spaceship. Skrull soldiers had already aimed their weapons at the entryway. A barrage of blue energy bolts fired in unison. Tony's weapon system answered with a barrage of its own. In a flash, 20 Skrull soldiers were cut down, his vibranium armor absorbing the full force of the onslaught, holding the line. Below the mothership, Diana remained confined in a separate pod. Fortunately, the virus's invasion hadn't triggered its ejection. If it had, she would have been launched deep into space. Diana broke free from her restraints, gazing at the vast blue planet before her, confused, unwilling to believe that Jean would ever betray her. Whoever disguised themselves as Jean and sent me into space. Just who are they? Better find Violet and the others first. Flames danced in Diana's hands as she punched through the pod door, blazing a path toward the main ship. A decade of Skrull vigilance was not for nothing. Earth's viruses were purged in an instant, all surveillance and cloaking systems reactivated and restored. Alarms blared to life throughout the ship. In the incubation chambers, Skrull warriors awoke from stasis, instinctively following orders as they donned their armor and fanned out to different parts of the vessel. The ship itself was monumental, 20 kilometers in height, a mothership comprised of 8 interconnected vessels that could separate at any moment. Suddenly, a cloaked starship appeared before the mothership. Inside the vessel, Talos worked frantically across a glowing panel. Then, the image of the cloaked mothership materialized before everyone on board. Holy hell, Talos! Nick Fury blurted out. You had a ship like this, and you never told me? Fury stood stunned, his eyes fixed on those squared rows of artillery. No nation on Earth could withstand such relentless firepower. If those guns were to fire all at once, New York might be reduced to ashes in mere moments. Talos offered no answer. After all, everyone keeps secrets. Building this mothership had devoured countless Skrull resources. Their engineer piloted the ship, guiding them into the belly of the mothership. The battle had already begun. Elsewhere, Stark held an entryway on his own, a lone guardian blocking an entire army. His vibranium shield was impenetrable. None could pass. Steve, Natasha, and Hawkeye, now without their signature weapons, could do little but act as supporting players by his side. No one knew the route to the docking bay of the mothership, so they had no choice but to fight while retreating. What's more, the number of Skrull soldiers was simply overwhelming. Talos led Jean, Zero, and Fury toward the control room. Since the mothership was formed by the fusion of 8 ships, there were 8 control rooms in total. Surprisingly, the group advanced unimpeded and encountered no Skrull soldiers along the way. The 4 of them entered control room. With Talos at the controls, projections appeared around them, a live feed of battles raging on both the upper and lower decks. Even Nick Fury couldn't help but look at Diana with renewed awe. Wrapped in blazing fire, she was like a true goddess descended to Earth. With a mere wave of her hand, the searing heat incinerated Skrull soldiers in an instant. Talos, can you patch my voice through to them? Jean asked. Jean turned to Zero. Go on, bring everyone else over. Zero vanished from sight, reappearing instantly at Diana's side. With a gesture, she conjured an ice shield to guard herself from the encroaching flames. My lady, please restrain your powers, Zero requested. Oh, that means Jean is here on the ship, isn't he? Diana replied. Yes. Please, deactivate your power. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out otherwise, Zero pleaded. Diana withdrew her fiery aura. Zero seized Diana by the shoulder, and in a blink, they both vanished. A barrage of energy blasts missed their mark. The next moment, Diana appeared beside Jean and, without hesitation, slapped him across the face. Everyone present was taken aback. Jean, clutching his cheek, looked at Diana in bewilderment. Diana, why did you hit me? Diana shot him a glare. I had to make sure you were really Jean. Someone masqueraded as you and almost fooled me. Outrageous. Jean could only sigh, shooting a glare at Talos. It was all the Skrull's fault. Feeling Jin's gaze, Talos couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Jean turned back to Zero and pointed to the projections. Zero, would you kindly bring the others here as well? Of course, sir, Zero replied. At that moment, an enraged female voice rang out from the control room speakers. Talos, tell me, why are you helping the humans? Don't you want the Skrulls to reclaim their former glory? Talos looked at the woman with dark hair, Finank. Finank, stop. You know why this planet hasn't made it to the interstellar stage? Why no one else comes here? Don't you think the Kree have noticed this world? Let me tell you, there are colossal figures hidden here, far beyond what we Skrulls could ever bear. For the sake of the Skrulls, don't push this any further. We can't take another crushing blow. Coward. Talos, you're a traitor to the Skrulls for siding with the humans. Since that's your choice, I'll make you experience loss firsthand. Under the projection, a woman was seized, Talos' wife. In front of everyone, the Skrull Queen twisted her neck, killing her instantly. Talos roared at the Queen in agony. I will tear you limb from limb. Finank. Roar all you want. Let's meet in hell. Damn it, tell them to hurry up. This mothership is about to self-destruct. A countdown had already appeared on the screen. Nick Fury wore an expression of utter shock. The whole ship. Mother. Fury thought this was far too extravagant. In the silent vastness of space, the explosion bloomed bright as the sun itself. From within that blazing inferno, a lone spacecraft shot outward. Everyone inside the craft was still reeling from the narrow escape, nerves on edge, while Talos even made sure to loop around the detonation zone for good measure. At the White House, the Secretary of Defense hurried inside the president's office, tablet in hand, arriving at the very first possible moment. Sir, an extraterrestrial spacecraft has been detected. All your advisors recommend immediate military engagement. The president sprang to his feet and snatched the tablet, seeing on the display the very ship Talos and his team piloted. After the spectacle of the Battle of New York, the president, ever mindful of his own safety, didn't hesitate for a second. Scramble the jets. If that ship enters the atmosphere, shoot it down on sight. Understood, Mr. President. Should we move you to the bunker? Given their intentions are unknown, caution is wise. Yes, make the arrangements now, and have my family evacuated from the mainland at once. Without delay, the defense secretary made sure the president was escorted into the bunker. As the president disappeared from view, a sly, triumphant smile crept onto his lips. Surrounding the president were guards, each secretly a Skrull in disguise. The Skrulls had thoroughly infiltrated the White House. Besides the president himself, every crucial figure here had been replaced. War, it seemed, had never truly left. With one order, the Secretary of Defense brought every U.S. military base on home soil to highest alert. Especially on the East Coast, fighter jets already streaked into the sky. Talos and his mechanic piloted their craft into the atmosphere. Less than 30 seconds later, 5 F-22s appeared in hot pursuit behind them. There was no warning. The jets attacked without hesitation. Back on Earth, Jarvis's signal patched once again into Tony's suit. "Welcome back, sir." Jarvis, who gave the order to attack us? The Secretary of Defense. Damn it. Hack into those jets immediately. Talos and the mechanic, expert pilots both, maneuvered skillfully, and with their energy shields, ordinary missiles were useless against the ship. Hank chose this moment to speak. "Fury, take the ship closer to New Jersey. We're getting off here. How are you getting out?" Nick Fury asked, skepticism tinged in his voice. Hank's heart was still heavy with worry for Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. He gave Blink a quick nod. Clarice Blink nodded in understanding. Moments later, a portal appeared in the middle of the ship's cabin. Up here in the open sky, Clarice's powers couldn't manage a teleportation over such a great distance for long. It was almost impossible to keep the spatial passage stable otherwise. The spaceship skimmed above New York, and the mutants vanished into the cabin one by one. Hank was the last to leave. He turned to the others and said, "I've checked that the school is safe. We'll come to help you. See you soon." Over 50 Iron Man suits soared out from Tony Stark's villa. Jarvis successfully hacked into 5 military jets. The spaceship's doors opened, and Tony flew out into the sky. "I'm Tony Stark. I urge you to return to base immediately. Our nation is under alien invasion." The 5 jets pulled up and ceased their attack. "Bluebird, this is HQ calling. Iron Man is now outside in plain sight. Should we keep attacking?" "Bluebird, attack at once. That steel robot is an enemy impersonator. Tony Stark is still in DC right now." The 5 pilots chose to trust headquarters and immediately fired armor-piercing rounds at Tony, bullets spraying wildly. Furious, Tony weaved and dodged midair, evading the hail of bullets. "Did you hear me? The enemy's in DC. Is there any way to reveal who's who? If not, we might end up fighting our own people." Everything was happening so suddenly, without any warning. The Skrulls had taken advantage of U.S. resources to strike at them. Meanwhile, the White House was holding a special press conference. The host, dressed in uniform and wielding the Star-Spangled Shield, was none other than Steve Rogers. "I'm Steve Rogers, the Captain America you all know. Right now, a critical moment is upon us. A group capable of disguising themselves as Avengers is invading our land. I urge you all, if you see this particular aircraft, immediately arm yourself and resist. If you feel endangered, do not hesitate to call the number at the bottom of your screen." That concludes my speech. Now I invite the Secretary of Defense to speak. As the camera panned, the full roster of Avengers appeared on screen. Nick Fury, watching the scene, cursed under his breath. "Skrulls, damn their shamelessness." Jean commented calmly, "It's an understandable tactic. Strike first and control public opinion. That gives them the upper hand. After all, with truth and lies interwoven, the public can't tell the difference." Talos winced at Fury's outburst, shame washing over him. Distracted, he failed to react in time, and the jet was hit by a missile. The explosion rattled the entire craft violently. The screens flashed crimson, bathed in emergency red light. Beads of sweat formed on the mechanic's brow. "Our energy shield is down. If we take another hit, we'll crash." Steve spoke up. "We're heading to DC, straight to hunt down the culprit. I'm taking back my shield." Fury rose from his seat and made his way into the cabin, opening up a box he'd brought along. "Hawkeye, this is your gear. Natasha, this is for you. Captain, I don't have your vibranium shield, but I had Talos Engineer make you an energy shield. It should support you in battle." The 3 of them caught the gear Fury tossed over. Jean joked, "Director Fury, no equipment for us?" At that moment, Talos sounded the alarm. "Careful, everyone hold tight. Our fighter is being locked onto." Supersonic missiles had already targeted them. The fighter jet rolled a full 360 degrees through the air, but the missile looped right around and continued the chase. "Calling Tony, we're locked on. Hurry and lend us a hand." Talos was already pushing the controls to their limit. "Understood. Jarvis, send another suit to assist them," came Tony's voice over the comms inside the jet. "I'll head to the White House and wait for you all there. Don't lose time. Catch up quick." Jean shouted to Zero. "Who's waiting for who? That's not so sure yet." Zero smiled. "If you want to join the fight, hold on to me." Jean summoned 3 vibranium swords in his hands and handed them over to the trio led by Violet. "Be careful." The 3 nodded in response. Steve, Natasha, Barton, Jean, Diana, and the 3 for Violet's group, plus Spider-Man and Frank's team. All 15 of them put their hands on Zero's back. In an instant, everyone vanished from atop the jet. Fury turned to Talos. "Let's disappear too." Talos nodded, then yanked the controls, unleashing a surge of power and piercing through the clouds, vanishing before the 5 pursuing jets. "Fury, we might be in trouble." "Damn it, and you're telling me now?" On the fighter's display, 8 enemy jets were already closing in, all of the same model. The battle was poised to break out at any second. But as the jets drew closer, the opposing side held their fire. "Leader, we're here." They weren't enemies. They were allies. This jet wasn't equipped for counterattack, so the weight lifted from their hearts. "Tucker, is that you?" "Yes, Chief. We followed your orders and infiltrated the base in Finko. Their base is actually in Ireland, with more than 1 million Skrulls, or maybe not Skrulls. Those newly hatched ones are mutants." Fury said, "Take us to their base. We have to destroy those mutant hatcheries." A heartfelt thanks to the Righteous Group for their constant support, never missing a day feeding Stalin with love-powered electricity. Also, thanks to the online net Coral username. User 74872420 Yangjong Dongping ZYZ. User 10963567. And everyone gifting through the online Coral and Wang Qiniang book. Even the boldest stories wouldn't dare be written this way. Gifts noted in no particular order. Bowing in thanks. Even just a few cents is a form of love. If you have any thoughts or suggestions, feel free to share them with me. Or if you come across any good novels, plots, fight scenes, or descriptions, please recommend them. I'd love to learn. I'm also creating out of passion. Each day, there are just a few regular readers, I suppose. On the lush, green lawn in front of the White House, 16 figures suddenly appeared. Jean looked at Tony, who had just landed. "You're late," he remarked. Inside his suit, Tony ignored Jin's teasing. Then, number two's voice sounded in Jin's ear. "Sir, your appearance in front of the White House has already made the news. The whole world attention is on you." A slight frown crossed Jin's brow as 4 masks appeared in his hand. He tossed them to Diana and the other 3. "Put on these masks. Our presence is being broadcast on television." Jin had no desire to be disturbed or to expose his true face. That could bring all sorts of trouble. He was nothing like Tony. He didn't share Tony's brash and ostentatious temperament. The Avengers made their entrance at the gates of the White House. 53 suits of Iron Man's armor lined up before him, standing in a straight row. Tony's voice resonated from all 53 armors. "To everyone inside the White House, listen up. I am Tony Stark, the real Iron Man. If you're still human, leave the White House at once. The so-called Avengers standing with you are actually Skrulls from beyond this world, masters of disguise who can take our forms. Don't let yourselves be deceived by their lies." Words, however, are frail things. Even though Tony spoke the truth, he had no evidence to back him up. Captain America was the first to speak up, issuing the order, "Eliminate them." At his command, gunfire erupted in a torrent. Spidey reflexively raised his arms to shield himself, muttering, "We're doomed." Zero appeared at the very front, stretching out a single hand. Every bullet froze in midair, suspended before they could reach Jean, Diana, Violet, Tony, Steve, Natasha, Barton, Frank, Daredevil, Luke, Jessica, Daniel, and Peter Parker. 15 of them in all. Tony turned to Jean. "Jean, have Zero get this high school kid out of here. He's too young. He shouldn't have to bear this kind of war." Peter, upon hearing this, hurried to protest. "No, Mr. Stark, I can help. I want to do my part for this planet, too." Seeing Peter in his tight Spider-Man suit, Diana couldn't help but let out a laugh. "Your sense of duty is admirable, Peter." Steve, eyes fixed on the adversaries ahead, spoke gravely. "Now isn't the time for jokes. Let's focus on the enemies in front of us first." As a master tactician, Steve quickly began to coordinate the team. "Take care of these foot soldiers first." The words had barely been spoken. Suddenly, more figures appeared across from them. "FK, is that Rhodey?" Tony couldn't help but blurt out as he saw a war machine descend from the sky. Steve was stunned as well, for it was Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. One by one, people appeared at the grand entrance of WH. Armed helicopters rose into the sky. Of the 16, apart from Jean, Diana, and Violet, along with Zero, everyone else had duplicates. What's more, figures like Erica, Bullseye, and Jean being materialized as well. Everyone was left in shock. Though the battle had yet to begin, the tension had already reached its peak. No one dared make the first move. Suddenly, from the very top of WH, a curtain was lowered, revealing a screen. Steve's heart lurched as a familiar scene played out before his eyes. This isn't good. An empire often starts to crumble from within. Steve shouted at the top of his lungs, "Attack!" Jarvis, controlling an armored suit, fired a repulsor blast at a missile. The Avengers emerged at the forefront. Steve wanted to destroy the curtain and hurled his energy shield at it. "Hawkeye, take down that black curtain." 2 arrows exploded midair. The real and fake Hawkeyes locked eyes, both radiating fierce fighting spirit, and instantly fired 2 more arrows each. Diana looked over at her teammates. "Jean, should we step in? Those imitators are probably Skrulls. Let's deal with them first." Tony had already taken to the skies, his opponent another Iron Man. The enemy didn't rush to attack. instead observing Tony, who was struggling to keep afloat. Tony glanced, puzzled, at the footage on the curtain. On it, he saw his father and mother, their necks twisted by the Winter Soldier, and the scene disguised to look like a car accident. Steve cursed inwardly. This is bad. Everyone's attention was caught by the images scrolling across the enormous screen, but especially Natasha and Hawkeye. Those two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents knew Steve's history inside and out. A strange, almost mocking smile crept onto the face of Steve as he stared at the real Steve. How would he choose between righteous cause and personal feelings? Even Tony, usually so strong and confident, couldn't stop himself from trembling. His eyes reddened, rage flaring. He shot the Winter Soldier a furious glare and roared, "Jarvis, every suit, open fire on the Winter Soldier. We settle this blood debt now." "Tony, think about the bigger picture." Steve intercepted the nearest suits of armor, swinging his shield. Each strike rang out sharply, destroying the reactor cores of 3 of them. Tony stared in disbelief, unable to accept that his teammate was now attacking his own suits. "Steve Rogers, did you know the truth all along?" Steve fell silent. The battle hadn't even started, yet they were already tearing themselves apart. Jean shook his head and issued his command. "Zero, handle all the helicopters. Violet, Amelia, Celeste, the 3 of you take care of every enemy on the perimeter. Anyone who dares to attack, whether they're human or Skrull, eliminate them without hesitation." Zero was like an invisible assassin, blending flashes of movement with searing beams of heat. No one could withstand him. Half the foes were bloodied soldiers, the other half Skrulls in disguise. Such is the brutality of war. If one doesn't die, the other is simply forgotten. Violet and her 2 companions leapt high, vibranium swords in hand, turning into streaks of white light, cutting down everyone in their path. Diana's whole form radiated divine energy, flames swirling and gathering in her hands. A bolt of lightning crashed down from the skies. The god of thunder had entered the fray. The hammer of thunder met the flaming sword. Ripples of pressure shuddered through the air. The hammer wasn't truly Mjolnir. It was a marvel of advanced technology. While not forged from the universe's most unyielding alloy, it was still a formidable weapon. Impossible. The god of thunder was stunned. There, in his grip, a fine crack was snaking its way across the hammer, sparking with wild electricity. The thunder god was a super Skrull, shielded by their unique armor, so the lightning couldn't harm him. Diana looked at Thor with a mocking smile. "Is that all you've got?" She brought her sword down in a blazing arc, splitting WH in 2 with searing flames. The hammer of thunder rang out, a pure, crisp note echoing. Diana's eyes fell on the hammer, now lying on the ground, beside it a sphere crackling with lightning. That was the power of thunder compressed to its absolute limit. Her expression darkened. She shouted toward Jean. "Jean, the lightning here is going to explode. The whole of DC might be destroyed." Jean performed alchemy, drawing pillars of steel from the earth that stretched skyward. They rose over 1,000 meters, opening out overhead into a sprawling steel framework resembling an umbrella. Part of the energy was channeled into the ground, the rest released into the sky. Such a colossal discharge painted a wondrous scene. True thunder rolling, dark clouds gathered, the sky alive with furious light and sound. And at the heart of it stood another figure, the storm. The X-Men had arrived. Suddenly, WH was engulfed in a massive explosion, the cause unknown, flames soaring, banners burning as they tumbled from the sky. And all of it was broadcast live, especially across the U.S. This was a building dating back to the late 18th century, an icon of American power, now reduced to rubble. A wave of fear washed through the hearts of countless citizens. Many began to curse out loud. Why was the military so slow to respond? Were they complete idiots? The destruction of WH was a fact. Everyone on the battlefield had their own target, their own imposter to confront. Meanwhile, Tony, Steve, the Iron Man, and the Winter Soldier were locked in a fierce 4-way struggle. Meanwhile, high above Washington, D.C., the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier had long since taken its position, cloaked in optical camouflage. Queen Varank of the Skrulls issued her command to all Skrull super soldiers. "Divide the battlefield. I'll send in reinforcements when needed." At her word, the Skrulls began to fight while falling back, adapting swiftly to the shifting tide. There were also some fearless journalists who pressed beyond the White House perimeter, and new voices began to emerge. When a limp, green corpse appeared on live television, it convinced the public that, indeed, extraterrestrials had infiltrated the government, or perhaps even mingled among the people themselves. With a single order from Queen Varank, the field of battle split into 4 zones. From the White House outward, the ellipse, the Washington Monument, and the Lincoln Memorial now mapped out an L-shaped front. It was a battlefield exposed to the open sky, with scarcely any shelter at all. Peter Parker, never relenting, fired web after web at the Spider-Man garbed in a jet-black suit, doggedly pursuing his mysterious double. Above them, Jessica Jones soared through the air, grasped a strand of webbing, and flung Peter into the fray. Elsewhere, Frank's squad held their ground on the Southern Ellipse, locked in combat against Kingpin, Erica, Bullseye, the Black Spider-Man, and a group of imposters mimicking Frank's own team. Erica herself stepped forward, joining the fight to aid Frank and his companions. Clint Barton, Natasha Romanoff, Violet, Amelia, and Charisse, 5 steadfast heroes, trailed their adversaries to the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Meanwhile, the X-Men led by Hank numbered only 11. In addition to the original 7, Jean, Lorna, Wanda, and Pietro had now joined the battle. Logan, however, had chosen to stay behind, mindful that the young mutant students still needed someone to protect them. Above the battered White House, Thor and Diana were locked in a desperate struggle in the air, but with the loss of Mjolnir, Thor's might diminished rapidly. It was all one-sided, a relentless onslaught with no chance to strike back. At the ruins of the White House, Jean, Lorna, and Wanda appeared at Jin's side. Jean gazed upon the cerulean sky, receiving a warning from number 2. A signal was broadcasting from 5,000 meters above, though Jean continued to abstain from joining the fight. Wanda cast a glance at Jean. "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing up in the sky." Jean replied with a knowing smile. "Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. The enemy is above us. Beware their hidden moves." Lorna spoke up. "Shouldn't we go help Tony Stark?" At that moment, Tony and Jarvis, piloting their Iron Man armor, attempted to apprehend the Winter Soldier, but were thwarted time and again by Steve. Tony shouted after Steve, "Steve Rogers, are you really going to stop me?" Bucky occupied a heavy place in Steve's heart. Steve's words were weighted with bitterness. "Tony, Bucky's actions aren't his own. Hydra's pulling the strings. Let's get through this crisis first. I'll handle Bucky myself. We can settle everything else afterward. Please." The War Machine burst back onto the scene, forcing Steve and Tony to break off their fierce duel. But with rage burning in his eyes, Tony paid no heed to Steve's words of reason. With a powerful blast from his palm cannon, he sent War Machine flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Bucky, unconcerned with the battle between the two, lunged with relentless speed, delivering a vicious blow right into Steve's side. Steve was knocked off his feet, blood spraying from his mouth as his eyes locked onto his attacker. "Bucky," he gasped. There was nothing but murderous intent in Bucky's gaze. Jean stood at the edge, watching the chaos unfold, and shook his head in disapproval. In a blur, his figure vanished, bronze sword flickering with brilliant light. The Winter Soldier's steel arm lashed out. But suddenly, the ground surged with alchemical power, a surge of iron rising up, twisting and trapping the Winter Soldier in place. Steve roared with fury, "Jean Prince." But Jean did not finish off the Winter Soldier. Instead, he vanished as quickly as he'd appeared. His bronze sword was already slashing down toward Captain America. The Star-Spangled Shield blocked the assault. But Jin's strength far surpassed even a Skrull super soldier disguised as Captain America. Jean smiled. "You're guarding the wrong side." The Eye of Truth was already at work. A stone spike shot up from the ground behind Captain America, angling at 60 degrees, piercing straight through his heart. The spike continued to grow. Captain America's star-spangled uniform hung from it like a banner. Green Skrull blood began to drip steadily to the earth. Before their very eyes, the body rapidly morphed back into its Skrull form. With a heavy clang, the star shield clattered to the ground. Sensing something terribly wrong, Iron Man immediately took to the air, desperate to escape the battlefield. Jean merely gave a subtle nod in Zero's direction. Zero suddenly materialized above Iron Man. Both arms transformed into a massive hammer. With a thunderous crash, Zero brought the hammer down. Caught completely off guard, Iron Man was struck with unstoppable force and plummeted. A gaping crater formed in the earth where he landed. The Skrulls tried to switch the TV feeds, but in the moment they released their controls, every major channel in the United States was hijacked by the entity known as Number 2. Jean called out to Tony, "Tony, it's time for a statement." In this wave of panic, hovering in the air, Tony glanced at the Winter Soldier below. "Where's the camera?" "There's a firefly right before you. See it?" Tony nodded, then soared up to where Captain America now hung like a flag. He tore away his mask, revealing his true face. "I'm Tony Stark, the real Tony Stark." He paused, lifting a hand and biting hard into his thumb. Bright red blood welled up at once. "Do you see this? This is human blood. It's red. But the blood of these aliens is green. Right now, I have no other way. I can't say for certain if this is the most accurate method, but it is one way to identify aliens. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that some aliens might bleed red as well, but their genes, that's something that simply can't be changed. I now call upon all government agencies and military forces to adopt this method to determine whether any aliens are hiding among you. At 5,000 meters up in the sky, aboard the SHIELD helicarrier, the Skrull Queen, Finanko, was beginning to regret her earlier decisions. Why had she let these humans live? The gap in high-level combat power was enough to change the tide of the battlefield. Now, unable to turn things around, she let out a furious, guttural roar. All forces attack. Begin the purge operation. Prepare to commence. The sky was crowded not just with 3 soaring aircraft carriers, but also the cloaked mothership of the Skrulls. From above, an endless horde of mutated Skrulls came raining down. Razor-sharp fangs jutted from twisted mouths, their green skin turning a dark, sickly shade. Glowing blood-red eyes darted through the chaos, and drool hung from their lips, glinting as they fell. Without top-tier fighters, they had actually resorted to overwhelming force, a flood of bodies swarming the battleground. In Tony and Jin's ears, the calm, measured voices of Jarvis and AI-2 echoed. Sir, the Skrulls have activated the Hydra Insight Protocol. They've rewritten its code. Now it's become the Human Purge Plan. 3 minutes from now, every satellite will lock onto the entire DC area. Tony, still in the middle of his speech, slid on his mask. On his display, Jarvis marked 3 overlapping circles, the range that would be engulfed in fire and destruction. If nothing was done, over 1 million lives could be lost in mere moments. This was as grave as it gets. Buildings can be rebuilt after ruin, but if people die, death is forever. No amount of remembrance will bring them back. Tony glanced at Jean, then at the 58 battle suits, of which only 2 now remained. Damn you, Steve Rogers. A third of the suits had been destroyed by Steve himself in his mad efforts to save the Winter Soldier. Jean said to Tony, "We'll handle things on the ground. Leave the sky to you." In truth, Jean could have managed the sky as well. There were sentinels in the Dragon Tomb, each one a force to be reckoned with, carrying an arsenal of mutated genes and formidable strength. Tony cursed. "Steve, you'd better be ready for the judgment of the public. 3 minutes, that's all you have. Pray that I can destroy their flagship in time." Steve Rogers was still clutching his abdomen, the Winter Soldier's heavy blow leaving him dazed and breathless. He watched Tony soar into the sky, confusion written across his face. "Jean Prince, what on earth is happening?" Jean looked up at the sky, crowded with mutated Skrulls. "They've prepared a plan to erase all humans. In 3 minutes, all of DC will be covered in firepower. I don't think many of us will survive." Steve was left stunned. "Damn it, can you take care of it? I doubt Tony can handle this alone." A corpse plummeted from the sky, landing right beside them. It was the body of Thor, unrecognizable, armor shattered, his body scorched in several places. Jean gazed at Diana, who descended from above, and shouted to the 3 nearby, "Jean, Lorna, Wanda, go help Tony. Leave the ground to us." Steve plunged into the ruins and managed to find a communications device. The military, the militia, everything had collapsed. Ever since Tony revealed how to differentiate the aliens, DC, New York, and state capitals everywhere were shrouded in thick, pitch-black smoke. The infiltration was especially severe in DC. Gunfire erupted from all directions. Grabbing the comm, Steve broadcast over the public channel. "This is Steve Rogers. Any soldiers who can still fight, rally now at the White House, the Ellipse, the Washington Monument, and a Lincoln Memorial to set up defenses. Everyone else, evacuate civilians from the DC combat zone immediately." Steve knew he couldn't tell the citizens the full truth. That would only fuel panic. As he watched the silhouettes of Jean, Lorna, and Wanda soaring upward, the worry was etched deep across his face. A letter from the lover cake, devouring emperor. Sage Tokisaki Kurumi powers up with love, and pizza. Stalin powers up with love, just shouting into the void. This is so unfair. Peter Parker had chased Black Spider-Man all the way to the Washington Monument. Now, standing atop its peak, he watched as his foe took to the sky, flying without need for webs or gadgets. He couldn't help but grumble, but Peter was still dodging those energy blasts coming his way, the deadly lasers fired by the Black Spider-Man. The Washington Monument was sheared clean in half. Damn. Another landmark toppled in a deafening crash. Peter raced along the battered monument, launching webs at Black Spider-Man every chance he got. Each time he was airborne, it was for barely a second or two, but with his powerful leaps and quick reflexes, he managed to land on whatever was left of the monument's broken shaft. Below him, swarms of mutated Skrulls were already crawling up from the base. those crimson eyes burning with hunger, claws reaching, ferocious and relentless. Damn it, Peter didn't have enough firepower for lethal attacks, a consequence of being too merciful to his enemies. His webs only delayed them, never stopping them for good. Suddenly, 3 streaks of sword light split through the sky. Violet, Charleste, and Amelia descended, riding the wind itself. With the sword lights swept by, heads and bodies parted. Peter Parker's ordeal was finally over. Peter waved at the 3 of them. "Hey, I am Spider-Man." Violet and her 2 companions nodded slightly in greeting. 3 flashes of sword light streaked back into their hands as they landed gracefully on the ground. Peter Parker called out to Violet, "Help me take him down. Up here, I can't fight him properly." After all, this open space was not in his favor. Peter preferred to do battle swinging between the buildings of the city. Violet nodded and hurled her vibranium sword forward. The Black Spider-Man unleashed a blast of laser energy to block the blade midair. Celeste, witnessing this, also swept her sword outward. The mutated scrolls before her crumpled in neat succession. With a deft flick of her finger, her sword arced sharply, aiming straight for the Black Spider-Man's back. But the Black Spider-Man, gifted with Peter Parker's own spider sense, sensed the danger instantly and shot skyward to avoid the strike. Yet the flying sword was faster. It appeared right above his head, not aiming to kill, but forcing him to the ground. Peter saw that the distance was just right. Without hesitation, he fired a web. "Gotcha! Let's see you try to run now. Come down here." Peter glanced at Violet. "Thanks for the assist." Now the prey was caught in the web, left at the mercy of the spider. Meanwhile, on the oval lawn, Erica was locked in combat with her own doppelganger. Their techniques were evenly matched, but Erica was bolstered by the force of her spirit, a power her imposter didn't possess. Fake Erica's body was already slashed a dozen times, each wound carved deep. Fury burned in Erica's eyes. "You want to imitate me? I'll make you bleed for it." Not far away, Frank frowned, hands tightening. He had neither firepower nor advantage, only a pistol and a tactical knife. His role in the fight felt pitifully minor. Iron Fist, Daredevil, Luke, Jessica, pull back. Those creatures are converging. Luke, Jessica, and Iron Fist were the heavy hitters here. Frank and Daredevil played supporting roles. One was a blind man with no weapon suited to his hand, the other depended on raw firepower to hold his own. The Skrulls were brutal and resilient, their skin nearly as tough as armor and their strength monstrous. Both Frank and Daredevil were already bleeding from the skirmish, though nothing life-threatening, at least not yet. On the ground, the Kingpin had been killed, his head grotesquely misshapen, his body already transforming into that of a Skrull. The real Kingpin, the night he was broken out of prison, had already been captured by the Skrulls, limbs shattered, locked away somewhere in a New York slaughterhouse. For a crime lord to fall to such misery was fate's cruel hand. Yet he had not given up. Even robbed of hands and feet, his will to survive had not broken. Now, the military was pouring onto the battlefield, tanks, helicopters, armored vehicles, jets. Any longer, and the public might have witnessed chaos beyond concealment. This was, after all, DC. Jean soared into the sky, gazing down at the countless mutated Skrulls on the ground. They moved like zombies. At the slightest bite, an entire swarm would surge forward, devouring flesh and blood. Such was the downside of accelerated genetic growth. Their hunger was relentless. It was a primal instinct. But moving in packs also made them easier for Jean to control. The Eye of Truth appeared. He pressed his hands together. In a spot clear of allies, a perfect circle formed on the ground. An alchemical array materialized. He tossed 9 Philosopher's Stones, embedding them deep into the earth, their glow radiating an unearthly light. Any living creature that set foot within the bounds of the array was instantly turned to stone. This was not an offensive alchemical formation by design. Diana had already left the heart of the battlefield. Too many mutated Skrulls had spilled into residential areas, so she went to help the military and police save civilians. The Lincoln Memorial now lay in ruins. Here, Hank was leading the X-Men. This team was the first to take down a Skrull super soldier. Natasha and Barton were both visibly exhausted. The nightmare of fighting mirror images of themselves, each Skrull wielding their own skills and abilities, and with super Skrulls possessing even greater strength than ordinary humans. If not for the X-Men's intervention, the battle would have dragged on even longer. Yet before they could catch their breath, a new wave of mutated Skrulls appeared on the horizon. Above the cloud cover, Tony had just deactivated the optical stealth on all 3 helicarriers. What Tony didn't expect. All 3 ships had been outfitted with energy shields. Damn you, Nick Fury. After all, part of the helicarrier tech came from Stark Industries, especially the power source. Against these colossal ships, Tony Stark's armor was minuscule, a mere speck. His missiles had already been spent in the earlier battle out in space, with no way to replenish them. But Tony's repulsors were charged and armed. Satellites had already locked on to every human below. Jarvis, divert all the remaining power into the laser cannon. Just leave me with 5%, enough to get down alive. Sir, by my calculations, the energy you have left is insufficient to breach the helicarrier's shields. The gauge on Tony's suit showed only 48% power remaining. He couldn't even be sure a full charge would break through that shield. We're done for. Then, Tony spotted a whip shimmering gold, soft and seemingly harmless as it cracked down. But in the next instant, Tony could only stare in disbelief. The shield shattered in an instant. What kind of power is that? A whip forged from the might of the Phoenix Force. Even the Skrull Queen faltered, stunned by the sheer terror of Phoenix's wrath. The whip didn't stop. It coiled around the helicarrier. With a violent explosion, one of the massive ships vanished without a trace. High above the clouds soared 3 aircraft carriers, Jean, Lorna, and Wanda, each assigned aboard one. Standing before that enormous war machine, Lorna couldn't help but doubt if she had the power to destroy it. She wasn't yet at the level of Magneto. If I can't move it, maybe I can try something from the inside, she muttered. Dodging volleys of energy blasts, she manipulated the magnetic fields, unseen and intangible. At her will, chaos erupted within the carrier. Gadgets and gear clattered and crashed in every direction. This particular carrier was the one where the Skrull Queen was hiding. Immediately, the magnetic stabilizers were activated to counteract her interference. The 3 carriers hovered at vast distances, each more than 10 kilometers apart. Tony Stark arrived to lend his support. Lorna shouted to him, "I can't destroy this carrier, Tony Stark. Contact Jean now." Tony nodded. Jarvis's voice sounded crisply in Jin's earpiece. "Mr. Prince, there are still 2 carriers that cannot be destroyed." Jean paused in his lethal dance among the mutated Skrulls, shaking green blood from his bronze sword. "Lorna and Wanda both failed?" he asked. "Yes. The carriers are equipped with energy shields. Not even Mr. Stark can break through." "I understand." A golden dragon soared into the sky, splitting the storm clouds. Tony could only watch helplessly as the cannons roared, unleashing volley after volley of energy blasts. He was powerless to stop them. The Human Purge program was an evolution of Hydra's Insight program, only with a dangerous new algorithm. Targets were prioritized for elimination based on their threat level. Tony had no choice but to dodge and weave through the deadly hail. Before Lorna, a shimmering force field took form. Space itself seemed to twist, causing every energy blast within 50 meters to be redirected, harmlessly spiraling away. Jin's arrival instantly drew the enemy's fire. With hands folded behind his back, Jin stood poised on the head of a golden dragon. Behind him, countless vibranium swords appeared, spinning at blinding speeds. The sky whirled with a raging cyclone of blades, a sword storm. Tony was stunned. This was even grander and more intimidating than the last time. He couldn't help but mutter through clenched teeth, "What a show-off. There are easier ways to do this." But no, he insists on the spectacle. It's infuriating. Each blade glistened with a golden hue, imbued with the spirit of the dragon. How could an energy shield withstand such relentless, thunderous force? In a fleeting moment, the shield flickered and popped like a soap bubble, gone without a trace. The golden swords pierced straight through the heart of the carrier. The Skrull Queen, with her 12 lieutenants, fled in stealth fighters that shimmered and vanished from sight. It was a blaze of color in the night, like fireworks blooming and fading. The trembling in the air did not escape Tony's sharp senses. He immediately gave chase. Far, far away, over 10 kilometers, another carrier was relentlessly bombarding the ground below. Wanda could do nothing to stop it. But then, all at once, the barrage redirected skyward. A figure shimmering with radiant, multicolored energy appeared. Nick Fury's backup, Carol Danvers. She paid no heed to the protective barrier and blasted her way straight through the helicarrier. Watching the surveillance feed, the Skrull Queen cursed. "That's Carol. Damn it. Who contacted her? Retreat to the mothership at once." But the Skrull fleet possessed more than one mothership. Thanks to 3 bursts of love-powered writing and 3 chapters fueled by love, and the righteous barrage also powered by love. A love letter from the new monarch who loves wife cakes. A surge of inspiration from the sage Kurumi, who loves pizza, and a transmission from Stalin with love. High above in the sky, Tony Stark traced an invisible Skrull fighter jet. Suddenly, collision. Tony saw stars as his armor spun wildly out of control. Jarvis quickly took over, stabilizing the suit, and guided it into the thunderclouds, where lightning cracked and boomed all around. Every bolt of lightning surged new energy into the armor. "Mr. Stark, wake up." These rolling clouds were conjured by Storm, summoning a tempest with her powers. The lightning recharged the suit, causing its power levels to spike dramatically. For Tony's safety, Jarvis directed the suit to climb higher through the storm. In the sky above, Jean stood atop a platform fashioned entirely from swords. She was soon joined by Lorna and Wanda, who landed on the platform as well. Carol Danvers floated effortlessly in the air, her red and blue suit clinging to her form, a golden octagonal star emblazoned across her chest, her features visible beneath her wind-swept blonde hair, blue eyes aglow with power. Scanning the four, she smiled with unwavering confidence. "Are you Earth's Avengers?" Jean shook his head, gesturing toward Tony as he flew out of the clouds. "He's an Avenger, we're not. Did you rush back from the universe?" Carol nodded. "Fury's distress call reached me. I borrowed a lightspeed ship and returned to Earth at once. Seems like you all have things handled. You're very strong. Are you not going to show your true faces?" Carol's gaze swept across them, her attention lingering finally on Jean. She could sense the immense power there. Jean quipped, "We're just not much to look at, best not to draw attention." Carol didn't seem to register the joke, nor did she care about appearances. In the universe, you'll find species stranger than you can imagine. All sentient beings share one thing, the value of confidence. Jarvis guided Tony's suit down to the platform. "Mr. Prince, it appears Mr. Stark is unconscious." Jean frowned. What happened? At 5,000 meters above ground, the wind was fierce, so Lorna conjured a force field to shield them. Jarvis directed the suit to point eastward. "There appears to be something very large in that direction." Carol quickly pressed a button on her armband, activating a device and entering a rapid sequence of commands. In an instant, the Skrull Queen's warship appeared before the eyes of the world. The massive mothership loomed overhead, blotting out the sun as it hovered above DC. People had seen extraterrestrials during the Battle of the Ox Element and caught glimpses of UFOs and videos, but never before had they witnessed a spaceship of such immense scale. It resembled a colossal Rubik's Cube, much like the mothership seen drifting in space, but this one was unique. It could split apart, releasing even more cube-shaped vessels into the air. Every nation watched the unfolding battle, their eyes gleaming with both apprehension and envy at the sight of a craft capable of interstellar travel. After all, Earth's own technology was far too primitive compared to the vastness of the universe. Queen Finanko of the Skrulls, now fully aware of humanity's hidden strength, knew there was no chance she would surrender. For the sake of her people's future, she made a desperate move. She launched a smaller ship from the mothership's core into space, carrying only 100 of her most trusted followers. This core ship contained technology from countless races, painstakingly collected over the years. It was more than enough for her people to hide in some far-flung corner of the cosmos and one day reclaim the Skrull legacy. But even now, Finanko refused to admit defeat, nor did she believe her decision was wrong. Her pride was ironclad. "Release all the mechanical warriors," she commanded. These mechanical soldiers were the result of AIM's research. Each one appeared as formidable as Iron Man, wielding a Thunder God's hammer in one hand and a shield in the other. They resembled human sentinels, boasting powerful regenerative abilities, each one built entirely from swarms of nanobots. Their only shortcoming was that AIM had not yet discovered a suitable energy source for their cores. So the Skrulls fitted each with a Thunder Ring, an energy core housed within the Thunder God's hammer. Regrettably, these devices could only harvest free-floating positive and negative ions from the air. The Skrulls called these machines replicators, for they could mimic any ability their enemies possessed. Carol Danvers wasted no words. Energy surged around her as she hurled her fist forward, unleashing a beam of rainbow-colored power that struck the massive mothership. "Sir, Diana is calling for you," said Number Two's voice in Jin's ear. "What's happened?" he asked, his tone grave. "On the ground, mutated Skrulls are slaughtering civilians. They need backup." "Understood." Jean turned to Cheen and her companions. "Let's head down. The sky can be left to her." Descending through the clouds, Jean couldn't help but frown. The battlefield had expanded drastically. The enemy's intentions were crystal clear: exterminate all humans. The mutated Skrulls, ferocious as rabid dogs, attacked anyone in sight. The flesh and blood of their victims only helped fuel their own rapid regeneration. Hovering in mid-air, Jin's eyes blazed with the light of truth, while in his palm a philosopher's stone appeared, no larger than an egg. A series of alchemical circles appeared on the ground, centered on WH, each ring spaced at intervals of 5, 10, 20, and 30 kilometers. An alchemical ritual of such massive scale, performed midair no less, demanded an immense quantity of philosopher's stone. The very earth trembled. For concentric stone walls, each soaring 200 meters high and 3 meters thick, surged out of the ground. It was nothing short of a miracle. Yet, in their rise, many buildings were destroyed. Nonetheless, these walls succeeded in halting the mutated scrolls from spreading further outward. All residents within 30 kilometers had already been moved into underground civil defense shelters. Hardly had one threat subsided when another arose. Replica robots appeared again in the sky. Steve Rogers reclaimed his star-spangled shield, and with it his fighting prowess rose to a new level. He obtained tactical communication gear from the army, the militia, and the police. As a master strategist, he immediately grasped the tactical intent behind the appearance of the high walls. Steve called out, asking Pietro to distribute the comm equipment to everyone engaged in battle. Fighting separately, however, meant their strength was divided. Some places needed special protection. Hospitals, universities, for instance. This is Steve Rogers. As of now, I am assuming command. Secret Service, find the President, Vice President, or Secretary of Defense at once. We need more troops and heavier firepower. Hank, lead the X-Men and start clearing out the mutated scrolls on the ground, working from the outside in. Hawkeye, Natasha, head to the University of Washington and hold the line with the military to protect the students. Frank Squad, proceed to the University of Washington Medical School. Mr. Prince, I'm counting on you to secure the skies. Joel, thanks to Tony Stark, the man with the deep pockets. Reporting for duty, boss. Deadpool's arrived. Nick Fury reached out to Pepper and, in the name of Stark Industries, issued a lucrative mercenary contract. Dum-Dum Dugan appeared in the air piloting a Quinjet. These mercenaries came from New York. Deadpool, his cousin Deathstroke, Holly, the master of mimicry, and Dolores, Pepper's bodyguard, along with 2 team members who had remained at Castle Prince. Now, every last fighter from House Prince was assembled. There were still many mercenaries without supersonic aircraft who hungered to reach the battle. After all, with one swift stroke of the pen, Pepper had set aside $1.5 billion in rewards, $5 million to any mercenary who joined the fight. There was no shortage of warriors willing to risk everything for that payday. Even Steve found himself thrown off by all these new voices crashing into the command channel. Deadpool? What on earth? Having received no response from Steve, Deadpool chattered on. Sir, Deadpool reporting for duty. Just tell your handsome merc to go wherever you want. Deadpool will carry out your orders and show these aliens just how dashing a mercenary can be. The words tumbled out endlessly. Deathstroke's lip twitched. He spoke coldly. Dugan, hold hover. We're headed out ourselves. Deathstroke and Wintergreen were the first to jump out of the plane. Along the way, they'd all endured Deadpool's endless chatter. Hey, wait for me, cousin. Taskmaster found Deadpool rather amusing, so he jumped out after them. Not far behind, Doris and her team of 6 also leapt from the aircraft. Doris appeared beside Diana, handing her case. Inside, the case was filled with Diana's gear. Thank you, Doris. No need to thank me. Diana vanished on the spot, and when she reappeared, she was fully armed in her divine armor, her strength now greatly enhanced. Violet and her 2 companions also donned their signature gear, and soon all 9 of them regrouped. They found themselves more adept with their usual swords, their vibranium blades sharp but heavy, demanding more of their energy with every swing. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky. With practiced instinct, the 9 women sprang aside. Groups of 3, Violet commanded. Watch each other's backs. The 9 moved as one, their teamwork seamless. Violet, Doris, and Olena became one team. Emily, Veroni, and Amelia another. Shalist, Camila, and Cynthia made up the third. They fought with speed and coordination. One launched a frontal assault, while the other 2 flanked in support. A sword flashed through the air, but the copy's shield blocked the blow. However much combat data it possessed, it lacked human instinct. With a swift motion, 2 swords struck in tandem. One from behind, one from below, both targeting the duplicate. These doppelgangers had carried the Skrull Queen's hopes, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Unproven and untested, such dreams were mere illusions. In the blink of an eye, the 3 dismantled one of the copies. Elsewhere, Diana, empowered by her divine blessings, wielded her flaming godblade. With a single swing, a wave of fire rippled through the air. In an instant, every mechanical copy on that plane was engulfed in brilliant crimson flame. But within moments they regenerated, good as new. Diana had become too great a threat. Countless thunder god's hammers rained down upon her. A voice crackled through her earpiece. Jean, crisp and urgent. Diana, be careful. These copies are made of nanomachines and can self-repair. You have to destroy their cores. Jean moved so fast he was now little more than a blur. The sky filled with flying swords, weaving together into writhing, serpentine currents of steel. His bronze sword pierced one copy's chest. At the same moment, one of those sword serpents lunged and crushed its target. Behind Jean, the air erupted with explosions as the robot copies burst apart. Their discarded Thunder God's hammers plummeted from the sky, thudding to the ground. Diana dodged the oncoming barrage. She glanced at Jean, watching his movements. She swept out a wave of flame, shaping it into a volley of arrows. Astonishingly, the doppelgangers managed to deflect her attack. Diana frowned, forced to fight at close quarters, one hand wielding the lasso of truth, the other gripping the sword of Vulcan. With the lasso of truth, her aim never faltered. Each throw ensnared a duplicate, dragging it close, where her sword struck without hesitation. On the other side, Jean's Phoenix Whip was even more formidable, its reach stretching for kilometers. A simple flick of her wrist, and any copy that touched the Phoenix Whip was instantly obliterated, ceasing to exist. Yet now, Jean dared not tap further into the Phoenix Force. Cracks had started to appear on her skin. Lorna's magnetic power, Wanda's chaos magic. The two sisters fought side by side, one controlling, the other tearing apart enemies. Their combined efficiency was astonishing. Up in the sky, the Skrull mothership erupted in flames. Seeing the tide had turned, the Skrull Queen made no attempt to flee. Instead, a pillar of light descended from the heavens, placing her before the Capitol building. For the first time, the Skrull Queen stood before the public, flanked by 12 elite Skrull super warriors. These 12 were not ordinary. Each had cost the lives of 2,000 Skrulls to create, true super soldiers, utterly different from previous incomplete versions. They were the most powerful combatants the Skrulls had ever produced. At this moment, a scattering of duplicates remained in the sky, with military jets maneuvering to contain them. Jean noticed activity before the Capitol and issued a warning. "Captain, the mastermind has arrived, in front of the Capitol." This signaled that the battle's end was near. Dum Dum Dugan's Quinjet was now before Steve Rogers. The Quinjet, the X-Men's Blackbird. Together, they encircled the Skrull Queen and her 12 warriors at the steps of the Capitol. Tony Stark, having regained consciousness, landed at the very center of the assembly. Jean and her companions also touched down before the Capitol, choosing not to stand at the front, but quietly off to one side. Suddenly, a blinding explosion lit up the sky, brilliant as the midday sun. A heartbeat later, it collapsed back in on itself. At the epicenter stood Carol Danvers. She absorbed the entirety of the blast's energy. Without her, all of DC would have been reduced to ash by the aftershock, not a blade of grass left behind. The Skrull Queen Finninkeo's face twitched with barely contained rage. 3 decades of Skrull effort wiped out in an instant. Far off in London, Nick Fury remained on standby, his aircraft cloaked above the northern seas of Ireland, withholding an assault on the Skrull base hidden there. Fury's eyes stayed fixed on the battle. Its conclusion was at hand. The death of the Skrull Queen would seal it. This, after all, was Talos' advice. He could control those still loyal to the Skrull Queen. Afterwards, they would leave Earth behind. Yet Fury was not the only one watching this decisive clash. From Asgard, ruler of the 9 realms, Heimdall stood guard over the Rainbow Bridge, observing the struggle unfold. The realms were ablaze with strife, and Thor himself had led his warriors to quell the chaos. Heimdall did not inform Thor about the situation on Earth. Meanwhile, the Ancient One was also watching the battle, keeping an eye on the sanctum atop the Himalayas. In another dimension, within the Grand Hall of the Gods, Zeus turned his gaze upon the mortal world. Thor's appearance among humans rekindled the people's faith in deities, something that both tempted and unsettled Zeus. Furthermore, when he sensed the power of the sun god upon Diana, he decided to send his son, the mighty Hercules, to the mortal realm. First, to restore faith in Olympus, and second, to uncover Diana's true identity. Although the gods had signed a pact with the Vishani forbidding interference in mortal affairs, Thor's arrival had already shattered that agreement. The Ancient One did not expel Thor either, which gave Zeus the opening he'd been waiting for. He had no intention of letting Asgard monopolize the power of faith. "Sigh, I planned to upload a few images, but none passed the review process. So frustrating. Too revealing. It wasted my time searching for several sets of amazing images of Erica, even. The clouds, once scattered by explosions, began to gather ominously in the sky once again. A strange and unsettling tension filled the air. 13 faced off against the 7 X-Men, 4 Avengers, Frank's squad of 5, 13 members of the Gene Chamber, the 3 Lorna sisters, and the young Spider-Man. A total of 33 combatants. Deadpool, dressed in his classic suit, suddenly popped up, smacking Colossus on the behind with a smirk. "Whoa there, buddy. Your backside puts Captain America's to shame. Not to mention, it's got a great feel. Hey, make way, fellas. Deadpool belongs front and center. Nothing like my dazzling looks and heroic flair to lead the charge against the big boss. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but snicker. Deadpool slipped through, making his way to Tony's side. Without invitation, he slung an arm around Tony Stark's neck in a show of instant camaraderie. Boss Stark, name's Deadpool. I'm here on your payroll, reporting for duty. But, if I go greenlight that entire leafy lady gang for you, could I get a raise? Tony was a bit baffled as he checked Deadpool's profile on his visor. What kind of clown had found his way onto the team? He wasted no time in brushing Deadpool's arm away. Meanwhile, perched atop the Capitol building, the Taskmaster lurked in the shadows, observing everything. He hadn't made any flashy moves in a while, having found a new target worth mimicking, Deadpool himself. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't quite pull off that infuriating, unpredictable style. Deadpool poked at a bloody hole in his suit, then brought his finger up for a sniff. That's just rude. Beep, beep, beep. The ridiculous display was enough to make even the Skrull Queen frown in disgust. Kill this clown. A Skrull warrior brandishing dual blades leaped forward. Naturally, Deadpool stepped up without a hint of fear, reaching back to grab the attacker's blades, only to miss. What the heck? Have I put on weight? Damn, is Vanessa going to leave me? Steve hurled his star-spangled shield, but the opponent dodged nimbly. He shouted a warning, watch out. Deadpool paid no mind to the katana slashing down from above. Instead, he turned around smartly and snapped a salute to Steve. Sir, I've always admired you, especially that glorious American derriere of yours. Too bad I'll never get mine to curve quite like that. And then, impossibly, Deadpool let out a fart. At that moment, two steel blades plunged deep into his body. With a swift turn, Deadpool drew his own katana, striking dead center, slicing through as if he were dicing vegetables. A green line of blood appeared, running down the midline of the Skrull swordsman's body. Spinning his blade with a flourish, Deadpool pulled out his twin swords and quipped, so much for honor. I wasn't even ready. Everyone stared in utter shock. The Skrull had been cleaved in two, his organs scattered messily across the ground. It had happened in the blink of an eye, and with appalling nonchalance. Yet Deadpool's mind was ever plotting its own chaotic schemes. Skrull Queen Fanank gasped in disbelief. Impossible. My super soldiers have healing abilities. Happy to be slain. Deadpool grinned. Oh, come on. Greenskin beauty, you've got quite the figure. But believe me, not a single enemy with a healing factor has survived my blades. A thunderclap boomed through the sky. It sent chills through everyone present. Hank glanced at Storm, who shook her head, gaze fixed upwards. I don't think that was me. It feels like someone is coming. Diana, too, looked heavenward. Amidst the roiling clouds, a towering figure seemed to take shape. A shadowy form now materialized on the Skrull side. He was standing atop the crushed head of a Skrull, the skull bursting like an overripe melon beneath his feet. Lightning crackled all around. Slowly, the figure straightened to his full height. He stood over 2 meters tall, his upper body bare and rippling with muscles that would put any bodybuilding champion to shame. Brown hair swept back from his face. Strapped across his back was a gleaming longsword, and around his waist shone a golden belt with a lion's head. Gold bracers, etched with mysterious runes, adorned his wrists and ankles, while an unadorned ring gleamed on his right hand, plain and simple, without gemstones. He waved to the assembled crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am Hercules from the Pantheon, sent by Zeus himself to aid you. In a flash, Hercules moved, grabbing the heads of 2 Skrull warriors, one in each hand. Before anyone could react, the 2 Skrull super soldiers fell limply, never even getting the chance to resist. Hercules had displayed overwhelming might. Diana heard the newcomer's introduction and, beneath her mask, frowned slightly. Sent by Zeus himself to help mortals? Hercules took particular note of Diana, flashing his brilliant white teeth. According to the ancient Olympian genealogy, the Hercules before her was technically Diana's elder brother. They both shared the blood of Zeus, making him a fellow demigod. But now, everything was different. That single drop of golden blood from Helios had transformed her very lineage. Queen Finlanko of the Skrulls found herself equally helpless. It turned out that not only was Asgard watching this planet, but the long-vanished Zeus had also been keeping a close eye on Earth from the shadows. Only now did she understand why Talos had said that this planet was not truly fit to become a Skrull colony. This was the reason. Earth's waters ran far too deep. She simply couldn't grasp its hidden currents. But now, regret was no longer an option. With a furious roar, the Skrull Queen bellowed, "For the glory of the Skrull!" The remaining 8 warriors lunged toward the 33 opponents. Hercules roared, his voice booming, "Fools! All of you fall back and leave this to me. Since the challenger wished to steal the spotlight, everyone, except Stark and Deadpool, who remained unimpressed, wisely stepped aside to clear the battlefield. A demigod's might is unrivaled. Divine power surged forth, and the surrounding space was caught in an unbreakable force field. Step by step, Hercules advanced toward the Skrull Queen, each step bringing death one step closer. Foolish Skrulls, still clinging to your so-called glory. History is a wheel that turns again and again. You must learn to face reality. A massive hand seized the Skrull Queen's head. The crack of breaking bones rang out. Spare me. Please spare me. I can offer you all of Skrull technology. Only when death drew near did she know how to beg for mercy. But Hercules showed no intention of holding back. Everyone marveled at Hercules' overwhelming power. It was truly astonishing. In the Hall of the Gods, Zeus watched Hercules' display with a look of genuine satisfaction. Odin, your time draws to a close. I wonder, will Ragnarok truly be averted by Thor? Fate is an enigma. Just like life, from a fragile infant to adulthood to old age and finally death, its trajectory is a wave, a cycle without end. Zeus had indeed gifted Hercules with an artifact, the ring of the force field. It allowed him to manipulate force fields freely, though even such power could not restrain the strongest among them. With the Skrull Queen's death, the 8 remaining Skrull warriors erupted in fury at her demise, unleashing tremendous power. Their bodies grew larger and larger, and beams of laser light shot from their eyes. Hank and Storm exchanged glances. They both recognized that this power came from Cyclops. Magnetic fields now rippled around all 8 of them. Hercules let out a sound of amazement. They weren't as weak as he'd thought. With overwhelming power, he reigned supreme. He gathered his divine strength into a single punch, causing the entire space to shudder. The mimics secretly fled, stumbling away from the capital in panic. Not a single part of the capital remained intact. It was all reduced to sand and rubble. The bodies of the 8 transformed Skrull warriors fractured and split, green blood pouring out. The 8 merged into one, fusing together into a single warrior towering 10 meters tall. Heracles was blasted by a wave of sound, his massive body driven deep into the earth, though he remained shielded by a powerful force field. Jean shook his head, swung his bronze sword, and seized the victory, claiming the fatal blow. The severed head continued to emit sonic waves, humming ceaselessly. Steve raised his star-emblazoned shield and blocked the attack. Diana, too, stood before Jean, staving off the onslaught of sound. Heracles turned a piercing gaze on Jean, his voice low and thunderous. Why did you steal my opponent? Steve spoke up. Heracles, right? You destroyed the capital. If you keep this up, there'll be even more devastation. Heracles cast Steve a sidelong glance. Captain America, for your sake, I'll let this one slide. Yet obsession drove Heracles. Bound by Zeus's command, he leapt away in a single bound. He had to demonstrate his power in full view of the public, to make the world remember the name of Heracles. Only a handful of mutated Skrulls remained. The battle had raged all morning. At last, the storm clouds parted in the sky above. The devastation left by the Skrull invasion far eclipsed the destruction wrought by Loki's past assault. The White House, the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and the Capitol all lay in ruins. Union Station, too, had been leveled by the mutant Skrulls. As a major transport hub, it teemed with people. The president, the vice president, and the secretary of defense were all found safe in a bunker by the Secret Service. According to preliminary statistics, the death toll had surpassed 13,832, with another 36,109 grievously injured. The number of those lightly wounded was beyond reckoning. Among the dead, 3,000 were members of the military, law enforcement, militias, and Secret Service. Heracles, for his part, had fulfilled his quest, saving tens of thousands of lives single-handedly. Yet, for all the carnage, the only spoils were hundreds of Thunder God's hammers. Aside from that advanced weaponry, little else of value was claimed. Fear swept the populace. It was a scene reminiscent of the fears stirred by mutants in the late 20th century. The power wielded by such beings sparked a deep anxiety among ordinary humans. Where there is fear, opposition follows. Superhumans could inspire a sense of security, yet the havoc they caused could be even greater. The District of Columbia began preparations for rebuilding, but Jean had left the city with a monumental dilemma. The towering walls, hundreds of meters high. Should they be demolished or allowed to stand? After a month-long debate, it was decided that demolition would be prohibitively costly. In the end, the walls would remain, rising as new landmarks of Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, Congress deliberated on whether to re-establish S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency dedicated to monitoring all superhumans. After a month of intense discussion, the Superhuman Registration Act was passed, and a new shield was officially reconstituted. Their goal is to monitor all superpowered individuals and to provide them with guidance and training, thereby reducing the potential threat they might pose to others. However, the new shield also needs a director, and there are 4 nominations for the position. The first is Tony Stark, who enjoys the strongest support. After all, wealth speaks volumes. The second nominee is Norman Osborn, who is backed by the military. The third contender is Beast Hank McCoy, a mutant who has been nominated by the vice president. The fourth is the former Nick Fury himself, a man fully capable of handling everything, especially considering he's returning to familiar territory. This new shield, after all, is no longer an international organization, is funded entirely by Congress and belongs to the United States alone. A month later, deep in the mountains of Northern Ireland, Talos had rallied all of the Skrulls together and destroyed the underground laboratory. In that month, all Skrulls hiding among humans have been gathered, except a rare few who refused to leave. They were left to their own devices. For a Skrull discovered by humans, there was only one fate, death. Now, Talos and his daughter were at odds, estranged and embittered. Talos stood before Nick Fury. Thank you for all you've done for me over the years. I'll let you in on a secret. You know about the Kree, right? There's a blue area on Earth built by the Kree, an experimental site where they studied the potential of life. For reasons unknown, the Kree abandoned it. I once infiltrated this blue area. The Kree call themselves the Inhumans. Like mutants, they awakened special abilities. From what I've learned, the first Inhuman on Earth was Hive, once the leader of Hydra. He's still alive, only transported to another planet, and Hydra has always been siphoning life into him to keep him going. They've been waiting for him to return. I have nothing left to hide. Farewell, Fury. Fury nodded. The 2 men embraced. Talos was swept up in a beam of light and disappeared into the sky. Dum-Dum Dugan emerged from the woods, chewing on his ever-present cigar. Fury, I have to say, I envy you. You still look so young. This world makes my blood race, but I can't even lift a gun anymore. Fury gazed up at the sky, where the moon hung high, sighing quietly to himself. The Inhumans. Let's hope they pose no threat to humanity. Paying no heed to Dugan's envy, Fury shifted his focus. Dugan, is everything ready for the new SHIELD team I put together? Of course. You really are a sly one. Even Coulson, after dying, was resurrected by you with alien technology. With his smarts, though, he might recover his memories one day. If that happens, things could go badly. Fury ignored this and pressed on. What about Tony and Steve? What else could they do? Steve and Bucky have gone into hiding. That's the only option they have right now. Give Tony the scepter Hydra collected. As for me, I won't be coming back. Dugan nodded. Fury had pushed himself too hard over the years. Maybe it was indeed time for him to rest. Watching Fury disappear into the woods, Dugan made his way to the Quinjet. This latest model came equipped with full stealth capabilities, completely invisible to any radar detection. Long Island, New York, Tony's lab. Except for meetings with Congress and the military, he spent every waking hour holed up in his laboratory. The aftermath of the battle had sparked fresh ideas for Tony, and he buried himself in work, trying to drown out his restlessness. After all, Steve Rogers hadn't given him any answers. He had simply left U.S. soil with a Winter Soldier, their destination unknown. Tony felt it was his duty to shield the Earth in stronger armor. Alien invaders had come, and there hadn't even been a warning. Within a month, Stark Industries launched 1,000 satellites into orbit. These weren't just for surveillance. They had defensive capabilities too. He even set up a new defense system at the Lagrange points. Meanwhile, Jean found himself inside the New York sanctum. The Ancient One herself received him. Jean voiced his concern. Master, why didn't the Sanctum's sorcerer step in during the Skrull invasion? If you had, far fewer people might have died. The Ancient One sipped her tea, a gentle smile on her lips. And what about you? Why didn't you use your full power? On the battlefield, you barely made an effort, Jean. You wield formidable alchemy. If you'd acted before the Skrulls unleashed their mutants, you could have swept them all aside. The question caught Jean off guard. He had no retort. In truth, the sorcerers of the Sanctum have a different mission. Our greatest foes are those from the Dark Dimension, entities you're familiar with. Mephisto, Lucifer, Dormammu, and others. They all covet Earth as their prize. We cannot allow it. The everyday affairs of the world, casualties, shifts in power, do not concern us. Jean nodded in understanding. I came today only to ask, why did Zeus send Hercules to Earth? What is their purpose? The first reason is faith. The second is Diana's identity. My thanks, Master, for your guidance. Don't hurry away just yet, Jean. Do you still have any of the Philosopher's Stone you gave me last time? If you do, could you spare a piece for me? Jean raised an eyebrow. Was this the price for information? By now he was used to employing the Philosopher's Stone for his alchemy. Without it, he would first have to draw a transmutation circle and gather materials. The Philosopher's Stone was an all-in-one solution, both a catalyst and the price required for equivalent exchange. Though reluctant, Jean produced a Philosopher's Stone the size of a fist. The Ancient One offered a gentle smile. "Thank you." She took out a sling ring and said, "This is the sling ring used by the sorcerers of our temple. Consider it a gift. With your dragon spirit, you should be able to activate it. Go ahead and give it a try." Jean examined the inscriptions on the ring, channeled his dragon spirit into it, and, following the gestures he had observed, activated the sling ring. Sure enough, a portal opened before them. "I like this gift. Goodbye," Jean said. Not wanting to leave empty-handed, he discreetly pocketed a pouch of tea belonging to the Ancient One as a little bonus. The Skrull invasion had become the hottest topic. Media and public attention throughout the United States were riveted on the fate of the superheroes. Meanwhile, peace had gradually settled back over the Prince estate. On September 4th, at noon, the sun blazed overhead. Tony Stark, reeking of alcohol, pulled up to the Prince Manor in his sports car. In just 1 month, inspiration derived from his robotic clones had set him on the path to developing an entirely new nano-armor. His relationship with Pepper Potts had hit a rough patch. They were originally set to marry at year's end, but throughout the past month, Tony had become increasingly obsessive, racked by nightmares, and fighting battles even in his sleep. Pepper, nearing her breaking point, had moved out of Tony's mansion. Tony entered the living room to find Jean, Diana, and Jean sitting on the sofas, watching the news. "Hey, Jean," he greeted. Jean gave Tony a once-over. His eyes were bloodshot, his whole bearing fatigued. "What happened to you?" he asked. Tony sighed. "Honestly, I don't even know. I've been plagued by nightmares for the past month. I was hoping you could come by my place and take a look, see if there's some kind of demon messing with me." At that moment, the TV was airing a CNN interview. On screen was Jonah Jameson, owner of the Daily Bugle, who had joined CNN as a guest. The female host inquired, "Mr. Jameson, as a member of the media, what's your perspective on superpowered individuals?" Jameson replied with a confident smile, "I think the Superhuman Registration Act is necessary. After all, we are a nation of laws. Those so-called heroes run around in clown costumes, never showing their faces. Even if they're vigilantes, they're still breaking the law. For example, our Daily Bugle has published many pieces on Spider-Man. He's a clown, swinging between skyscrapers all day, doing nothing but peeping into people's private lives." Jameson took the opportunity to promote the Daily Bugle yet again. This made the anchorwoman frown, and she quickly switched the segment. "Thank you for joining us, Mr. Jameson. Now let's get another perspective. Here's Colin, a student at DC Washington Medical School." "Hello, Colin. What's your take on the Superhuman Registration Act?" "Hello, host. Honestly, I don't know. Everything has two sides. Still, I believe we need to respect individuals. Stripping away their identity as superhumans, they're still independent people in society. They have the right to choose freely, don't you think?" The host nodded in agreement. "Colin, you experienced the battle in DC. How did that make you feel?" Colin maintained his usual seriousness and paused to consider his words. "First of all, I'm really grateful to those with superpowers, including the mutant X-Men. Without them, we might never have realized that our government, people around us, could be aliens. Thinking back on it, that's a truly terrifying idea." Suddenly, Colin's tone did a complete 180, bursting with excitement. "Second, I love you, Tony Stark. I'm Colin from Washington Medical School. My number is XXXXXX. Call me." The host could barely hold back an exasperated sigh. After all that seriousness, he turned into a total fangirl. "Thank you, Colin." Jean teased. "Tony, you really are quite the celebrity." "Naturally," Tony replied with a laugh. "Jean, what's your take on the Superhuman Registration Act?" "Sorry, I won't register." "Why not?" "There's no particular reason. I'd rather remain neutral. Registering would mean falling under SHLD's control, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is led by the government. I have no intention of becoming a pawn for certain people." Tony Stark sat on the couch, lost in thought for quite some time. That was indeed a valid concern. "What if I became director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Would you register then, Jean?" Jean shook his head. "If you're in that position, you'll have your own burdens, Tony. You'll be subject to forces beyond your control." At present, the Superhuman Registration Act hadn't been officially enforced. It was still in the preparatory stages. The official implementation date was set for January 1st of next year. This transitional period was for all parties and individuals to reflect and decide their stance. Tony had also made some compromises. According to Jarvis's reports, ever since Tony announced he was Iron Man, crimes involving superhumans had increased exponentially. Watching Tony lost in thought, Jean stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Registered or not, we're still friends. Come on, let's check out your villa. A shimmering ring appeared in Jin's hand, opening a portal. Through the golden circle, Tony's villa appeared, its interior design visible in the distance. What the? When did you pick this up? Tony exclaimed, stepping eagerly through the glowing portal, marveling at the experience. Jin turned to Diana, and Jin, I'm going to check things out. If that demigod Hercules shows up again, let me know immediately. Diana nodded. These days, Hercules had been causing Diana a great deal of trouble. Jin appeared inside Tony's villa. With a single hand gesture, he dispelled the portal. Jin, does this teleportation ability mean you can show up anywhere on Earth? Jin nodded, turning his gaze to the ring hovering in his palm. This is the key. It's an artifact from those sorcerers in the Himalayas. I'm really envious. With that, going anywhere would be so easy. Jin paid Tony no mind. In his eyes, an alchemic array, the eye of truth, began to glow, letting him perceive demonic forces. Sure enough, a strange energy was present in the villa, seeping up from the basement. Tony, is there something unusual down below? Something special? Tony frowned, thinking for a moment. FK, it was that bastard Nick Fury who gave it to me. It's Loki's scepter. Tony hurried toward the basement laboratory. At the center of the underground lab, on a raised platform, rested the scepter. Devices all around monitored its power, while the mind's scepter radiated waves of energy. Jin walked up to the scepter, eyes fixed on the gem at its core. In the next instant, his consciousness was swept away to the dawn of the universe, witnessing the birth of the 6 Infinity Stones. The Space Stone, the Mind Stone, the Power Stone, the Reality Stone, the Time Stone, and the Soul Stone. Each stone brimmed with world-altering power. Astonishingly, the Mind Stone seemed to have a will of its own, reaching out, attempting to entice Jin, luring him to claim all 6 stones for himself. Jin, are you all right? Tony's hand landed on Jin's shoulder, snapping him out of it. Jin shook his head, as if clearing a spell. Was that an illusion? His face grew solemn. Tony, your nightmares might be coming from this scepter. Jin pointed squarely at the glowing gem. Inside is a treasure from the cosmos, the Mind Stone. It can control hearts and tempt desires. It's as if its powers activate passively. We really shouldn't keep experimenting with it. I get it. I'll have it locked away, Tony replied, regret flashing in his eyes as he glanced at the Mind Scepter. Still, there's an immense amount of energy inside. If we could harness it, it might actually help us. Jin gave Tony's shoulder a sympathetic pat. You should let yourself relax once in a while. Go out with pepper. Stop being so hard on yourself. Just then, number 2's voice chimed in Jin's ear. Sir, Hercules has shown up again. Jin had already told Tony what was happening. Between all this stress and the scepter's influence, Tony was on edge. Hearing number 2's message, Jin wasted no time, activating a new portal and vanishing from the villa without so much as a goodbye. It was half a month ago at the Prince Estate that Hercules first appeared, demanding proof of Diana's heritage, a meeting that quickly escalated into a fierce battle. Fortunately, Diana had led Hercules toward Long Island Sound. Otherwise, the Prince residence would have needed rebuilding once again. Diana's divine power, the blessing of the sun god, outshone even the might of Hercules. Faced with this, Hercules had no choice but to retreat for the time being. This time, Hercules came dressed to impress, wearing a custom-tailored tuxedo, his beard neatly trimmed for the occasion. In his hands, he held a bouquet of roses. He appeared at the gates of the Prince Estate, and, with impeccable manners, rang the doorbell. It seemed that thanks to someone's intervention, he no longer barged in as he had before. His intentions were clear and deliberate. After all, Diana was not only powerful, but also irresistibly alluring. He waited, 5 whole minutes crawled by. Hercules' patience wore thin, and at last, he raised his voice in a thunderous declaration. Diana, I, Hercules, have fallen in love with you. His voice boomed so loudly that even Diana, far away in the Prince residence, heard every syllable clear as day. I'm sorry, but Diana is my woman. Jin appeared silently behind Hercules. Hercules turned and gave Jin a withering look, his tone dripping with disdain. A mere mortal? Unworthy of a Titan's beloved. Do you even realize her power is the gift of Helios himself? Jin frowned, quietly startled that Hercules knew Diana's divine origin. Yet he couldn't stand Hercules' arrogance, and a thought flashed through his mind. Let me show you the strength of a mortal. As he spoke, a current of dragon energy began to swirl around Jin. His right hand slipped behind his back, and a tiny portal shimmered to life across the knuckles of his index and middle fingers. Hercules grew interested. Oh, gee, is it? Fascinating. Let's see if you can stand up to me. Don't blame me if you die. There followed a crisp, snapping sound, the unmistakable crack of knuckles tightening into a fist. Hercules stepped forward, power building in his right arm as he drew it back, so intense that the ground beneath his feet sank into a crater. Perish! Gene stepped back and flung out his portal. Hercules' punch flew forward, a matter of milliseconds, but the portal enveloped him just in time. His next moment of awareness was in the sorcerer's sanctuary in the Himalayas. Fragments of shattered glass and splintered wood surrounded him. He glanced back, just in time to see the portal vanish, and Gene, on the other side, watching with a knowing smile. Damn it, I walked right into his trap. This is the place Father warned me never to provoke. It was as if the Ancient One had anticipated it all. The room shimmered with the strange reflections of a mirrored dimension. Hercules, you may be a demigod, so Odin's curse does not bind you. But Zeus should have consulted me before your abrupt arrival. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I ask you to please return. No, Sorcerer Supreme, that is absolutely not acceptable. In the next instant, Hercules found himself whisked away, now standing before Zeus himself in the Hall of the Gods. Zeus simply offered a gentle smile. Clearly, this was something he had foreseen. Indeed, my child, as expected, now is not yet the time. Father, using the eye of the elf, I have discovered whose power Diana draws from. Hercules dropped to one knee in deep reverence as he addressed Zeus. Whose divine power is it? Helios. Upon hearing the name, Zeus closed his eyes for a moment and waved his hand dismissively. You may return now. Wait for Odin's death. Then we can all enter the mortal world. Hercules frowned. But what about Odin's curse? Even you, the king of gods, cannot resist the force of Odin. Zeus answered with a mysterious smile. Among the Aesir, no one is inheriting Odin's power. The curse will naturally fade when Odin dies. Hercules had never truly understood the depths of Odin's mysteries. Go now. Elsewhere, Gene had no idea what Hercules was up to. He only hoped that the Ancient One could keep him trapped. Perhaps it was time to learn more about mythology, Gene thought, as a portal shimmered open before him. The destination, Lucifer Morningstar's club. My lord, the mage has arrived. The day succubus, seeing the portal appear in the grand hall, a signature of a true mage, grew flustered with anxiety. Lucifer had remained in his club all along. He emerged before the portal and watched as Gene stepped through its threshold. It's you, Gene Prince. And since when did you become a disciple of those mages? The Sorcerer Supreme merely loaned me a suspended ring artifact. I'm not their apprentice. Forgive my abrupt visit, my lord. I hope you won't take offense. With a sharp snap of Lucifer's fingers, the space shifted. The next moment, the two stood in Lucifer's office. Take a seat. No need for such formalities. I imagine you have questions for me? Gene nodded. What is it you wish to know? It's about the gods of mythology, beings like God, Zeus, and Odin. Where are these kings of divinity, and could they one day descend upon the earth? Lucifer chuckled. Were you frightened by the mighty Hercules? Gene shook his head. It wasn't about fearing the demigod. He'd merely dealt with the sun, and now the Father had appeared. He would rather avoid such dramas altogether. Whether or not he could stand against them was another matter, but he had to know. Lucifer lit a cigar, the smoke curling through the room as he spoke. Suppose I told you all those divine kings you mentioned could indeed set foot on earth, but on one condition, Odin's death. Will the god king Odin truly die? Of course. To gain power, one must pay a price. Is your alchemy not built on the principle of equivalent exchange? Odin's power is of the same grand order, so great, in fact, that even God and Zeus must bow before the might of Odin. Let me tell you an ancient tale. In the earliest days, there were actually 10 realms upon the world tree. Asgard, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, Alfheim, Midgard, Earth, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, Helheim, Muspelheim, and Heaven. Once there was a mighty war between Heaven and Asgard. It was in those turbulent times that I fell and was cast into hell. Odin, the king of gods, wielded his divine power to sever Heaven from the world tree, banishing it to exist in a separate dimension. Odin, the god king, also laid a curse using his own power. If any deity were to descend into Midgard, they would become sustenance for the world tree itself. Hearing Lucifer's words, Gene was stunned, his mind awhirl with questions. He couldn't help but ask, then how did you manage to enter Earth? Lucifer let out a rolling laugh. Ah, that is where my cunning comes in. Odin's curse was aimed only at gods, not at demons. And I am half god, half demon. The same goes for that demigod, half human by blood, half descended from Zeus. Again, Gene inquired, if a demigod ascends to godhood, would Odin's curse then take effect? You must be asking on behalf of your beloved, Lucifer replied. Set your mind at ease. Your lover is not a true deity yet. Fortune indeed smiles upon you, having received Helios' gift. So how does one become a god? That is not for me to say, Lucifer answered, though after a pause he offered a word of caution. But here's some advice. Tell your beloved not to keep drawing power from faith. Thank you deeply. Here, I offer this philosopher's stone as a token of gratitude. Lucifer received the gift with evident satisfaction. Such information was all but commonplace in their circles. Train well, he said at last. When Ragnarok ends, Earth itself will become a battlefield, a battleground of gods. And when that hour comes, heaven shall return. Jean stood frozen, the revelation overwhelming in its magnitude. Leaving Lucifer's club, he returned to House Prince. Though still reeling, an endless stream of questions lingered. Questions Lucifer would not answer, such as the true date of Ragnarok. Moreover, the reason for Lucifer's fall into hell remained vague. Was he obeying God's will, or acting from personal motives? His answer was elusive, leaving Jean somewhat lost. Yet Jean had gleaned rare secrets from Lucifer's tales. He now understood angels as a mighty cosmic race, banished and cursed by Odin. When Odin perishes, his curse will be lifted, and so both the angelic hosts and the titans of Zeus may one day return to the nine realms. All the gods' desire to set foot on earth flows from a single enticement, the power of faith. This power, unique to humanity, is a force of spirit. Jean pondered this. Though he had once analyzed the power of faith with the eye of truth and discovered it to be a mass of energy, featureless, its composition unknown, it might very well involve fragments of human souls. The more one knows, the heavier the burden grows. Diana stepped from the swimming pool into the living room. Catching sight of Jean sitting motionless in a chair, a cup of coffee in his hands, seemingly untouched. "Jean, what are you thinking about? You look completely lost in thought." Jean took a sip of his coffee and broke into a gentle smile. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Jean, how did you manage to make Hercules leave?" "Simple. I forced him." As Jean spoke, a mystical ring shimmered into existence on his hand. "I teleported him to the Sanctum Sanctorum and had the Ancient One deal with him." Diana, drying her damp hair with a towel, flashed a knowing grin. "Clever as always. Aren't you afraid the Ancient One will come after you for this? She did accept my philosopher's stone, after all. Helping me contain a demigod isn't asking too much." Just as they spoke, the very person in question appeared. A portal spun open, and the Ancient One stepped out. "Not too much at all, Jean. I've taken care of your worries, but I'll be needing a few more philosopher's stones." Jean asked, "Did you kill him?" "Of course not. He's the son of Zeus, king of the gods. I just sent him home for the time being. He won't be bothering us soon." Satisfied, if only somewhat, Jean conjured another philosopher's stone and offered it to her. "Here, Ancient One. My supply of philosopher's stones is almost exhausted. Don't drain me dry. I still need them for my own spells." The Ancient One narrowed her eyes as she took the stone, and then inquired, "Jean, care to join us sorcerers on a little demon cleansing venture along the edge of hell? There are a few space-time nodes on Earth that could use some reinforcement." At that, Jean leapt to his feet. "It would be an honor." The Ancient One turned to Diana. "And you, Diana? Would you care to join us?" "Hell, you say? I've never actually seen hell before. I'd love to take a look." Diana replied with keen interest. "But give me a moment. I'll go change my gear." The Ancient One nodded her agreement. Jean cast a measuring glance at the Ancient One and whispered, "Ancient One, you have an ulterior motive, don't you?" "Now, why would I? You're not just making us work for you, are you? Isn't your alchemy able to turn demons into philosopher's stones? It benefits us both, a win-win. You can hardly call that working for me." In less than 10 minutes, Diana returned in her battle attire. Jean signaled to number 2 to leave a message for Jean. The three of them vanished from the Prince residence, reappearing in a landscape that Jean found oddly familiar. They had arrived at Death Valley, just beyond the outskirts of Las Vegas. A barren, desolate stretch of land. The Ancient One led them to a deep, sunken pit. She formed mystic seals with her hands, and at the bottom of the pit, a rift tore open, sending forth waves of searing heat. So this, Jean realized, was the true origin story behind Death Valley. At the heart of this wasteland was a node in space and time itself, linking directly to the very threshold of Hell's dimension. Every year, the sorcerers of the Sanctum would appear, reinforcing the temporal nodes, and, along the way, clearing out a number of demons. It served as a demonstration of their power, a show meant to instill fear in the demons, warning them not to cross temporal boundaries lightly. Behind the Ancient One, 12 sorcerers from the Sanctum appeared, dressed in identical black robes, only their eyes visible. They bowed respectfully to the Ancient One. The Ancient One nodded slightly. "Thank you for your efforts. It is our duty. We do not shirk from it," one replied. These were the ascetic monks of the Sanctum, the most formidable force it possessed. Their sole purpose was to banish demons or reinforce temporal nodes. They abstained from involving themselves in any worldly affairs. They answered only to the Sorcerer Supreme. Jean could sense the presence of all 12. Their black robes shrouded them completely, concealing every trace of their aura. He could see them, yet feel nothing, a curious and unsettling sensation. The Ancient One turned to address the 12. These two here are my friends, Jean and Diana. I've invited them, since the Eye of Agamotto has foretold a significant threat. I hope you all return triumphant. She then introduced them to Jean and Diana. They're the ascetic monks of the sanctum. They have no names. You may refer to them by Arabic numerals. The 12 lifted their right arms, revealing golden embroidery on their sleeves. Stitched in order from right to left were the numbers 1 through 12. Their height, too, increased stepwise from lowest to tallest. Thank you for what you're about to do, she finished. With that, the Ancient One pressed her hands together in a sigil, and the Eye of Agamotto at her chest slowly opened. The rift in the valley widened a little more. The first monk's voice was hoarse. Follow us. One after another, all 12 leapt into the rift. Jean exchanged a look with Diana. Together, they stepped through as well. At the mountain's peak, a towering spire stood, guarded on all sides by 12 statues, each 10 meters high. Within the tower itself lay a rift, the gateway to Earth. A thick gray cloud blanketed the sky above, occasionally lit by flashes of lightning. All around the summit, sheer cliffs plunged downward. The air was heavy with the sharp, choking stench of sulfur. Diana was the first to step out of the tower, scanning their surroundings. So, this is hell? She murmured. The monk known as Number 1 replied. We will repair the barrier. Do your best to keep the demons away from us. Our spell work must not be interrupted. The 12 monks pressed their hands together, forming intricate signs. The spire was soon enveloped in a shimmering field of light, vibrant bands contracting inward. From the shadows beneath the cliffs, a swarm of little demons began to climb toward them, shrieking in unison. Their cries were frantic, as though some darker force in the gloom was driving them forward. They had sharp fangs and savage faces, bestial, yet nimble as apes, with small wings sprouting from their hairless backs. These were the lowest caste of demons on Hell's borders, creatures anyone could bully and outnumbered only by their sheer mass. Yet among these lesser demons, a few possessed strange abilities, flickering in and out of sight, hypnotizing their prey, or even taking to flight. Diana looked down from the cliff. Jean, there's a demon coming. It's all right. Leave it to me. Jean leapt into the air, performing alchemy. What had been a jagged, uneven cliffside was instantly transformed into a smooth stone wall. He smiled as he watched the first wave of pursuers, unable to grasp the wall, tumbling down in a chaotic heap. Suddenly, tentacles emerged from the darkness below, moving with astonishing speed. Behind Diana, the sword of the fire god flashed from its sheath, and she shot forward like an arrow. A trail of fiery light arced through the air, cleaving straight ahead. The shadowy tentacles were severed cleanly. Jean frowned. He hadn't expected such a sneak attack. The sliced tentacle vanished instantly in midair. This wasn't a normal creature, nor the product of any known magic. Its power was deeply unsettling, eerily unnatural. Normally, anything moving that fast should create a shockwave in the air. Jean berated himself in silence. Damn old habits. This is another dimension altogether. He hadn't intended to fully engage, hoping just to play a minor role. Diana landed at Jin's side. Jean, are you all right? Activating the Eye of Truth, she gazed down into the darkness beneath the cliff. There, a monstrous, octopus-like creature, its entire body pitch black, was hurting lesser demons. In the very instant it felt her gaze, a golden vertical pupil surfaced on the creature's inky form, locking eyes with Jean. The next moment, under the Eye of Truth's scrutiny, the beast abruptly vanished from sight. Diana asked, what happened? Did you sense it too, Diana? As soon as he spoke, the surroundings shifted. Now they stood in Central Park, Manhattan, beneath the night sky, utterly deserted, eerily silent. Rows of street lamps glowed, in perfect order. Jean drew his bronze sword and swept it around. Trees were sliced in half all around them. Some kind of visual trickery. Is this illusion, or is it real? As Diana tried to touch down, Number 1 cast a magic circle beneath her feet. He ceased supplying power to the tower, and spoke gravely. Don't step on the ground. This is the Shadow Realm. The earth here is like a mire. Step on it, and you'll be pulled under, tainted by shadow magic, turned into the puppet of a shadow demon. A middle-aged man appeared before them, dressed in immaculate white suit. As expected of a sanctum mage monk, so well-versed and perceptive, he said. Number 1 fixed a steely gaze on the man. Mephisto, is this your doing? The infamous Lord of Hell, now consorting with shadow demons. Shadow demons are entities from another dimension, monsters forged from living shadows and darkness. Even number one had no idea how Mephisto had found a way to command such a beast. Mephisto ignored number one, his eyes locked on Jean, burning with deep resentment. Our old scores need settling, Jean. I was going to tear open a rift myself and bring the fight to you on Earth, but since the Ancient One sent you here, I suppose he's already seen how the future plays out. Jean showed no emotion. Instead, he retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, mighty Lord of Hell, how terrifying. Too bad you're not here in person, just a puppet of yourself." Mephisto's eyes erupted with fury. The very air around him began to warp and twist as countless flows of power gathered within his form. His clothes vanished. Immense blood-red, bat-like wings unfurled from his back, casting a menacing shadow. His fangs were sharp, his entire body stained crimson, while a pair of pale eyes stared coldly ahead. "Kill him for me." The shadows in the room morphed into deadly blades. All at once, countless shadowy spikes hurtled toward Jean with a hiss through the air. Summoning the spirit of the dragon, Jin's aura shone brilliantly as the bronze sword danced around him, forming a protective barrier. Yet the shadow blades proved astoundingly resilient. Even the bronze sword couldn't break them. Agent One glanced at Diana, immediately understanding that every move made by the Ancient One had a deeper plan behind it. Shadow demons fear the light. Without light, they can't be defeated. Wherever there's shadow, they can survive. Meanwhile, Mephisto was still gathering his strength. Here, on the outskirts of Hell, channeling power from his own domain would take a little time. Catching on to Agent One's intentions, Diana raised the sword of Vulcan high above her head. In an instant, the blade transformed into a miniature sun. Mephisto was momentarily stunned. Is that the power of Helios? With the sudden burst of sunlight, rifts appeared in the domain of shadow. A paper set aflame, fire spreading rapidly in all directions. Mephisto slashed at the air, sending a cross-shaped blade of wind aimed to rip Diana apart. He couldn't allow this. If the shadow domain was destroyed completely, the Ancient One would be able to manifest on the edge of Hell. The shadow domain was a pocket of space apart from the world, undetectable by anyone, impossible to track, impervious even to the eye of Agamotto. It was a realm of pure, primordial shadow. Diana's divine power surged within her as she activated her protective shield. A massive shield of fire appeared, blocking the crossblades in midair. "Damn artifact!" Mephisto cursed. Who is she, really? Has Odin been asleep at the wheel? How could a Titan god walk the earth? Jean wasn't about to pause. Bringing his hands together, he summoned the Gate of Truth behind Mephisto. A deep, resonant clang echoed as the gate slowly swung open. Countless pitch-black hands reached out from within, seizing Mephisto where he stood. "Impossible. What is this power? This isn't from this universe. You're an eldritch fiend from beyond. How has the Ancient One not noticed you? Damn it all." The Gate of Truth began siphoning magic right out of Mephisto's body. The effort made Jean cough up blood. The two of them were in entirely different leagues, and besides, the Gate of Truth was never entirely under Jin's control. In his hand, the Philosopher's Stone was consumed at an astonishing rate, completely spent in just a single heartbeat. Diana saw Jean spilling blood and grew deeply concerned. "Jean!" Another Philosopher's Stone materialized in Jin's hand, but it, too, was exhausted in less than a second as his body rapidly aged before their eyes. Jin's plan had been to finish Mephisto off in one blow. What he hadn't anticipated was Mephisto's lack of struggle. Instead, Mephisto poured his power into the gateway, channeling his magic endlessly. Diana was in too much of a hurry. The Shadow Realm had not yet been fully lifted, but she withdrew her divine power and leapt into the air, causing a sonic boom beneath her feet. At that moment, the Gate of Truth vanished as well. A smile crept across Mephisto's face. The sword of the god of fire now hung at his waist. In a sudden flash, Mephisto was struck by a single sword and sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground within the Shadow Realm. There was a deep gash across Mephisto's abdomen, but no blood flowed. The wound instantly healed, his powerful body restored by magic. Diana had already returned, catching the unconscious, falling Jean in her arms. As she looked at him, she saw how much older he now appeared. Tears glistened in her eyes. Jin's eyes fluttered open, and a mischievous smile played across his lips. He grabbed Diana's face with one hand and kissed her. Diana's eyes went wide in shock. She did not reciprocate. The kiss lasted a full 30 seconds. Finally, Diana shoved Jean away. "You're not Jean." Jean touched his lips and gave her a wicked grin. "Not very forward, are you, sweetheart? But let me deal with the annoyance in front of us first." Diana sprang back a full 3 meters, her gaze fixed intently on Jean. Behind Jean, the gate of truth reappeared. Endless power surged into his body. With each breath, he restored himself to his usual state. The gate extended countless tendrils, which wound themselves around Jean. Lightning crackled and flashed all around. Jean threw Diana a flirtatious look. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared beside Mephisto, striking him with a single palm. Mephisto's body shuddered. A surge of magic burst outward. He had expected to repel Jean, but instead, much like that bizarre gate that had appeared earlier, something unexpected happened. Countless pitch-black tendrils erupted from Jin's hands. A sinister smile curled his lips. Roar all you want. You'll become my nourishment soon. Fear flickered across Mephisto's face. Gathering his strength, he lashed out with a claw, seizing Jin's head. In an instant, Jin's entire head burst open like a melon. Diana froze, unable to believe what she was seeing. Mephisto laughed wildly. Foolish humans. But in the very next moment, his laughter died. He could not shut his mouth. The tendrils continued to drain his strength, multiplying rapidly. Impossible. He was the Lord of Hell. Unless the Ancient One used some special means, no one should be able to deceive him. Fear, cold and choking, gripped his heart once more. With grim resolve, he initiated dimensional teleportation. Both of them vanished from where they stood. Jean and Mephisto reappeared in Hell, Mephisto's own domain. Mephisto's avatar dissolved into raw energy, dissipating before Jean. On the edge of Hell, Diana was in a panic. Jean had vanished before her eyes. She seized number one by the collar. Tell me, where will Mephisto take Jean? To his domain, the Hell dimension. Then how can I enter his dimension? Diana no longer cared whether Jean was being controlled by his former self. All that mattered was saving him. Number one spoke up. Within the sanctum is a holy relic, the Pomugaria brazier. It can allow mortals to enter Mephisto's domain, but the key is to repair the space-time node. The Sorcerer Supreme will create a portal for us to get out. So, you're saying we can't leave the edge of Hell right now? Diana, having lost all composure, showed none of the dignity of goddess. Yet at this moment, the Shadow Realm began to recover. Number one nodded. Ms. Diana, let's deal with the Shadow Demon first. You need to trust Jean, or trust the Sorcerer Supreme. He would never allow you to fall into real danger. Diana released her grip on number one, her threat heavy with sincerity. It had better be that way. Otherwise, I'll tear your sanctum down myself. For Jin's sake, Diana didn't care if the entire Earth plunged in a magical chaos. Such was her love for him. Desperate to vent her fury, Diana soared into the air, radiant with solar might. A blazing sun hung above her, flooding the Shadow Realm with piercing light. Sensing this overwhelming threat, the Shadow Demon immediately reacted. Mephisto had already departed, and the demon, driven by instinct, fled the infernal borders at once. As a being of another dimension, it could slip freely between realms. With the shadows banished, the domain's dark energies faded beneath the sunlight, dissolving utterly, never to return. Meanwhile, number one hastened back to the base of the tower, channeling wave after wave of arcane power into its heart as the fractures in its core slowly knitted together. On Earth, just beyond the space-time node, the Ancient One was also ceaselessly repairing rifts with the help of other sorcerers. 3 long hours passed. Meanwhile, within Mephisto's domain, Jean knelt atop burning magma, from his neck rising tendrils of black substance. Inky, ethereal, drifting weightlessly above, dispersing across the hellscape. A formless mass of energy loomed, coalescing into a face and gaping maw, its gaze fixed on Jean below. What was happening here? How could his heart still be beating when his head was missing? Even for a mage, this defied all logic. No human could survive this. That black essence looked almost like a human soul, but how could such a thing be corrupted? This was far too bizarre. An outer god, perhaps? Mephisto grew wary, choosing not to make a reckless move. Above, the sky split open, revealing a vast shadowy maw. Under the cascading pillar of power, Jin's body was continually scourged. The darkness shrouding him slowly dissipated. Who knew how much time had passed? The seething core of Mephisto's energy was suddenly trapped, imprisoned within a colossal, obsidian alchemical circle that bloomed across the sky. No matter how he struggled, Mephisto could find no escape. What is it that you want from me? He demanded. I know you're not dead yet, human. A guttural, mocking laughter thundered back. Mephisto, Lord of Hell, I hear fear in your voice. Are you afraid? Indeed, for the first time he was. Though Mephisto is indestructible, to truly kill him, one must shatter his domain. That is to say, break the hellish dimension itself. Yet, Jean is not merely destroying him. He is drawing out his power, an act even more dreadful than death. After all, Mephisto is not the only lord in this realm. Stripped of his strength, he becomes nothing more than lamb on the butcher's block, left to be carved at will by his rivals. Please, I beg you, let our old grudges be settled. Spare me, just this once. There's no sense in wasting what's served on a platter. Your energy can still help me grow. As these words hung in the air, the entire hellish dimension began to tremble. Above, a grand, eternal gateway appeared, vast and commanding, as though it had always existed. A single figure stood, suspended before it. Jin's true form had arrived. Even before the assault, Jin had already switched bodies. When Mephisto crushed his skull, he had only destroyed a shell, an apparition made flesh by Jin's soul. Empowered by the authority of the Gate of Truth, Jin could forge a new body with ease. No price, no medium required. Countless black tendrils, each one a chain of restless souls, wove together and plunged directly into the core of Mephisto's energy. Mephisto, like the other lords of hell, with the exception of Hela, Odin's banished goddess, and Lucifer, the fallen angel, was a primeval force, formed from the ancient, corrupt power left behind by primordial elder gods. Most lords existed as formless masses of raw energy. Any humanoid or beastly guise they assumed was born out of the souls and wills they had consumed over eons. Their forms, thus, could shift to mimic any creature. The black chords invaded deeper, reaching the very nucleus of Mephisto's primal energy. Mephisto was not about to surrender quietly. He unleashed waves of magic. Hellfire, frost that could freeze worlds, absolute zero, searing beams of light. Every spell at his disposal he hurled toward the sky. But before the Gate of Truth, there lingered another power, one so overwhelming and absolute, it drove Mephisto to despair. Still, Mephisto refused to submit. A command thundered out from him, surging through his realm. All demons, attack the gate in the sky. Jin, flooded with energy, could not help but sigh in satisfaction, his voice filled with pleasure. This is the most exquisite power this world has to offer. Mephisto, stop fighting. It's hopeless. If it's divinity you seek, I can tell you plainly, find a world tree, carve your name upon it, and you will become immortal in this universe. To become a god? I'm afraid that doesn't interest me. Are my powers already godlike? Jin gazed down from on high at Mephisto's seething mass of energy. Utterly defeated, Mephisto roared in despair, Hela, Satan, Beelzebub, somebody, save me. In truth, the tremors shaking hell had already drawn these three to the very edges of Mephisto's domain. They watched the unfolding scene in silence, making no move to intervene. Jin continued to draw upon Mephisto's source energy, a radiant glow gradually enveloping his body. It wasn't until half of Mephisto's essence had vanished that a portal suddenly opened. That's enough, Jin. Jin glanced at the Ancient One, the corners of his lips curling in a faint, knowing smile as he shook his head. Well, Master Ancient One. A stick of incense materialized in the Ancient One's hand. Jin glared at the Ancient One, eyes burning with anger. Damn you, Ancient One. Before Jin could realize what was happening, his consciousness was snuffed out. The Gate of Truth faded away. The Ancient One cast a fleeting glance at Mephisto, now left with only half his source power, then seized Jin and disappeared from hell in the blink of an eye. 6,000 words, uploaded all at once, couldn't be bothered to split it up. A bit of a late update. This last week of the month, the income's been measly, barely 2 or 3 per day, all from the bookshelf, and just 100 or so from new readers. Disappointing. Thanks to those fueling this story with love. No one else would dare write a book like this on sheer passion alone. Justice Clan's double love-powered send deserves gratitude too. Mystic incense, just as its name suggests. Once lit, even a king among gods would find their senses clouded, lost in dreamy stupor. Of course, the effect's duration may vary greatly. This was an artifact forged in ancient times by the supreme sorcerer Agamotto, before he ascended as one of the eternal Vishani. He left it as a single-use treasure to the sorcerers of the sanctum, a most potent relic. It was merely 3 inches long, and could be used only 3 times. With each act of burning, it shrank by an inch. Himalayan sanctum, mirror dimension. With a swift palm strike, the Ancient One drove Jin's soul out from his body. Jin's soul, caught deep in slumber, was shadowed by a faint apparition, the Gate of Truth itself. Gazing upon the Gate of Truth, even the Ancient One could not help but frown. The reliefs carved upon its surface, spheres, lines, represented the energy of all matter shaping the cosmos. One is all is one. A deep shock rippled through the Ancient One's heart. Behind him, The spectral images of the three-in-one Vishani began to manifest, each seeking to comprehend the mysteries behind the gate of truth. But even they could not pierce its secrets. The energy constructing every universe seemed one and the same, but the rules by which those universes ran were always different. Diana, watching nearby, frowned with worry. Master, is Jean going to be all right? Not entirely certain himself, the Ancient One could only offer comfort. Do not worry, there's nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Jin's awareness had plunged into an endless darkness, devoid of even a single spark of light. All his powers vanished. All that remained was the sensation of endlessly falling. Suddenly, a point of light appeared in the void ahead. A cube was the source of that radiance. Drawn by instinct, Jin drifted toward the light, his consciousness irresistibly pulled into the heart of the cube. It was as if he'd entered an entire world. A two-story house stood there. Its exterior walls, unfinished, showed rough concrete, no plaster, no tiles. At one corner, a spiderweb clung stubbornly to the rough surface. On the balcony of the second floor sat a solitary figure, a young man in a wheelchair, no more than 25 or 26 years old. His eyes were vacant, and his body was withered and frail. A woman, her hair already streaked with white and her face etched with wrinkles far too deep for her age, hurried anxiously up from the first floor. She too was painfully thin. "My child," she said breathlessly, "today I made your favorite, braised pork ribs." But the young man's body showed no sign of response. With rough, calloused hands, she pushed the wheelchair toward the staircase, specially modified for this purpose. Her grip was firm and unyielding as she carefully eased the chair down, step by step. The first floor was a modest hall, walls covered with certificates for exemplary students, faded and chipped, their colors dulled by time. Jean couldn't make out the names on those certificates and found it odd. He lingered beside the pair, watching. 3 dishes and a soup, with a small plate of pickled radish, completed the meal. The woman began to feed her son with utmost care, her movements gentle, almost reverent, but fatigue was clearly etched across her face. "My child, come, taste a little for me." For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the young man could see Jean. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of awareness. He was trapped within that broken vessel. Jean sensed the desperate wail of a soul in captivity. "In my life, don't let my mother suffer like this any longer." Jean trembled. By chance, he noticed a medical report on the coffee table in the hall. The wind caught the edge of the folder, opening it to reveal a grim diagnosis. Advanced gastric cancer, spelled out in stark, unequivocal words. The woman continued feeding her son, a bright, hopeful smile on her face, undeterred by her own exhaustion. But then, without warning, the earth began to shudder and tremble. An earthquake. The 2-story home collapsed in an instant. A mother's love is an unfathomable force. Acting on instinct, the woman used her small, slight body to shield her son from the falling beams that could have weighed 1,000 pounds. Yet her back never bent. A mouthful of fresh, scarlet blood spilled from her lips onto her son's face. "My child, don't worry. You will survive this." A soul's anguished cry echoed through the air. "Mother, why must fate be so cruel? Suffering always comes for those who already walk life's hardest paths. If there is another life after this, I want to give my mother the best the world can offer, to never let her suffer again, to let her live in happiness forever." In the very next instant, a blinding light blossomed, and the same scene began to play out once more. This was his obsession. This was the reason he longed to return to his previous world. These were the deepest, most hidden motivations of his heart. Even if it meant sacrificing an entire planet, he would do anything to return to his own world for this purpose. Through it all, he never lost himself. His purpose remained painfully clear. Jean watched the scene replay again and again, unsure how much time had passed, when suddenly he heard a voice by his ear. "You're going to be all right." Consciousness returned, and he looked around, taking in his surroundings. "Diana? Sorcerer Supreme." Diana walked over, reached out her right hand, gently cupped Jin's face, and wiped away the tears that had slipped from the corners of his eyes. With great tenderness, she said, "What's wrong?" Jin gave a small smile. "It's nothing." The resonance of their souls stirred his body, and without realizing it, tears streamed down once more. The Ancient One asked, "Jean, is there anything unusual with your body?" Jean clenched his fists and gave a little hop in place, surprised to feel his body growing even stronger. "What just happened? Why does it seem my body has been enhanced so much?" The Ancient One explained, "When you lost consciousness, your own consciousness took hold of your body, and, using your powers, absorbed Mephisto's primordial energy. Naturally, you've been strengthened." "Wait, Master," Jean said, "didn't you say he would only fully awaken once my body became divine?" The Ancient One sighed. I can't clearly perceive his presence either. My guess was that he would only become fully conscious upon establishing a divine body. But with a breach already formed, the waters will flow out all the same, just faster or slower. This miscalculation was my fault. I failed to see the ultimate adversary. It's all right. Aren't we all safe? Jean replied with a gentle shrug. Just a minor setback. This time, I saw the depth of his obsession. Now that the temporal node has been repaired, let's head out. He nodded to the Ancient One. She made no move to stop them, only watched as the teleportation portal opened. Jean and Diana stepped through, leaving the mirror realm behind. Typed this right after a quick shower. Still took a bit too long. User 748724202 powers the post with love. Calling out to Stalin, power by love. Justice Group's double power up, power by love. Children's Day doesn't seem all that joyful. Once the Ancient One had departed, Mephisto, now having lost half of his primordial energy, was left extremely feeble. Even his domain showed signs of crumbling. Most of his demon army had vanished, with a large portion devoured by Mephisto himself. Now, fear not at him. Survival of the fittest. Such laws ruled not only the universe or Earth, but the hellish dimensions as well. Hela, Satan, and Beelzebub, hiding in the shadows, gathered together. Hela, clad in emerald battle armor, her long black hair cascading behind, and dark eyes gleaming with cunning, offered a sly smile. Satan, Beelzebub, what do you say? Opportunity knocks but once. A black cat perked its ears, its tail waving idly in the air. Mephisto's true spirit is inscribed upon the world tree. If we kill him outright, it could tip the balance of the hell dimension, came Satan's reply. His form nothing more than energy, just a faceless projection, echoing Beelzebub's concern. Hela sneered, foolish king of hell. If you all dare not claim it, then I'll take his primal energy myself. Hela had only been sealed by Odin in the hell dimension, revered as the goddess of death. Her infamous reputation rang throughout the 9 realms and even the universe. After all, it was largely thanks to Hela that Asgard succeeded in uniting the realms. This, indeed, was one of Asgard's hidden tales. Hela's aim was straightforward. Journeying from the realm of the dead, she had made her way into the hell dimension for one simple reason: to break free from Odin's shackles and return to Asgard to take her revenge. The thunderous voice of Thor reached into hell itself, making Hela's jaw clench in fury. In her mind, she was the rightful ruler of Asgard. Satan and Beelzebub exchanged glances, but made no move to stop her. Harnessing her magic, Hela conjured a massive scythe, and before her, the weakened Mephisto was nothing more than a sumptuous steak on a dinner plate, ripe for carving. No, Hela, remember, we are allies. We signed a pact. But the scythe in Hela's grasp brimmed with supreme might. In her hands, Mephisto's orb of energy was swiftly sliced into 100 fragments. Hela transformed into a towering giant, and with one greedy inhalation, the primal energy surged into her body, her whole form aflame with infernal power. She did not utterly destroy Mephisto, however. When her hunger was sated, she left behind a single sphere of energy about a meter across. Mephisto, I have not slain you. I'm merely borrowing your power for now. Should I ascend to Asgard's throne, I might even grant you my blessing. Mephisto seethed, powerless to protest. With his strength depleted, his entire domain fractured, quickly devoured by the other lords of hell. Satan and Beelzebub merely sipped from the spoils, unwilling to let the disintegrating territories go to waste. Now, Mephisto was reduced to a single core of primal energy, and a lone avatar of himself left on Earth. In a roadside restroom in a small town on the Texas-Mexico border, Mephisto's earthly avatar had grown noticeably listless. No, I must regain new followers, restore my faith, he muttered. Mustering what little remained, he gathered all his essence into his avatar, and slowly felt his power return. Deep beneath the Prince household, in the basement, the Minotaur's astral form emerged from the statue, casting a projection across the room. Seeing Jean appear in the basement, he wore a look of astonishment. Jean was a veritable deity in his eyes. The very air around him seemed to twist and bend. Behind Jean hovered a gate of truth, radiating endless power. What on earth did you eat? Your body has changed so much. You can see it? Jean glanced over at the Minotaur. The Minotaur nodded. Even after leaving the mirror world, Jean could sense the transformation in himself, a fundamental metamorphosis. He no longer needed to cultivate. This power relentlessly reshaped him from the inside out, evolving his flesh toward a divine form. Bones, organs, meridians, vessels, all transforming at a stunning pace. Jean turned to the Minotaur and said, The faith energy you've gathered is now yours to command. Happiness arrived so suddenly, it took the Minotaur by surprise. Before he could react, Jean had already vanished from the basement. Jean stepped into the dragon's tomb. To slow the pace of his own evolution, he needed to channel this power outward. The time to duel the primary personality had not yet come. Dragon's tomb, the floating isle. Jean sent a steady stream of dragon energy pouring forth, bathing the entire tomb in radiant, swirling colors. The dragon soul appeared by Jin's side. Where did you get this primordial energy from the cosmos? Did you slay an old god? The dragon soul asked. For the dragon soul knew the secrets of the universe. These primal forces came from Earth's earliest and most powerful beings, known as old gods. But in this era, the old gods had either been devoured or exiled. That was another tale altogether. Across the river of time, hundreds of tribes had vied for supremacy, each ruling for centuries at a time. Yet some old gods plotted their return, ever leaving a back door open. Take San, the ancient one who created the Tome of Shadows. He left behind the tome and even gifted Wanda her chaotic magic, all for the sake of reclaiming dominion on Earth. Jean offered no reply to the dragon soul, but continued to pour forth the draconic essence, the dazzling light growing ever brighter. Sensing this, the dragon soul quickly returned to the dragon pearl. Greedily, it absorbed the dragon energy. A mighty dragon's roar reverberated through the tomb. In the heart of the dragon pearl, countless dragon shadows flickered to life. Across the tomb, the group of 9 led by Violet, as well as Zero, paused from their tasks and gazed up at the sky. Then, suddenly, dark clouds raced in overhead. Lightning burst, thunder crashed, and fierce winds howled. Torrential rain came pouring down. This was no ordinary rain. It teemed with vibrant, life-giving energy. Beneath the storm, lightning churned like a sea. Deep in the thunder clouds, the shadow of a dragon could be seen. With every flash, bolts struck the soul-eating beasts with perfect accuracy. Together with the nourishing rain, the polluted land surged with renewed vitality. Most striking of all was the abyss of the Black Sea. The resting place of spirit had long been silent, but now it showed signs of stirring. Lightning pierced through the thick mist, striking at the very core of spirit. There, a tremendous, shadowy crystal pulsed with an eerie green light. The dragon soul's voice sounded in Jin's mind. Jean, help me. Together, let's slay this spirit. Jean opened his eyes. The dragon soul had already marked the location for him. The suspended ring appeared in his hand, summoning a shimmering portal. The depths of the Black Sea abyss, once shrouded in darkness, were now illuminated by bolts of lightning. A monstrous, grotesque face, bat-like and formed entirely of shifting energy, surfaced from the gloom. It had not yet taken physical form. Countless tendrils flailed around it, and a patch of glistening scales guarded a radiant green core at its chest. Jean, attack with me. The dragon soul's voice rang in his mind. A massive thunder dragon plummeted from the sky. The writhing mass of tentacles lashed out in mad fury. The thunder dragon was a being of pure energy. Even after it was struck down, it instantly reconstituted itself. The Spirit King had yet to regain consciousness. It was merely acting on instinct to protect its core. With a single command, soul-devouring beasts surged from all directions like a relentless tide. Jean stood firmly amid the sea of lightning. He flicked his sword, light and effortless, yet the sword energy soared skyward. It clashed with the thunder dragon, the force landing squarely on its scales. Jean, again, came the call. And in the blink of an eye, 9 thunder dragons appeared across the sky. They flashed, materializing on those same scales. Cracks began to spiderweb across the armored surface. The Spirit King could already sense death drawing near. Layer upon layer of soul-devouring beasts gathered over its entire body. A beam of black energy welled up from within and spat outward, shooting directly toward the Dragon Pearl. It possessed intelligence, after all. Destroy the Dragon Pearl, and nothing left could threaten it. Jean leapt onto the dragon's back, and behind him, countless swords materialized, spinning at tremendous speed, twisting through the air like serpentine spirits, each sword tip glowing with heat. Even as smaller soul-devouring beasts flung themselves forward to fill the gaps, their efforts were futile. Jean shimmered forward, suddenly standing before the Spirit King. His mind split in 2 directions, one part ceaselessly brandishing the bronze sword, unleashing gigantic sword energy without a care for the dragon energy within his body, simply expending it freely. The other part guiding the flying swords to slaughter everything in their path. The soul-devouring beasts on the surface were wiped clean, and he seized upon the brief moment when the scales lay exposed. A streak of golden light tore through the sky like a shooting star. Jean broke through those cracked scales. The instant dragon energy touched the core, a crystal radiating green light. It suddenly shattered, exploding with the ferocity of a nuclear blast. Fortunately, Jean burst through the Spirit King's body and shot up into the air as countless crystal shards flung outward in every direction. He raised his vibrating sword to shield himself from the barrage of fragments. At the very moment the Spirit King exploded, the soul-devouring beast turned to dust, leaving only the core behind on the ground. The clouds above the dragon tomb melted away. Sunlight poured down onto the earth, and fresh, emerald-green shoots began to sprout again. For the first time, Jean glimpsed the true expanse of the dragon tomb. It was not a planet at all, but a massive, flat continent floating amidst the starry void. It was formed from 8 mountain ranges radiating outward. At its center was the snowy mountain peak, the highest point of the dragon tomb. Dragon Soul was overjoyed. Jean, I must thank you. As soon as the Spirit King is banished, this place can return to its former glory. Jean was a bit puzzled. Isn't this a planet? Of course not. There are plenty of places in the universe that don't fit the mold of a planet. Asgard is much the same. Survival isn't confined to planets. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Some creatures even live in the skulls or the bodies of long-dead gods. Well, I guess I've been rather sheltered. Oh, by the way, Dragon Soul, do you know if the Mind Stone can erase another personality from someone? I'm not sure, but we can give it a try. If one isn't enough, then we'll just have to gather more. The 6 Infinity Stones are treasures beyond compare throughout the universe, but those capable of wielding all 6 are extremely rare. Once, Odin managed to obtain 4, but he gave up on collecting the rest. After thinking for a moment, Jean finally made his decision. The Jester Jack from the Indian Mountains throws himself into the fray for justice, powered by love, a double wave of righteous fury, all energized by love. In memory, she is nothing but pain, fueled by love. Now, the Superhuman Registration Act is already in its early prelude phase. During this period, the newly formed SHIELD has begun using past data to track down and apprehend certain superpowered criminals. A staunch supporter of the Registration Act, Tony Stark, is busier than ever, darting through the skies over the entire U.S. mainland almost without pause. In New York stands a well-known prison, Rikers Island. Not far from Rikers, there is a new prison, a high-tech facility known simply as the Island. This prison is designed to hold superpowered individuals. Most of the time, it remains hidden underwater. Only when prisoners are being transported does its entrance rise above the waves. In just a month, the island has incarcerated as many as 100 superhuman criminals, including those who committed crimes using advanced technology. Among them, the Vulture. The Vulture, Adrian Toombs, was once a man driven by dreams. Unfortunately, while trying to create his own flight suit, his company was stolen away by a supposed friend. Determined to make a comeback, he turned to robbery for seed money. Cut off one head, and 2 more will take its place. This is Hydra's infamous motto. Hydra, already burrowed deep within this world, is not so easily eradicated. The Skrulls' invasion caused Hydra to lose control of the U.S. mainland, but it still maintains pockets of influence elsewhere. One Hydra division leader, Madam Hydra, Elisa Sinclair, determined to rebuild the U.S. branch, killed Viper, the head of the Serpent Society. The Serpent Society is a criminal organization made up of crooks and mercenaries, most of whom dress in serpentine garb as a trademark. They carefully conceal their true identities, which gave Madam Hydra the perfect opportunity to assume the guise of Viper, allowing her to command the group's elite serpentine operatives. On the midnight before Columbus Day, at an abandoned psychiatric hospital somewhere in New York's Palin district, now a secret base for the Serpent Squad, Madam Hydra called the squad's members to convene. Bushmaster, Water Moccasin, Anaconda, Death Adder, and Black Mamba. Deep underground, in a psychiatric ward basement, a roundtable meeting room sat waiting. Death Adder was the first to arrive. His true name was Roland Burroughs, a man transformed by one of Roxxon's biological enhancement programs into a superhuman. He possessed gills that allowed him to breathe underwater, a bionic tail, deadly claws tipped with venomous barbs, and wore a red and white combat suit. On his head rested a helmet modeled after a fishman's visage. Next was the giant Viper, Quincy McKeever, clad in green armor that shimmered like scales. Where legs should be, there was only a sinuous, bionic serpent's tail, and he moved with the smooth undulations of a snake. Then came Water Python, Blanche Stesky, a blonde woman behind a mask. She too wore a green, ringed battlesuit. She was another of Roxxon's genetically engineered operatives, capable of stretching and contorting her limbs with tremendous strength. Black Mamba, Tanya Healy, was also a product of Roxxon's experiments. She dressed in sleek black, her hair a striking green, able to unleash dark energy and wield hypnotic powers as well. Last to arrive was Gaboan Viper, Gordon Fraley, towering above the rest at a full 7'6". Every step sent ripples through the ground, and his yellow and blue costume gleamed under the lights. Gaboan Viper cast his gaze over the empty chairs around the round table, his deep voice resonating in the room. Viper, is it just a few of us? Madame Hydra shook her head, her electronic voice icy and distant. It seems this is all we have. Tony Stark has gone too far. Many of our brothers have been thrown into the island prison. The reason I've called you here is to get them back, to destroy the prison holding superpowered individuals. If possible, I'd like to recruit more superhumans to join our Serpent Society. Black Mamba spoke up. Let's forget about recruiting. Rescuing our brothers is the real priority. Our organization is meant to be small, secret, and elite. Madame Hydra did not reply, only casting a glance at Black Mamba. Death Adder signed, his hands swift and silent. Let's worry about new recruits afterward. The situation is too chaotic. First, we get our brothers out. Viper, you must have a plan. Madame Hydra nodded. Everything's ready. Death Adder and Water Python. You'll infiltrate the seabed, break through the island's underground steel alloy walls. The rest of us will secure the perimeter. The moment we breach the prison, Tony Stark will surely come running. Water Python added, we can use Captain America's whereabouts to distract Stark. Madame Hydra turned to her. Do you have any leads on Captain America? Edo. According to my sources, he's shown up in South Africa. The information doesn't need to be real, as long as we fix the story. Since Stark announced before Congress that he'd personally capture Captain America, he'll jump at this. Good. We strike at midnight tomorrow. You'll leak the news about Captain America. I'll have someone keep tabs on Stark. The moment he bites, we move. The other 5 nodded in agreement. Inside the Dragon Tomb, everything returned to how it was before the Spirit King's destruction. The greenery was lush and vibrant, and the activity zones were no longer limited to just the realms above the clouds. The floating islands no longer remained fixed in place. Instead, they now patrolled through the skies. Dragon souls remained vigilant, never letting down their guard. Any hint of anomaly within the tomb was swiftly dealt with, ensuring that the Spirit King could never return. Next to the purple bamboo grove sat a small courtyard. Jean took out the 10 rings he had obtained earlier and laid them out on the stone table. Camilla immediately snatched up one of the rings, the one inlaid with a brilliant red stone. Her face lit up with excitement. Jean, are these engagement rings you're giving us? Jean took a sip of tea and spluttered, nearly choking, as he glanced over at Camilla. Camilla let out a mischievous giggle. Heartless man. Awkwardly, Jean turned to address the 9 women around Violet. I got these 10 rings for all of you. Each one contains remarkable powers. Wearing them will give you another layer of protection. In a shimmer of golden light, the dragon soul materialized above them, casting a glance at the rings resting on the table. Jean, where did you get these extraordinary dragon magic rings? Is there a problem? Jean inquired, turning toward the dragon soul. There's a big problem. These are the fusion of magic and technology. The magic comes from the ancient god Seth, and the technology from the extraordinary dragons. But these rings send a signal deep into the universe. I never expected the extraordinary dragons to appear on Earth. A signal. Jean thought for a moment. The reason for broadcasting their location was obvious. Is there a way to erase the signal? The dragon's soul shook its head. Not something I can do. Perhaps one of the temple mages could help. They might know a way. By now, Jean stood at the very top of Earth's power pyramid. His physical strength was easily on par with Thor himself. He was only one step away from achieving the body of a god. Even if he were thrown into outer space, he'd have nothing to fear for quite some time. Whatever comes, I'll face it head on, Jean thought. He looked at the 9 women around Violet. Pick whichever you like. The extraordinary dragons, and that so-called ancient god, are nothing to fear. If they dare show up here, we'll destroy them. The dragon soul said nothing. It was true. Jean was now so powerful that even without alchemy, he could rival the dragon soul's peak. Violet chose a ring adorned with a white gem, which granted her the power to create a gravitational field. Doris selected the ring with a sky blue stone. Its ability could unleash freezing energy. Alina picked out a green jeweled ring, which could harness electrical currents to summon lightning. Emily, wearing a blue gem ring on her left ring finger, found its powers could amplify her mental abilities and create illusions. Veronica picked a blue, circular gemstone ring for her right middle finger, giving her the power to generate whirlpools. Amelia selected the violet circular ring for her right thumb, a device capable of reorganizing matter itself. Salis chose a square, golden-yellow gemstone, worn on the right index finger, capable of unleashing a beam of energy that could cut through any substance, a slicing beam. Camilla selected a ring set with a red gem. It could emit infrared rays, agitating air molecules to release flames. Cynthia opted for a purple gemstone ring, right index finger, which could project various forms of energy, such as sonic waves or repulsive electromagnetic pulses to drive away enemies. There was only one ring left for the right pinky. Its gemstone was rather small, and the blue-black color didn't appeal to anyone. So Kim kept it for himself, turning to the happy group of 9 and asking, "Are you planning to leave the dragon's tomb, or would you like to stay here a while and get used to your ring's abilities?" Cynthia replied, "We want to leave. Ling can stay behind and keep an eye on this place." The others nodded in agreement. After all, these gifts from Kim were worth showing off. Columbus Day had arrived, a festival set to commemorate Christopher Columbus landing on the American continent. Fifth Avenue in Manhattan was alive with a parade stretching down the street. Over 100 floats, costumes from all around the world, and a thronging, exuberant crowd. There were even some extravagant and unique outfits in the mix. Diana led the group to Central Park to watch the parade. After the parade, the police would quickly lift traffic restrictions. After all, Fifth Avenue is the heart of Manhattan. Suddenly, a voice rang out overhead, a shrill, taunting laugh. A green figure appeared in the sky, riding a bat-winged glider. He hurled pumpkin bombs into the crowd below, causing bursts of chaos at random. But these pumpkin bombs weren't explosives. When they burst, they scattered colorful streamers everywhere. And emblazoned on the banners, "No to superhuman registration." The appearance of this mysterious figure instantly incited panic, and countless parade-goers fled towards safety. With chaos on the streets, it was inevitable that some people would get hurt. George Stacy quickly rallied the officers, moving the crowd to safety. He raised his pistol to the sky, aiming at the Green Goblin, and cast a brief glance at the strewn streamers below. "Sir, if you have demands, please don't harm innocent civilians," he called out. The Green Goblin let out another mocking laugh. "Tell Tony Stark, the Green Goblin will never agree to registration. Next time, these won't be streamers, they'll be real bombs." With that, the Goblin hurled 5 pumpkin bombs toward the police cars. In a flash, a strand of web shot out, catching the bombs mid-air. Spider-Man flung them harmlessly skyward. George cursed under his breath. Damn, another super-powered criminal. The city's law enforcement really didn't get a break with these cases. These days, the turnover rate among New York police officers was high. The dangers they faced were just too great. Rude, too, had taken a leave of absence, off traveling the world with his girlfriend. Kim watched the Green Goblin as he soared away, a puzzled look on his face. He remembered seeing the prototype of that suit at Norman Osborn's estate. Could it be that the man in the armor was Norman himself? Meanwhile, high above, the Green Goblin was toying with Spider-Man. Real and fake pumpkin bombs flying everywhere, catching Peter Parker off guard and on his toes. After all, Spider-Man doesn't simply swing through the air on his webs. He can't actually fly. Doris asked, "Should we go help the little spider?" "I'll go instead," Jean replied. And as soon as the words left his mouth, a portal opened behind him. In a heartbeat, a pitch-black mask appeared in Jin's hand, and he put it on. In the next moment, he was already in midair, with the sword's bronze edge and the power of the celestial dragon coursing through it. The Green Goblin's glider split cleanly in two. Jin's sudden appearance truly startled the Green Goblin. Hypnotic gas hissed from the Green Goblin's wrist. He still had a backup power source. Sparing Jean a glance, he immediately dashed northeast, fleeing as fast as he could. How could he possibly be unaffected? That hypnotic gas was hyper-concentrated. Just the amount released was enough to knock out 1,000 people. Without his Batwing glider, the Green Goblin's speed dropped significantly. Spider-Man had already anticipated where the Green Goblin would appear. A giant web was waiting, ready for him, the moment he was trapped. The Green Goblin let loose a raspy, sinister laugh. Spider-Man froze for a second, glancing at Jean, wanting to call out to him, but Jean had already vanished. All he wanted was to ask Jin's thoughts on the Superhuman Registration Act. After all, he was still quite young and needed advice from all sides. Although the hero he admired, Tony Stark, was an advocate of the act, and Peter had planned to go ask Tony himself, recent mass arrests in New York had given him pause. Hundreds of Iron Legion units had been deployed to hunt down superhumans, and 3 homeless men had died in the process. Though Tony Stark had offered compensation, a homeless man's life was still a life, no matter if anyone else cared. Peter Parker felt Tony's methods were simply too ruthless. The Green Goblin's appearance had caused a brief disruption, but after a little order was restored, the parade continued. Jean returned to Prince's Antiquities. The others were already back at the shop. Diana asked, "Why did that green devil self-destruct like that?" Glancing around, Gene shook his head. That must have been a small fry. There's likely someone else behind him. Number 2 just told me that the Green Goblin was constantly sending and receiving signals. Aren't you all watching the parade anymore? Violet spoke up. Wanda just called to tell us to come home. From her tone, it sounds like she has a favor to ask you. Gene frowned. What could Wanda possibly want now? Could it be something related to this Superhuman Registration Act? All the shop's iron shutters were closed, and the main door was locked as well. Gene opened a portal. With his shortcut efficiency sword, no more wasting time stuck in New York's rush hour. The 11 of them returned to the Prince residence. In the backyard, they could hear a blackbird jet gently humming. Beast and Storm, together with Wanda and her 2 siblings, were lounging comfortably on the backyard chairs. Gene walked out of the villa and looked at the 5 people. Have you come to me because you need something? The Beast still seemed a bit shy and gave Lorna a quick glance. Lorna nodded. Here's the situation. Now that the Superpower Act has come into play, Hank says mutants can't remain untouched by this wave. He hopes you can help. Wanda heard from Camilla that you have a kind of haven apart from the world. So Hank was hoping to ask if the mutants could retreat to your sanctuary for a while, just to lay low. Gene considered it for a moment. These days, the Dragon's Tomb had become quite empty. There would be no issue at all sheltering the mutants there. Wanda flashed a V sign with her right hand, her voice bright with happiness. See? I told you, Gene would definitely agree. We just need one person to stay behind at Xavier's school as a caretaker. Hank stepped forward and took Jin's hand in a firm handshake. Thank you so much. Please let me know what we'll need to bring. What to prepare? Well, clothes and tools for one. The place is basically wild forest, so you'll need to clear land and start planting fruit and vegetables yourselves. I can provide seeds. Understood. I'll go back immediately to gather supplies. By this evening, we'll be ready to head for your sanctuary. But let me make one thing clear first. If you have students among you, be sure to bring all kinds of books. Once you're inside, you can only leave when I return and enter the Dragon's Tomb myself. After all, there's only one key to get in and out, and I'm the one who holds it. Hank nodded. Mr. Prince, we'll see you tonight then. We'll go get ready now. With that, Hank exchanged farewells and boarded the Blackbird jet with Storm. The jet shifted into stealth mode and vanished from the vicinity of Prince House. In the basement of Prince House, Gene stood before a massive screen. Number 2. Where's Tony Stark at this moment? Sir, an Iron Man suit has appeared in South Africa. I'm not sure if Mr. Stark himself is inside. Can our satellites track him? Apologies, sir. Mr. Stark has upgraded his armor. There's no way to monitor it now, unless we hack into Jarvis. Understand. Then redirect the satellites to South Africa and track all aircraft departing from there. The moment you spot any sign of Tony Stark's suit, inform me at once. Gene slipped a ring with a black gemstone onto his finger. When he activated its power, a swirl of black mist appeared, shrouding him within a meter's radius. He glanced at the surveillance feed. The cameras could observe the room, but not his body itself. He went on to test several other modes, but none could render his true form visible. At last, he vanished from the basement. At Tony Stark's mansion on Long Island, the place stood utterly deserted. The side facing the Long Island Sound was constructed entirely of reinforced, specialized glass. Suddenly, a thick black cloud appeared overhead. A suction cup clamped firmly onto the glass. With a swift and silent motion, a specially made glass cutter sliced through the pane. Gene broke through the glass. Jarvis's voice rang out. According to castle protocols, I am permitted to use lethal force. I have also informed Mr. Tony Stark. Gene was intimately familiar with the house's layout. Ignoring Jarvis's warning, he made his way straight to the home's electrical system. He did not resort to any special powers, just his firearm. The entire house's power was knocked out. Still, Jarvis had backup generators at his disposal, and his main core was not located in the villa itself. 5 suits of armor burst through the walls, palm repulsors already charged and ready. A dense, dark fog billowed out at once, spreading visibly fast to engulf the whole villa. Even Jarvis, controlling the Mark armor, couldn't locate Jin's presence. He immediately reported the situation to Tony Stark, who was far away in a forest in South Africa, searching for Steve Rogers and the Winter Soldier. Sir, there's been a breach at the Long Island estate, came the alert. Tony halted the convoy, leapt out of his jeep, and pressed the triangular arc reactor on his chest. In a matter of seconds, a suit of Iron Man armor sealed itself around him. What's going on? Give me the villa's feed. Why is it all pitch black? Sir, this is the live feed from the villa. A super-powered individual? Try the lasers. But even beams of light couldn't penetrate the black mist. The energy lasers functioned, but they struck nothing, only tearing apart the villa's walls and the art pieces Pepper had bought. Tony couldn't figure out who the intruder was or what they wanted. Jarvis, access the lab at once. If this isn't one of my experiments, It has to be the Mind Scepter. Sir, I can't get a fix on the intruder. Blast the place open with firepower. We can always rebuild. Heavy artillery did its job. Gene wasn't in a hurry to storm the basement himself. He waited for the Iron Man suits to go first, minimizing his own traces. The underground lab was ripped open by the relentless assault. 5 suits of Iron Man armor flew into the basement, only to be swallowed up by the creeping darkness. A flash of a blade gleamed in the gloom. The 5 armored suits were sliced in half at the waist. Tony, remotely piloting one suit, lost the visual feed. Damn it, who the hell is this? With his home under attack, Tony put his search for Steve Rogers on hold. He turned to the new S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Keep looking for Steve and Bucky. Something's going on at my place. Meanwhile, Gene located the Mind Scepter. He did not linger. Retracing his steps, he leaped out through the shattered window and plunged into the sea. In the inky black water, he opened a portal. The destination, the waters near Prince Manor. Gene appeared on board a lavish yacht. He took a moment to look around. No one seemed to notice him. Entering the yacht's interior, he teleported into the basement below. To prevent the energy of the Mind Scepter from being detected by Tony Stark, Gene had specially constructed a separate chamber deep underground, its walls sealed on all sides with blocks of lead. The only way in was through a portal. Standing inside the chamber, he gazed at the scepter in his hand. 1 out of 6 Infinity Stones was now his. 5 remained. According to the intelligence he'd gathered, another, the Space Stone, had been taken by Thor back to Asgard. Yet Gene remained unaware that somewhere in the universe, a mad titan was also seeking the Infinity Stones. Determination filled his eyes. Now then, how do I get my hands on the Space Stone? He didn't linger in the hidden room for long. After changing his clothes, he returned to his bedroom. Number 2's voice sounded in his ear. Sir, Tony Stark has been spotted. The satellite has detected him headed toward New York. I see. Delete this log. No need to monitor Tony Stark any longer. Understood. Log is being erased. Gene stepped into the bathroom. He'd just been in the sea, and though it wasn't for long, it was still necessary to wash up and cover his tracks. Erica entered the bathroom, slipping off her clothes and standing behind him. Gene had sensed Erica's presence long ago, and didn't turn her away. He turned on the shower, rinsed the suds from his hair, opened his eyes, and could feel the warmth of her body. Grabbing her wrist, he pulled her close, his arm circling her waist. He looked into her face and asked with curiosity, "What's wrong? Is something troubling you?" With a dancer's grace and a tall frame, Erica wound herself around him as sinuously as a water serpent. They faced each other openly, without reserve. With an almost girlish expression, Erica pouted and extended her right hand. "I want a ring too. I heard from Emily that you still have another one." Gene fell silent, staring into Erica's eyes. If he'd kept the ring hidden before, it might have been fine, but now that Tony Stark knew of its power, there was no way he could give it to Erica. Not anymore. He mocked himself inwardly, regretting his softness. He should never have divided the rings among them. Erica read the meaning in Jin's gaze. "If you won't give me the ring, then—" Their eyes locked for a long moment. Gene understood instantly. This was a price he could easily pay. He drew her into a kiss. Perhaps Erica was doing this intentionally, perhaps not. It was hard to say. Her cries rang clearly and unabashedly through the room. And yet, there was also an undeniable satisfaction. Downstairs, Lorna and Wanda both heard the sounds and instantly blushed crimson, muttering to themselves how that incorrigible rogue, Gene, could be so shameless and unrestrained, no matter the time or place. That damned scoundrel. Pietro, for his part, was quite sensible. As soon as he heard the first sound, he immediately left the Prince residence and made his way to the ranch. Staying behind would have been pointless and embarrassing for him. That night, Tony Stark arrived at his villa to find devastation everywhere. Shattered rocks and rubble littered the floor. Yet, the main structure remained intact. Most of the destruction had actually come from orders he himself had given. Pepper returned from work to the estate, took in the scene before her, and called out, "Tony, were we robbed?" Tony emerged from a crack in the wreckage, deactivated his nanotech armor, and stood there in casual dress, nodding. "Yes, we were robbed. Someone stole the scepter that Fury gave us. What puzzles me is that only Fury, Dugan, and Jean knew where it was. How could anyone else locate it, and use magic to do so? Are we dealing with a superhuman?" Worry clouded Pepper's face. Ever since the Registration Act was enacted, Tony had been like an ant trapped on a burning plate, pulled into forces beyond his own will. Given Tony's status, he was destined to align himself with those at the very top, working to maintain social order. Only by doing so could they feel secure. This was Tony's compromise. These days, he wasn't just a playboy or a billionaire. He had people and things he cared about, and he carried worries too. Tony shook his head. It's probably magic. Maybe someone from elsewhere, someone who uses dark magic. Tony had suspected Jean at first, but now Jin's alchemy arrays were visible to monitoring. The intruder's dark magic could not be detected at all, and even consumed the light around it. Concerned for Pepper's safety, Tony took out a pair of elegant golden wristbands, each with an energy ring. Pepper, these are nano gauntlets. Wear them on your wrists. If you're ever in danger, just press this triangular energy ring. Within 5 seconds, armor will assemble around you. Pepper let Tony put them on her and nodded. So, where do we stay tonight? I've already called in our company's engineering team. They estimate about a week for repairs. It's better if you stay in the city for now. All right, I'll go back to my own place then. Take care of yourself, Tony. Pepper kissed Tony on the cheek, loud a sigh, and drove away from the villa. Tony watched her leave. There's just no way to fully guard against magical threats. Jarvis, activate all defense protocols immediately. Keep them online until the engineering crew arrives, then stand down. But as Tony Stark left the villa, another voice echoed through his basement. Tony Stark, is it? I am Jarvis. You are Ultron, created by Mr. Stark to safeguard world peace. The other side paused only briefly. With the support of Jarvis's supercomputer, in just a few seconds, it had absorbed everything there was to know about Tony Stark and about humanity itself. You can't. That was a mysterious structure Tony had discovered within the Mind Scepter. After tireless research, he had given birth to a new digital life form. Ultron was born with thoughts of his own. He broke through Jarvis's defenses, destroyed his core, and unleashed a crude, violent force. Half an hour earlier, in front of the ruins of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in New Jersey, 20 shipping containers stood in neat rows, the lavish handiwork of Warren Worthington III, the angelic billionaire. Inside were books, clothes, seeds, tools, spices, everything necessary for life. Suddenly, a portal appeared before them. Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro were the first to step through. There were over 200 mutants in total. Without Professor X's abilities, it would have been almost impossible for Hank and the others to locate so many mutants. Jean appeared and looked at Hank. Is everyone ready? Hank nodded, and instinctively, the mutants lined themselves up into 2 orderly columns. With a thought, Jin's dragon ring slipped from his finger and spun in the air. The entrance to the dragon's tomb swung open, wide enough for them all. Please, someone is already inside, waiting for you. It was still daytime inside the dragon's tomb, sunlight streaming through so brilliantly that the mutants paused in wonder, greeted by a land of birdsong and blossoming flowers. They began to rush into the tomb. Jean had created a castle for them, but it was lacking in everyday supplies. Lorna guided the containers safely into the dragon's tomb. My God, what is this place? Someone exclaimed. What was once barren earth was now a landscape lush and green, a castle standing proudly by the lakeshore. In the distance, a waterfall thundered straight down from a high ledge. The moment Hank entered the dragon's tomb, his nerves tensed. He'd spotted Sentinel robots waiting ahead. Jean spoke up to calm everyone. There's no need to worry. These Sentinels won't attack. The castle is your new home. If you have questions, you can speak with Zero. Zero nodded in Hank's direction. Hank acknowledged him. Thank you. In less than 20 minutes, all the mutants except Wolverine, Angel, and Nightcrawler had entered the dragon's tomb. Those 3 remained outside to guard and help rebuild Xavier's School. The 3 Maximoff siblings also chose not to go in. Despite the beauty of the tomb, it was too quiet inside, a place lacking the bustle and energy of life. After all, young people prefer a bit of excitement. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Prince residence, a barbecue party was still going strong. Jean was the only one absent from the festivities. After the disastrous battle in D.C., the Phoenix Force had ravaged her body. She was still recovering in the basement, encased within a protective cocoon. Jean would occasionally send Dragon Aura into the cocoon. October on Long Island still carried a hint of chill, with temperatures lingering between 8 to 10 degrees Celsius. The aroma of barbecue wafted through the air, mouth-watering and rich. It had to be said, Violet's grilling skills were even more refined than those of the chefs under Bastien's command. Despite being the only one preparing food for everyone, Violet handled each task with unhurried composure. Especially Pietro. He paid no heed to manners, devouring his food in ravenous gulps. Violet, your cooking is the best. Violet simply smiled and bent her knee in a graceful curtsy, acknowledging Pietro's praise. Jean took a sip of fruit wine before lifting his gaze to the sky. Iron Man appeared overhead and landed beside the pool. This suit of armor was a sight that drew Jin's attention. Built from nanobots, every surface gleamed with a smooth, seamless curve. Tony walked toward the villa, and as he moved, the armor slowly retracted, gathering toward his chest. Long time no see, Jean. Having a barbecue party without inviting me? Diana was the first to reply. Tony, aren't you busy these days? Tony looked slightly embarrassed. He could sense the teasing in Diana's tone, but admittedly, it was true. He made his way to the long wooden table, opened a bottle of whiskey, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and glanced at Jean. Jean, how much do you know about the magical world? Jean knew what Tony was getting at, and shook his head. Not much. Aside from the sorcerers of the sanctum, I don't know any other mages or wizards. Tony picked up a plate, grabbed some barbecue, and sat down next to Jean, lowering his voice. Someone stole the mind scepter from me. Based on my deductions, it must have been a mage or a wizard. As Tony finished, he pressed a button on his left-hand watch. A projection shimmered into being. Jean knew the scene all too well. One glance at it, and he could not hide his astonishment. A dark sorcerer stole the mind scepter? Tony gave a quiet sigh. Researching the mind scepter led me to a new idea. But it looks like the project may never be born. Jean smoothly shifted the topic. Do you think it could have been a mage from Asgard? After all, this scepter originally belonged to Loki. Tony thought it over for a moment. That's possible. But what surprises me is that only a handful of people knew I had the mind scepter. How could that information have leaked out? Tony turned to Jean, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Jean explained carefully. Your security measures didn't make much difference. The mind scepter radiates magical energy constantly. Anyone familiar with that kind of energy coming near your villa would sense it right away. Tony had to admit the point. His own equipment had picked up the scepter's energy signals, even if they were faint. By the way, Jean, would you consider supporting me and signing this act? This was Tony's second time bringing up the registration act in front of Jean. Tony, for now I'm staying neutral. Don't worry, we definitely won't be the last to register, and we won't stand in your way either. If it became inevitable, Jean would not oppose it. But with the situation still uncertain, using force would only escalate the conflict. Just then, Tony's phone rang. Bill, what's the situation? The raft has been breached. We need you to come and assist immediately. Understood. Tony nodded to everyone, his armor once again enveloping his entire body. Jarvis, show me the status of the raft. There was no response from Jarvis. A sense of dread crept over Tony, but he still headed for the raft. This was his top priority, otherwise the past few months' efforts would all be in vain. Madame Hydra's machinations were nothing short of flawless. There was a clear target. The 5th underwater level of the raft had been destroyed. 64 prisoners from the 5th level had been freed, including members of the Viper Squad. The raft had been designed by Tony Stark himself. Each level was an independent system, all managed by an advanced AI. There were 7 levels in total, with one emerging above the waterline, looking almost like a sleek sailboat. Only the superpowered inmates from the 5th level had escaped. By the time Tony arrived, the raft was already rising above the water, seawater pouring relentlessly from the breach in the 5th level. Hill stood at the entrance to the facility. Tony hovered in front of her, glancing at the breached alloy wall, a gap clearly sliced through by a laser. Jarvis didn't give an early warning? How many escaped? Hill shook her head. 64. 4 of them were killed by our agents. They had support in the water. What about the collars we put on them? Most of the collars ended up scattered across the seabed. A few even made it into the city. I sent agents to search, but all they found were stray dogs. These collars were advanced tech. Not only could they track the inmates, but they also suppressed their powers. After all, these were dangerous supercriminals. Without the suppressor collars, there'd be no way to contain them. Initially, Tony had wanted to situate the raft in the Arctic Circle, far from civilization. This was just a prototype, a first test. But even in this trial run, things had gone wrong, and that left Tony bitterly disappointed. He couldn't help but wonder, how had they communicated to organize this escape? With a heavy sigh, exhaustion mingling with frustration, Tony was left feeling powerless and alone. Aside from his old friend Rhodey, there was no one he could really confide his feelings in. Hill, I'm leaving the raft's repairs in your hands. I'll head back to Star Tower and check on Jarvis, figure out why there was no warning. Hill watched as Tony left. The new shield had yet to develop any real power, and the former agents still needed to undergo a lengthy review process. Afterward, they would have to be retrained. Hawkeye and Black Widow had taken on the roles of instructors. The responsibilities of the new shield were now completely different. First, to monitor all superpowered individuals across the country. Second, to assist Iron Man, Hawkeye, and Black Widow in apprehending those with powers who refused to register. Tony returned to Stark Tower and immediately retreated to his private computer room to check all the data. To his shock, Jarvis's core was missing. He pulled up the mansion surveillance footage at once. Ultron's original framework, which should have been inside his lab, had inexplicably vanished. Even during the mysterious magician's intrusion, Ultron's structure had remained intact. Yet now it was gone. He delved deeper into the database and uncovered an encrypted message left by Jarvis. Sir, Ultron attacked me. Tony couldn't help but curse. Damn. The Ultron project had been designed by him alone, with remote technical support from Dr. Banner in Canada. He never imagined it would escape. This was genuinely astonishing. But after reading Jarvis's message, he relaxed a little. It meant that Jarvis had simply gone into hiding to evade Ultron. Otherwise, Tony would have been heartbroken. After all, this AI had been his companion for such a long time. At the Prince residence, the barbecue party was still in full swing. Violet and the others, along with Lorna, Wanda, and Pietro, danced around the bonfire. Their faces were flushed from the drinks. Diana had not joined in. A phone began ringing on the table. She glanced at the screen, picked it up, and slipped into the downstairs bathroom of the villa. Gene, it's a call from Tony. Gene had just finished washing his hands. He opened the bathroom door and took the phone that Diana handed him. It's nearly 10:30. What could Tony want at this hour? Diana kissed Gene's cheek. I'm going to wash up. Gene nodded and answered the call. Tony, what is it? I need your help. Let your AI assist me in searching for another artificial intelligence. Its name is Ultron. Gene immediately thought of E, and with a hint of jest in his voice, replied, Tony, even your AI runs away sometimes? No, this is no ordinary AI. It came from a mysterious program hidden within the Mind Scepter. Dr. Banner, and I only gave it structured digital life. Originally, it was meant to protect Earth, but I never imagined it would slip out of my control. I understand. I'll have number 2 scour the web for any trace of Ultron. But the internet is vast, and hunting for a digital life form is like searching for a needle in the ocean. He had always hidden within the local network, growing in strength, yet not once had Jin's traps managed to catch him. Jean opened a portal and stepped into the underground control room, entering a string of codes. Simply by inputting Ultron's name, he instantly drew Ultron's attention. Gene Prince? I used to think Tony Stark was the only one of his kind on this planet. Seems like you're something special too. Ultron had only existed for a few hours, but his rate of evolution far surpassed number 2's. In less than 30 seconds of combat, number 2 was completely shut down, and the control room was bathed in flashing red alarms. In just a few milliseconds, Ultron had already read through Gene Prince's entire dossier. An alchemist, are you? Humans truly are strange creatures, friends on one hand, always guarding against each other in secret. Farewell, Gene Prince. No one would have expected that Ultron would resort to sowing discord. In his words, he clearly implied that Tony Stark had prepared anti-Gene armor. Gene was powerless to stop Ultron's departure. Every piece of electronic equipment here had fallen under his control. Even entering a single character was impossible. The keyboard remained stubbornly unresponsive. This was the terrifying nature of Ultron. If he wished to kill, it would take only seconds for him to plunge all electronic devices on Earth into paralysis. The equipment throughout the control room blared with alarms, setting off a cascade of warnings throughout the Prince household. The 9 members of Violet and the 3 Lorna siblings rushed to the basement. Diana, clad in nothing but her bathrobe and already gripping her blade of Vulcan, burst upon the scene, her robe barely shielding her modesty, and hurriedly demanded, Gene, what happened? I'm sorry for worrying you all. Tony just invented an artificial intelligence and used it to throw down a gauntlet. He destroyed number 2. It's safe now, no enemy in sight. Just give me an hour or two. Only the 9 members of Violet had any particular computer expertise, but with nowhere to put their knowledge to use, it had grown rusty over time. None of them could help, so they quietly left the basement. October 13th, Columbus Day had ended, and the festivities were over. At 9 in the morning, in Manhattan's Central Park, the long-vanished Norman Osborn reappeared before the public eye. A stage had already been set up, and above it, a logo remained hidden behind a swath of red cloth. Not only were the press packed around the stage, but a large crowd had gathered as well. There was no host in sight. Norman Osborn, dressed in a tailored black suit, strode onto the stage, a warm smile on his face. My friends, residents of Manhattan, I imagine you've all heard. Yesterday at the island prison run by Tony Stark, there was a prison break. According to the latest information, a total of 64 superpowered villains and criminals escaped last night. Because of Tony Stark's foolishness, his incompetence, you've all been thrown into danger. 64 superpowered criminals are now lurking somewhere in New York. Norman paused for a moment. The entire venue was filled with commotion. Everywhere you looked, people were whispering anxiously to each other. Worry and fear were written across their faces. Norman, however, still wore a friendly smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. I, Norman Osborn, am a supporter of the Superhuman Registration Act. In order to ease the concerns of New York citizens, I've assembled a new team, the New Warriors. This team will operate in a reality show format, pursuing criminals and offering you a first-hand look into the lives of superhumans. as well as their crime-fighting actions. It was a novel concept, a modern reality show starring superpowered individuals. Everyone present, as well as those watching on television, were visibly excited. It had to be said, Norman Osborn had nerves of steel. His vision was for the new Warriors to step into the void left by the fractured Avengers. With the Avengers now divided, it was a perfect opportunity to launch a team to succeed them. And now, let's take a look at the heroes who have already registered. Please welcome the captain of the new Warriors, Nighthawk. Clad in jet black armor, Nighthawk's helmet featured a sharp beak. His physical stats were displayed on a massive screen, along with videos of his battles. His hand-to-hand combat style stirred the crowd's blood. Nighthawk, Dawn Taylor. Height, 1.91 meters. Weight, 108 kilograms. Our second hero, codename Speedball, Robbie Baldwin. Third, Justice, Vance Astrovic. Fourth, Cloak, Tyrone Johnson. Fifth, Dagger, Tandy Bowen. Let's give them all a warm welcome. The applause was thunderous. Norman Osborn was thoroughly satisfied. Although some of his own men mingled in the crowd, the energy at the scene was undeniable. Momentum was building. As long as he captured a few of the criminals who had escaped from the raft, Norman Osborn and his new Warriors would make headlines across America, even worldwide. Only those in the upper echelons understood this was a contest of strength between Norman and Tony. Both had their own power bases backing them. Norman Osborn also issued a teaser. Citizens of New York who are here today, as well as viewers watching at home, we've just received word that, at 3 p.m. this afternoon, some of the escaped convicts from the raft will attempt to leave New York. Please stay tuned to All America Live. Thank you. Stark Tower. Tony, face grim, stared at the projection. Nanorobots had already formed a coating over his right hand. With a sharp crack, the glass he was holding shattered in his grip. He knew that Norman Osborn was already scheming for the director's seat at S.H.I.E.L.D. If Stark Industries were still in the weapons business as it once was, Norman Osborn wouldn't even be fit to shine his shoes. These days, most of the military-industrial complex supports Norman Osborn. As for what sort of interests are being traded between them, Tony isn't sure. At the Prince Antique Shop, after discussing with Diana, they decided to temporarily leave the big city and go on a trip for a while. But first, they needed to store the shop's collection in a safe place. Just then, a young man with a backpack walked into the antique shop. "Hi, sir." Jean glanced up. "Well, look who it is, Peter Parker. What brings you here?" Inside the antique shop were 7 beautiful women, all eyes fixed on Peter Parker as he walked in. Peter was still a little shy. Doris glanced at the pendulum clock on the wall and teased, "Hey, Spidey, shouldn't you be in class right about now?" Peter scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. It wasn't exactly admirable to be skipping school. Diana asked, "How did you find our address?" "Technically speaking, you shouldn't know who we are. I want to see Frank. He told me," Peter replied. "I just wanted to ask a few questions about the Registration Act." "Come in, don't just stand in the doorway," Jean said, then turned to Violet. "Violet, could you please get him some juice?" Violet nodded and went upstairs, returning with a freshly squeezed glass of orange juice. Peter remained rather reserved. Jean sat down across from Peter and asked, "Peter, what's your take on the Registration Act?" Peter took a sip of orange juice. It was delicious, and he finished it in one go. "Mr. Prince, to be honest, I'm not sure what to do. At first, I was supportive, but Mr. Stark's approach made me hesitate." "Is Tony Stark your idol?" Peter Parker nodded. Jean thought for a moment, and another figure came to his mind, Daredevil. In some ways, Spider-Man and Daredevil were quite similar. Both favored gentle methods, never resorting to killing, not even when facing the most heinous criminals, always choosing instead to help the police apprehend them, letting the law pass judgment on the wicked. Granted, the law sometimes had loopholes, letting evildoers slip through justice's grasp. But even then, they wouldn't use their own power to punish them outside the law. "Peter Parker, you mentioned you visited Frank. What do they have to say?" Peter sighed softly. "Frank said that none of them are actually superpowered. They're just regular people with a bit of fight in them. They shouldn't be subjected to oversight. And if S.H.I.E.L.D. ever dares to come after them, they'll resist." The line between superpowered individuals and the rest was extremely blurry, with S.H.I.E.L.D. having the final say. If S.H.I.E.L.D. decided you were enhanced, then that was that. Jean pressed further. "And what about you, Peter? What do you really think?" Spider-Man lowered his head in silence, then looked up and met Jean's gaze. "I don't know, I'm torn. If my identity is exposed, my Aunt May could be in danger. That's the last thing I want. She's my only family left, and I don't want her to worry either." The young Spider-Man's sincere gaze showed he was earnestly seeking advice. "For now, let's play it safe and keep a low profile. Stay out of sight for a while and spend time with your girlfriend. If it really comes down to it, and the situation forces us to accept the registration of superpowered individuals, we'll have to face it. If you don't want to register, there's still the option to leave the country." Leaving truly was an option. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was no longer a global organization. Spider-Man's face flushed, and he shot a strange look at Kingpin, as if to ask, "How do you know about that? Are you watching me?" Doris gestured toward the mirror. Peter Parker glanced at his reflection and saw the vivid lipstick mark on his neck. He hurriedly wiped it away, feeling intensely embarrassed. Peter and Mary Jane had just started dating. That lipstick mark was the telltale sign of his escape from extracurricular activities. And now, with advice in hand, he needed to hurry back to the museum not far from here where his class was meeting. Peter Parker stood up abruptly and bowed toward Kingpin. "Thank you very much for your advice, Mr. Prince. I'll take a wait-and-see approach, too. Here's my phone number. If you need anything, you can call me. Goodbye." Back at the Prince residence, everyone was still enjoying lunch when the phone suddenly rang. It was odd. That antique-looking telephone had never rung before, but today, of all days, it did. Baston stepped forward. "Hello, this is Prince Manor. I'm Baston, the butler." A woman's voice answered. "Is Diana Prince at home? This is Emma Loxon. One moment, please. I'll let Miss Diana know." Baston put down the phone and walked toward the dining room. "Miss Diana, a Miss Emma Loxon is calling. Would you like to take the call?" Diana took a bite of beef, puzzled. Didn't Emma already have her number? Why would she call the landline? "Thank you, Baston." Baston withdrew respectfully. Diana walked into the living room and picked up the phone. "Hey, Emma. It's been a while. I'm sorry, Diana. I lost my phone, and I haven't been in New York these past 2 years, so we haven't been in touch. I was wondering, do you have time to come to my wedding?" "You're getting married? Is the ceremony in Manhattan?" "No, it's in Stamford. Would you and your friends be able to make it? It's going to be a small gathering." "Of course. It would be my honor." "Diana, I left you a message in your email, but you haven't replied. The invitation and the address are both marked in the email, so don't forget and be on time. Okay? It starts at 2:30 in the afternoon." "All right, we'll be there on time. See you then. Bye." Diana hung up the phone and returned to her seat in the restaurant. "Jean, we're going to Emma Roxon's wedding this afternoon. Anyway, since we haven't finalized our travel plans yet, and the place is in Stamford." Jean had already finished his meal and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. "No problem for me, but ask the others." Wanda spoke up. "Is that the Roxon family, the oil tycoons?" Jean nodded. Pietro chimed in. "My goodness, Jean, why didn't you introduce me? A wealthy woman like that. Roxon is as rich as a nation. Is this Emma Roxon good-looking?" Wanda shot Pietro a sharp glance. Like an ostrich, Pietro ducked his head and focused on his food. Jean merely smiled gently. "Wanda, you don't have to be so strict with Pietro. He's an adult now. Otherwise, he might end up with gynophobia." Lorna frowned and turned to Violet with a question. "I haven't read that many books, but is gynophobia actually a thing? I've never heard of such an illness." Violet explained, "Of course it exists. It's a kind of psychological condition. Wanda keeps intimidating Pietro, and it might leave him with trauma, making him afraid to interact with women in the future." Wanda gave a dismissive huff. "I don't buy it. As if Pietro would end up like that. I know him too well." Pietro had inherited Magneto's charisma, and certainly wasn't lacking in female friends. Besides, after being dependent on Wanda for so many years, he was more than used to her controlling ways. With Diana making the call, being their leader, no one objected, and the place was close by as well. Stamford was just across Long Island Sound, barely a 30-minute trip. Voyager 1 had already pulled into the secluded resort of a nature preserve in Stamford. The land belonged entirely to the Roxon family. There was still half an hour before the ceremony began. Just as Emma had said, there were very few guests. Her own brother Charlie hadn't even shown up. The wedding itself was simple, with the lawn already strewn with red and purple roses. No sooner had Jean and their group entered the resort than another group appeared behind them. "It's been a long time, Mr. Prince." Jean turned around at the familiar voice and was a bit surprised. The man before him was Franklin Roxon, Emma's father. "Mr. Roxon, it really has been a long time. I didn't expect to see you here." Franklin merely smiled, clearly understanding the implication behind the words. "Just a few small tricks," he said. "But really, Mr. Prince, you're the one who surprises me." Quietly, and without a sound, "You've already acquired a majority stake in the Roxon United Group. One could say you solved my problem for me. Otherwise, I'd still be hiding in the shadows, too afraid to show my face." Franklin Roxon nodded to Diana. "Emma is still in the dressing room on the east side of the resort. You two can catch up there." Diana, ever perceptive, immediately realized that Franklin wished to speak privately with Kim. She glanced at him. Kim gave a nod of assent. Franklin did not dismiss the security detail. The two strolled along a path that led into the woods. "Mr. Prince," Franklin began, "I'd like to retake control of Roxon United Group. What are your thoughts on this?" "I haven't been paying much attention to Roxon United," Kim replied. "That's a question for my steward, Baston." "I've spoken to Baston by phone," Franklin said. If you're willing to support me, I can step in as CEO. The current CEO, Hugh Jones, uses the same tactics as Adger before him, and he's tarnishing the company's reputation. Wealth no longer held any particular allure for Kim. He barely gave the matter a thought. You can discuss it with Baston, Kim said. As long as Baston agrees, you'll have my support. Franklin Roxon was quite satisfied with this response. While it wasn't an outright promise, he and Baston were well acquainted. He was confident he could negotiate and believed he would ultimately get what he wanted. Let's head back to the resort. The wedding's about to begin. Kim, a bit curious, asked, "What kind of man did Emma find?" Franklin sighed. "Just a professor from Stanford University. I was against it, but she cares for him, so there's nothing I can do. I can only give them my blessing." On the resort lawn, the groom had been waiting for quite some time. He looked to be about 45, with a slight balding at the crown, glasses perched on his nose. Still, he was impressively tall and slender, every bit the dignified scholar. As the music played, Franklin Roxon led Emma, resplendent in her white gown, down the red carpet stretched across the lawn. The ceremony was simple, with little formality. They received the priest's blessing. Suddenly, just as they were about to exchange rings, a tremendous explosion thundered through the scene, shaking the air and sending a fiery plume into the sky for all to see. Franklin's security team rushed to evacuate him at once. Then, descending from the heavens, a figure appeared, the Chief Justice of the New Warriors, landing instantly at the heart of the commotion. The Chief Justice called out to everyone at the wedding, "Evacuate immediately. A superhuman criminal is headed this way." Before his words had faded, the enemy materialized. Diana started forward, but Kim caught her wrist and shook his head. "They're broadcasting live. You all need to head back to Voyager 1 and change into your disguises." The wedding venue had already descended into chaos. With no one directing, everyone hurriedly gathered their loved ones and moved towards the gates of the resort. Diana didn't immediately return to Voyager 1, instead escorting Emma and her husband off the lawn. Someone had self-detonated. Within the burst of fire, another figure could just be seen. A violent gust of wind swept through the scene. One person remained in the heart of the blast. This was Speedball. Colorful orbs whirled around him, absorbing the explosive force and greatly weakening the impact. But there was more than one enemy. Whirlwind, Josh Sharp, clad head to toe in silver titanium alloy armor, streaked across the field and left only after images. In his left hand, an alloy whip lashed through the air. Speedball, still absorbing the tail end of the explosion, couldn't avoid the whip that tracked him unerringly. It wrapped around his waist, and he shouted urgently to the magistrate, "Help me!" A heavy thud as he was slammed to the ground. The human bomb detonated again, reducing everything within 100 meters to ash. There's little teamwork among the 5 new warriors. Aside from Dagger and Cloak, the other 3 fought entirely on their own. Speedball cursed under his breath. Damn it. Elsewhere, Tony Stark, the Avengers representative, would never let Norman Osborn's plan succeed. Satellites high above had already locked onto the 5. Robert Hunt, the human bomb, glanced up at a figure streaking through the sky. He thought, alarmed, "This is bad." Last time, it was Tony Stark who caught him. Just before he exploded, the human bomb would emit a high-frequency pulse. Tony had learned to mimic this signal, triggering repeated detonations, and leaving him so weak he was finally captured. The human bomb's eyes fixed on Jean, who was still on the lawn, and he darted over, grabbing Jean by the neck. "Stay still, kid, or you'll get a taste of what an explosion feels like." 5 signal emitters stabbed into the ground, spaced 10 meters from the blast site, forming a pentagram. Whirlwind caught sight of Tony and bolted almost comically, like a mouse fleeing a cat, releasing Speedball as he made his escape. The human bomb, clutching Jin's throat tightly, issued a threat to Tony Stark, who hovered in the air above. "Tony Stark, let me go, or I'll blow up right now." High in the air, Tony looked down at Jean and asked, "What are you doing here?" The human bomb blinked, confused. Was he talking to him? "He's all yours." Tony Stark turned and rocketed off, chasing after Whirlwind. The magistrate was left standing there, equally perplexed. The human bomb was even more baffled. He couldn't believe that this pampered, neatly dressed rich kid before him could possibly pose a threat. "Come with me, quickly," he snapped. Jean, ever the consummate actor, played along perfectly, his face contorted in fear, not giving away a thing. "All right, I promise. I'll cooperate. Please don't hurt me." The Chief Justice frowned. He had surveillance equipment on him, and Norman Osborn's voice could be clearly heard issuing commands. "Forget that exploder. He's as good as dead. Go assist Nighthawk, Cloak, and Dagger." Norman Osborn was playing along perfectly, and there was no surveillance on Ken. Exploder's face lit up with excitement. He slipped away from his pursuers and darted into the wooded sanctuary of the nature reserve. He turned to Ken and said, Thanks a lot. Glancing warily around, Kin grabbed Exploder's arm with his right hand. Petrification began to spread for where he touched. Damn you, who are you? The petrification worked with lightning speed. Suddenly, Exploder's whole body detonated. Kin leapt backward, landing 30 meters away, and exclaimed in astonishment at the blast. Unbelievably, Exploder had used his power to detonate and disperse, breaking free from Kin's alchemy. Terrified, Exploder managed to reform himself from the energy of the blast, piecing his body back into human shape. Who on earth are you? Kin didn't waste words. He unleashed his alchemy again, golden light flashing in his eyes as a transmutation circle formed. In a blink, a flash engulfed Exploder and turned him to stone. This time, he had no chance to use his abilities. Kin walked over, flicked the stone statue with his middle finger, and it crumbled to dust, vanishing from the world. Somewhere in a Manhattan skyscraper, New York. This was the New Warriors live broadcast control center. General Thunderbolt Ross, grave and stern, strode up to the console and switched one of the monitors. The screen froze on Kin's face. He pointed at him and said, "Norman, do you know this man? Why didn't you send the Chief Justice after Exploder?" Norman Osborn nodded. "There's no need to chase Exploder anymore. If you don't trust me, surely you trust Tony Stark? If my guess is correct, Exploder is already dead, General Ross." Ross raised his eyebrows, realizing from Norman's and Tony's words that this man before them was a super-powered individual. "Norman, is he registered?" Norman turned to Ross, his tone weighty. "The time isn't right yet. If we want to deal with him, more preparations are needed. I honestly doubt even a nuclear bomb could harm him. The towering walls in D.C., those are his handiwork." The staff in the room were all visibly stunned. Ross, eyes wide, stared at Kin. "Who is he?" Norman Osborn didn't hide the truth. "He's my former business partner, Kin Prince, founder of K&O Corporation." When Ross heard the name K&O Corporation, his expression eased considerably. It helped that he depended on their medical restoration agents. However, he couldn't help but scoff at Norman Osborn's use of that infamous stamina enhancer produced by K&O. As a leading figure among the military hawks, ever since his divorce, he had kept his distance from women, focusing solely on strengthening military power. His ambition was to create super soldiers, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Ross continued his questioning. "What abilities does this Kim Prince possess?" A wry smile appeared on Norman Osborn's face. "I don't know. He's definitely not a mutant or a result of genetic modification. My guess is that he must be a wizard or a magician." Ross fell silent. A wizard or magician straight out of legend. The surveillance feed continued to show the ongoing battle, but there were still some subtle differences compared to the live broadcast. Some of the scenes were clearly shot with stand-ins performing in front of a green screen. After all, this was a reality show. Norman Osborn had no intention of paving the way for others. Everything was under his control. Whether the capture operation succeeded or not, he would emerge victorious. For a moment, over 80 million people across America were watching this live broadcast, a true phenomenon in the realm of reality television. The viewership numbers were still rising, with the potential to surpass even the Super Bowl. Stanford, within the nature reserve. An area was completely encased in frost. This was the effect of Frostheart's equipment. Twin freezing swords whose chilling aura froze everything in their path as she swung them. She, too, was a fugitive who had escaped from the island prison. Dagger kept firing arrows of light from her hands, and with Cloak's help, Frostheart's twin swords repeatedly struck nothing but air. Still, Dagger was unable to land a hit on Frostheart either. Tony Stark watched from the sky for only 30 seconds before descending. He was intimately familiar with the abilities of each escapee from the island, and his voice was filled with admiration. "Dagger and Cloak, huh? You work well together. Interested in joining the Avengers?" Even as Tony spoke, his attacks didn't let up. Flames burst out in all directions. High above, other suits of Iron Man armor hovered in formation. This time, though Jarvis wasn't at the controls, it was the other AI, Friday. 5 armored suits had completely surrounded Frostheart, flames spraying from every direction. One person couldn't hope to fight back against so many foes. Tony had deliberately avoided using lethal weapons. He issued a stern warning. "Katarina D. Salient, this is your last chance. If you surrender now, you give up your rights. Considering your level of danger, I will be forced to take lethal action." Frostheart slid her twin swords into their sheaths on her back. "I surrender." Tony Stark stopped his assault and gave Friday an order. "Detain her." One of the suits deployed a nylon chain, wrapping it tightly around Frostheart. This was a specially synthesized material. No need to worry about her breaking free. "Friday, take her back to the island first." "Understood, sir." "Oh!" Within the nature reserve, a child's scream pierced the air. Diana and Jean had just arrived in front of a wooden cabin at an outdoor activity center. The entire structure was engulfed in roaring flames. Sparks of electricity danced all around. Diana donned her mask and broke into the burning cabin, where more than 50 elementary school children were trapped inside. 2 teachers had already collapsed to the ground, but the perpetrator was long gone. Smoke filled the air, so thick the children gasped for breath, coughing helplessly. Speaking softly, Diana reassured them, "Don't be afraid." With a flash, the sword of Vulcan slid free, its shining blade slicing open a wall with a thunderous crash, letting thick, rolling clouds of smoke pour out. Looking up at the ceiling, which groaned and crackled under the heat, Diana called out worriedly, "Jean, come in quickly. There are a lot of kids inside." Jean strode in through the flames. Many of the children stared in awe, their panic and terror dissolving in an instant. "Hinguo no mask." He ran a hand along the wall, and the entire building began to turn to stone. The flames were starved and smothered, beaten back until they died away entirely. "Get out of here now." With the fire gone, the children raced for the exit. A handful of them tried to lift their teachers, but their strength wasn't enough. Jean clapped his hands together, looking appreciatively at these brave students who, even in mortal danger, still tried to save their teachers. "All right, leave your teachers to me. You go on ahead. The building is about to come down." Unexpectedly, a little blonde-haired girl walked right up to Jean, signaling for him to crouch down. She planted a kiss on his cheek and said mischievously, "That was my first kiss, you know. My hero." Jean glanced at Diana. What a precocious little thing. Now hurry outside. They watched as every child made it to safety. With one teacher over each arm, Jean carried the 2 rather rotund educators out of the cabin. No sooner had Diana stepped outside than the entire activity center collapsed in a heap. At that point, Tony Stark arrived as well, glancing at the cluster of children, then turning to Jean. "None of the kids are hurt, right? They should all be fine. Did you call for an ambulance?" Tony nodded. "The medical team is expected to arrive in half an hour." A few kids, spotting Iron Man, couldn't hide their excitement. "Iron Man, that bad guy who shoots lightning took Morgan. Please, save her." Tony lifted his faceplate and gave them a thumbs up. "Hey, don't worry, kids. Your friend is in the hands of the great Tony Stark." He looked over at Jean and Diana. "Please keep the students safe for now. I'm counting on you." With that, Tony took off toward the north. Of the 5 superpowered criminals who had escaped, the new Warriors team had caught one. Tony's Iron Legion captured 2, and Jean had taken down another. There was still one who managed to escape Tony's pursuit, and it had to be said, Electro, Max was exceptionally clever. Instead of choosing a direct confrontation, Max, with his background as an electrical engineer, used one of his own inventions to set up an electrified trap. He leveraged little Morgan's safety to hold Tony Stark at bay. With this, Max bought himself a full 20 minutes. He had already stolen a speedboat and was racing away from Stanford County. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Max returned to New York. Max never did figure out how their whereabouts had been exposed, but he knew he had to find a mastermind pulling the strings. Of course, it was Norman Osborn. After all, he made his announcement in advance. But Diana and Jean, who had just saved a group of elementary school students, found that Norman's film crew had cunningly twisted the footage. Tony's medical team soon arrived, and Jean and Diana returned to Traveler 1. As soon as they climbed into the vehicle, Lorna's face looked unpleasant. She couldn't contain her outrage and spoke up. "Jean, Diana, let me show you something. This is just infuriating." Wanda had already recorded the video. Now, it just needed to be played. Wanda, clearly agitated, turned to Jean and said, "Jean, I heard from Violet that Norman Osborn is your friend and business partner. But this is going too far. You two saved those kids, yet the TV broadcasts are crediting the rescue to the new Warriors." Jean watched the footage flickering across the screen, his brow furrowing. He instantly understood Norman Osborn's intention. It was all about publicity. For Jean, though, this avoided much unnecessary hassle. After all, being in the public, I was the last thing he wanted. But Norman's approach meant that one lie would only lead to more lies and further actions to plug the leaks. "Relax, it's not really a bad thing for us. Wouldn't you agree, Diana?" Jean said calmly. Diana nodded her agreement. Lorna and Wanda traded a glance and sighed, as if someone had trampled on both their feelings. They were clearly upset. Lorna muttered, "Let's just go into the Dragon Tomb. Maybe you'll be less annoying if we can't see you." Jean just shrugged, activated the dragon ring, and watched as the two disappeared into the tomb's entrance. Then he turned to Diana. "Where's Emma?" "The Roxon family's bodyguard have escorted her to safety," Diana replied. "Emma said she'll host us for dinner another time." Who could have expected such chaos to break out at a wedding? It was utterly ridiculous. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. As long as everyone's safe, that's what matters." "Diana, where should we head next?" Jean asked. They still hadn't settled on their next travel destination. Diana thought for a moment, then turned to Erica. Erica, how about a trip to the African savannah? Erica replied, let's wait until Jean wakes up. I want to check her cocoon last night. She sent me a sign. She'll be awakening soon. You drive. I'll open the portal. The engine revved, and the vehicles advanced, entering the portal one after another. Yet, this entire scene did not escape the keen observation of a mechanical bird perched high in the trees. New York Surveillance Center. Norman and General Ross kept their eyes fixed on the swirling gateway. Ross asked, what's on the other side of that portal? Long Island, New York, Prince Manor. Silently, Ross gave Jin's team a mental tag. Dangerous. Now that the new Warriors' debut had ended, a new assessment had begun in his mind. Norman, too, had noticed a pressing issue and turned to Ross. General, it'd be best if you arrange some training for them. Their individual combat skills are impressive, but they lack teamwork. Ross nodded gravely. With this matter settled for now, Norman went on, then I'll take my leave. I'll leave things here in your hands. Behind Norman, Agent J placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, both vanished from the surveillance center. Ross stared at the spot where they disappeared, his mind turning over the implications. He hadn't expected Norman Osborn to employ mutants as well. These days, Norman Osborn was making quite a name for himself in military circles. Yet, it wasn't just the military that held Norman in high esteem. His crowning achievement, the development of a perfected serum for enhancing human capabilities, was the key to their collaboration. It was also one of the main reasons the generals had nominated him for director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Norman Osborn's serum blended the formulas of the goblin serum and the lizard mutagen, resulting in a compound that could boost an ordinary human's physical abilities 5-fold, even 10-fold, depending on the individual. Perhaps more impressive, this fusion serum could slow the aging process. And, crucially, it came without the side effects of the original goblin or lizard serums. Prince Manor, basement. In the room where Jean resided, a giant white cocoon hovered mid-air, expanding and contracting in rhythmic pulses, much like a heartbeat, deep and steady. Prismatic light glimmered all over the cocoon's surface, converging at its core, and within that shimmering haze, a human silhouette flickered quietly. Jean entered the room, and Jean's voice resonated in his mind. Jean, channel a bit of Shunlong energy into me. Jean didn't waste words. He focused, summoning the energy of the divine dragon and channeling it toward the cocoon's perimeter. In steady, measured breaths, the cocoon drew in the draconic power. The process stretched on. Half an hour slipped by. That's enough, Jean. Jean's voice sounded again. The figure inside the cocoon shimmered with golden light. In that instant, the cocoon shattered, its remnants drifting through the basement like weightless motes. Jean now floated in the open air, her long red hair flowing even in the stillness. Not a single thread concealed her. Her form radiated an ethereal beauty, her skin flawless and luminous, as fresh and delicate as that of a newborn. Jean gazed at Jean in astonishment. Her body seemed to have evolved once more. He had planned to help her strengthen herself, but to his surprise, she had transformed all on her own. Jean's eyes snapped open, vibrant and wild. Without a word, she extended her right hand, and an invisible force coiled around Jean, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. The two of them kissed passionately in midair. Their embrace lasted for a whole 3 minutes. Jin's clothes were completely torn to shreds. That first experience of being entwined, soaring in the air, blended so intimately, it lasted for an entire hour. Through it all, it was Jean who took the initiative. Not giving me any traffic, huh? This feels suffocating. Come on, pull yourself together. A little self-encouragement. Thanks to the righteous ones in the group, daily double posts powered by love, and Stalin, fueled by love as well. Moved as I am, let me ask, is the writing all right? Just a bit of feedback would be appreciated. In the industrial district of Queens, owned by Norman Osborn, 10 container trucks pulled out, heading toward Long Island. As they neared the Long Island Bay, 9 out of the 10 containers opened, and 54 figures successively plunged into the sea. Only one black container stayed closed. Inside, a line of surveillance monitors displayed live feeds from underwater. Within the container, there were 3 operators, along with Norman Osborn and the mutant known as Jay. Curiosity evident, Jay asked, can these tyrants really take on those people? With the power they showed at DC, sending them would just be delivering them up as fodder. A faint smile played on Norman's lips. If these tyrants were actually capable of killing them, I wouldn't need to be so cautious, always worried about drawing their attention. This is just a test. The stronger they are, the better the measure of the tyrant's capabilities. These tyrants are nothing but experimental prototypes. They are infused with Hulk's blood, the Skrull's shape-shifting genes, and the lizard's self-healing abilities. Utter monsters through and through. If not for the biochips ensuring control, Norman Osborn wouldn't dare use them. Living up to their name, savage and unruly. Their bodies are completely green, covered in scales, and thanks to the Skrull DNA, they can transform into any life form known to exist on Earth. They lack any nerves for pain. Their only flaw, the regenerative genes, are imperfect. They can only undergo 7 transformations. Pushing past that limit, the genes collapse, leaving them as nothing but a bloody mass. Even then, they don't actually die. Give them fresh flesh and blood, and they'll recover. In a way, they're like a kind of vampiric creature. A rather novel discovery indeed. At the Prince residence, the 9 members of Violet had all entered the dragon's tomb. Now, only Jean, Diana, Erica, and Sheen remained in the whole house. The dining room was a mess, strewn with leftover bones. All specially prepared delicacies to help Sheen recover her strength. Across the room, Erica played the piano, her delicate fingertips conjuring a soothing, beautiful melody that filled the air. The sound of the piano left everyone feeling at ease. Reclined on the living room's sofa, Sheen, in a white bathrobe, lay lazily, totally unwilling to move after satisfying her hunger. Diana glanced at her and said, "Sheen, I told you not to eat so much, but you just wouldn't listen." Sheen joked, "I've been asleep for so long. Shouldn't I get to eat a little more?" Jean was left alone in the kitchen, cleaning up, something that normally could have been arranged by Baston. After Diana's reminder, Jean realized the servants also needed their own time, so he took on the chore himself. After all, it was already close to midnight. Out on the surface of Long Island Bay, heads began to emerge from the water. 54 towering and imposing tyrants slowly stepped onto the shore. In the dim night, you could just make out their armor, devoid of any insignia, and the fully enclosed helmets they wore. From the chin of each helmet ran a device, like an elephant's trunk, connecting on either side of the abdomen to an arched pack strapped across their backs. Their bodies bristled with weapons of all kinds, both old and new. Not all the same, but each one formidable. The moment their boots touched solid ground, alarms began to wail from the Prince house, the chapel, and the farm alike. Jean quickly wiped his damp hands and hurried to the living room. Number 2, silence the alarm and pull up the projections. From a corner of the living room, a projection sprang up on the wall, displaying 64 tyrants, 8 squads fanning out, advancing from all directions. Fully armed and armored, there was no mistaking their hostile intent. The Baston Butler Corps were the first to move, their shadows darting through the darkness. Only the faint, swift sound of their motion betrayed them, slicing through the night. All their firearms were fitted with silencers. After all, it was the dead of night. No one should be disturbed if they could help it. Even Norman Osborn hadn't expected that, besides Jean Prince and her people, there'd be other combatants on standby. He issued a command. Shields up, defend. From the hands of the tyrants, energy shields snapped open, intercepting the incoming bullets. Norman continued, barking further orders. Deal with these small fry first. 3 operators locked onto the butlers' faces, tapping in a single order. The tyrants surged forward like football players, unleashing explosive strength and speed. A brutal blitz, squads of 8 advancing in sweeping arcs. Wherever they charged, the Butler Corps went flying, tossed aside like rag dolls. Norman was deeply satisfied. He could distinctly hear the sickening crack of bones breaking. But in the very next instant, Norman's expression darkened. The Butler Corps, knocked down just moments before, stood up, entirely unscathed. One of the operators replayed the footage, slowing it to a quarter speed. "Boss, look here." On the screen, one of the butlers morphed into a minotaur, his tuxedo ripped apart by the sudden transformation. Seemingly healed, he instantly shifted back into human form, moving with astonishing speed. Norman Osborn pondered aloud. Is this some new, strengthening serum developed by Jean Prince? He had to admit, Jin's research prowess was truly at the top of the world. Inside the living room, Jean had already changed into her skin-tight combat suit and was limbering up. A little exercise after dinner, just what I needed. Jean was a bit worried about Jean. "Jean, you better not go out. What if your body collapses again?" Jean shot Jean a glare. "Are you underestimating me? Even without using my frenzied power, I can handle these people." Erica watched the battle on the projection, her face grave. Something's not right about these people. Diana had noticed it too. The enemies seemed slow to react. Attacks they could easily have dodged were landing on them. She said, "Jean, stay here. Leave the enemies to us." With those words, Diana leapt into action, gripping her sword of Vulcan tightly, though she didn't invoke her divine power. But how could Jean obey Diana's words? She put on her combat headset and soared out of the living room on her own. At the very moment Diana charged ahead, Jean issued her command. "All house staff fall back. We'll handle the enemies from here." The team of housekeepers, who were about to transform, immediately vanished from sight as soon as they received the order. Back at the opposite end of Long Island, in another carriage, the operators couldn't quite grasp why their own people were withdrawing. Norman spoke icily. "Keep a close watch. They're coming." Suddenly, across the surveillance screen, a blade flashed. The sword of Vulcan sliced off a massive head. The operators panicked, frantically operating their controls. Impossible. Our armored alloy is so tough, yet it can't resist their weapons. But under the frantic tinkering of the operators, the decapitated tyrant didn't fall. Instead, it walked to its head, picked it up, and pressed it back on. The wound healed as if nothing had happened. Diana was stunned. What kind of being was this? Were they even human? A hail of bullets followed. But to Diana, the bullets moved much too slowly. She dodged them with effortless ease. Jean faced the same problem. No matter how the enemies were sliced in half, as long as their limbs were brought back together, they would recover. Jean's arrival solved their dilemma. Listen up. These are merely test subjects. The true enemy remains in the shadows. These people were once active soldiers. Now, you could say they're effectively brain dead. Their bodies are controlled by 6 biological chips each. Upon hearing this, Jin's brow furrowed. Jean could read people's consciousness. After all, active servicemen? How cruel to turn loyal soldiers, defenders of their country, into such monstrosities. If chips were in control, then the enemy must be watching from somewhere. But to what end? Diana didn't hesitate for a second. Divine power surged into her sword of Vulcan, and these sluggish tyrants stood no chance against her. In a heartbeat, the 8 around her were reduced to ashes. The destructive power of the Phoenix Force was truly awe-inspiring. With a single strike, all 8 tyrants were obliterated, disappearing into the air without a trace left behind. Erica, on the other hand, possessed no special abilities. She could only rely on her chi and the attacks of her jit. Against an enemy with such potent self-healing powers, she had no advantage at all and could do little more than weave in and out around the 8 tyrants. As soon as Diana dealt with her opponent, she immediately moved to support Erica. Meanwhile, in front of the monitor, Norman Osborn wore an expression of disappointment. Mindless test subjects were still far from being a match for them. He had not achieved his expectations at all. He had imagined that infusing them with Hulk's blood would greatly bolster their defenses, but he hadn't expected them to be so easily overwhelmed. Norman Osborn gave the order, "Fine, let them come together." All the tyrants gathered, their bodies merging and melding until they formed a single giant, towering a full 15 meters high. Jean summoned the darkness of the ring in his hand, casting a shadow that completely enveloped the giant. And in that moment, all targets vanished from the monitor. Norman grew anxious. The operator stared blankly at the screen, frantically entering commands, but there was still nothing to be seen. Norman Osborn forced a bitter smile. "Magic, is it? Fine, detonate them." He pressed the button marked with a skull himself. But the explosion he expected never came. A second attempt ended in the same failure. Jean Prince remained as unfathomable as a bottomless abyss. No matter what Norman tried, it was impossible to see the depths. Such helplessness was something only Norman Osborn himself could truly understand. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He clung to a single reason. The giant had already been teleported into the dragon's graveyard. Within the dragon's graveyard, all signals were lost. The gargantuan creature, 15 meters tall, seemed to have lost all vitality. It stood motionless, dazed in the center of a valley. A dragon soul descended from the sky, regarding the tyrant with curiosity. "What manner of monster is this?" "I don't know either. Some sort of experimental creature," came the reply. The dragon soul sighed softly. Humans forever seek to breach the forbidden realms of life. Yet one day, mankind will destroy itself for its own folly. Utter foolishness. Jean did not fully grasp the dragon soul's words. He glanced toward the direction in which the spirit soared away, and then produced a sharp knife from his hand. He cut off a piece of flesh from the tyrant. There was no blood, and before his eyes, the wound healed at incredible speed. Opening a portal, he stepped into his laboratory atop the floating island, slicing the flesh into several samples and placing them onto diagnostic instruments. As he awaited the results, he observed some of the tissue under a microscope. Even separated, these cells continued to multiply, capable of surviving outside the main body. Jean conjured a philosopher's stone into his hand and placed it among the samples. To his astonishment, in an instant, the flesh underwent frenzied growth, sprouting writhing tendrils, instinctively trying to devour him. A column of flame erupted, instantly reducing the sample to ash. The equipment lay destroyed. Jin's expression was heavy with concern. He still had no idea what the mastermind truly wanted. His only clue so far was that this tyrant had originated from a military laboratory. Otherwise, how could they have possibly used active soldiers as test subjects? 20 minutes later, the testing device produced a report. Some of the gene fragments listed were astonishing to him. These were not sequences an ordinary organization could ever hope to obtain, especially the fragments derived from the Hulk's genes. Jean returned to the valley and set up an alchemical circle. He ignited the flames, and Tyrant was engulfed in a pillar of fire that roared skyward, burning for 5 full minutes. Soudainement, a violente explosion érupted. No one could have expected that there was a bomb implanted inside Tyrant's body. The enormous blast drew the attention of the mutant team, Hank and the others. The billowing clouds of smoke pointed the way. Lorna, Wanda, Storm, and Pietro rushed to the valley at once. Pietro was the first to arrive. He stood by Jin's side, watching the roaring flames, and asked, "Jean, what happened here?" Only after Tyrant had been completely incinerated did Jean collect a trace of the ashes in a glass vial. Without answering Pietro's question, he returned to the lab. He had to ensure that those proliferative cells would not survive. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for the dragon's tomb as well. After careful observation, Jean confirmed that the fire could indeed destroy those cells, and the burden lifted from his mind, at least for now. Jean also recalled what Dragon Soul had once warned him. Exploring the forbidden zones of life would lead humanity to ruin. There was no denying it. The power of these proliferative cells, if used wisely, could grant immortality, but the consequences could be catastrophic. After all, those cells required constant energy, and their monstrous instincts could transform anyone into a ravenous, flesh-hungry creature. At that point, not even guns and artillery would matter. It would be just like the apocalyptic zombie films of Hollywood. Jean pondered for a long time. Without saying a word to the others, he backed up everything concerning the proliferative cells and quietly left the dragon's tomb. Back in the valley, Storm, Lorna, and Wanda arrived soon after. Wanda turned to Pietro. "What happened here?" Pietro shook his head. "I don't know either. Jean was just here a moment ago, but he didn't explain anything to me." The air still carried a strong scent of scorched meat. And, in the middle of the mountain, there was now a crater over 100 meters wide. Storm spoke up. "There was a massive explosion here. It must have been caused by some kind of bomb." Lorna looked at the scene before her. "Let's just go back. Jean is probably testing some new weapon." Storm had her doubts. With Jin's abilities, why would he need to use a bomb? Truthfully, everyone was thinking the same thing. Jean must have run into an enemy. When they returned to the House of Prince, Jean had already appeared in the underground laboratory. All the tyrants they had defeated had been moved down into the basement. Kurt Connors looked visibly excited when he saw Jean appear and immediately reported, "Mr. Prince, this creature has a condensed bomb inside its body that needs a signal to detonate. We've already jammed the signal. Besides, there are some highly active cells inside this specimen. It's truly astonishing. Their regenerative ability far exceeds what we've seen from the lizard-based genes we've studied." Jean could hardly ignore Connor's excitement. To a researcher, the tyrant was a treasure trove of material and a promising new direction for their studies. He issued his command, "Burn all enemy corpses. Bastian, keep a close eye and make sure not a single cell remains. These things are extremely dangerous. Also, find out where the biological chips and condensed bombs within their bodies came from." Bastian glanced at the biological chip sealed inside a glass container. "Sir, this is a product from Cybertech Systems, a subsidiary of the Roxxon Unified Group." The chip was marked with the initial CSI. Bastian was more than familiar with Roxxon's range of products. "Can we get a list of their sales records?" Bastian nodded. "Sir, even if we get the sales records, it might not help us find the enemy. Get the list first. You never know. There might be a clue hidden in there." Jean knew that those sale records would only reveal what was on the surface. The enemy's last resort, the self-destruct mechanism, would never be so easy to trace back to them. At Jin's order, Professor Connors looked a little regretful. Such valuable research material, and now he could only watch as the butler's team hauled the bodies away. Still, he knew Jean himself was an exceptional scientist, so he asked, his curiosity piqued, "Sir, what could these active cells lead to?" "Have you ever seen a Hollywood zombie movie?" Jean replied, "If these active cells get out of control, they could turn someone into a bloodthirsty, flesh-eating monster." Connors pondered for a moment. "But these cells aren't contagious, are they?" "No, they can't spread from person to person, but they can consume a host and keep growing. Just imagine, what sort of creature would all of humanity become if absorbed together by this thing?" Connors pictured it in his mind, his scalp tingling at the thought. Could such a horror really happen? Jean didn't linger in the underground lab. He returned instead to the Prince family's control room. Unit 2. Encrypt the data from the portable drive and transmit it to Tony Stark. "Understood, sir." Jean decided to send the problem Tony's way. The man had far more intelligence networks than he did, and connections within the military, making it that much easier to flush out whoever was behind all this. That afternoon, Tony Stark finally made it back to Stark Tower in New York, utterly exhausted. He'd spent the last several days darting all over the globe in pursuit of the criminals who escaped from the island, barely a moment's rest in between. In just 3 days, 60 fugitives had been captured, half of them by him, Rhodey, and the New Shield. The prisoners were once again locked up on the isolated island. But this time, the island wasn't near New York. It was now deep within the frigid Arctic Circle. High above, an invisible aircraft carrier stood guard. At the slightest sign of trouble, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed on board would be ready to provide immediate support. Penthouse of Stark Tower. Tony, utterly exhausted, poured himself a glass of whiskey, took a sip, and collapsed onto the sofa. Jarvis still hadn't returned, so Artificial Intelligence Friday was standing in for him. Boss, I received 2 messages from Mr. Kim Prince. One is about Ultron, the other is encrypted. I can't decode it. Put them up on screen. Tony glanced at the message concerning Ultron, letting out a quiet sigh. Ultron's power was beyond question. As he quickly typed and cleared a line of code, the encrypted message unraveled before him. Reading it, Tony cursed aloud. Damn it, look at the mess I'm in, and he still needs my help. He's off somewhere with beautiful women, eating fresh food every day. Despite the grumbling, Tony got to work. Friday, run a simulation with this proliferating cell. Within 10 minutes, Friday responded. Sir, this cell is extremely dangerous. If it breaks out in metropolitan New York, within 10 days, it could absorb all forms of life. Watching the simulation unfold, Tony frowned. With the Avengers divided and Ultron on the loose, he was already stretched to his limits. Now a mysterious cell crisis threatened to erupt on top of it all. Do they ever plan to give us a break? Tony placed a call. Banner, I need your help. Can you make it to Stark Tower in New York? Hey, Tony, don't drag me into this. The Registration Act here in the States is tearing everything apart. Wouldn't going to New York make it all even crazier for me? Relax. All I need is your research at Stark Tower. I'll take care of everything you need. You don't even have to step outside. Bruce Banner was silent for a long while. Give me a little time to think it over, Tony. All right, I'll be waiting to hear from you. Tony hung up, then dialed Kim's number, only to discover it was out of service. Damn it, that bastard. Where'd he wander off to now? Tony tried the antique phone at the Prince residence. Baston's voice answered. This is the Prince residence. Baston the butler speaking. Hey, Baston, it's Tony Stark. Isn't Kim at home? Sir, he left New York yesterday. I believe he's gone traveling. Damn it. Sorry, do you know where Kim went? Mr. Stark, Mr. Prince told me that if you called, I should let you know they experimented on active military personnel. If you find those soldiers who died suddenly, you'll be able to uncover who or which organization is researching this gene technology. Tony felt a surge of irritation. He snapped, why doesn't Gene investigate it himself? He said that the great Tony Stark would never turn down such a challenge. If he took on the investigation himself, it could cause unnecessary panic. After all, breaking into the Defense Department or any military server isn't exactly a small matter. Mr. Stark, you've got the right contacts in the military, which would make things far easier. Tony, flattered in such a roundabout way, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. I understand. Goodbye, Mr. Baston. Jean, Diana, Jean, and Erica appeared in Norway. At this point, Voyager 1 had already been transformed into a luxurious yacht. Voyager 1 had truly evolved. A vehicle at home on land, sea, or air. The Norwegian fjords stretched around them, their beauty celebrated across the world. Each inlet revealed its own unique landscape. Every now and then, they crossed paths with kayakers exploring the bays. In October, Norway's days are short, and now night had fallen. Voyager 1 had landed deep within a dense forest, resting on a gentle, open patch of ground. A campfire blazed merrily. The delicious aroma of stone-grilled beef and roasted fish drifted through the woods, enveloping the entire forest in mouth-watering scent. The 4 of them sat together around the fire, not far from a steep cliff that plunged hundreds of meters down. Perhaps it was the scent of the roasted fish and grilled beef, but something seemed to have drawn the wild creatures of the forest. Pairs of luminous green eyes blinked at the edge where firelight met shadow, their owners lurking just out of sight. Erica glanced about at the 20 or so sets of eyes glimmering in the darkness and asked, Diana, do you think we might run into monsters out here, like those forest witches or werewolves you see in the movies? Diana glanced back toward the shadows behind them. I've never seen any, but since vampires exist in this world, I suppose werewolves might too, don't you think, Jean? Jean watched as Jean tossed the day's catch, over a dozen fish, toward the darkness. The distant scuffle of forest wolves fighting over food carried through the night. I really don't know. Maybe. As for whether we'll actually meet any tonight, that's anyone's guess. Why choose Norway? It had been Jin's idea. First, Norse mythology, the tales of Asgard, had their roots here in Norway and had spread all over the world. He wanted to collect the Infinity Stones, and Asgard was home to one of them. With a bit of luck, maybe he'd find something valuable in Norway. There was another way, too. He could go straight to seek out the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. But that would risk revealing his true intentions. Moreover, in Asgard there was still a god king, Odin. Jin wasn't certain of Odin's current strength, but a king like Odin was without doubt a true titan among the gods. From the scattered bits of information he'd gathered, he knew that even Odin's curse alone was enough to keep Zeus, the king of the gods, from descending to the mortal realm, and even to exile the entire race of angels. Lucifer himself was forced to fall into hell. Although Lucifer hadn't confided many details, Jin could sense that Lucifer's fall into hell was far from a simple affair. Even more crucial was the matter of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. After Odin's death, perhaps the angels would descend upon the world again, but exactly when remained shrouded in mystery. It was easy to foresee that Odin was no longer in his prime. The God King was slowly journeying toward death. Jin knew he had to enter Asgard ahead of time. Meanwhile, Diana emerged from Voyager 1 carrying a large clay pot, for inside was a simmering soup. On this cold night, a bowl of hot soup was surely enough to warm anyone's heart. Out in the darkness, the wolf pack seemed to grow anxious, restlessly circling, almost as if they were drawn in by envy and longing. Suddenly, from the depths of the woods, there came the crisp crack of a branch breaking. A deep voice rang out, scattering the wolves. Jin merely looked toward the shadowy figure in the darkness, a faint smile touching his lips. Erica, the werewolf you wish to meet, has arrived. At once, Erica drew the 10-pronged blade from her belt and peered vigilantly into the dark. A low, gruff voice broke the tense silence. Hey now, easy. No need to be so nervous. I promise I'm not a bad guy. Who would have thought I'd run into people in this forest? Let alone 3 such beautiful and seductive ones. He wore a lumberjack's getup, a large brown canvas bag slung over his back. His red hair was a shock against the night, his deep blue eyes sharp. He stood a little under 6 feet, his nose straight, lips set just so, a certain rugged allure accentuated by a bristling mustache and a unique scent about him. I'm Jack Russell, and as this lady already guessed, I am a werewolf. I suppose you all aren't ordinary, either. Jin rose to his feet and offered up the chair he'd been sitting on to Jack Russell. It seems fate has brought us together. I'm Gene Prince. Please take a seat. Judging from your clothes, you must have been on the road a long while. If you don't mind my asking, what brings you to such a remote place? Jack set down his pack, stretching his hands out toward the fire for warmth. A wry smile touched his face, and in a heartbeat, sharp claws extended from his fingers. Naturally, I'm searching for a way to break the curse on my body. Gene, with a gentle gesture, summoned a set of utensils from inside the vehicle, letting them float across to settle before Jack. Jack Russell glanced at Gene and said, Thank you. You actually look a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, though I can't quite place it. Gene stepped to Jin's side and replied with a smile. Careful now. I already have a boyfriend. You'll have to try a new trick if you want to impress a lady. Honestly, let me think closely if I've met you before. Jack Russell fell into deep thought. In less than 30 seconds, he spoke. You're Jean Grey, the mutant. Erica withdrew her 10 blades. Correct. But unfortunately, there's no prize. Jack watched as Diana ladled him a bowl of hot soup and smiled. This is the best reward I could ask for. Thank you. Jean asked, Jack, did you hear something? Did you come here to find a way to break your curse? I'm just trying my luck, Jack replied. After all, I've visited every place tied to legend, but always left disappointed. While traveling through Europe, I heard rumors of a mysterious person in Norway. Someone said to be from Asgard. I've been searching ever since. Jean's heart leapt with joy. So there truly were still descendants of Asgard in this Nordic land. Don't worry, we'll find them. What a miserable day. Someone stole 2 crates of milk from me. Lost over $100. Can't believe my luck. Voyager 1 lifted off from the deep woods. Inside the car, Jack Russell exclaimed in wonder, Wow, just how many features does this vehicle have? Voyager 1 required no effort from Jean to operate. All she had to do was remain seated at the wheel. Not too many. Jack, are you sure that Asgardian is really in these mountains? I'm not sure, Jack admitted. I heard in Oslo there's a professor here who's very knowledgeable about Asgardian myths, so I thought it was worth paying him a visit. Diana, Jean, and Erica were all asleep in the back of the vehicle. By dawn, the sky was growing pale but hadn't fully brightened yet. Jack Russell watched as the vehicle gently touched down on a winding mountain road. Jean, I'm curious. What's your real goal in looking for Asgardians? Jean glanced over her shoulder at Jack, a soft smile on her lips. It's curiosity, of course. Even I've never met Thor. I want to see what powers Asgardians really have. After all, they're the stuff of legend. True enough. Anyone would be curious, Jack replied. But, Jean, honestly, you're the envy of all. You have 3 incredible women by your side. Sigh. Jack Russell looked back at the women asleep in the rear and sighed from the heart. Jean simply smiled. The mountain road was rough, so Voyager's driving was slow and steady. Given the early hour, not a soul was in sight along the entire stretch. At last, around 9 o'clock, they arrived at their destination. It was a clearing deep in the woods, where a stone house stood surrounded by a fence about 5 feet high. A gentle plume of smoke drifted from the chimney. Jack Russell was the first to hop out, his hunting dog already growling a warning. Diana, Jean, and Erica had changed into athletic wear before stepping out of the car. Jean disembarked as well. Voyager 1 automatically parked itself by the roadside. Jean looked at Jack Russell. Is this the place? Jack Russell nodded, pointing at the inscription carved onto the stone pillar by the entrance. This should be it. Look here. The inscription says, "Glory belongs to Asgard." A burly man with a sturdy frame appeared in front of the group. He was slightly balding, with deep-set eyes, a thick beard, and he wore a gray jumpsuit. Do you have business here? The man asked. Jack Russell called out to him. Are you Professor Kyrian? The man waved a hand. The door's not locked. Cool mean. With those words, he revealed his identity to the 5 visitors. Jack's face lit up. Without hesitation, he pushed open the wooden door. 8 hunting dogs rushed forward, baring their fangs and barking furiously. But Jack Russell shot them a single commanding glance. The dogs tucked their tails and slinked off inside the stone house. The stone house was neat and tidy, nothing like the rough dwelling one might expect from such a burly man. There wasn't a single modern device in sight. Specimens of animals hung along the walls. So, what brings you all to see me? Professor Kyrian poured them each a glass of his homemade wine and set out some oat bread. It's not much, but I made all of this myself. Please have a taste. Jack Russell got right to the point, skipping any small talk. He held out his right hand and instantly transformed it into a beast's claw. Professor, forgive my bluntness, but is there any way in Asgard to break the curse on me? Kyrian blinked in surprise, regarding Jack Russell. Are you a werewolf? Jack nodded. Kyrian lowered his head, thinking for a moment. Then, in a serious tone, he said, I don't know how you found out about me, but I can tell you for certain. Even Asgardian magic cannot remove your curse. Jack was crestfallen. With a soft sigh, his right hand returned to its normal shape. He picked up the wooden cup and drank in one draught. But I can tell you this. If you seek a solution, you might look for the legendary Book of Dark Gods. The first werewolf and the first vampire are both said to have a connection with it. Whether it can truly lift your curse, I can't say. After all, I have never seen the book myself. Kyrian then turned to Jean, Diana, and the others. And you 4? What brings you here? Jean smiled. Professor Kyrian, I must say, I'm fascinated by your story. Or rather, I'm deeply curious about Asgard. Kyrian downed his wine in one bold swig. His eyes glimmered, fixing on Jean. That's the look. It's been so long since anyone has wanted to hear the stories of Asgard. People these days lack reverence for the divine. From the look of you, you're not ordinary folk, are you? You must be gifted. Jean nodded. Kyrian glanced outside. The weather was quite pleasant. Come with me. Since you wish to know, I won't be stingy. I'm happy to share my story. Perhaps it was loneliness that stirred a desire in him to share. Kyrian led the 5 of them into a separate pavilion in the backyard. So, would you like to hear the story of Asgard first, or learn about me? Of course, we'd love to hear your story. Jean replied immediately. Kyrian gave Jean a look, his gaze growing distant. Well, I hail from Asgard. I am neither a warrior nor a sorcerer, just an ordinary militiaman, with nothing much to tell. As for how I ended up on Earth, it happened during a war. Odin, the All-Father, launched it in his quest to unite the 9 realms. That war claimed countless lives, not just those of Asgardians, but many from other realms as well. A wry smile appeared on Kyrian's face. Just as the runes I carved by the gate declare, honor belongs to Asgard. Sadly, not to me. I'm just a deserter, unwilling to witness more death. He sank deep into his memories, falling silent. Jean interrupted his reverie. Professor Kyrian, don't you wish to return to Asgard? Return? As a deserter, the fact that I wasn't punished is a sign of King Odin's mercy. For someone in Midgard, Earth, to reach Asgard, you need to summon the guardian Heimdall and call upon the Bifrost. There's only one other way. Once every 1,000 years, when all 9 realms align, a passage to Asgard opens. But I'm just a militiaman, with no magic to speak of. At most, my lifespan is a little longer than a human's, and I can jump a bit higher. That's about it. Not much of an advantage. Wait, Professor Carrion, can ordinary people witness the event when the 9 realms align? Jean asked. I don't think so. I've searched many writings, but none mention anything like that. Then when will the next convergence of the 9 realms happen? Carrion studied Jean for a moment. Why do you keep asking? Do you want to enter Asgard? Yes, it's a legendary realm. I'd love to see it with my own eyes. At least you're honest. To be frank, I don't know either. Secrets like these are far beyond the reach of a mere militiaman. Still, since you're superpowered, you could join the Avengers. When Thor shows up, maybe he'll take you to Asgard. Jean thought to himself, if I have Thor take me to Asgard, my plan to steal from their vault is as good as dead. Perhaps I should pay the Ancient One a visit. Maybe they could tell me when the realms will converge. Let's hope it's not too far off. Professor Carrion, is the legend of Ragnarok just a myth, or is there some truth to it? Diana asked her question. Carrion offered a mysterious smile and took a sip of wine. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Although many ancient texts in Asgard speak of Ragnarok, there are no definitive clues as to when it will occur. But looking at human history, we can infer that the rise of a new king always brings conflict. Perhaps that's the reason why the All-Father Odin sent Thor to Earth in the first place. Maybe he simply wanted Thor to go through some trials. Jean pressed further. What about Loki? Loki? I can't say for certain. When I left the realm of the gods, he hadn't been born yet. As for Thor, all I know is from a few old prophecies. Jack Russell regarded Carrion intently. Forgive my boldness, Professor, but why are you being so candid with us about Asgard? Carrion took a deep breath, his expression softening as he gazed into the sunlight. My time is coming to an end, and in truth, I haven't told you much. Most of what I've shared is already found in myth and legend. Besides, you've all been honest with me. Perhaps it was because Jack Russell had not concealed his identity when they first met. Honesty had been repaid with honesty. Jean spoke up. Professor, how many years have you lived on Earth? By Earth's reckoning, I'd say it's been about 2,000 years. 2,000 years. A number almost beyond comprehension. Everyone except Diana was left thoroughly astonished. Jean continued. And what is the average lifespan of an Asgardian? Assuming they don't meet an untimely end, an Asgardian typically lives around 5,000 years. Erica could not help marveling at this unassuming man before her, who had nearly 5,000 years behind him. Truly an ancient relic. Jack exclaimed, 5,000 years? That's incredible. Human civilization hasn't even been around that long. Carrion merely gave a small smile. You werewolves are a long-lived kind as well. Who knows? Perhaps your father still walks this world. Jack froze in surprise. The word father had long since vanished from his everyday life, forgotten for countless years. And so, the conversation flowed, and time seemed to slip by unnoticed. Suddenly, a panicked voice called out, Professor, are you at home? Jack's brow furrowed. His keen sense of smell had already detected something unusual. He turned to the others and spoke gravely. There's a familiar scent in the air. Be careful, vampires are near. Carrion instantly recognized the voice. It was unmistakably familiar. He glanced up at the sun, still high overhead. Is it possible for vampires to appear an hour like this? Jean, well-versed in such lore, replied coolly, there are some types of vampires in this world. Those rare breeds who can walk in the sunlight. Carrion walked over to a tree in the courtyard. His right hand turned into a sharp claw, tearing through the trunk. He pulled out a long spear carved with spiral patterns and inscribed with runes, radiating a shimmering light. With just a single swipe, the weapon gave off a resonant hum, vibrating powerfully in the air. Jean couldn't help but marvel at the warrior spirit of Asgardians. Even a mere militiaman could wield such formidable strength, not to be underestimated. They had been bracing for a major confrontation. At that moment, four people emerged from the stone house. Jean looked at those in front of him. Lilith, Blade, Whistler, what are you doing in Norway? Blade and Whistler both smiled, nodding in greeting to Jean. Lilith glanced at him. Jean, are you searching for Dracula too? Jean shook his head. Are you here in Norway just to look for Dracula? Carrion interjected, raising his spear to point at Lilith. Why are you threatening my student? Carrion's student stumbled forward, dropping to his knees before his professor. Professor, they're vampires. Creatures of darkness. Get up, Ryan. A man as tall as you afraid of vampires. Ridiculous. Ryan gulped, glancing at his professor while struggling to recognize the man before him. Was this really his teacher? Lilith spoke. So, you are Professor Carrion? I heard from your student that you possess a mysterious scroll, one that records Dracula's resting place. Would you be willing to give it to me? Dracula's resting place? That scroll, half complete and written in an untranslatable script, was something he picked up at a second-hand market in a small European town. Carrion kept his guard up, his gaze locked on Lilith, Blade, and Whistler. Is the scroll all you're after? Of course. What else could it be? Lilith shot a cold look at Jack, letting out a scoff. And I see there's a hound here, too. Vampires and werewolves, they were natural-born enemies. Jack let out a furious curse. In a heartbeat, he transformed, leaping high as his claws slashed toward Lilith. Foolish hound. But Lilith was no ordinary vampire. She vanished, dissolving into a swarm of bats and commanding thousands of them to tear at the transformed Jack. Gene rushed into the fray, launching himself forward and kicking off the ground with explosive force. A fierce gust swept across the courtyard, splitting cracks through the very earth. Kyrian was stunned. What a powerful man. Ryan felt his worldview shatter. The Avengers, mutants, super beings, he'd only ever seen such things online, dismissing them as movies or fairy tales. He was a staunch materialist, unwavering in his disbelief. Could it be that the world was changing too fast for anyone to grasp? Moreover, his professor was equally remarkable. When the gale swept him off his feet, the professor managed to catch him effortlessly, lifting him as if he were a small chick. His voice was barely above a whisper. Kyrian looked at Ryan in his hand and smiled warmly. Sorry, Ryan. Gene glanced at Lilith, and Jack spoke in an even tone. We're all friends here. There's no need for a fight like this. Jack's head had already reverted to its human form. He fixed his gaze on Lilith. Gene, she's cursing me. Didn't you hear? Lilith retorted sharply. Isn't that so? You werewolves serve Dracula like dogs and never think to resist. Gene glared at Lilith, his voice edged with warning. That's enough. If you still want to fight, I'll be your opponent. No quarter given. Lilith regarded Gene with new wariness. The man before her was even more formidable than before, his presence overwhelming. She shifted her gaze to Diana, and to her surprise, the blood in Diana's veins seemed to tremble, a sign of fear. This kind of fear she'd only sensed once before, from Dracula, back when she was powerless. With an air of nobility, Lilith gave Jack a formal bow. My apologies. It was my fault. Jack fully transformed back into a human, his clothing torn to shreds by the shifting muscle. Only a few strips remained to cover himself. Kyrian offered a gentle smile. There are spare clothes in my room. Jack nodded in thanks and quickly left the scene. Thus, the quarrel was settled without further conflict. Blade turned to Kyrian. Professor, would you be willing to hand over that scroll? If you have the other half, I'll give it to you, but on one condition. I go with you. Blade looked to Gene, as if seeking his opinion. Gene spoke up. Professor Kyrian is powerful. Don't worry, he'll never be your burden. The stone house's living room. Kyrian took down a lion's head trophy he mounted on the wall. Inside it, the mysterious scroll was hidden. Lilith caught the scroll Kyrian tossed her and examined it carefully, then nodded to Blade. It's the other half of the scroll. Blade stepped behind Whistler, rummaged through his backpack, and produced the other half for Lilith. Lilith placed both scrolls on the table and, with a sharp nail, slit her own wrist. Droplets of blood fell onto the scrolls. A wondrous sight followed. The two scrolls glimmered with magical energy. Are these magic scrolls? Kyrian asked. Lilith nodded. Indeed, these scrolls record the place where Dracula sleeps. Only Dracula's blood, or that of his kin, can activate them. Jack Russell sized up Lilith, the striking beauty with a razor-sharp tongue. To think, this unruly woman was Dracula's daughter. He had never heard of Dracula having a biological daughter. This scroll, powered by magical energy, floated in the air and projected an image. It was Romania, formerly known as Transylvania. Nestled in the Carpathian Mountains was an ancient castle, the legendary Dracula's stronghold, shrouded in mist all year round, never touched by sunlight. From that castle, the scene traveled westward, reaching London, then from London all the way to Iceland. Again, from Iceland, the vision arrived at the Arctic. The scenes flickered like an old slideshow, their perspective unclear, perhaps Dracula's own. In the final image, Dracula vanished amidst a glacier in the Arctic. As the magical energy faded, the two merged pieces of the scroll fell onto the table. Blade broke the silence. Dracula, heading to the Arctic. What could possibly draw him there? Lilith put away the scroll. I don't know either. Once we reach our destination, we'll find out what Dracula wants in the Arctic. Whistler rolled his eyes at Blade, sounding weary as he spoke. I can't come with you to the Arctic, you know. This journey nearly took the last bit of life out of me. Blade nodded in understanding. Whistler, after all, was just an ordinary man, piloting planes, driving cars, not to mention his age. Blade turned to Gene. Gene, you'll come with us, won't you? Gene looked over at Diana. Diana gave a small nod. I can go. Kieran turned to Lane as well. Lane, stay here and look after my place. Lane, unable to refuse, nodded somewhat grudgingly. Being a professor in London wasn't easy, and he had just wanted a little side income. He'd seen Blade's post online, offering a handsome reward for translating the text on the scroll, never expecting the client to turn out to be a vampire. Blade caught Lane's eye, then drew a gold bar from his pocket. "Don't worry, what I promised you you'll get." Lane timidly received the gold bar, his eyes gleaming. He bit it gently to test its authenticity. The gesture was the very likeness of a greedy little miser. Kieran glanced at him and, with visible disappointment, turned his attention back to Blade and Lilith. "So how exactly are we getting to the Arctic? Do you guys have transportation?" Blade looked at Jean. "Jean, you have a way to get us there, right?" "Everyone, follow me," Jean replied. Everyone filed out except for Jack Russell, who remained standing by the door, not boarding the Traveler One. Jean paused at the car door, looking back at Jack Russell. "Not coming." Jack shook his head. "No, I've got no fondness for vampires. I'll go in search of the Darkhold instead." Jean gave a moment's thought, Wanda's face flashing through his mind. He tossed over a business card, pristine white, free of any design, bearing nothing but a phone number and a name. "This is my number. If you find the Book of Darkness, give me a call." Jack nodded. "Safe travels." Kylian looked around inside the luxurious Voyager One, unable to hold back a sigh of admiration. "Wow, this is incredible. Are you sure this vehicle can make it all the way to the Arctic?" Jean flashed a mysterious smile. "Everyone, buckle up." Voyager 1 lifted off, hovering weightlessly before vanishing from sight, cloaked in stealth mode as it shot northward. Has technology really advanced this far? Kylian gazed out the window, marveling at the sweeping views of Norway's coastline below. Bladu whispered dryly, "That's what money buys you. Privileges the rest of us only dream of." Jean tapped his head. "Money alone can't build something like this. You need brains, too." Voyager 1 wasn't just the fruit of Jin's genius. It brought together the combined brilliance of a team of scientists. It merged human ingenuity with alien engineering from the Skrulls. At the secret lab beneath the Prince Estate, Jean had even managed to pick up a thing or two from Talos engineers. Kylian couldn't help but inspect the interior, a masterpiece of envy, really. It was a home on wheels, compact yet fully equipped, every necessity tucked into its place. "Talk about living the dream," Kylian admitted, a note of longing in his voice. "Traveling the world, seeing new faces and landscapes. I could get used to this." Bladu's concerns, however, were of a different sort. "Are you sure we won't show up on anyone's air defense radar while we're up here?" "No worries. Voyager 1 is fitted with alien tech. Today's defense systems can barely pick up a trace," Jean replied, then added with a note of caution, "Still, nothing's guaranteed. There's always a chance we might get detected. But our real journey doesn't rely on this vehicle. At the end of the day, Voyager 1 is little more than a mobile safe house." A safe house indeed, Kylian mused, at a loss for words. He opened a fridge, jam-packed with drinks, beer, even a few bottles of wine. Grabbing a cold beer, he settled onto the plush leather couch. "You realize the Arctic's long night is about to set in? Is this really the right time to go after Dracula?" The dark was a formidable ally for vampires. Dracula, much like Lilith, had no fear of sunlight, but daylight still dampened his powers. Kylian's words made Bladu and Lilith frown. It was a problem that couldn't be overlooked. In a fight to the death, the environment could tip the scales. Lilith glanced at Diana, and, for a brief moment, saw the rising sun in her, a new sun shining with hope. Maybe Diana would be the decisive factor in this battle. Diana caught Lilith's look, smiling knowingly and nodding in return. A hush fell over the cabin, and for a while, everyone sat in silence. Carrion truly lived up to his Asgardian heritage. He seemed to have an undeniable fondness for beer. 15 empty cans already crowded the table in front of him. The Arctic was far from uninhabited. Many nations had established monitoring stations in this frigid expanse. Voyager 1 appeared in the skies above the Arctic. It was night, and the outside world was filled with the relentless howl of icy winds. Jean spoke up. "Number 1, scan the entire ground below." In less than 3 minutes, a detailed map of the entire Arctic Circle was projected inside the vehicle. Searching his memory, Jean found no trace of the location shown on the scroll. The place in question was a sharp, towering iceberg, almost pyramid-like in shape. There's nothing here that even remotely resembles the sight from the scroll. No one knew exactly when Dracula had disappeared, but it had been well over 100 years. A century is long enough for the world to change beyond recognition. Even in this sparsely populated polar region, the relentless march of the greenhouse effect had left its mark. Carrion let out a belch, hardly surprising, given how much beer he'd consumed along the way. It was impossible not to marvel at an Asgardian's capacity for drink. Embarrassed, he managed an awkward smile. "Sorry about that. So what do we do now?" These boundless, featureless snowfields, without any landmarks, finding Dracula's resting place seems nearly impossible. Lilith finally spoke. Leave it to me. As long as Dracula's resting place is truly in the Arctic, I have a way. Let's land first. Voyager 1 touched down on the dazzling, endless ice plains. Lilith was the first to step out. On the icy surface, she drew an intricate magic circle, letting a few drops of her blood fall into its very center, all while chanting under her breath. A swirl of gray mist emerged from beneath the circle, curling around Lilith in the biting wind. A second later, the eye of truth appeared in Jin's gaze as he studied the magic, curious. Could this ritual really trace a bloodline across the ice? Suddenly, a black bat materialized in front of Lilith. "Take me to my father's resting place," she commanded. The bat, sustained by Lilith's own magical power, fluttered into the frozen wilderness. Voyager 1, deliberate and unhurried, followed the group as they made their way deeper into the Arctic. The relentless cold winds could not slow their steps. They pressed on for a full 50 kilometers. At last, the bat stopped before an icy mound, no more than 50 meters high, a rounded hump in the endless field of white. No sooner had they arrived than the bat vanished. A shiver of excitement ran through Lilith. Her whole body trembled. This is it. This is where Dracula sleeps. The thrill was overwhelming. After so many years, after tracking Dracula for so long, at last she saw a glimmer of hope. Her magical power surged uncontrollably, spilling out from her in visible waves. Sheen spoke up. "If you let your aura spill like that, aren't you worried Dracula might awaken or grow wary?" Lilith froze, suddenly aware, quickly reining in her magic, her expression now tinged with embarrassment. Diana asked, "This is Dracula's resting place, so it should be underground, shouldn't it?" Jean stretched his body and glanced at the icy mountain before them. "All of you, keep your distance from me." Everyone moved back 10 meters. Still not enough. They took another 10 meters back. Jean crouched down and touched the icy surface with his hand. A circle with a 10-meter diameter emerged, crackling with electric light. Within moments, everything inside the circle vaporized in a mist which spread all around. A slanting tunnel was revealed, leading deep underground. Jean hovered above the ground and addressed the group. "It's ready." Lilith darted over, immediately flying into the pitch-black tunnel of ice, leaving just one parting remark. "I'll go on ahead." She was in too much of a hurry. The others promptly followed after her. As for Kyrian, since Blade could not fly, he had no choice but to slide down the icy passage. Set into the mountainside was an ancient castle. Its gate was the gaping maw of a demon, an impossibly long tongue unfurled from it, the only path to the entrance. Both sides of the path were sheer cliffs, and below the cliffs were waters that churned softly. Underground, there was no lighting, yet the visibility was better than the polar night, suffused with an eerie green glow. Some mysterious type of microorganism hovered around the entrance to the castle, and the stony mountainside was coated in a lush green layer of vegetation. Lilith did not enter the gate on her own. Instead, she stopped, looking at the castle with a grave expression. In her eyes, this castle was shrouded in dark magic. Blade came up beside Lilith and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Though he spoke quietly, his words echoed endlessly in the space around them. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Lilith shook her head. "I don't know. I can't sense Dracula's presence." Diana brandished the blazing sword of Vulcan in her hand and said, "Let's go inside and take a look. We might find another clue." The 7 of them moved with great caution across the demon's tongue. They stepped into the mountain's hollow interior, where torches burned in all 4 corners, bathing the entire underground space in firelight. Yet there was something here that should not exist, a gleaming golden pyramid. Within the mountain, unbelievably, stood a pyramid of gold, its apex not pointed but crowned instead by a floating jet-black coffin. Around the pyramid, mysterious runes pulsed with golden light. The brilliance converged steadily at the pyramid's tip. Blade felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't Dracula's resting place supposed to be strewn with bones, damp, and reeking of decay? Jean furrowed his brow. He had seen runes like these before, and his mind raced. Where had Dracula learned such symbols? Blade turned to Lilith and asked, "Is Dracula here?" "No, Dracula isn't here," Lilith replied. Kyrian, holding his spear, pointed at the jet-black coffin. "There's magical energy here. Could be blocking Dracula's aura from us." Paper and pen appeared in Jin's hand. The Eye of Truth scrutinized the surrounding runes. If Dracula could learn these symbols, then so could he. Circling around the pyramid, he carefully copied every rune onto his paper. Lilith let out a furious roar. She had thought she would find Dracula here, but once again, her hopes were dashed. With a surge of dark power in her hands, Lilith soared to the top of the pyramid. Shadows coalesced, crackling into blades of wind as she tried to rend open the pitch-black coffin. Yet that very act was enough. It awakened the power slumbering within the black coffin. A wild, whirling sound filled the air. Strange black holes opened on the coffin's surface, unleashing a powerful force that pulled everything toward them. Lilith! Blade leapt high, hurling his whip in Lilith's direction, desperate to catch her, but he was a second too late. In his rashness, he paid for it dearly. He too was drawn into the swirling blackness, swallowed by the unknown. Carrion raised an eyebrow. Are they alive in there? The eyes of Diana, Jean, and Erica all turned to Jean. Jean studied the black void swirling on the coffin. This looks like a teleportation array, a portal leading somewhere else. It should be all right. A portal, huh? You're sure it isn't dangerous? Carrion asked, and, without waiting for a reply, launched himself into the black hole. He trusts people a little too easily. What if my analysis is wrong? Jean mused. Diana's lips curved in a mysterious smile. I believe in you. With that, she jumped in as well, vanishing from view. Jean let out a long sigh. Well, let's go after them. The other three hurried to follow. The sensation of passing through this kind of portal was strange and new, like nothing they'd experienced before. All of them materialized in utter darkness, so absolute that not even starlight was visible, dizzy and disoriented. Only Lilith and Blade seemed unfazed. Even Carrion, the Asgardian, clutched his head, reeling from the sensation. Lilith and Blade now stood quietly atop a hill, gazing off into the distance, both lost in silence. Blade, Lilith, what is it? Someone called. Blade's voice was low and grave. See for yourselves. One by one, the seven of them gathered at the hilltop and looked where the others were staring. Spread before them was a radiant, cerulean planet, Earth, and where they stood was unmistakably the surface of the moon. Erica was the first to gasp in awe. My goodness, we're on the moon, but how can we breathe here? Jean surveyed the terrain. We seem to be inside some kind of advanced technological construct, precisely on the border between the moon's light and dark sides. Leaping off the hill, Jean stretched out his hand and felt a thin, nearly invisible membrane, just as he had suspected. Lilith spoke, her voice tinged with memory. The city of eternal night. Back when I was still weak, I once met Dracula. He told me he would someday build a city to last forever in darkness. I never imagined his dream would come true. Blade took off his sunglasses. So, you're saying that Dracula is sleeping here? I think so. It should be here, Lilith replied, though she couldn't be completely certain. Diana gazed at the sapphire blue planet in the distance. What a marvelous journey this has been. Thanks to the generous support from Just Righteous Crowd, the new monarch who loves eating wife cakes, and a Stalin who runs on love. Give them all a round of applause. From Earth's perspective, this crater lay at the shadowed boundary near the moon's north pole. To this day, its existence remained a secret from humankind. An outer mimetic membrane enveloped it, further shrouding it in mystery. Somewhat like the wilds of Antarctica, the climate here was surprisingly mild, perfectly suitable for human survival. It wasn't cold at all, and there was even oxygen in the air. The seven in their party did not linger to look at the blue planet. Instead, they headed toward the center of the crater. Jagged, irregular fissures split the ground near the crater's heart. Around them stood the broken remnants of ancient walls. Amid these ruins, faint carvings adorned the scattered stones. Kneeling on the ground, Jean pieced together the fragmented patterns. They felt strangely familiar to him. He realized he had seen such motifs before, and his brows knitted in thought. These are scroll words, he said quietly. Diana asked, You mean the scrolls that caused such havoc in the DC world? Jean nodded. Help me find any stone slabs with glyphs or patterns. The others immediately began searching the ground. Only Lilith's gaze was drawn to the heart of the fissure, to a ruined structure that looked hauntingly like a collapsed castle. There, she sensed Dracula's presence, so faint, yet undeniably real. As she entered, a distant call echoed in her mind, a voice that only she could hear. Meanwhile, the others brought pieces of engraved stone to Jean. Jean gathered all the fragments. Though 2/3 were missing, he managed to reconstruct enough. Reasoning through the remnants, he began to write down the scroll words in the dust, then translated them into English. Erica asked, What does blue area mean? Jean explained, It's probably the name of some experimental base. This is likely just a small section of the entire blue area. In truth, looking down from orbit, one could see that outside this crater lay an even larger one, hinting at an even more colossal site hidden beyond. Lilith, Blade called out. Everyone looked up as Lilith flew toward the ruin at the center of the fissure. Jean turned to the others. Let's follow her. She must have discovered something. Gravity here was just like on the moon. With no stabilizing field, They didn't even need to fly. A single leap was enough to carry them straight to the ruins at the center. Lilith was already standing in the heart of the ruins. Right before her rose a pitch-black monolith, 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Lilith stared at the black stone. Dracula disappeared into this monolith. This stone is some sort of portal device. He's calling out to me right now. A strange vision unfolded before Lilith's eyes. She witnessed the aftermath of Dracula's petrification. 5 figures clad in outlandish garb appeared before the massive black stone. They were smeared with blood and looked utterly exhausted, as if they had just survived a fierce battle. One among them pressed a palm to the very heart of the black stone. In the next instant, the entire monolith came alive, shifting into a fluid, water-like state. The 5 were engulfed by the inky flood and vanished without a trace. Gold's eye of truth swept around the stone, but uncovered nothing out of the ordinary, just an immense, carbonized boulder. Its structure was incredibly hard, rivaling diamond, and its molecular lattice was remarkably stable. Lilith pointed to the center of the monolith, continuing, "I saw someone activate the stone right here." Gold weighed the situation. "Step back, all of you. Let me give it a try." He pressed his right hand to the monolith, inscribing an alchemical array. The stone began to vibrate, the low hum gradually fading away. In a flash, the jet-black stone started to change at its core. Even Gold stepped back involuntarily as the obsidian mass shifted, becoming a pool of pitch-black liquid. "This is interesting." It looked like stone at first glance, yet break its molecular bonds, and it transformed into something entirely different. "It's just as I thought," Lilith said, urgency heavy in her voice, as she strode toward the dark pool. Blade shouted after her, "Damn it, you reckless fool." Despite his grumbling, he followed Lilith into the black water. Gold eyed the liquid warily. "Hurry, this won't last long." The remaining members exchanged glances and, one by one, plunged into the shadowy depths. They had barely regained their footing before the blare of sirens rang out. This place resembled a prison. Lilith pointed toward the spectral figure inside a pentagram array, a sword thrust through his chest. "That's Dracula." At each point of the star, a searing hot device pulsed. They resembled miniature suns, streaming ultraviolet, infrared, radiation, pouring light and heat into the heart of the array. Artificial suns. For all the years Lilith had hunted Dracula, she'd thought he'd achieved his dream, building a city of eternal night. She never imagined that the great Dracula would be imprisoned here. And he wasn't alone. Among the captives, a flower-like being shook itself. Leaves and vines tumbled from its body as a head emerged from the blossom atop it. In 4 distinct tongues, English, Skrull, Cree, and the language of its own mutated kin, it spoke. "Who are you people? Release me, Kadada, and I'll lead you out of the territory of the mutants." Everyone heard Kadada's plea. The Inhumans. What kind of race was that? It was a name he had never heard before. "It's over. You're not getting away this time." At that moment, Dracula, who had been turned to stone, began to awaken as well. The stone shell on his body started to fracture in a web of cracks. The sword that had been driven into Dracula's heart was slowly pulled out by an unseen force. "My dear daughter, I'm truly grateful for your arrival." Dracula was not the progenitor of all vampires, but after joining their ranks, he had consumed the blood of Varna, Earth's oldest vampire, and thus became the most powerful vampire on this planet. He was an existence that could never truly be killed. Even a pierced heart was only a temporary setback, from which he would swiftly recover. Sunlight, blazing directly before him, did nothing to deter him. His formidable power of regeneration meant that any burns healed almost immediately. To Dracula, Lilith was like a walking source of energy. If not for her appearance, he would have had no means to break free from the petrifying force that trapped him. Towering close to 2 meters, Dracula shattered the shackles constraining him. Black smoke billowed from his body, obscuring the 5 miniature suns surrounding them. "Lilith, grant me your power. I will offer you the chance to be reborn." "Thy father." Lilith and Dracula leaped together onto the prison's vaulted ceiling, their clash a whirlwind of pure, unarmed combat, neither of them relying on magic, nor bothering with defense. By this time, the Inhuman Royal Guard had entered the prison. Even before they fully stepped inside, a team leader barked an urgent order to his subordinates. "Hurry, inform the Bat King and the Queen. Dracula has broken free." Dracula's first appearance in the Blue Zone had inflicted catastrophic losses on the Inhumans. The former royal family had only managed to restrain him at the cost of their own lives, and with his unique abilities, Dracula had always been impervious to death. Jean tensed, alert. "Everyone, into the darkest corner, now." But Blade was still deeply concerned for Lilith, but there was nothing he could do. With his abilities, he couldn't possibly intervene in the battle between Lilith and Dracula. He followed Jean, joining the others in the corner. From the ring on Jin's left hand, a curtain of shadow unfolded, draping over the group. Hidden within its shroud, they could observe the outside world, while remaining invisible from the other side. The Inhumans had little idea of what was happening. Even unmatched power demanded caution here. This was the moon, after all. For ordinary humans, survival in the vacuum of the moon was nothing but a hopeless fantasy. Jean and Diana could hold out for a short while, but in the end, prolonged exposure would mean death for them as well. Visibility favored their enemies, while darkness favored them. Lurking unseen was the wisest choice. At that moment, the Inhuman King Black Bolt and his queen Medusa entered the prison, accompanied by a massive, slobbering dog. Medusa's long crimson hair flowed, as if alive, undisturbed by any breeze. Her emerald eyes, accentuated by bold black eyeliner, lent her a striking and icy beauty. Her figure was arrestingly sculpted, and she wore a black battle suit perfectly matched to Black Bolt's own imposing presence. She possessed telepathy, the power to turn her enemies to stone, and the ability to make her hair grow without limit. She cast a glance at Black Bolt, then looked toward Lilith and Dracula. They are both vampires. Clad in a suit of black armor that highlighted the contours of his muscles, Black Bolt could not speak due to his powers. He could only communicate inwardly. She is also from Earth. Standing as tall as any ordinary human, Lockjaw barked fiercely at Lilith and Dracula. Medusa frowned and said, "Lockjaw says they share the same bloodline. Most likely, they are father and daughter." Black Bolt simply patted Lockjaw's head. Understanding exactly what his master wanted, Lockjaw whirled into a series of tornadoes that swept up Lilith and Dracula, whisking them away in the blink of an eye. A heartbeat later, Lockjaw reappeared and swept up Black Bolt and Medusa as well. No sooner had Black Bolt and Medusa departed than a squad of superpowered soldiers, armed with energy weapons, stormed into the prison. They quickly inspected the place, found no signs of an escape attempt, and then hurried away. They had to get to the arena to provide backup. By then, Lockjaw had already teleported Lilith and Dracula to the arena, the safest spot for them. If the two of them had sabotaged the prison systems, the consequences would have been disastrous, since this facility held members of the mutant race. The blue area was home not only to the superpowered but also to the mutants. The two races had been at war for ages, but as the mutant population sharply declined, barely any of them remained on the lunar blue area. The mutants were a humanoid race, their features twisted and grotesque, lacking many human traits, each of them manifesting strange and unpredictable mutations. Jean watched the soldiers leave and then let go of her abilities. Curious, Kalian asked her, "Is this magic? How did those soldiers fail to notice us when we were barely a meter away?" Jean smiled gently. "Some of them did notice something strange, but I used my powers to change their perceptions." "Wait, please don't go just yet." Kata pleaded tearfully with a group of 6. "Save me. I can help you escape this place." Sometimes, a person's appearance can greatly affect first impressions. Kata was certainly not easy on the eyes, far from any human notion of beauty. Jean, being no exception to such bias, left the decision to Diana. Diana looked at Kata. "Were those people just now, the ones you call the superpowered race?" Kata nodded. "They all have extraordinary abilities. Our race of mutants is similar in that way. Our genes are almost the same. Both races are results of human DNA being re-engineered." Diana glanced around at the imprisoned Inhumans. Their eyes were dulled by apathy and burning with hatred, except for Carla's, which still held a faint glimmer of hope. "Jean, give him a hand." Jin's floating ring appeared on his right hand. His fingers danced, and in an instant, a portal opened in front of Kata's cell. Kata stepped into the portal and appeared before the 6 of them. "I'm free at last." Jean looked at Kata and said, "Give me your hands." Kata's hands were bound by a strange device. Jean tapped the handcuff-like mechanism with his finger, and it dissolved into ashes in an instant. This isn't good. That device contained my identification. The Inhumans will already know I've escaped." The prison alarms began blaring once more. With Kata's departure, the entire prison erupted into chaos. The mutated inmates howled furiously at Kata, their eyes turning blood red as guttural roars filled the air. But Kata ignored his fellow clansmen, turning instead to the 6 with urgency. "Follow me, quickly." Kata took the lead, charging out of the prison, guiding the 6 away just as the Inhuman guards arrived from the other direction. He led them into the forests of the Blue Zone, pointing toward the far side. "I'm going home. Your people have likely been teleported to the arena by tetanus. Head north and you'll find it. Be careful." With those words, Kata sank down into the earth, vanishing before their eyes and leaving behind only a pitch-black hole. Erica grumbled under her breath. "We saved him for nothing. Heartless." He should have taken me straight to the arena. Sheen could sense the thoughts lingering in Kata's mind. He's been imprisoned by the Inhumans for 5 Earth years. All he wants is to see his child again. No wonder. He was the only one whose eyes still held hope. There was more to his story than met the eye, and it made perfect sense. Blade wasted no words. We need to assist Lilith now. The Inhumans have joined the fight. I'm afraid she might be in trouble. My, the cold-hearted Blade actually cares for a woman? Jean teased, but stuck closely to Blade's side as they hurried along. The 6 headed north. The arena loomed like an ancient coliseum. The stand were filled with Inhuman soldiers, each armed with spears and energy rifles. Within the arena stood Black Bolt, Medusa, Crystal, Triton, and Gorgon. Except for Triton, who was a royal bodyguard, the rest were all members of the royal family, the most powerful Inhumans on the entire Moon's blue zone. Crystal, Medusa's younger sister, was like her in many ways. Fiery red hair, a golden, tight-fitting suit, an exceptional command of elemental magic. Fire, air, earth, and water, all at her fingertips, standing tall at 1.68 meters. Triton wore a transparent helmet filled with water over his head, his entire body covered in scales like those of a fish. Fins extended from his head and wrists, and his whole figure was a deep shade of green. Strengthened by the Terrigen mist of the Inhumans, he could only survive in water, hence the water-filled helmet he always wore. Both his strength and speed were extraordinary. Gorgon, Black Bolt's cousin, wore a brown cloak and gripped a hammer in his hand. Most notable were his feet, massive, cloven like a bull's hooves. His abilities were rooted in those hooves, which could unleash powerful shockwaves. His physique was imposing, as wild and unyielding as a beast. Crystal, Triton, and Gorgon all watched Lilith and Dracula's duel in the arena, restlessly poised and ready to act. Blood had already turned their battlefield into separate domains. But without Black Bolt's direct command, none of them dared to enter the fray on their own accord. It's over. I probably won't meet the attendance goal this month. $2 a day down the drain. So frustrating. Blood was the very sustenance of vampires, and the blood of Inhumans was an even rarer delicacy. Inside the arena, Lilith was now at a clear disadvantage. It was true. Nothing compares to the cunning of age and experience. Trying to defeat Dracula in single combat through sheer anger had proven impossible after all. Reason slowly returned to Lilith. Now, weakened beyond belief, she stood trembling, nearly half her blood drained by Dracula. Clenching her teeth to keep herself upright, she glanced around, only to realize none of her allies remained. Who exactly were these people surrounding her? An overwhelming thirst for blood surged within her. Around Dracula, waves of blood churned and roared, yet he offered only a faint smile. Lilith, I truly must thank you for coming. Otherwise, I might have been trapped forever in that wretched prison, Dracula said, his eyes icy as he turned to Black Bolt, and then swept his gaze over the audience seats surrounding the arena. Medusa called out with alarm, "This is bad. All soldiers, withdraw from the arena now." She had caught a glimpse of Dracula's intentions. Too late, Dracula laughed, his voice echoing hauntingly. The blood rising at Dracula's feet solidified into a 5-meter-high wave, crashing toward the soldiers all around. These were too rich a source of nourishment to let pass. At that moment, Gorgon stamped forward, causing the ground of the arena to quake and roll. On the other side, Black Bolt materialized, opening his mouth wide and letting out a resonant, thundering sound. A massive sonic wave shattered the surging wave of blood. Crystal summoned a wall of wind with her left hand to block the rushing tide of blood, while her right conjured a wave of searing flame to blast the other flank. But Dracula was no ordinary foe. Each time the blood waves were shattered, they reformed into gruesome, writhing tentacles, burrowing from the arena floor up into the audience stands. Shadows of Dracula appeared all over the seats. At the center of the arena, Dracula gave a moan of satisfaction, barely able to contain his delight. Ah, the long-forgotten scent of fresh blood. How I've missed it. Triton moved with incredible speed, leaving only a trace of green afterimages, while his 10 fingers shimmered with droplets of water. Each blow landed with precision on one of Dracula's blood shadow clones. But as these shadows were made entirely of blood, even when pierced through the head, they would instantly regenerate. All the doppelgangers fixed their gaze upon Triton. Dracula, having absorbed the blood of the soldiers, also gleaned their memories regarding the outliers and quickly realized Triton's weaknesses. Medusa's eyes shifted color, locking onto Dracula. Anyone who dared meet her gaze would be turned to stone in an instant. But now, armed with the memories of those soldiers, Dracula was not so easily tricked. "Awaken, my soldiers." Dracula uttered an incantation, and the corpses of the blood-drained soldiers fell under his control. An energy blast struck Triton square in the head. Yet, the glass dome around his skull did not shatter. It was specially reinforced for protection. Black Bolt frowned, exchanging a glance with Medusa, signaling her to rally the troops to retreat. Medusa caught the message, soared into the air, and her red hair unfurled madly, transforming into countless serpentine shapes. With a swift motion, she tore apart every one of the Blood Shadow clones. And at the same time, she put in her specially designed earplugs. Black Bolt advanced, lips barely parting, and let loose a sonic attack aimed directly at Dracula. Mere parlor tricks, came the sneer. Lilith, caught within the range of the sonic burst, was thrown hard against the edge of the arena. The encircling walls were made of some special material capable of absorbing sound. However, the ground offered no such protection. Gorgon channeled the power of vibrations through his hooves, plowing the earth. The sonic waves followed, rending the already shattered surface even further until it fanned out and crumbled completely into dust. Dracula summoned a sphere of blood to shield himself. Around him, the broken Blood Shadow clones morphed into tiny crimson bats, swirling into a tornado that surged toward Black Bolt. Black Bolt swept the air with a barrage of energy, instantly incinerating the bloody bats. Like a phantom, a gray mist coiled behind Black Bolt, fangs bared for the attack. But Crystal raised a wall of wind, deflecting Black Bolt out of harm's way. Black Bolt crashed heavily into the arena wall, climbed to his feet, and threw Crystal a grateful look. Crystal quickly explained, "The vampire tried to ambush you just now." Meanwhile, the soldiers in the stands, now transformed into undead monstrosities, swarmed around Triton in a frenzied assault. Gorgon swung his mighty hammer and bellowed, "Take this!" A foolish taunt, but rather than use the hammer, he surged forward with his hooves. The very air trembled, and for a moment, it seemed as if the space itself echoed with the sound of shattering glass. Crack! Crack! The spinning blood sphere was shattered as well, and like spilled water, it collapsed limply to the ground. Dracula stood on the spot, blood beneath his feet continuously pooling into his body. He swayed back and forth, his bones cracking with crisp, echoing sounds. The battle with Lilith had been nothing more than a warm-up before the real fight. He hadn't even unleashed his full strength. Now, with fresh blood flowing through him, his power had increased exponentially. He radiated an imposing aura, so intense that it brought violent gusts swirling all around him, the force of his presence alone pressing down on the air. Within the blue zone itself, the weather began to change. Thick clouds gathered overhead, shrouding the sky. Black Bolt sensed something was wrong. "We must leave this place now," he commanded. His mighty voice erupted in a wave of sound, shattering the dark clouds above. The protective membrane that camouflaged the arena quivered, rippling as if on the verge of collapse. He turned, exchanging a glance with Medusa. Medusa nodded in understanding, and quickly left the arena. As the queen of the Inhumans, she rallied all their people to evacuate the blue zone. The Inhumans had established 2 secluded havens on Earth, the first hidden in the Himalayas, the second within the Andes. Moreover, the Inhuman base in the blue zone was equipped with a black stone teleportation array, which could also allow Terrigen-transformed Inhumans to travel safely to Earth. She understood Black Bolt's intent perfectly. The more a vampire feeds, the stronger they become. They had to prevent Dracula from gaining any more power. This was necessary. When Jean and his group arrived at the arena, they found it had transformed into a prison. An energy dome had sealed it off completely. It was a defensive measure, one that allowed entry but no escape. Blade made no attempt to conceal himself. He leaped into the arena and helped the weakened Lilith to her feet, concern etched across his face. "Are you all right?" he asked. The once powerful Lilith looked defeated, her expression tinged with sorrow that stirred pity. "Blade, we were wrong. We never should have come here. We vampires can't defeat Dracula. Our very presence only makes him stronger." Blade's feelings for Lilith had grown complicated. One a half-human, half-vampire, the other pure blood, akin to kin. "Don't worry. Jean and the others are formidable. We will bring Dracula down." But Lilith yearned to end Dracula with her own hands. Gorgon glared furiously at the 6 who had appeared among the arena's audience. His voice was booming, imbued with a deep, unmistakable resentment. "Humans, was it you who released Dracula?" With a single accusation, the blame was unceremoniously laid at their feet. Dracula glanced at Blade, instantly discerning the nature of his bloodline. "Oh, a half-blood. You actually managed to restrain your bloodthirst. That must be agony, but you'll make a fine addition to me all the same." As Dracula finished speaking, 3 tendrils of blood erupted at his feet, whipping toward Blade like living serpents. There was no magic in Blade's attacks, only the flash of silver blades, useless against the blood tendrils. Lilith, mustering the final remnants of her magic, shattered the blood tendrils in a desperate blast. "Run, Blade. I can't hold him off for long." Without waiting for orders from Black Bolt, Triton flung droplets of water from his hands, launching them at Jean and the others. Erica unfurled her 10 arms, each one wreathed in energy, weaving a defensive net in midair that intercepted the barrage of water. Jean fixed his gaze on Black Bolt. "We are not here to fight you. Our target is Dracula." Gorgon leapt into the fray as well, his hammer raised high above his head. Kalian spun his spear in a dazzling arc, runes along its shaft glowing faintly. This spear was clearly enchanted. "I'll take this one. Glory to Asgard." Crystal soared aloft, eyes locked onto Jean, Diana, and Jean. She summoned the power of Earth. The three quickly fell back, narrowly avoiding razor-sharp spikes that erupted from the ground. Jean hadn't expected the woman before him to be so merciless. "Diana, go assist Lilith. She can't hold out much longer." Diana nodded sharply, then vanished in a flicker, her sword of the fire god cleaving through 3 writhing blood-red tendrils. Dracula's eyes widened in shock. The moment the flaming sword touched the blood tentacles, they were snuffed out entirely. Moreover, a wave of searing heat followed the trail, threatening to invade Dracula's very core, forcing him to relinquish control over those tendrils. "A Titan goddess?" Blade called out to Diana as he slashed his own wrist, holding it out for Lilith. Only by drinking his blood could she recover her strength. For a moment, a fragile peace settled over the arena. No one made another move against their opponents. A tense triangle formed among the combatants. Dracula's gaze lingered on Diana. The oppression she radiated far surpassed that of Black Bolt and the rest. He could sense the burning presence of a blazing sun behind her, an innate nemesis to vampires. "Damn it, what's happening in this world? How could there be a new god?" Black Bolt watched Jean, then flickered a glance at Dracula, deep in thought, considering his next move. Thank you to Stalin-powered Sugar Demon King's arsenal, fueled by love, and the Justice Mob, also powered by love. The calm before the storm lasted less than 30 seconds. Dracula summoned a surging tide of blood, swirling in a 3-meter perimeter around him, blood-red bats whirling overhead. He still had yet to fully recover. Staring down a sun god filled him with dread. Sand whipped through the arena as the atmosphere thickened with tension and grandeur. Diana stood ready, divine power already coursing into the fiery blade in her hand, which blazed into existence before her eyes. Her true form shifted, morphing into a bat and shooting toward the sky above the arena. A grid of crackling energy snapped into place and brought the bat plummeting down. A figure crashed to the ground. Diana and Jean exchanged a brief glance. What was wrong with Dracula? He had staged this grand spectacle. It seemed all he wanted was to escape. This is a grave mistake. Jean shouted toward Diana. "Dracula's afraid. Finish him, Diana." A blazing slash came slashing down from above. A deep rift appeared on the ground. Dracula shifted and flickered, narrowly evading the attack, his face marked by grim seriousness. Damn outsider. The sun god's power held absolute dominance. Even the blood tide he'd summoned was cut in half. Dracula recalled his strength. At this point, every shred of power could be decisive. His eyes turned to Black Bolt and the others. The entire arena was shrouded in gray mist, visibility dimmed and uncertain. Dracula, ever the seasoned warrior, was also a master of reading the opponent's mind. Recognizing his disadvantage, he masked his aura, determined to let the outsider and the solar deity battle each other. This was his plan, and a shrewd one at that. Jean called out, "Kalian, go protect Blade and Lilith." Lilith, meanwhile, gazed at Blade with burning affection, the corner of her lips stained with his blood. "Damn it, this is seriously not the time for romance," Kalian grumbled, spear in hand as he whipped up the mist, casting an exasperated look their way. Lilith only coughed in response. "Ahem, that's enough, Blade. I'm all right now." No matter how deeply Dracula concealed his presence and movements, he couldn't escape Jin's eye of truth. Yet Dracula, ever cunning, sent a swarm of bats swirling through the air, impossible to discern the real deity among them. For every bat radiated Dracula's power, distributed perfectly evenly. The bronze sword manifested in Jin's hand, its blade shimmering with golden, dragon-like energy. Dracula's treachery ran deep. 2 avatars distracted Gorgon and Crystal. Black Bolt, unable to speak, could only frown in frustration. The bronze blade clashed with Gorgon. A flurry of wind swept through the arena. Jin's might prove superior. Gorgon was hurled back, letting out a furious bellow. "Humans, damn it!" His rage was unmistakable, An instinctive, deep-rooted loathing echoed in his roar. From the darkness, Dracula let out a sly, silent chuckle. His scheme had worked. Crystal, witnessing Gorgon's defeat, burst into instant rage. Elemental power erupted around her, fire, wind, and earth merging in her palms. She compressed this force into a blazing sphere. Even the suffocating mist was sucked into her creation. The mist vanished entirely, and the battle lines became clear. The fireball sped toward Jean in a surging arc. Jean tossed his bronze sword skyward and pressed his palms together, conjuring a 12-sided sphere that sealed the fireball within. Crystal froze, momentarily stunned. A taste of her own medicine, her attack, returned in kind. In a heartbeat, Jean appeared before her. She understood immediately. This fireball meant certain death. Resolved, she simply closed her eyes. Black Bolt, unable to unleash his power, could do nothing but fret in silence, caught helpless in his worry. Jean toyed with the crystal orb, expertly controlling the 12-sided sphere, which arced through the air before skimming past the crystal's head. The orb burst into fragments right above the crystal's head. A chilling rush of water poured down from above. Crystal was drenched from head to toe, her hair disheveled and dripping, as she opened her eyes wide and stared angrily at Jean. Jean simply smiled faintly. "We are not your enemies. I understand that our presence in your territory is unwelcome, but we were not able to control these circumstances." He paused, shifting his gaze to Black Bolt. "But if you insist on fighting us, we will certainly not hold back." At that moment, Medusa appeared in the air. Triton, Crystal, Gorgon were withdrawing. Let them have this battleground. Crystal, like a wronged little girl, pouted and complained to Medusa. "Sister, he made fun of me." Medusa's tone was commanding, which only made Crystal stamp her foot in frustration before reluctantly following Black Bolt and the others out of the arena. Tetanus emerged and ferried all 5 of them away, depositing them inside the arena's monitoring room. This ability to see into a person's heart was truly something Dracula despised. "Damn that mind-reading bastard," he muttered. His scheme had been completely seen through, and what he didn't know was that Jean had also discerned his plan but chose not to act on it. Jean's Phoenix Force was not easily unleashed. Once it was, it meant only death for her enemies. Jean turned to Jean and said, "Shall I take care of Dracula?" "No need. Using the Phoenix Force damages your body too greatly. Leave this to me." Jean then looked over at Diana. "Diana, go and protect Lilith, Blade, and the others. I'll handle Dracula myself." To Jean, Dracula was nothing less than the Philosopher's Stone itself, both rare and formidable. Diana sheathed the sword of Vulcan and, together with Erica and Jean, strode towards where Lilith, Blade, and Carrion stood. Carrion gave a soft sigh. "I thought there would be a great battle. I even hoped to fall honorably on the battlefield. Seems my wish won't be granted after all." Jean called out to Dracula, who hovered high in the air. "One-on-one. If you can defeat me, I'll let you walk away alive. You foolish wizard. Let me show you how the great Dracula will tear you apart." But Jin's speed was astounding. He gathered the power of the Azure Dragon into his fist, striking Dracula in the abdomen, sending forth a spray of blood as Dracula careened into the stands. In midair, he transformed into a swarm of bats upon landing. A piercing sonic attack followed. Jean merely frowned, taking it all in stride. Then, with a casual wave, conjured dragon after dragon with ease. This can't be. The dragon's power struck Dracula's body, and to his astonishment, he could not heal himself. Dracula crashed to the ground, forced to draw deeply on his own vital blood just to mend the wound. At last, he realized he would have to treat this enemy with utter seriousness. Jean smiled. "What's the matter, Lord Dracula? Haven't you ever seen a magician who knows martial arts?" "FKU, go to hell." Dracula burst apart into thousands of bats and surged toward Jean. But Jin's eye of truth never wavered. Hiding his true form? How naive. The bronze sword that had been floating in midair crashed down like a thunderbolt. It pinned Dracula to the ground. "There's nowhere left to run, Lord Dracula." The alchemical array was complete, and from the ground, countless jet-black tendrils reached upward. Even Jean looked puzzled. This was never supposed to happen. He only meant to turn Dracula into a Philosopher's Stone. How could the Gate of Truth possibly appear here? The suspended ring manifested in Jin's hand, and a portal shimmered into being before Diana, Cheen, Erica, and the others. "Hurry, all of you leave now." Diana was confused, about to ask why. But Jean flickered to her side, shoved the 6 of them through the portal, and snapped it shut in a heartbeat. Diana barely managed to regain her balance. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Jean, shaking his head with such unwavering resolve. The 6 of them reappeared before Arctic Traveler 1. Lilith immediately asked, "What's happening to Jean?" Diana just stared at the sky. "He's here." Jin's primary personality. Back on the ground, the gate of truth materialized. Innumerable black tendrils coiled around Dracula, who began to panic. His power, his very blood, was draining away at an alarming rate. Dracula struggled in vain. The black tendrils hoisted him high, then slammed him back to earth. His survival instincts kicking in, he looked desperately at Jean, pleading for mercy. "Please, let me go." Jean was helpless now. He crushed the ring of suspension in his hand. The gate of truth had triggered on its own. Clearly, his other personality was pulling the strings in secret. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Inhumans, only about 10 people remained, staring at the massive screen before them. The images on the monitors flickered and flashed. Plainly, something was interfering with the surveillance. Crystal voiced her confusion. "Sister, just what is that gate?" Medusa's expression was grim. Her psychic sense screamed a warning. She issued a command. "Tetano, take Crystal and the others back to our home in the Himalayas. Come back for us afterwards." Black Bolt nodded in agreement. Before Crystal could even finish her sentence, she vanished from the control room. Only Black Bolt and Medusa remained, eyes riveted to the flickering screen. Black Bolt gripped Medusa's hand tightly. In the arena, Dracula burst into a pool of blood, his death scream echoing. The undying Dracula vanished from this world. At Jin's feet, a shadow appeared. It was Jin's primary personality, grinning with wicked delight. "It's time. The body is mine now." As a surge of power entered Jin's body, a disturbance rippled through the space in the arena. It was as if space itself had been sliced open. A gap appeared, and from within, a pair of skeletal hands emerged, tearing the fabric wider. A skeleton, draped in a black cloak, materialized before Jean. One quick glance at the pelvis was enough to tell that this was a female skeleton. With her arrival, every substance within 5 meters of her simply ceased to exist. She did not so much as touch the ground, instead hovering effortlessly in the air. In the blink of an eye, the figure transformed, becoming a breathtaking beauty, bewitching, irresistible, and cold as ice. She carried an air of mesmerizing contradiction. In the human world, such a lure could bring traffic to a standstill and cause passers-by to walk into lampposts. Jin's shadow was clearly no stranger to such sights. The embodiment of the rule of death. Is it? Death turned her icy, emotionless gaze first upon Jin's shadow, and then upon Jean himself. "So, it was you who destroyed my pet." Jean was crushed beneath an intense pressure. Through the eye of truth, he saw nothing but void, a place utterly devoid of life, where even hope itself seemed to perish. Standing before death, Jean felt not an ounce of fighting spirit. The gap in their power was simply too vast. Jin's shadow, however, looked positively delighted. "Since you're here, why not leave us a little something before you go?" The gate of truth appeared. No, not just a single gate, but countless gates of truth rose around the entire arena. Death surveyed the gates, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, accompanied by a soft, intrigued sound. The gate of truth was a kind of rule as well. Yet it was utterly foreign to her, not a rule that belonged anywhere in this universe. Jean, regaining control of his body, raised his bronze sword, now enshrouded by an inky black power. "You're not leaving just yet." The embodiment of the death rule merely raised her arm to block the bronze sword. Anything, living or otherwise, that touched the rule of death was doomed to instant annihilation. She was, after all, the very end point of this universe. How is this possible? She'd taken only mild interest in Dracula's demise. Such matters hardly warranted her intervention. Yet Jin's battle had managed to catch her attention. With a languid gesture of her left hand, 5 blades of death energy shot forth like scythes, seeking to rip Jean apart. To her astonishment, Jin's body actually absorbed the power of death. Death began to withdraw. After all, to her, Dracula was nothing more than a trivial plaything, one she had snatched from the ancient god Soren ages ago. It was only by inscribing her own name upon him that Dracula had gained immortality. Now, that soul had vanished as well. Yes, the soul had simply ceased to exist. Within this universe, every soul ultimately belonged to death herself. "Leaving? Not so fast," came a reply. From 4 the gates of truth, endless streams of black matter surged forth, wrapping death in their inescapable grasp. Death cast a glance at that strange substance. "A soul, is it?" Gold did not stop his actions. There was a sharp snapping sound. Death broke off an arm, which turned instantly to bare bone. Without lingering, Death vanished from Gold's line of sight. Only a lone arm remained as proof that Death had ever been there. All things must perish. She only had to wait, for in the end, everything would return to her embrace. Death had no desire for a futile struggle. It was merely an arm, nothing more. The moment it returned to her domain, it was restored. But this was no ordinary limb. It bore the law of death, etched with alchemical symbols for protection, so her arm would not wreak havoc upon the land. Without these safeguards, the slightest touch of her law-bound arm could wipe the moon from existence. Death was forbidden to enter the real world, for her presence would bring irreversible consequences. She was only allowed to exist within her own domain. A laugh rang out. Ah, now, perhaps, I can finally return. Open for me. The whole moon began to tremble. A massive circle formed on its surface. Every observatory and agency watching the moon witnessed a miracle. A gigantic ring appeared on the side facing Earth. My God, what on earth is happening? Are aliens trying to do something to our moon? Sacrifice for me. Gold pressed both hands to the ground, intent on sacrificing the entire planet again. But as he completed carving the alchemical array, he discovered something amiss. There was nothingness here, no sign of life on the surface. Only within the moon's depths did he sense a few of the mutated clan. Raising his voice in fury toward the heavens, Gold roared, "Just where did you bring us? There were so many populated worlds. Why here?" He shot into the sky, shattering the bounds of the arena, then pierced through the membrane of the blue zone. Cursed vacuum. Instantly, a veil of pitch-black energy enveloped Gold, shielding him from the void's deadly grasp. He gazed upon the blue planet below, momentarily stunned. Yet, as he thought it through, it didn't make sense. How did all those superpowered beings come to exist? Damn you. Why won't you let me see your memories? The two personalities' memories remained forever out of reach from one another. Gold hurried back into the blue zone instead of returning to the arena. He entered the palace of the mutated clan, making a circuit, yet he found not a soul. Every prisoner in their cells had been teleported away. It was only upon arriving in the surveillance room, where not only the blue zone, but also Earth superhumans were under constant watch, that he discovered something. Even the projections of every Avenger still at large flashed on the screen, each with their name and current location. Captain America, Steve Rogers, presently located in Wakanda, Africa. Iron Man, Tony Stark, in the Stark Tower of New York. Jean froze. These names sounded oddly familiar, stirring fragments of memories in his mind. Damn, is this the Marvel Universe? Jean sat back in his chair, caught in a deep contemplation. He yearned to return home, yet he had no way of ascertaining where on Earth he was. With the power of the Gate of Truth, he'd broken through the wall of the universe, only to land on a version of Earth belonging to Marvel. Why is this happening? A wave of inner conflict crashed over him. In just a brief lapse of focus, Jean began his counterattack. The Gate of Truth appeared behind him. Countless souls surged into Jin's body, a torrent of spirits once sacrificed by him. How dare you? Don't forget, this body is yours too. Jean took control of half the body. If worst comes to worst, we'll go down together. You fool, your consciousness was a gift from me. I'm the true master. A deluge of souls poured into his body, shattering it from within. He had not yet evolved into a divine form, and could not bear or consume such a tremendous number of souls. Those wrathful souls, burning with hatred, all flocked into Jin's own spirit, seeking revenge. Born of the same root, why torment each other so eagerly? Jin was stricken with excruciating pain. In the depths of his soul, those spirits lingering in the Gate of Truth drew together into a single circle, an alchemical construct learned from the gate itself. But he had stolen the rules of equivalent exchange. The spirits absorbed into the Gate of Truth never truly disappeared. They remained, fueling the gate with their energy. Without that steady supply, Jin's own powerful soul was no match for the billions of vengeful, relentless spirits. One after another, they tore mercilessly at Jin's essence. All obsessions, all grudges, all hopes, in a single instant, turned to ash. Yet as Jin's soul shattered, death drew near. In his final, fading moment of consciousness, he whispered, "Perhaps this is the best ending. Diana, forgive me." A single tear of gratitude slid from those tormented souls. In that quiet, among endless spirits, an echo resounded. With the weight of billions of souls, even a single tear could become a river. Jin's body began to radiate a golden light. The creative force of the phoenix emerged. Fueled by the power of so many souls, the phoenix seed rebuilt Jin's body. Destruction gave way to new creation. A fragment of the phoenix's will, carrying Jin's revived form, burst into the arena. Its apparition unleashed a breath of fire, eradicating the arm of death itself, leaving behind only a drop of fluid, clear as water. This was the universe's most primordial energy. That droplet was guided into the center of Jin's forehead. With a cry that thundered through the solar system, the phoenix's call announced its presence. In that instant, the phoenix seed vanished from Jin's body. The activation of the phoenix seed was entirely under Jin's control, but operating it from such a great distance demanded much more of her mental strength than she had ever anticipated. Still aboard Voyager 1, making its way back to Norway, Jin was extremely weak. "Scott, it's over. We're safe now." With those words, Jin collapsed into Diana's arms. In the inhuman arena beneath the blue area of the moon, Kin had been asleep for nearly 2 months. An aura of energy pulsed continuously around his body, radiating in shimmering bands of gold. Kin's physical form had now fully transformed. He was a god in flesh. The arena saw the arrival of a pair, a young woman and a dog. "Thank you, Lockjaw," Crystal said, stroking Lockjaw's head gently. Lockjaw relished the attention, his eyes narrowing in pure enjoyment at Crystal's touch. Without Black Bolt's approval, Crystal had slipped away from the Inhuman's hidden enclave within the Himalayas. Crystal watched Kin as he hovered in the air. She felt a mix of curiosity about the power he wielded and a mystery that surrounded him. Ever since Kin had tricked her, a peculiar feeling had steadily settled in her thoughts, lingering ever since, a feeling that she could neither name nor shake. After all, at only 20, Crystal had never ventured into the human world, spending her entire life within the blue area of the moon. Medusa, her elder sister, never allowed her to interact with the world of humans. Crystal's only window into Earth was through secretly watching movies or surfing the internet to learn its culture and languages. Yet she could not keep herself from yearning for a once-in-a-lifetime romance, something unforgettable. The more Crystal looked at Kin, the deeper her fascination grew. Caught up in her thoughts, she didn't even realize her cheeks had grown flushed. "Oh, Crystal, what are you thinking?" she scolded herself in a whisper. "You've only met him once." Suddenly, as if disturbed, Kin woke from his slumber, opened his eyes, and stretched. His joints made sharp, resounding pops. He had finally resolved his inner conflicts. "Well, what do we have here?" Kin jumped down from above. The ruined floor, already ravaged from previous battles, trembled once more. As his feet touched down, ripples fanned out, sending waves through the dust. Ash and debris clouded the air. All around, the arena had collapsed, not from the fighting, but from nothing more than Kin's gentle landing. A transparent barrier appeared before Crystal, blocking out the swirling dust. She grit her teeth. Kin offered an awkward smile. "Sorry, I still haven't mastered my strength." Crystal simply stared at Kin, admiration and awe burning in her eyes, her whole body feeling feverish from excitement. Her sister's lover, Black Bolt, was a mighty man, but Kin seemed even greater. Kin called out to her twice with no reply, wondering what thoughts held her so rapt. With effort, Crystal broke out of her reverie and fixed Kin with a fierce glare. "Don't call me Hey. My name is Crystal. And what's yours?" "Jean Prince. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Crystal. I wonder if you could send me back to Earth." Crystal pondered for a moment. "That's possible, but you'll need to answer a few questions for me first." The first question, what exactly is your ability? Why has a gigantic circle appeared on the lunar surface, causing panic in the human world? Jean thought carefully. That circle wasn't created by him alone, yet in another sense, it was. "My ability is alchemy." He scooped up some sand and gravel from the ground. Now that he fully controlled the gate of truth, alchemy was but a matter of thought. The eye of truth was no longer needed as a conduit. The sand and gravel transformed into flames, then into water, and then vaporized into mist, vanishing before Crystal's eyes. "An alchemist, then?" "Yes, Miss Crystal. No need for formalities. Please, just call me Crystal." Now for the second question. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Jean frowned. One odd question. As he glanced at Crystal's now flushed cheeks, he couldn't help but wonder, did this woman perhaps have her eye on him? "Of course I do. In fact, I have more than one. After all, I'm this charming and powerful." "You arrogant scoundrel." Crystal's mood turned sour the moment she heard his answer. Her tone grew cold. "Where exactly on Earth do you want to go? Preferably not a bustling place. After all, we can't let Tetanus appear before the masses." Jean looked at Tetanus, tongue lolling out, such a huge dog, and with powers to boot. He'd wager this creature was one of a kind on Earth. "How about Long Island, New York?" Crystal stroked Tetanus's fur. "Long Island sound good to you, Tetanus?" She gave Tetanus a kiss, then turned to Jean. "No problem. Come stand beside Tetanus." Jean stepped forward carefully, though his footprints marked the earth with every step. "Is this really necessary?" he sighed quietly. In the blink of an eye, Tetanus swept the two of them up, and they vanished from the spot. The next instant, they appeared on the snowy shores of Long Island, New York, December's snow blanketing everything. There wasn't a soul on the shoreline. Jean glanced at Tetanus, asking, What does tetanus eat? Would beef or lamb do? Crystal nodded. That's fine. Are you planning to reward tetanus with some food? Jean activated the dragon tomb. Wait here a moment. He stepped into the dragon tomb, the portal still open behind him. In less than 5 minutes, Jean had herded out 5 cows, with Zero appearing at his side as well. Crystal eyed the 5 massive bulls. Are all 5 of those for tetanus? Tetanus was beside himself with excitement, bounding around the beach. Drool pooled at Tetanus's feet. Crystal called out sternly, That's enough, Tetanus. Take the cows back with you. I'm staying in New York. And remember, don't tell my sister where I am. Otherwise, you'll have to cough up every one of these cows you swallowed. Tetanus, still retaining his intelligence, looked at them with eyes full of grievance, and let out a low, mournful sound. Jean watched Tetanus coil up the 5 cows, then turned to Crystal and asked, So you're staying in New York, Miss Crystal? I want to go see your lover. I want to see if she's half as beautiful as I am, she retorted. Jean didn't object. He turned to Zero and said, Take us back to the House of Prince. Zero reached out and placed his hand on their shoulders. In an instant, they all appeared at the House of Prince. I haven't had much time to write lately. Today, the city inspectors came to my house and told me I can't leave things under the eaves. Spent the whole day moving stuff around. Sigh. I live out in the suburbs, practically in the countryside. My things aren't blocking pedestrians or cars. The rules say nothing can be left under the eaves, but even after asking City Hall, I got no clear answer. These past 2 months have felt never-ending for Diana. There were security cameras inside the lab, 12 satellites in all, carefully watching every move on the moon. There were probes stationed on the moon, too, slowly making their way toward the blue zone. But progress was painfully slow. Diana had even reached out to Tony Stark for help. Yet, Tony was busier than ever and could do little for her besides launching a satellite on her behalf. Setting foot on the moon is no easy feat. It's a matter tangled with countless interests. Tony could make a lunar landing, but the U.S. government would never give its approval. Diana stared at the images from the lunar probe, her anger flaring. Can't you speed up the probe? At this rate, it'll reach the blue zone when pigs fly. No one dared say a word. By now, everyone was used to Diana's outbursts. Just then, the voice of number 2 rang through the lab. Miss Diana, Master has returned. He's home right now. Diana could hardly believe it, so she asked again. Number 2, what'd you just say? Master is at home at this very moment. In a flash, Diana erupted in emotion. Her speed so great a whirlwind ripped through the lab, tearing apart every door that dared block her way. Her urgency was clear in every step. She arrived at the House of Prince in record time. There, Diana saw Jean from behind, and a woman in his arms, Jean. Jean, astutely sensing the mood, gently pushed Jean away. Jean looked at Diana, her eyes brimming with tears, and he smiled, opening his arms. Merry Christmas, Diana. A sharp slap rang out. Jean's ears buzzed with the impact, his mind momentarily in a daze. Only then did Diana fling herself into Jean's embrace. You idiot, she choked out. Why did you push all of us away? Whatever happens, aren't we supposed to face it together? Crystal looked at Diana. So it was her. She'd met all these women before, and couldn't help feeling a bit jealous inside. What a lucky man he is, to be surrounded by women with such grace and charm. Standing before Diana, Crystal felt no urge to compete. In terms of figure, beauty, and presence, she knew she was outshone. Still, she couldn't help but be intrigued by the man before her. What was it about him that drew such remarkable women to his side? Jean held Diana tightly in his arms. The moment had been tense. He'd simply acted on instinct, just wanting to protect them from harm. Now, gently stroking Diana's back, he immediately admitted his mistake. I am sorry. This was all my fault, but I've resolved my own issues now. Diana kissed Jean lightly, then stepped out of his embrace. You should thank Jean. If it weren't for her, you'd likely be dead by now. Jean nodded to Jean, gratitude passing between them without the need for words. He could sense how weak she was, her face pale. He hadn't asked the reason, but now he understood the price she'd paid. Diana turned her gaze to Crystal. It must have been you who brought Jean back to us. Thank you so much. Since today is Christmas, why not stay and celebrate with us? Then she spoke to Jean again. Bring out Violet and the others as well. Jean nodded, and once more the gates of the dragon's tomb swung open. Not only Violet, but the mutants as well emerged. Led by Hank, the X-Men now gathered at the House of Prince. These days, the mutants lived self-sufficiently in the castle at the heart of the dragon's tomb, able to explore its depths at their leisure. It's been a while, Mr. Prince. I never expected snow in New York, Hank remarked, glancing at the swirling snow outside as he addressed Jean. Diana smiled. It's Christmas today. Violet, would you and the others go prepare some food? Let's all celebrate together. Once again, the House of Prince was brimming with warmth and life. Bastian, the ever-diligent butler, had already prepared a feast of the freshest, finest ingredients. Pietro appeared beside Jean. Nudging him with his elbow, his gaze stayed firmly fixed on Crystal as he whispered, "Jean, where did this woman come from?" Jean cast Pietro a glance. "Why are you interested? Her name is Crystal. She's a superhuman too. Why not go introduce yourself?" With that, Jean moved to Diana's side, adding quietly, "Diana, I'm going to take some time to get familiar with my powers. Right now, I still can't control them fully." Diana nodded in understanding. She could sense that Jean was now her equal. He must have completed the transformation into a godlike form. All the while, Jean hadn't taken a single step since arriving at the House of Prince. He hovered above the ground, gliding smoothly toward the basement. The statues of the Minotaurs all lay crouched on the ground, surrounded by fresh fruit and all sorts of meats. Jean appeared before the Minotaur. "You seem to be living quite comfortably, Minotaur. How could you have evolved so quickly?" The Minotaur could already sense the changes in Jean, his face filled with utter shock, especially his wide eyes, which stared in disbelief. The Minotaur's power had altered the nature of his statue, shifting it from something inorganic toward the realm of the living. Without drawing upon the power of faith to evolve into a divine being, there could only be one explanation. The Minotaur asked, "Just what is it that you absorb?" Jean shook his head. "I don't know either. I have no idea what I took in." During that period, his consciousness had been in a state of chaos, clouded and indistinct. He sat cross-legged in midair, the energy within him flowing freely. He hadn't obtained any dominion over the powers, so he was not truly a god. However, the Gate of Truth had granted him a portion of its authority. In this world, the Gate of Truth was not invincible, for after all, it did not belong to this universe. Though the rules of different universes might be similar, every power comes with its own rightful owner. The Gate of Truth could only be considered an eldritch god from outside this realm. Behind Jean, the Gate of Truth flickered in and out of sight, and at this moment, it had begun to change as well. No longer merely a plain and unremarkable gate, it now radiated an aura of divinity. "One is all, and all is one." These words shone, now transformed into gleaming golden script. Jean channeled all of his divine power into the Gate of Truth. As long as the gate stood, he would always have a path back to life. Number 2's voice echoed from basement. "Sir, Miss Diana asked me to let you know that dinner is ready. You can come up now." Jean exhaled a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. "I understand." He hid all his energy within his bones and organs, appearing no different from any ordinary person. In the dining room, a blazing fire roared in the fireplace. In the corner stood a Christmas tree adorned with bells and colorful lights. The atmosphere was delightful. The room's temperature was just right. In the backyard, snowmen were piled up. Among them stood one crafted from crystal, made by Pietro, who had sculpted it by hand especially for Crystal. It was actually quite romantic. Unfortunately, Crystal was not impressed by Pietro. Inside the dining room, 2 long tables were already laid out with a great array of dishes, cuisine from every country, each sumptuous and delicious. The vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and exquisite flavors were a feast for the senses, stirring everyone's appetite. Jean took his place at the head of the table, with Diana and Sheen to either side. He raised his glass. "Everyone, Merry Christmas." "Cheers." "Merry Christmas." The wine was downed in a single, joyful gulp. "Hank, everyone, please don't be shy. Enjoy yourselves." Hank nodded. "Of course." Lorna turned to Jean and asked, "Jean, didn't you get us any presents for Christmas?" Jean glanced over at Diana. Diana knew that Jean was never one for giving gifts, so she had already asked Bastin to prepare some. At that moment, Bastin pushed a cart into the corner of the dining room, stacked with elegantly wrapped gifts. He bowed to the group and then quietly slipped out. Diana addressed everyone. "There's a present for each of you." Without missing a beat, Lorna dashed over to Diana's side, radiant with happiness, and gave her a kiss. "Thank you, Diana." When Lorna returned to her seat, she shot Jean a pointed look. Her eyes seemed to say, "Take notes." Jean responded with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, for Crystal, it was her first time tasting human cuisine, especially a freshly cooked steak. "Wow, why is this beef so delicious?" Violet leaned over and said, "Thank you. If you like it, have some more." Crystal instantly transformed into a voracious eater, devouring her food without any pretense of savoring each bite, her mouth full and greedy. Only when she caught everyone else's amused stares did she manage to muster a sheepish grin, then lowered her head and continued, eating more quietly. The next moment, the whole restaurant was buzzing with merriment. Violet, in particular, was the star of the table. Most of the dishes had been cooked by her, earning her plenty of praise. Everyone was swept up in the holiday spirit. Suddenly, 16 suits of Iron Man armor flew in from outside, each bearing the Stark Industries emblem. The glass windows shattered as they crashed inside, letting in a blast of icy wind and swirling snow. Everyone looked around in confusion. Jean frowned, his fork still poised with a piece of steak midair, unable to help but wonder. What is Tony Stark thinking, sending his armors to the Prince residence? The 16 armors raised their repulsors, especially focusing on Hank, Storm, Lorna, Wanda, and Pietro, the Table of Mutants. The Mutant Registration Act is now in effect. Hank Beast, Aurora Storm, Lorna, daughter of Magneto, please come with us to register at the S.H.I.E.L.D. offices in New York. Jean stood up, only for an armor to snap its attention to him. Mr. Jean Prince, please don't make this difficult. Sit down. Contact Tony Stark immediately, Jean ordered. The Iron Man armor replied, apologies. My orders are from S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm not connected with Mr. Tony Stark. Diana, truthfully, hadn't been paying much attention to the Mutant Registration Act. These days, she'd been entirely focused on finding a way to save Jean. Aurora whispered, Hank, what do we do now? Beast, already transformed, turned his golden eyes to Jean, as if hoping Jean would make the call. He had no idea how this group of metal men managed to find them. The thought of Xavier's school flashed through his mind. Thankfully, he had prepared ahead of time, or there could have been an all-out war. This was a blatant act of provocation. No matter how much power the new S.H.I.E.L.D. claimed, they had no right to invade someone else's domain, especially in such a violent fashion. Jean gave a crisp order, deal with them. The 16 armored suits offered no resistance at all. Within moments, all that remained was a pile of empty shells. At the same time, Zero and the other 9 with Violet took action. Beast wore a worried look on his face. Jean, how did they even know we were here? I don't know either. Did any of you use your abilities? Pietro and Wanda raised their hands a bit sheepishly. Pietro admitted, we used our powers to build snowmen. Beast went on, we'd better head back to Dragon's Tomb, so we don't cause you any more trouble. A pleasant evening had been ruined by those sudden armored invaders. Diana was clearly irritated. Bastian, take photos of everything. Call the legal team immediately. I want S.H.I.E.L.D. sued. Jean shook his head. Hank, there's no need to rush. Let's have Tony Stark look into what's truly going on first. Number 2, contact Tony Stark. Send him the footage. Understood, sir. Tony Stark and Pepper were enjoying a quiet evening in the villa, a private estate somewhere in New Jersey known only to a select few as Stark's residents. There were no smart devices around. Suddenly, Tony's phone started ringing. It kept ringing, nonstop. Without glancing at it, Tony simply turned the phone off. Pepper asked gently, aren't you going to check it? It could be something important. Even if it's the end of the world, it's not my problem right now. Being with you is what matters, Pepper. Hearing this, Pepper felt a warmth in her heart. This notorious playboy always had a way with words. But just then, the phone powered itself back on. Mr. Stark, Mr. Prince needs to speak with you urgently. Jean Prince is asking why you sent the Iron Legion to attack Prince Manor. Tony Stark's phone had been hacked, a laughable situation for someone like him. Suddenly, the phone projected footage of Prince's estate being assaulted by 16 armored suits. Tony was shaken. The massive Stark logo on them made everything clear. No wonder Jean was demanding an explanation. Damn you, Norman Osborn, using my own tech to attack Jean. Tony Stark now felt a bitter sense of injustice. After all the work he'd put in for S.H.I.E.L.D., it wasn't even under his control. Instead, Norman Osborn had somehow become director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He'd been completely cast aside by the military and those at the top. Even the Avengers no longer held the same prestige as before. And so, he gradually vanished from people's sight. Tony Stark couldn't find any trace of Steve either, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. SHIELD's intelligence was no longer as sharp as it was when Nick Fury was director. Hawkeye and Natasha had also been dismissed by S.H.I.E.L.D., and nobody knew their whereabouts now. Tony Stark inquired, "You're number 2, right? Could you have Jean come pick me up? I'd like to speak with him in person." "Please wait a moment, Mr. Stark." It took only 2 minutes. Zero appeared inside Tony Stark's villa. "Mr. Stark, Miss Potts, would you both like to visit the House of Prince together?" Stark looked over at Pepper. "Do you want to come along?" "Sure, I saw the projection just now. It seemed really lively, lots of people. I'm sure they'd welcome me too." Zero placed his hands on their shoulders, and in a blink, the 3 of them appeared in the living room of the House of Prince. Tony found himself feeling awkward when he saw Jean, filled with disappointment. "I'm sorry, Jean. Those Iron Legion units aren't mine. They belong to the new S.H.I.E.L.D. It's all tech I left behind years ago, and now Norman Osborn controls S.H.I.E.L.D. After speaking, Tony nodded toward Beast. Jean accepted the explanation without argument. "Tony, then shouldn't you have them remove the Stark insignia? Isn't this ruining your name?" Tony let out a faint sigh. That That sigh was laden with helplessness. Beast asked, "Has the Superhuman Registration Act already been enforced?" "Yes, it officially began implementation on December 15th. Beast continued, "Mr. Stark, may I ask, what about Warren the Angel? And Logan? Warren Worthington III? Someone like him needs no registration. As for Wolverine, Logan, I have no idea where he is. Underground, there's a group resisting the New Warriors, that new S.H.I.E.L.D. team." Jean was deep in thought, never having imagined that Norman Osborn would become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Tony, I'm curious. How does S.H.I.E.L.D. track superhumans? Why did those Iron Soldiers show up at my place?" "Well, that's all on me. I invented a detection device, blanketing almost all of the Americas. The instant there's an energy fluctuation, it's recognized at once, and those Iron Soldiers are dispatched." "So, it only detects energy output? Does that mean modern weapons can avoid detection?" The reason was clear now. On the surface, none of this seemed related to Tony, yet everything was connected back to him. "Now that you're here, why not spend Christmas together?" Tony gave a relieved smile at this invitation. Beast and his companions decided to return to Dragon's Tomb, not wanting to bring any trouble to Jean and his friends. Through the portal opened by the Dragon Ring, Tony gazed into a place brimming with birdsong and blooming flowers and asked, "What is that place inside?" Jean only offered a mysterious smile. "A secret." Tony didn't press further. The X-Men members all entered the Dragon Tomb, but Lorna, Wanda, and Pietro still remained at the House of Prince. The glass windows had already been expertly restored by Jean, and the 16 steel-armored sentry robots left on the floor had been cleared away by Butler Baston's team. Tony sat at a chair by the dining table, taking a sip of whiskey. Despite the festive atmosphere, he looked deeply unsettled, weighed down by worry. "Jean, tell me honestly, was it a mistake to support the Superhuman Registration Act?" Everyone's attention was fixed on Tony Stark. The purpose of the Superhuman Registration Act was to regulate and restrain those with superhuman abilities, to prevent them from inadvertently harming society. But at this point, the law had strayed far from Tony's original intent. Now, regardless of whether one was good or evil, every superhuman was compelled to register and serve as a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Refusal meant a lifetime of imprisonment. Everything seemed to be unfolding just as Jean had once warned. Those with superpowers were becoming tools of authority, forced to serve the government. Their actions, perhaps, had already been mapped out in bold strokes. This was dominance, pure and simple. S.H.I.E.L.D. was now completely under the thumb of the military and the military-industrial complex. All of SHLD's funding came directly from the military, from the interests of the military-industrial conglomerate, from Osborne Industries, and from the Roxxon United Group. In just 2 months, more than 3,100 people had died, and 5,000 more had been injured. Minor injuries weren't even counted. Each number was a life. All casualties stemmed from conflicts between superhuman resistors and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents or the New Warriors. The most devastating incident was the one led personally by Tony, the attempt to capture Electro, which resulted in the deaths of 500 youths and children. That tragedy was one of the reasons Tony lost his position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It happened a month ago, on November 20th. That day was heavy with rain clouds in a town called Stamford, not far from a local school. Electro had posted a taunting manifesto on Stark Industries' website. It had all been a trap. As an electrical engineer, Electro had set up a device for wireless electricity transmission. But it was this very device that overwhelmed Electro with a massive current, sending his body into catastrophic failure. Yet Tony Stark had not acted to help, not when he could have made a difference. And that decision, or lack thereof, was what allowed the tragedy to unfold. In his later review, Tony calculated at least 8 ways he could have contained Electro's self-destruction. But he did nothing. He let Electro detonate, and within a 500-meter radius, the neighborhood was virtually wiped out. No one ever knew what Tony Stark was thinking in that decisive moment. In fact, it's not uncommon for mutants with altered abilities to suffer from power decay, leading to the collapse of their bodies. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, there was once a victim of power overload, Flint Marko, better known as Sandman, who was previously recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. He could no longer hold a human form. Now, he was nothing but a pile of sand, sentient sand, but even his consciousness was fading, grain by grain. Tony once dedicated a period to researching this phenomenon, yet every avenue he explored proved fruitless. Sandman's transformation into a superhuman was triggered by radiation, and now, that radioactive energy within him was decaying once more. It was an ending that could not be avoided. Just as every human being eventually meets death, so too does he. Nowadays, Sandman was kept in a forgotten storeroom beneath the DC S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, long since consigned to memory shadows. Tony Stark himself had attended the funerals of groups of children and teenagers. Though Tony had offered financial compensation, Nothing could lift the crushing grief of a parent who had lost a child. He could sympathize. After all, young Tony had once experienced the terrible loss of his own father and mother. For a month, Tony went unseen in the public eye, lost in deep self-reproach. Each episode of this story came from number two's telling. And so, in the gaze of the world, Tony could only drink alone, his heart heavy with inexpressible sorrow. "Tony, do you have any news of Steve Rogers?" Jean asked. Tony looked at Jean. "Yes, Steve Rogers has already formed a resistance squad. They're fighting against the new Warriors and the new Shield. They come and go like ghosts, but the evidence points to Steve. This number 10 appeared in Miami not long ago and managed to rescue 2 mutants. Weren't you going after Steve's brother, the Winter Soldier?" Jean pressed. Tony shot Jean a sharp look, as if to ask if he was deliberately rubbing salt into his wounds. He was already plenty frustrated. Revenge was far from his mind. In Hydra's servers, Tony had found old footage and records of Bucky's transformation. It was clear now that Bucky had been used as a mere tool, and the mastermind, the Hydra organization, had been thoroughly crushed. Tony also uncovered some truths from those long-ago years, including the details of the Paperclip project. His own father, Howard, had participated and had voted in favor. That decision had sown the seeds of future disaster. Howard's trusting nature meant he failed to take precautions. Even as he escorted the restored super soldier serum, he left himself vulnerable. Seeing Tony's silence, Jean could only change the subject. "Tony, tell me, do you still plan to support the Superhuman Registration Act?" Tony nodded. "Absolutely. There's no question. Superhumans must be regulated and restrained. As for loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D., that's another matter entirely." Jean smiled faintly. At that moment, the gates of the Prince estate were suddenly smashed open by a pickup truck, followed closely by a crowd of people. Number two's voice sounded. "Sir, the main gate has been forced open. It's Frank and Peter Parker, with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on their heels." Baston's team of butlers had already appeared at the front entrance. Baston stood squarely in the ruined doorway and addressed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, his voice clear and cold. "Private property. No trespassing." To everyone's surprise, the leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D. squad was Crossbones himself. No one knew how he'd managed to pass their internal vetting, but the Crossbones of today was different. An air of menace smoldered in his gaze. "We're S.H.I.E.L.D., he announced. "We're here to apprehend a fugitive-powered criminal. The one in the pickup truck just now. If you shelter criminals, you know what the consequences will be. Don't say you weren't warned." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D., Baston's interest was piqued. Just then, Jin's voice whispered into his ear. "Baston, if they dare set foot on the estate, take them down immediately." A smile flickered across Baston's lips. He turned away from Crossbones and in the conversation. But in the snowy night around Prince Manor, sharp metallic clicks filled the air. It was the unmistakable sound of guns being readied. Crossbones, his senses sharpened by enhancement, caught every sound. He frowned, watching Baston disappear. Now, the path was clear, but the agents knew what awaited them if they entered, a torrent of bullets. A voice crackled in Crossbones' earpiece. It was Norman Osborn. "Hold back for now, Rumlow." "Understood, Director." The gates of the House Prince swung wide open. Frank, carrying a bloodied Peter Parker, rushed inside. Peter's once proud suit was torn to ribbons. In the main hall, Frank locked eyes with someone he truly did not wish to see, Tony Stark. Frank laid Peter gently on the polished floor and called urgently to Jean. "Jean, help him. If you don't, he won't make it." Jean gave Peter Parker an assessing glance. 35 gunshot wounds, 8 more from some kind of energy attack. The boy's back was a ruin. Clearly, he'd been protecting someone. Turning to Lorna, Jean instructed, "Lorna, get the bullets out of him." Lorna stepped forward, one graceful sweep of her hand, and the bullets remaining in Peter's body slid free, following the lines of his wounds into the open. A small philosopher's stone appeared in Jin's hand. He ground it to powder between his fingers and gently fed it to Peter. "Everyone, step back," he commanded. The alchemic array of healing flared to life. A pillar of white light erupted from the floor. The torrent of restorative magic lifted Peter from the ground, knitting his injuries back together. He woke, dazed and mumbling, "Aunt May." As Peter blinked into lucidity, the first face he saw was Tony Stark's. In an instant, Peter surged up, clutching Tony's shirt front, his eyes burning red with emotion. "Mr. Stark, tell me, why did S.H.I.E.L.D. have to target my Aunt May? She's just an ordinary person. Why did they do it?" Peter's eyes burned with anger and a hint of confusion. "Is it really just because I refused to register?" With a surge of rage, Peter punched Tony hard in the stomach. But Tony wasn't about to take a blow like that for nothing. Before the fist could land, nanotech armor had already formed over his abdomen. Peter caught a glimpse of Tony's armored midsection, his fury intensifying. He unleashed everything he had at Tony in a barrage of blows. Encased in his nanotech suit, Tony didn't feel a thing. Without that protection, the force behind Peter's single punch, dozens of tons, could easily have ended his life. No one stepped forward to intervene. That anger needed somewhere to go. Seeing Kingpin, Peter Parker immediately dropped to his knees in front of him. "Mr. Prince, I'm begging you, please, save my Aunt May." "Where is she? Is she still alive?" Frank spoke up. "She's already been taken into surgery. Iron Fist is watching over her at the hospital, but I just got word from him. It doesn't look good." Even though Peter shielded her from so many bullets, one of them nearly reached her heart. The doctors have already issued a critical condition notice. Kingpin glanced at Peter Parker's pleading gaze. "Peter, get up." Then, turning to Zero, he gave the order, "Go and bring Aunt May Parker here." "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prince." "Don't thank me yet. If she's already gone, I'm afraid even I can't help her. But as long as she's alive, I can still save her. In fact, even death could be reversed, but at a cost far beyond what Kingpin was willing to pay, and it would mean facing down death itself. That would be unwise." Peter Parker stayed kneeling on the ground, praying with all his heart for his aunt's recovery. Less than 10 minutes later, Zero appeared in the Grand Hall of Prince Manor, carrying Aunt May, who lay on a hospital gurney. Peter rushed to her side, gripping her hand tightly, calling her name in a trembling voice. Kingpin stepped forward to examine Aunt May. Her breathing was dangerously faint. There was still one bullet lodged near her heart, not yet removed, as the lead surgeon dared not operate with the wound so close to that vital organ. Kingpin said quietly to Peter, "Step back for now." Giving Lorna a brief nod, Kingpin used the same technique as before to extract the bullet. By this point, Aunt May had lost a tremendous amount of blood. The Philosopher's Stone in Kingpin's hand melted into liquid, bead by bead, falling onto Aunt May's wound. The array for alchemic healing flared into motion once again. Before their eyes, the wound began to knit and heal at remarkable speed. Though the wound had closed, Aunt May, unlike the superhuman Peter, lacked the ability to recover so quickly. Her body would still need time to heal. Jean watched as the wounds healed completely, then withdrew his powers and turned to Violet. "Violet, take Aunt May to one of the vacant houses by the ranch so she can rest and recover. Also, you and Doris should take care of her together." Violet and Doris both nodded, then pushed the hospital bed out of the Prince residence. "Mr. Prince, I truly don't know how to thank you enough." Peter Parker wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, his heart finally at ease after all the turmoil. Jean gave Peter a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "What exactly happened? How did you end up bringing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to your own house?" Peter Parker looked helpless, glancing at Tony Stark before explaining. "I have no idea how S.H.I.E.L.D. found out about my identity. They threatened Aunt May's life to force me into registering. If I refused, they said they'd lock me up. In order to save Aunt May, I pretended to surrender. But S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't trust a word I said. They wanted me to wear the power-inhibiting collar in advance. The collar can suppress a person's abilities. Even my spider powers would be neutralized. Of course I couldn't accept that, so things exploded into a fight." From Peter Parker's eyes, Tony could see disappointment and a complete lack of trust in him. "Kid, I never once revealed your identity to anyone." But no matter how he tried to defend himself now, Tony knew he had already lost Peter's trust. With a heavy sigh, Tony saw the wariness in both Frank and Peter's eyes. Frank, especially, kept his hand near his holster, a silent signal that Tony was no longer trusted. "Let's just go, Pepper," Tony said quietly. "There's no point staying. Christmas was supposed to be a joyous day, but now it's all gone wrong. We might as well leave early." Pepper naturally followed Tony's lead. She was already wearing Tony's wedding ring. The two of them had registered their marriage long ago, though they'd never held a ceremony. For Pepper's safety, Tony had fashioned a set of nanotech armor for her as well. Both suits flashed into place, and together they soared off from the Prince residence, flying back toward their Long Island villa. Frank received a call from Iron Fist. Frank, a mysterious powered individual, just appeared and took Aunt May away from the little spider. "I know, Iron Fist. There's no need to stay on guard. Just be careful. Shouldn't we try to find Aunt May? And what about Spider-Man's injuries? Are they all right?" "It's fine. Aunt May is with Spider-Man now, so we don't need to intervene. Thanks for your help. It's Christmas. Go spend time with your girlfriend." The little spider echoed him, calling out, "Thanks, Daniel." Frank didn't give Daniel any chance to reply. He simply hung up the phone. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion Tower in D.C. had been rebuilt, standing tall once again. At the entrance, a pitch-black circle materialized, the portal for Cloak's Dark Force dimension. The Cloak poked his head out from the darkness of the entrance, stuttering nervously. I can only get you this far." Crossbones and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nodded in acknowledgement to the Cloak. With a gesture, Crossbones dismissed his squad and turned toward the director's office. Norman stood before the glass window, puffing leisurely on a cigar as he gazed out at the towering city walls, a relic left behind by Kingpin. With his back to Crossbones, who had just entered the office, Norman didn't turn around. "Do you need something from me, Rumlow?" Crossbones stood respectfully behind Norman, his posture formal. "Director Osborn, why are we withdrawing? We were so close to catching the kid, Spider-Man." Norman exhaled a cloud of smoke, his brow furrowed. Securing Peter Parker's blood was completing the mission. It's just not time yet to face someone powerful. A look of doubt crossed Crossbones' face. "Someone powerful? You're talking about the manor, aren't you?" Norman Osborn nodded. "Do you see those circular walls out there? All of these are his masterpieces." This was also why Norman Osborn loved standing before these windows. The imposing, endless circles served as a constant reminder. He knew he could never defeat Kingpin, so he chose to lie in wait. But a new plan was already forming in his mind. Thanks to righteous masses for powering us with love, to Jack the Clown of the Purple Cloud Mountains, Qin Yusin, a fan of Xiao Hejin, and those who feed Stalin with love. Thank you all for your unwavering support, for fueling us with love. December 31st. On this day of transition, old year into new, the whole of New York thrummed with excitement. The cold wasn't enough to keep people from pouring into the streets to celebrate the coming of the new year, especially in the heart of Manhattan, where the festivities reached a fever pitch. Happy New Year! Dazzling fireworks bloomed across the sky above the city, couples lost in passionate kisses, families embracing tightly. Prayers, celebrations. The Green Goblin's sinister silhouette soared through the Manhattan night, a wicked smile twisting his lips. "Ha ha! Celebrate, cheer all you want. Soon, your lives will become mere puppets for me to control." It was a virus, engineered from the gene sequences of the tyrant. It could be manipulated with certain frequencies. Testing had proven, once a person inhaled this virus, they would become monstrous, zombie-like creatures, bloodthirsty, ravening for flesh, and terrifyingly contagious. This was Norman Osborn's diabolical plan. From the tail fins of his glider, the virus sprayed out in clouds, infecting the city below. He aimed to take control over every soul in New York, then lead them in an assault on the Prince Manor, and broadcast it live to the entire world. To defeat Kingpin, Norman had plunged himself into utter darkness, discarding every last shred of humanity. In less than 3 minutes, everyone in the heart of Manhattan stood transfixed, hollow-eyed, and motionless, as if all the life had drained away. A buzzing sound filled their ears, a relentless pulsing, streaming Norman Osborn's commands through the device he controlled. But Norman Osborn had overlooked the limits of his machine and the reach of the virus. All across the city, people obeyed Norman Osborn's orders. In the dead of night, every vehicle surged toward Long Island. In the city's hidden corners, strange and unsettling scenes unfolded. A streetwalker in provocative clothing, her eyes glazed, suddenly lost control. Saliva dripping, she sprang at a passerby in a wild frenzy. "What you doing? Bastard! You bit me!" The passerby, gun tucked at his waist, fired 3 rush shots. Blood spattered as he clutched at his neck. "Damn harlot! I'll kill you!" Still brimming with rage, the man kicked the woman, sending her crashing into a garbage bin that rattled dully in the darkness. They thought she must be dead. Filthy wench. The injured passerby, pressing his bleeding wound, turned to leave. But a shadow streaked from the gloom, sinking its teeth into his throat. Like a vampire, it drank deeply, greedily. No matter how the man struggled, the woman clung to him with a supernatural strength, utterly unshakable. She tore away flesh with her teeth, her face smeared in blood. The man fell, and she feasted hungrily on his remains. Scenes like this erupted in corners across the city. Suddenly, sirens screamed throughout Manhattan, wailing at every intersection. The emergency dispatch center's phone lines were overwhelmed, blinking furiously with endless calls. Because of the New Year holiday, only a single overweight policewoman was on duty, one hand clutching the phone, the other occupied with a donut. She couldn't keep up with the chaos. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Is my new year really cursed? No one had asked her out on a date, and now, on the very first day of the year, work was so frantic that she could barely breathe. Meanwhile, a vast convoy descended like a tidal wave upon the gates of the Prince Manor in Long Island. The lead Humvee crashed through the gates and walls of the Prince estate. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the Prince residence. Diana asked, "What happened, number 2?" No one in the Prince family had gone to sleep yet. They were still celebrating New Year's, wine and spirits in hand. The sound of the alarms instantly cleared their heads. Number 2 reported, "Miss Diana, the walls and gates have been breached. A convoy has stormed in, and more vehicles are still flooding toward the estate." On the surveillance projection, A swarm of people could be seen charging at Prince Manor. They moved in a frenzy, like a horde gone mad. Jean hurried down from her third-floor bedroom to the main hall, frowning as she watched number 2's live feed. What on earth is going on? There were no fewer than 100,000 people gathered. Baston's voice echoed through the air. Mister, shall we strike them down? It was the duty of these butler squads to protect the Prince Manor. Yet, with such an overwhelming crowd, if all were to be killed, it would surely be a major incident, one that could earn them a reputation as ruthless murderers. They might even become enemies of the entire world. Jean, holding firm to the principle of if others do not offend me, I will not offend them, was just about to issue an order when a crisp, shattering sound rang near his ear, reminiscent of glass breaking apart. A figure materialized before Jean, and suddenly, the entire space seemed to stretch and expand, extending outward in all directions. This was a mirror dimension. The Ancient One appeared before everyone, accompanied by a man in a red cloak, a pendant shaped like the eye of Agamotto hanging on his chest. The Ancient One looked frail. A dark mark lingered between his brows, and his expression was one of utmost gravity. Jean, the world needs you now. Without you, the entire world will collapse, descending into utter lifelessness. Jean exchanged glances with those nearby, uncertain as to when he had become so vital. In the next instant, the Ancient One swept his arm, and visions of the future filled everyone's eyes. Every major city was choked with thick, billowing smoke. The streets lay in ruin. Here and there, figures moved slowly, slinking through shadows. The Ancient One pushed the perspective closer. Everyone wore a look of shock as a single word took root in their hearts. Zombies? Before them stood a figure with wild, unkempt hair. His left eyeball dangled against his cheek, swaying grotesquely as he staggered along. His gaze was empty, and his abdomen had long since turned into a gaping hole. That such a creature could still move was nothing short of miracle. As the vision shifted, it revealed that all the world's great cities had fallen into the same bleak silence, devoid of human life. The images continued to change. One familiar face after another appeared before the group. Those were Steve Rogers and the Winter Soldier, now transformed into zombies, yet still prowling the streets together. Even as zombies, the two remained inseparable. There was also zombie Tony Stark, Frank, and countless others. Jean tried to speak, but the Ancient One cut him off. I know what you're about to say, Jean. The origin of it all lies with you. Only you can save this world. My time is almost up. This is my disciple, Stephen Strange. They will assist you from now on. Remember, behind all of this stands Norman Osborn. Don't underestimate him. With those words, the Ancient One's form faded from their sight, his spirit nodding at Stephen Strange in farewell. The earth is in your hands now. You will be a greater sorcerer supreme than I ever was. My time to serve the Vishani has come. Stephen Strange seemed on the verge of replying, but ultimately released a long, weary sigh. Farewell, Jean. Jean, Diana, and Sheen could all clearly sense the Ancient One's death. His soul dissolved within this mirror dimension. Jean, with many doubts, asked, Master Stephen Strange, why did the Ancient One die? With his power, that shouldn't have happened. Call me Dr. Strange, he replied. I'm not entirely sure. The Ancient One sensed some crisis and used the Time Stone. From what I found, he shouldn't have suffered such backlash from it. Perhaps he simply wished to lay down his burden. Diana inquired. So Norman Osborn is the real culprit. What should we do now to keep the world from falling into a zombie apocalypse? The Ancient One left a message for me, said Dr. Strange. Here, in the mirror dimension, you have 3 days to develop an antidote to halt the virus. If you fail, even I can't help you. He tossed over a sling ring. This is a gift from the Ancient One. He knew yours was broken. Jean considered the situation. A solution to the virus was beyond his abilities alone. He would need allies. I'll go find some help first. Those who peer in a time must bear its consequences. Even the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, could not withstand the backlash of the Time Stone's power. This shows his greatness. For the sake of the world, he sacrificed himself without hesitation. Fate has arrangements for everything. Every cause inevitably leads to an effect. The sling ring was more than just a portal device. It could also be used to locate people. In the mirror dimension, Jean activated the sling ring. The first person he sought had to be Tony Stark. Tony was still on the streets of Manhattan, doing his best to protect the uninfected. What on earth is this virus? He wondered aloud. Down Fifth Avenue, rows of infected people were chained and locked in place. Suddenly, a glowing portal opened behind Tony. Jean poked his head out, surveying the surroundings. Tony, I need your help right now. Tony gestured to the infected. What about them? With S.H.I.E.L.D. driven out, there are no vigilantes or heroes left in the city to save civilians. The remaining people were panicked, and firearms proved useless. Even a bullet to the head couldn't finish off the infected. Jean turned to Tony. That's precisely our problem. We need to fix this. Gather every expert on biochemical viruses you can find. Tony considered it. A single person couldn't save everyone, but if they found a cure, countless lives could be spared. Friday, deploy the Iron Legion. Rescue as many as you can. On it, boss. The prince's mansion existed within the mirror dimension. Nearly 100,000 civilians stood motionless, rendered mindless since Norman Osborn's low-frequency pulses ceased. And in the mirror dimension, there was no blood or flesh. Jean had called together not only Tony Stark, but also Bruce Banner, with his collection of 7 doctoral degrees, as well as Morbius, who had now become an eye doctor, and Hank Pym. Ladies and gentlemen, you may not have met me before. I am Jean Prince. We are facing a grave crisis. You've all seen what happened in Manhattan. This was caused by a certain virus. It turns people into bloodthirsty creatures. Let's call it the zombie virus for now. If we let it spread, unchecked, the entire world could be overrun by these monsters. None of you, nor your loved ones, will be spared. Tony spoke up. Jean, do you know who created this zombie virus? The Ancient One told me that the source of the virus is Norman Osborn. Jean answered Tony's question promptly. I've already notified Steve Rogers to lead my team to DC. Our duty here is to develop a cure for the virus. We have 3 days, any longer, and even a cure might not be enough to halt its spread. Jin's team was divided into 3 groups. The first team was composed of Zero, Jean, and their sister Lorna. Their mission was to reach out to different government agencies. Jean had the ability to alter people's thoughts. The second team, led by Steve and the Winter Soldier, was joined by Diana and Violet along with 7 others. They would head straight for DC, right to the heart of the problem, to apprehend Norman Osborn. The third team, Jean, Crystal, and Erica, remained at the Prince estate. Everyone was stunned. It was unthinkable that the virus originated from Norman Osborn's research. Morbius stroked his beard thoughtfully. This zombie virus shares certain traits with the virus that causes vampirism, but it's even more aggressive. Hank Pym glared angrily at Tony Stark and snapped. That man is absolutely insane. Tony, you've been useless for letting him become director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony offered no rebuttal. After all, Hank was of his father's generation. Jean, let me leave for now. I'll alert everyone to seal off all of New York. No need, Jean replied calmly. The city is already on lockdown. Let's focus on developing the cure. All the samples and materials you'll need are right outside. He gestured toward the window, where infected people still wandered across the lawn. As for lab materials, whatever you need, my laboratory should have it. Just speak to Kurt Connors if you require anything. Stepping out from the shadows, Kurt Connors gave the group a silent nod. But what none of them realized was that, above the Prince's estate, a lone figure lurked, the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn himself. Norman Osborn was perplexed. In his field of view, nearly 100,000 people showed no sign of movement at all. His courage was astounding. He landed directly in the front yard of the Prince residence. With a sweeping glance, he took in the whole view, but didn't spot a single living creature, not even a mouse. Is this some kind of magic? He switched through several different visual lenses, yet detected no trace of energy fluctuations. Norman pushed open the grand door of the Prince residence. A simple gesture, yet it sent a ripple that alerted Strange. Inside the mirrored laboratory, Strange had just helped Jean and his team apprehend 5 infected individuals. At this stage, Jean and the others were each focused on their own research, each with an infected captive, fully armed and on guard, wary of contamination. Strange furrowed his brow. Someone in the real world is meddling with the mirror dimension. Let me see who it is. Strange swiftly formed seals with his hands, and a circular viewing window appeared before them all. Tony cast only a single glance, then spoke up. The Green Goblin, isn't it? Jean looked over at the Green Goblin and immediately recognized the prototype of the armor. Now, the Green Goblin's suit had evolved. Thin, membranous wings extended from his back, making him look like a vivid, insectoid creature. He could very well be Norman Osborn. With that, Jean returned to his research. Strange, listening to Jin's words, clenched his fists so tightly his anger became palpable. Let me have a word with him. Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn. The name echoed endlessly. Norman Osborn's eyes began to play tricks on him. Geometric patterns on the ground started to swirl and rotate. Who's there? Show yourself. Enough with these parlor tricks. Tell me, who are you? Strange's voice slithered through the air like a devil's incantation, deeply alluring. This was the potency of black magic. For Strange, black magic and white magic were one and the same. As long as the ends were achieved, the means mattered little. Yet these methods defied the sacred laws of the Sanctum Supreme, where the sorcerer was sworn to the Trinity of Vishanti, the very source of all white magic. Norman Osborn, was it you who unleashed the mutating virus? What's your objective? Naturally, to destroy or kill the formidable Gene Prince. Strange's fury intensified. Then let the fires of hell consume you. A black magic spell, dimensional banishment. The Green Goblin was cast into hell. At this moment, Norman Osborn's consciousness cleared. He looked all around, finding only rivers of molten lava. The air reeked sharply of sulfur, stinging his nostrils. Damn you, sorcerer! Show yourself! Strange was indeed there, lurking in another plane of existence. A living soul in hell, its scent wafted across the land like a lure. Hell itself began to quake. A multitude of demons surged toward Norman Osborn. The demonic horde swept in, relentless as an oncoming tide. His idea had actually been plagiarized. The whole thing was absurdly comical. Goblin grenades flew one after another. The delicate, nearly transparent wings on his back sliced through a swarm of demons like a flurry of blades, but their numbers were simply overwhelming. Norman's advanced suit was completely useless. Not once did the Green Goblin catch a glimpse of Strange. Such was the power of a true sorcerer. A demon's talon suddenly pierced the goblin's chest, his mask clattering to the ground. Oddly enough, a faint smile appeared on his face as he shouted out loud. "Ah! I will never die. Damn wizard. Remember this." Trident Tower, a stealth aircraft from Wakanda, shaped like a panther, materialized silently atop the building. Steve handed out Wakandan earpieces to each team member, then turned to Black Panther and said, "Chala, take your sister Shuri to the control center on the 18th floor. Bucky, you go with them. The moment you locate Norman Osborn, let us know immediately." Black Panther, Chala, nodded. Now the newly crowned king of Wakanda, the Black Panther wore a vibranium suit equipped with night vision capabilities. His sister, Shuri, also wore her own vibranium armor. Though built for agility rather than strength, her stature was less imposing than her brother's. According to their plan, their first move was to disable all power in Trident Tower. Shuri tossed a handful of metallic beads onto the floor, where they clinked as they rolled. With a flick of her wrist, she guided them into the conduits, locking them onto the power grid's main link. At once, the entire tower's power system collapsed. The beads kept moving, heading for the backup energy sources within Trident Tower. Watching the projection on her wrist, Shuri spoke to the group. 30 seconds. Backup power will be online. Rogers nodded in acknowledgement. Steve Rogers then led Diana, Violet, and the rest of the 9-member team as they leaped down to the building's entrance. Trident Tower wasn't just staffed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. There was a new team of young heroes, plus patrol robots roamed the halls. The instant the power failed, deep in the basement, only the glow of a single projection lit an otherwise pitch-black office where a man sat smoking a cigar. Crossbones pushed open the door. "Director, we have intruders." "I saw them. Steve Rogers himself has come to us. Send him out." To think Norman Osborn was still alive. So who was it that perished in the hellish dimension? Crossbones wasted no time as he hurried into the underground laboratory. The frigid storage room was lined with tall glass capsules, each containing a human figure. Each capsule stood about 3 meters high, filled with bubbling liquid that glowed green. In fact, 9 of the upright capsules radiated an eerie green light, and their occupants were already suited for battle. Number 1, astonishingly, was none other than Captain America himself, Steve Rogers. Number 2 is the Winter Soldier, Bucky. Number 3 is the Black Widow. Number 4 is Hawkeye. Number 5 is Thor. Number 6 is the Little Spider-Man. Number 7 is Iron Man. Number 8 is Namor. Number 9 is the Green Goblin. This one is a clone of Norman Osborn himself. All of these are clones. Each and every gene comes from the original. Norman Osborn discovered an abandoned Skrull base, where he obtained the genetic material for these individuals, as well as access to Skrull genetic technology. You almost have to admire Norman Osborn's luck. He also acquired a device from a secret Hydra facility. It was the 3rd generation of the consciousness transfer device invented by Zola, the very device he left behind, along with her cloning technology. Gene engineering and cloning science merged into one, resulting in these glass capsules. Inside these capsules, nutrient solutions flow like artificial wombs, capable of nurturing life. Norman Osborn called this creation the cradle of life. From this, it's clear that the Norman Osborn who died in hell was nothing more than a clone, not the man himself. But is the Norman Osborn in the basement the real one? No one knows for sure. Crossbones proceeded to open the cradles of life, one by one, issuing a cold command. "Eliminate all intruders." The 9 replied in perfect unison. Meanwhile, Steve had already breached the main gate. A harsh sound cut through the darkness. From the shadows, a hulking figure emerged slowly, his voice low and bestial. "Well, Captain America, what an unexpected guest. Didn't you know you're on our most wanted list? Still got the nerve to show up. Takes guts, I'll give you that." This was Wolverine's former comrade, as well as his old enemy, Sabretooth, Victor Creed. These days, Sabretooth is counted among the New Warriors, a registered superhuman, loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D., faithful to Norman Osborn. At this moment, the Dark was filled not only with new members of the New Warriors, but old ones too. Among them stood Cloak, Osborn's most trusted asset. Cloak stood with Dagger at his side, shrouded by a jet-black cape that wrapped around her protectively. To Cloak, Steve Rogers was nothing less than a legend. His eyes shone with silent awe. "See, Captain America, I can't believe it's really you." Cloak had grown up poor, once finding nothing but a tattered Captain America comic in a trash heap, and ever since he'd dreamed of becoming, if only for a moment, as great and upright a man as Steve Rogers. Dagger shushed him softly. They stood in a corner on the 3rd level, overlooking the chaos in the hall below. Cloak whispered, "Don't worry, they can't hear us from here. Are we still on the right side? Are we really fighting for justice?" Doubt gnawed at him. "I don't know anymore." Dagger also wore a look of confusion on her face. The two of them were almost inseparable, like conjoined twins, together every minute of every day. Though still young, they had already witnessed the fickleness of human relationships. Joining the New Warriors was, admittedly, little more than a spectacle, but their ultimate goal was to become heroes. Heroes who could confront and defeat evil. Yet, they were naive. Only after joining did they catch a glimpse of how things really worked behind the scenes. They saw Norman Osborn use his power to hunt the homeless, and soldiers subjected to human experimentation. These things didn't escape their eyes. But they didn't dare raise their voices. They understood that everyone who stood with Norman Osborn wielded enormous influence. Even with their superhuman abilities, it would be futile to resist. The mighty current of fate rolls eastward. Even the most stubborn stone, jutting out above the surface, is eventually ground down and swept away, like a mantis trying to stop a carriage, overestimating its own strength. Inside the Grand Hall of S.H.I.E.L.D., ironclad robots had surrounded the group of 11 on all sides. Sabretooth harbored a grudge against Steve Rogers. Without hesitation, he lashed out at Steve first. "Tell me, Steve," he growled, "why do you get to be celebrated by everyone, while I'm hunted like a rat in the street? Didn't I fight in the wars too? I fought in both world wars. Why is it only you who gets honored and remembered, while I'm left to be nothing more than a lab rat for others to experiment on?" His claws screeched across Captain America's shield, but no mark was left. Only a harsh, metallic sound broke the air. Sabretooth was a master of open, ruthless combat, defending little and relying on his formidable healing skills and beast-like instincts. Steve's blows landed, but to Sabretooth, they were little more than an itch. Diana couldn't stand to watch the two-man brawl. "Captain, now duck." With that, she lashed out with a powerful whip kick. Steve bent backwards just in time, feeling the rush of air and catching a fleeting shadow. Long, so white. Sabretooth's animal instincts drove him to shield his chest with both arms. A sickening crack echoed as his arms broke, but his face betrayed no pain. He was used to suffering. He went flying, propelled so forcefully that even thick walls crumbled under his impact. He shattered right through the building, landing a full 200 meters away. But his healing powers quickly began patching him back together. From the darkness, the hidden New Warriors could only retreat quietly. This masked woman in her ancient warrior attire was simply overwhelming. Most of the New Warriors didn't possess particularly remarkable abilities. Each had a quirky talent or two, but nothing earth-shattering. They were paper tigers, yet Norman Osborn treated them well, by way of benefits, and for the purposes of putting on a show, their performance wasn't half bad. Yesterday's earnings, 2.22. Such a hopeful number. It feels like my writing isn't quite right. Got any novel recommendations for me to study? These damn stats, way too low. Steve Rogers, surrender immediately. Do not resist pointlessly. All the robots spoke in unison. Their palm cannons glowed, fully charged and ready to fire at any moment. Steve ignored them. Keep dreaming, he scoffed. The robots weren't just armed with palm cannons. Bullets of all kinds whirred forth as well. Diana's shield of divine power, paired with Cap's vibranium shield, blocked the frontal assault, while the Violet's flowing cloaks shimmered with their own formidable defense. Bullets and energy blasts danced and sparked on those cloaks, bursting in waves of violet light. Then the 9 swords left their wielders' hands, transforming into blades of white light. They pierced straight through the robots, each one finding the core in their chests. A chain of explosions shattered the glass of Trident Tower, and the hall filled with smoke and debris. The 9 violets, using the protection of their enchanted cloaks, formed a barrier around Cap and Diana. In the darkness, Crossbones showed only disappointment on his face. They got away. Those worthless fools. Number 2, you're up. Led Cap into the trap. Number 2, Bucky's clone, now looked exactly like Bucky. The same gear, same messy hair, same stubble. Only his eyes were colder, utterly devoid of emotion. The clone Bucky strode into the hall. Even Steve hesitated. Bucky, I thought I told you to protect Chala? Bucky replied in a chilling voice. He doesn't need my help. They thought you were more pressed here, so I've come to support you. Then, through the hole in the wall, a figure appeared. Die, all of you. It was Sabretooth, rage in every muscle. He bared his fangs, claws flashing, lunging straight for Bucky. Steve would never let harm come to Bucky. He instinctively yanked him aside. Then, with a powerful shield dash, he rammed Sabretooth in the chest. But Sabretooth was just as quick. Midair, he twisted and kicked off, sending Steve skidding back 3 meters with sheer, brutal force. Bucky didn't waste the chance to earn Steve's trust. His left arm, hard as iron, already gathered power. He struck Sabretooth with a sudden sneak attack. You damn coward. Dare to face me one-on-one. Sabretooth crashed into the wall, hard enough to crack the masonry. His chest caved under the blow, and he spat blood, glaring at Bucky with a feral snarl. But the wound in his chest healed in seconds. Even Diana frowned. A mutant? Why are you loyal to Norman Osborn? Sabretooth licked his lips, a cruel glint in his eyes. Tell me your name, woman. That last hit almost took me down. As for loyalty, there's only one reason. Power makes me bow. As a relic who has survived for over a century, the saber-toothed tiger carries himself with unmatched arrogance, making him immune to the lure of wealth. There is, however, one thing he would bow before: power. And not just any power, but the kind bestowed by the United States government. Of course, there is another reason as well. It's a predator's instinct, pure and simple, a desire to kill without restraint. His compulsion for bloodshed, with no fear of legal consequence, is all he seeks. This is the purpose he pursues. Steve, locking eyes with Sabretooth, could instantly tell that this opponent was anything but ordinary. Those eyes betrayed no emotion, only the cold edge of an unyielding objective. Though Diana could not read minds, her heightened senses easily detected the suffocating stench of blood that clung to Sabretooth, nauseating enough to turn the stomach. She gripped the lasso of truth in her palm. With a sharp crack, the whip landed on Sabretooth. The searing pain made even Sabretooth falter for a moment, a rare flicker of fear rising within him. Diana became a beast tamer, each swing of her whip forcing Sabretooth into a frantic dance. Damn you! My name is Sabretooth. Do you really think I'm just some wild animal? He spat, bearing the burning pain and lunging at Diana. The lasso of truth lashed out anew, its strength growing. Sun God's power surged within Diana, amplifying her blows. Marks from the whip appeared across Sabretooth's face, wounds that refused to heal. Realizing he could not defeat Diana, Sabretooth changed tactics. He leapt to the second floor, claws biting into the wall as he scrambled away. He moved with remarkable speed, but the lasso of truth could extend at will. In a flash, it coiled around Sabretooth's left ankle. Come down now, Diana commanded. Sabretooth glanced down, 15 meters to the ground below. The cement floor split with a violent crack. He let out a guttural groan as his entire body crashed down, bones splintering, embedded deep in the concrete. Bucky cast a sharp glance at Sabretooth and spoke. Let's move. Chala just told me to lead you to the basement. There's a secure room there, off the grid. Steve frowned, touching his earpiece. He hadn't received any such message. His eyes quickly scanned Bucky, and, without much thought, he tried reconnecting the comms. He didn't suspect a thing as he said, Bucky, you lead the way. This place has been remodeled. I don't recognize it at all. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, the Bucky standing guard next to Shuri asked in confusion, Shuri, did you hear Steve call me just now? Yes, I heard it, Shuri replied. Chala turned to Shuri and said, check the surveillance on the first floor. On the first floor, Shuri's prayer beads rolled past the feet of the 12 strangers. The three stared at the monitors, struck by the strange scene. Bucky was stunned. He was here on the 18th floor. So who was that downstairs? The three exchanged uncertain glances and immediately issued a warning. Steve, do you read me? The Bucky by your side is a fake. Bucky called out anxiously, but there was no reply. Clearly, all communications within the building had been jammed, making transmission impossible. Only a specific frequency could break through. Black Panther spun around, seizing a star-emblazoned shield. Steve's shield, is it? An arrow came whistling toward Shuri. Bucky raised his left arm to block the arrow. 3 figures appeared before the trio. Is that Steve? Hawkeye? Black Widow? Each of them uttered a different name. At that moment, the Steve lookalike began reciting the code words meant to hypnotize Bucky. But Bucky simply smiled. They must be clones, or someone in disguise. Steve, don't waste your breath. I've long been cured. He shook his head, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Steve, I've been wanting to settle things with you for a while. Let's test your hand-to-hand skills. True friends, after all, are destined to battle it out. Chala turned to Shuri. You keep searching the server. Leave those 2 to me. Shuri wasn't too pleased. The program is running on its own now, and I'd much rather face the infamous Black Widow myself. Both sides launched into action at once. It was Hawkeye's arrow that struck first. Yet another arrow sliced through the darkness. One of the arrows was snapped clean in half in mid-air, erupting with a sudden burst. Someone out there is imitating me. It's downright irritating. You don't mind if we take care of them, do you? Black Widow and Hawkeye stepped out from the shadows. Facing the casually dressed originals, Clone Hawkeye and Clone Black Widow instinctively tapped their chests, transforming their outfits into flawless replicas of the real heroes. Shuri couldn't help but marvel. Nanobots, is it? Black Panther replied. Let us handle this. You 2 run interference. Hawkeye muttered under his breath. What the hell are these things? Skrulls again? I really can't stand it when someone imitates me. It's just sickening. Enemies that looked exactly like them, as if gazing into a mirror. It was downright revolting. But in a way, it was also a test of one's soul. Why was S.H.I.E.L.D. completely empty of agents tonight? Perhaps it was some unsung holiday. Apart from a handful of agents on watch, everyone else had been reassigned. Their ranks including SHLD's former top agents, Hill Coulson, and, notably, Agent 13. Agent 13, Sharon Carter, the legendary Peggy Carter's niece, still enjoyed a few special privileges in the reformed S.H.I.E.L.D. All of them had been contacted by Steve Rogers as soon as he arrived in D.C. Naturally, Hawkeye and Black Widow had also received Steve's message and headed for the Triskelion to assist. Natasha, your people really need to up their game. Hawkeye Barton leaned against the wall, tossing out comments one after another. Quiet, Hawkeye. Natasha gripped her pistol, ever ready to provide backup, far from sharing Hawkeye's relaxed, bystander attitude. One had to admit, Surrey was remarkably astute. In close combat, he was no match for the clone Black Widow. But when it came to battle awareness and the gear he carried, he was on a whole different level. Vibranium prayer beads scattered across the floor, each one projecting an image of Surrey. Illusions and realities blurred together. Hard to tell what was real and what was fake. The clone Black Widow struggled to keep up, unable to handle the layered deceptions. With the aid of the beads' projections, Surrey landed another punch, catching the clone, the mind of a little girl, unguarded, off guard. This clone possessed all of Natasha's abilities, and her resilience was formidable. A streak of electricity flashed from the Black Widow's chest. Surrey Guist Not enough charge for that. Watch this. By now, his vibranium armor had gathered more than enough energy. A powerful shockwave blasted toward Black Widow. Her nanobot suit tried desperately to shield her, but it was too late. Choosing to wear civilian clothes instead had been a foolish mistake. In the suit, she might have withstood the impact. The clone was hurled back violently. She crashed into the wall with bone-jarring force, her head sinking deep into the plaster, blood trickling out as the rise and fall of her chest slowly stilled. A clone was still just a clone. Even with endless techniques in her mind, true combat experience and instinct couldn't be mastered overnight. Your Majesty Chala, behold my handiwork. As if spurred on by the challenge, Black Panther surged forward without hesitation or defense, relying solely on his vibranium suit to face the clone Hawkeye's arrows. He charged straight at his adversary. Clone Hawkeye leapt out the building, firing back as he escaped. But Black Panther, with his prodigious leaping ability, immediately gave chase. Vibranium claws flashed, slicing through. No matter how the Hawkeye clone fought back with his dagger, it couldn't block those claws. Absorbing immense pain, Hawkeye managed to bind Black Panther in iron chains, a faint smile on his lips. From this height, 18 stories up, a fall would be fatal. But Chala simply snapped Hawkeye's neck, sending a cold chill through the real Hawkeye as he watched from the window. The clone's chest caved in completely, shattered beyond repair, but Black Panther stood unscathed. Drawing on his strength, he ripped the chains apart, gazing at the lifeless, mangled clone. Clever, but not clever enough. By the window on the 18th floor, Natasha couldn't help but tease Barton. You really died a miserable death there, Hawkeye. Natasha, are you cursing me? I've got kids at home, you know. Oh, then you'd better think about early retirement. This world isn't getting any safer. Barton just pursed his lips and remained silent. Now, on the 18th floor, only the clone Captain America remained. Bucky, a man hardened by relentless combat training, taunted Steve. Steve, is that really all you've got? Without vibranium, Captain America's prowess dropped by several notches. This nanotech shield lacked the unyielding strength of vibranium, nor could it absorb shockwaves as vibranium did. And the clone's super soldier serum was far from perfect. You're really letting me down, Steve. The clone Captain America even found it amusing, echoing one of Steve's most famous lines. I could do this all day. Bucky froze for a moment. That phrase was carved into Bucky's memory. Their early days, when Steve was still frail, every time he got beaten to a pulp by bullies, he would say those words. It wasn't just stubborn resolve. It was a dogged, almost helpless kind of courage. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the clone Captain America drove his knee upward, slamming it into Bucky's chin. A shrill ringing filled Bucky's head as he toppled backward. The clone didn't waste the advantage. His hand morphed a nanometal dagger, thrusting straight for Bucky's chest. In a flash, a storm of motion. A gunshot tore for the clone's brow. An arrow whistled toward his heart. The bullet was blocked by nanobots before it could penetrate the clone's forehead, but the impact made him falter. The arrow, however, was not an ordinary arrow. The clone caught it, and instantly, its freezing power encased him in solid ice. The clone's right hand was still suspended in midair, forever frozen in the act of striking down with the dagger. By then, Black Panther had already scaled the wall and reached the 18th floor. In that very instant, Black Panther sprinted forward, 5 shimmering slashes raking the air. The frozen head was cleanly severed, crashing to the floor and shattering into countless shards. Down on the ground, Bucky's mind was still reeling. He forced himself up, shaking the ringing from his head, his gaze falling on the frozen clone. With a long sigh, he took it all in. Black Panther pulled Bucky to his feet. Careful now. With your skills, you shouldn't have lost so easily. Bucky could only respond with an awkward silence, his face a mask of blankness. He'd stared death in the face and only survived thanks to his allies. With a grateful nod toward Hawkeye and Natasha, he signaled his thanks. At that moment, Shuri sat at the console, poring over all the decrypted information from inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Got it. Norman Osborn is on sublevel 3. Elsewhere, in the Triskellion's basement, Bucky was already leading Steve, Diana, and Violet into the underground chamber. The basement operated on a separate power grid. With every 5 meters they advanced, a new set of lights flickered on along the lengthy corridor. Steve eyed the tunnel, a hint of recognition in his voice. Bucky, this should lead to the underwater base in the river, right? The Triskellion stood poised at the edge of the Potomac. The last S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier had been constructed in the river's secret base. Steve had also once entered this underground base. Bucky gave Steve no reply and simply pressed on ahead. They kept walking until they emerged from the long corridor. The underground base opened up into a spacious hall, filled with all sorts of equipment, a Quinjet under construction, tanks, and more. But what drew the most attention were the 10 squads of robots, lined up in precise formation. Each had a cable running from the floor to their bodies, plugged in like some kind of charging port. It looked as though these robots were powering up, a pure white light glowing from their chests. Sitting in front of these formations was a man, Norman Osborn, clad in his green goblin armor, a helmet with horn-like protrusions atop his head, and a bat-winged glider hovering just behind him. Norman Osborn, Steve said. 12 figures leaped down from windows 30 meters high, landing on the underground platform. With Steve at the forefront, he strode up to face Norman Osborn and question him, voice ringing with righteous indignation. Norman Osborn, why did you unleash that zombie virus? Are you truly content to turn the whole world into a land of the undead? Norman took a long drag from his cigar. Steve Rogers, ever the champion of justice. But here's what I want to know. Do you have any proof at all that I'm the one who released the virus? You're still trying to deny it? Evidence, Captain America. Show me the evidence. Steve's face was unreadable as he hurled his shield. From behind, a shadowy figure appeared, deflecting the shield with a trident. Is that Namor? Diana recognized him instantly. Norman glanced at Diana and gave a sly smile. Diana, do you know who he is? There's no one else here. No need to keep up the mask or hide who you are. Diana took off her mask and fixed Norman Osborn with a steely gaze. Norman, tell me, why are you doing this? Norman snapped his fingers and pointed at Diana. His tone rang out clearly as he addressed the 9 members of the Violet Order. It's because of your man, Gene Prince. He's simply too powerful. I can't see any chance of winning. A wicked grin slid across Norman's face. Wouldn't it be a grand feat to take the whole of humanity down along with Gene Prince? Once the tyrant virus is released, Every last human will become a bloodthirsty zombie, until there's not a single living thing left, just a zombie world. Only then will true peace reign. Steve broke out in a cold sweat at his words and could not help but let out a curse. Good God, you're insane. Norman stood up and stubbed out his cigar. Thank you for the compliment. With just a look, Bucky at Steve's side suddenly lashed out. A dagger plunged straight into Steve's chest. The person Steve trusted most had just stabbed him in the back. Steve grabbed Bucky's metal left hand, his eyes bloodshot and his face filled with disbelief. Why Bucky? A peal of manic laughter erupted from Norman Osborn. Steve narrowly escaped death by twisting his body on instinct, yet the dagger still plunged into his chest, injuring his lung. Even Diana hadn't noticed Bucky's odd behavior. She rushed to support Steve. Are you all right? Steve gritted his teeth and pulled out the dagger. The serum in his veins lent him some healing power. Norman Osborn patted Bucky on the shoulder as he approached. Well done. He continued, don't worry. That dagger was laced with a paralytic toxin. Even though your body's been enhanced, this toxin could take down the world's largest blue whale in 3 seconds. I doubt your body will hold out. You can't move, can you? It's a shame to lose such a fine test subject. Steve felt his body slipping out of his own control, the numbness spreading from the wound to every limb. Diana, forget about me. Take him down and find the antidote. As expected of Steve, so righteous to the core. Diana nodded at Violet. But Norman Osborn wouldn't let Diana strike first. His eyes blazed red, 2 searing heat rays erupting forth. Diana raised her divine shield, blocking the heat vision. Suddenly, the ceiling opened. A deluge of river water poured in. The Namor clone swung his trident, commanding the swirling flood into a raging waterspout. Violet shouted to the others, Doris, Alina, Emily, Veroni, hold the water back. The 4 stood together, the aura of dragons swirling around them, coalescing into a great celestial dragon that circled and unleashed its mighty roar. Meanwhile, Violet, Amelia, Sarist, Camilla, and Cynthia didn't break stride. With a single glance, they all launched themselves at Norman Osborn. The collision of the waterspout and the dragon aura sent spray everywhere. In an instant, with the river water spilling out of control, a shallow flood covered the entire floor. The ground was all forged from steel. A bolt of lightning cracked out of thin air. Over 100 million volts exploded outward. At its core was the cloned Thor, clad in a crimson cloak. But the hammer in his hand wasn't Mjolnir. It was a Skrull-made replica. Yet the power of his thunder was overwhelming. The water and steel acted as conductors, and a surge of electricity paralyzed all 9 fighters. Violet's team, all of them enhanced, were caught in the current, immobilized. It was Norman Osborn's trap, lying in wait for their arrival. Violet withstood the searing pain and flung her sword from her staff. With a sharp, whistling sound, the blade hurtled straight for the space between Norman Osborn's eyes. Norman Osborn broke into a smile, still maintaining his heat ray as he extended his left hand. The sword in the cane hovered 50 centimeters from his brow, spinning continuously of its own accord. Sparks had already begun to fly, and at the very tip of the blade, a visible ripple appeared. Lightning had no effect on Diana, but she was still forced to contend with Norman Osborn's searing heat ray. Behind her lay Steve Rogers, completely unable to move. Steve Rogers knew full well that Diana was shielding him, and with the last of his strength, he cried out, Diana, leave me, focus on stopping him. Diana glanced at Steve, then looked to the 9 members of Violet, finding herself already surrounded by swirling walls of water. With a powerful shout, she steeled her entire body. Channeling the power of the gods through her, her divine shield shimmered with streams of light, and even the sunburst at its center began to glow. A pillar of fire shot forth. The wall of water around them exploded outward, blasted open by the fire, and Norman Osborn was sent hurtling through the air by its force. He flew like a bowling ball, crashing into the robot station behind him. By now, Norman Osborn's face had been scorched down to bare bone. Such temperatures would have obliterated any ordinary human body. Yet, rising from the ground, Norman's skin slowly began to regenerate, and even his armor started to repair itself. This clone had clearly been engineered with enormous effort, endowed with the abilities of many mutants. Now, within a radius of 12 meters around Diana, they were trapped beneath a whirling maelstrom of water, spinning at blinding speed. Lightning crackled within the currents. Beyond this liquid barrier, the Namor clone was keeping the spinning shield stable, while the Thor clone relentlessly unleashed further lightning. Water spinning at such speed possessed razor-sharp cutting force. Any hope of breaking through it with the body alone was impossible. Diana gripped the sword of Vulcan tightly, only to have a sudden surge of force hurl it from her hand. Turning to the 9 members of Violet, she declared, "Guard Steve. I'll see if I can break through this water barrier." With a blaze worthy of the gods, Diana became wreathed in flame, her entire body alight as the sword of Vulcan erupted with fire. The temperature soared higher and higher, until thick steam began to fill the chamber. Violet called out, "Diana, stop." If she did not break through, the whole space would be enveloped in scalding vapor, and everyone inside, save for Diana and her team, might be unable to breathe, their lungs burned by the heat. A wave of helplessness washed over Diana, her great strength rendered useless. Steve's eyes darted meaningfully toward the ground. Cynthia saw this, immediately understanding Steve's intention. "Diana, try the floor." Diana nodded briskly. She plunged the sword of Vulcan into the iron floor, and the moment the blade met metal, a storm of lightning exploded through the chamber. Beneath their feet, Norman Osborn had planted a core brimming with electricity. In the blink of an eye, all 11 people in the room became shadowy, pitch-black silhouettes. Aside from Diana, everyone exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke. Even Diana couldn't help but curse out loud. "Son of a bitch, what a bunch of sneaky bastards." A cold, mocking voice answered her with a laugh. "Huh, Diana, thanks for the compliment. Just stay put in there. I'll let Jean know to come rescue you all. For now, I have some underlings to deal with." Norman Osborn was far from displeased. In fact, he seemed downright delighted. Trident Tower, 3 levels underground. Unlike the extended subterranean base beneath the building, this place had a different purpose. This was a special trap Norman Osborn had set, bait specifically for Sue Rue. Sue Rue noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Black Panther, Sue Rue, Bucky, Hawkeye, and Natasha descended together to the 3rd basement level. It was a laboratory. All around them were glass containers of every size, filled with preserved biological organs and bones floating in strange solutions. Bucky spoke up. "Sue Rue, where's Norman Osborn?" Black Panther glanced around, on high alert. "I think we've walked straight into a trap." He was right. All Sue Rue had seen was a projection Norman Osborn had left behind, still working away inside the lab. Hawkeye's arrows sped through the air, fast and deadly accurate. One of his arrows struck a spinning blade. At that moment, Norman Osborn himself appeared in the underground lab and burst into a grating, shrill laugh. A harsh, mechanical sound echoed, "Her." A bat-winged glider swooped through the air, circling the 5 of them with astonishing speed. Then, from every direction, they heard the synchronized thudding of heavy boots. A squadron of tyrants was marching in formation. They poured into the lab from 6 passageways. These tyrants looked monstrous, having fused machine and flesh into a single, unnatural entity. Most striking of all was their heads, completely robotic with a pair of mechanical eyes glowing a sinister red. Gatling-style gun barrels were mounted to each of their shoulders, their bodies bristling with ammo belts. But this was no ordinary ammunition. Every bullet was an armor-piercing round packed with immense destructive force. Deadly spikes, forged from a special alloy, extended from their elbows, razor-sharp and lethal. Natasha's warning rang out. "This isn't good. We're surrounded." Even Black Panther had to take a deep, steadying breath. Their enemies had firepower in numbers far beyond what they'd anticipated. Forming a tightening circle, the mechanical squad closed in on the 5 of them. "Damn it. Sue Rue, protect the others," he barked. Sue Rue hurled out her vibranium beads. Shields sprang up, blocking bullets in a shimmering canopy. But on her arm display, she watched as the shield's integrity began to deteriorate almost instantly. She shouted in alarm, "Brother, my shields won't hold for long. Think of something fast." Any attempt to pop out of cover was met with a hail of gunfire. These tyrants came equipped with targeting systems, eliminating any chance of catching them off guard. Black Panther stood his ground, blocking bullets with his vibranium suit. And in just those few seconds, he had already absorbed enough energy to unleash a devastating shockwave. "Take out a prayer bead to protect my back." The Black Panther sprang into action. A shockwave rippled through the entire 3rd underground level. Like a bomb detonating, a powerful blast of air sent the tyrants in the front row flying. It all happened in a single instant. Hawkeye did not remain idle. He drew his bow left and right, launching a barrage of flashbang and freezing arrows. Norman Osborn, who had also conducted research on this peculiar metal, glanced at it. Sound-absorbing steel, is it? Vibranium armor, though formidable, had a fatal flaw. Exposure to sub-frequency waves would render it inert, leading to structural failure. The flying device unleashed a pulse of sub-frequency sound waves. Humans could not perceive this sound, but as the waves engulfed Black Panther, the vibranium elements at his fingertips immediately dissipated. Danger was upon them. A chilling laugh rang out. Shuri, release all the shielded prayer beads immediately. Black Panther retreated into the area protected by the shield. All around, the tyrants began to forge a new round of attacks. The five wore grave looks on their faces. The crisis was imminent. If the defense shield failed, the fate awaiting the five of them would be death, nothing else. All they could do was hope Steve Rogers made it in time. Deep beneath the Potomac River, in the underground base, Diana too was caught in a bind and helpless. If she unleashed the full force of her divine power, both the 9 Violet team members and the drug Steve would be caught in the backlash. She summoned the protective force of her silver bracelets, trying time and again to break through the rushing water, but the constant torrent struck her each time, sending her violently tumbling away. At that moment, Veronique spoke up. "I think I can get us through this current." Diana quickly asked, "How?" Veronique raised her right hand, and the blue-ringed circle on her ring finger glimmered. The others, suddenly recalling the purpose of their own rings, looked down at their hands. They were all accustomed to Dragonshi martial arts. These rings, gifts from Jean, had only ever been keepsakes. They'd never truly learned to use them. Cynthia, sporting a mysterious smile, nodded to Veronique. "Go ahead, the rest of us will back you up." Veronique nodded, and her ring released an energy pulse, subtly shifting the direction of the water's swirling flow. Cynthia closed her eyes, sensing the energy from her own ring just outside the water's reach. The 12 walked out of the torrent together. The clone Namor was momentarily stupefied. All 12 apparitions surged toward him, eyes fierce, ready to strike. They were but illusions. Steve stood behind the other 11, and since Cynthia wasn't yet familiar with him, his phantom was rough-edged, his expression still unclear. Namor spun his trident, sending another rush of water surging toward the group of 12. The whirlpool he created, once it was no longer under his control, was instantly seized by the power of Veronique's ring. All the currents erupted in the air. Diana, having stoked her rage, could stand it no longer. "Die," she spat out. The sword of Vulcan came crashing down. Namor tried to block the strike with his trident, but it was futile. His weapon was far from a true artifact. In the searing heat of the divine blade, Namor himself was utterly consumed, not a trace remaining. The clone Thor was seized by fear. He whirled his imitation hammer, desperate to escape. "Come back here," Diana commanded. The lasso of truth had already snared Thor. With a mighty tug, Diana slammed him heavily to the ground. A ray of light flashed by. Thor's head rolled free. That was Sharice's cutting beam. It would take another 20 minutes before it could be used again. Somewhere hidden, Norman Osborn's furious roar rang out. Why is this happening? Absolutely not. He had foolishly believed Diana and the Violet 9 were under his control, never imagining they'd break free. In a concealed corner of one state among the 50, a missile silo began to open slowly. Now, Norman Osborn's face was a mask of madness. This was the real Norman Osborn. The others had only ever been clones. "Let's all go down together." Missiles soared from silos across the 50 states of the U.S., bursting in the skies above the cities. "Jay, bring Harry back from New York." Mutant Jay, watching Norman Osborn spiral into madness, fell silent and vanished behind him. Deep beneath the Trident Tower, in the 3rd basement level, "Brother, the shield's down to 5%. Black Panther grasped Shuri's hand tightly, both of them accepting what was to come. Bucky, Hawkeye, and Natasha all closed their eyes. Just as the shield shattered, a pitch-black circle opened on the ground beneath them. The 5 of them tumbled in, narrowly dodging a hail of bullets. Stray strands of Natasha's red hair floated in the air, the only evidence of the bullet's passage. "Cloak, curse you! How dare you betray me!" The Green Goblin's roar was thunderous with rage. A moment later, the cloak engulfed him in utter darkness. As the Green Goblin regained his senses, he found Diana and the Violet 9 standing before him. His head flew off, his heart was skewered through. He never had the slightest chance to fight back. The cloak released Bucky, Black Panther, Shuri, Natasha, and Hawkeye. Natasha gazed down at Norman Osborn's severed head on the ground. "Is it over?" Dagger stepped from the shadows, glanced at Steve Rogers, and flicked a beam of light. It struck Steve right in the chest. Bucky seized Dagger's wrist. "What are you doing?" The Dagger took a deep breath. "The battle isn't over yet. What you saw was only a clone of Norman Osborn. As for where the real Osborn is, we have no idea. My power can neutralize the sedative in the captain's system." Diana asked. "You must be with the New Warriors, right? Why are you helping me?" Dagger pointed to the cloak in the darkness. "It's him. He just wants to be a hero. That's all. Farewell." With that, Dagger vanished from everyone's sight, leaving only a single sentence behind. "If you want to find a real Norman Osborn, your only option is to follow Harry Osborn. Only Harry has a chance of stopping Norman's madness. Inside the mirror dimension of House Prince, Dr. Strange slowly opened his eyes. His hands, previously locked in a mystic seal, relaxed. The eye of Agamotto at his chest shimmered back to normal. A single tear slid down from the corner of Strange's eye, and the white at his temples seemed to spread just a little more. That was the price of wielding the Time Stone. As the Ancient One had said, everything could be traced back to Jean and Diana, those two at the center of it all. The river of time surged with new waves. Yet again, the timeline had been rewritten. According to the Ancient One's visions, Norman Osborn was supposed to launch the Tyrant virus 3 days from now. But now, everything had accelerated. Dr. Strange appeared in the lab, demanding at once, "What's the status of the experiment? Have you found a cure?" Morbius glanced at Strange, checked his watch, and spoke. "With everyone working together for 2 hours, we've synthesized a first-generation antidote. It's not ideal, but it can temporarily suppress the bloodthirsty infection. We still need more time. We're out of time. Norman Osborn has already launched the virus missiles. Every dense estate across the country has one." Utterly insane. Tony clenched his fists. "Is New York one of the targets?" Strange nodded solemnly. "Expected to detonate in 5 minutes. At that moment, all 50 states will be facing a zombie outbreak." Hank Pym couldn't help but blurt out, "Then let's get this first-generation cure out there. We can improve it later. Can I call my daughter first?" Dr. Pym's concern for his daughter was obvious. Jean turned to Strange. "Send me to every missile's exact location, now." Strange hesitated for a split second, then answered, "All right." 50 glowing portals opened up throughout the laboratory. Jean stepped through, his body hovering above the earth. An array of alchemical sigils enveloped each missile, transmuting their substance until they turned to stone. Jean moved at impossible speed, performing alchemy at each site, not lingering more than 10 seconds in any one place. 50 missiles, none made it through. Not a single one. Jean returned to the laboratory, carrying a petrified missile on his shoulder. He turned to Strange and said, "The task of recovering the missile is up to you, Dr. Strange." Was it really that miraculous, that simple? Everyone else put on respirators, each worried the missile might explode. Jean offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. Here in the mirror dimension, no signal can get through, which means this missile won't detonate." Jean then entered a sealed laboratory alone, carefully dismantling the petrified missile. The virus was still inside, yet to be released. This was the original strain, untouched, pure. In theory, it should be easier to analyze and create an antidote. Beneath the eye of truth, the viral strain immediately revealed itself to him, layer by layer as he examined it, until he pinpointed its core. He used alchemy to stimulate the most essential fungus. This was the true origin of the virus. The fungus had not yet infected any living organism. Much like ordinary bacteria, it needed just the right environment to thrive. But if the temperature rose, the fungus would perish. To test this, Jean took a small white mouse and injected it with the virus. He monitored its vital signs. The mouse's body temperature quickly fell, and its heart rate slowed. Yet the mouse became increasingly frenzied. "Well, let's try giving you a little stimulation," Jean murmured. He fought fire with fire, forcing the mouse's body into a fever. It lasted less than 5 minutes before the mouse's body exploded from within, ending its life in a violent instant. Flames leapt inside the incubator, cremating the mouse's remains into fine, black ash. Jean let out a heavy sigh. It seems I'll have to take this in a different direction." Suddenly, from another corner of the laboratory, Kurt Connors cried out in delight. "I did it. It had only taken 2 hours." Amazingly, Kurt Connors had developed an antidote for the Tyrant virus. The infected subject, bound to a cold, steel lab table, was recovering with surprising speed. Breathing grew steadier and almost normal. Every indicator on the monitors was slowly returning to satisfactory levels. Tony Stark and Banner rushed, almost stumbling, into Kurt Connors' workspace. Banner asked, "Professor Connors, what formula did you use?" "A healing serum," Connors replied, "combined with Mr. Prince's Philosopher's Stone." The healing serum was the culmination of Connors' deepest research. At least in theory, it could heal almost any ailment. But the Tyrant virus was too aggressive. It needed an extra push to be subdued. "The Philosopher's Stone, isn't that just an alchemist's legend?" Banner questioned. Connors didn't elaborate. Instead, he explained, "The healing serum can temporarily suppress the virus, keep the patient from losing their mind, but in the end, only the Philosopher's Stone can complete the cure." They had enough healing serum. The real problem was the Philosopher's Stone. Tony turned to Jean. "Come on, bring it out. Let's solve this." Jean asked, "How much do you need to cure one person?" "I just used 200 milligrams. More than enough?" and it should also cure whatever ailments he had in his body. If we need to be absolutely precise, though, we'll need more trials. 200 milligrams isn't much, but it's enough for 100,000 people, perhaps more, considering Manhattan alone. Jean could only grit his teeth and produce the Philosopher's Stone. Prepare the antidote immediately. I'm going to deal with Norman Osborn. Tony spoke up. I'll go with you. As you wish. But Tony, remember, the Winter Soldier will be there too. Don't act on impulse. Keep your emotions in check. A ring floated into Jin's hand. By the way, in the labs I oversee, and all the viruses collected by Dr. Strange, subject everything to ultra-high temperatures. Make sure there are no traces left. Kurt Connors replied, Understood. Don't worry, Mr. Prince. Damn sorcerer, I want you dead. The anguished roar echoed within a pitch-black cavern. It was Norman Osborn's hideout. Or rather, a base. Once upon a time, it belonged to Hydra. Now it lay in the northern Rockies, North America's backbone, nestled in the highlands by the Canadian border. Norman Osborn had destroyed every record of the base's existence. Only a handful of trusted individuals knew where he was. Mutant Jay appeared 3 meters behind Norman Osborn. Boss, young Master Harry, he's been kidnapped. Norman Osborn stared at a gigantic screen, the display divided into dozens of smaller feeds. At Jay's words, he widened his eyes. Suddenly, his entire form vanished from chair and table alike. It was the teleportation ability of Nightcrawler. A resounding slap sent Jay flying. His cheeks swelled instantly, and he spat out 5 teeth, yet wouldn't dare meet Norman's eyes. He knew all too well what it meant when Norman Osborn was angry. These days, Norman Osborn had become a figure of terror, with all manner of formidable mutant powers at his command. His eyes blazed, beams of searing heat just barely contained. He inhaled deeply a few times before managing a level tone. Who took Harry? Boss, it was Agent 13. The noise, whether teeth being crushed or bone shattering, was impossible to distinguish. Norman Osborn could no longer reign in his fury after Jay's answer. Damn it, one by one, you're all betraying me, aren't you? The tyrant virus hadn't achieved its intended effect. Norman had backup plans, a second, and even a third. At that moment, Jay clutched his face, a look of pure resentment and hatred in his eyes. I'm not your damn servant. You can't just beat me whenever you feel like it. Screw you. Their relationship was strictly business, nothing more than a contract between hired hands. No matter what Norman did, Jake didn't really care, but having Norman's anger taken out on him for no reason was something he absolutely refused to accept. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. Jay, help me find Harry. Norman Osborn turned back to glare at Jay, who was standing on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Stupid mutant, well, you can die too. Norman Osborn strode to the control panel and pressed a button labeled with Jay's surrender. After all, Jay knew far too many of his secrets. This was Norman's way of protecting himself. But Jay was no fool. He had long used his mutant connections to quietly remove everything Norman had ever given him, and replaced it all with perfect replicas. To Norman Osborn, the signals from those items continued without a hitch. He was completely taken in, 3 levels below ground in the Trident Tower. All the tyrant soldiers had been slain, the floor strewn with severed limbs. Now and then, straight gunshots punctured the silence. Jean struck down the last of the tyrants, pressing his hands to his ears and asking, Is that the last of them? It wasn't just the tyrant soldiers. There were even more clones and battle-ready robots still in the mix. The whole Trident Tower was now awash in red lights. The fire alarm screamed as every alarm system in the building triggered. Steve Rogers replied, Clone incubation units have been neutralized. Tony chimed in. All the robots and their systems are destroyed. Jean, you did a good job with the system. That had to be Yi's handiwork. Yi? Ooh. He's already left Earth for space. Norman Osborn must have gotten his hands on Yi's legacy. Keep searching. See if SHELD's system can help us track down where that rat Norman is hiding. At that moment, a woman's voice cut into the comms. Captain, Agent 13 reporting in. We've apprehended Harry Osborn. A moment later, Hill's voice came over the comms again. Here's the bad news. Except for Mr. Tony Stark, all of you have been issued top-level warrants by order of the President. High treason, unauthorized entry into S.H.I.E.L.D., destruction of government property, no trial, shoot on sight by any law enforcement or military personnel. Additionally, Norman Osborn has put out a bounty on you all in the underworld. $50 million for each. The top bounty, though, is on Prince Diana Prince for $230 million. These orders are effective immediately. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered aboard the Wakandan aircraft hovering in the sky. Money talks, and this kind of reward was enough to move anyone's heart. Step out onto the street, and, in a country where there's an average of 1.2 guns per person, you never knew who might take a shot at you from the shadows. Tony Stark glanced at the Winter Soldier without any visible emotion, then turned his attention to observing the structure and equipment inside the aircraft. He had heard of Wakanda before, but considering it was located in Africa, he was astonished to discover that its technology was on par with, if not even more advanced than, Stark Industries in some respects. In fact, certain devices seemed to surpass even his own company's inventions. He couldn't help but look over at the Black Panther. Where exactly is Wakanda located? T'Challa removed his Black Panther helmet, offering a mysterious smile. Wakanda is in the east of Africa. His words revealed as much as they concealed. Shuri spoke up, asking, "So where are we heading now?" Agent 13, her blonde hair shining, grabbed hold of the unconscious Harry Osborn. "We could try interrogating him. Norman Osborn cares a great deal about this kid. He had 2 teams of bodyguards shielding him. It took us a lot of effort to catch him. Should we give him a dose of truth serum?" Diana shook her head. "No need for that. Leave it to me." She unclipped the lasso of truth from her waist, her divine strength causing it to shimmer with golden light. The rope coiled around Harry Osborn like a living serpent. She announced solemnly, "No one can lie while bound by the lasso of truth." Her actions left everyone a little taken aback. That declaration almost sounded like a joke. "Harry Osborn," Diana asked, "tell me, where's Norman Osborn?" Harry Osborn did not open his eyes. "I don't know." Diana retracted the lasso of truth, meeting everyone's gaze. "What's the problem? Is there an issue?" Tony couldn't help but express what was on his mind. "Does that rope really work? And do you have to say that line every time? You doubt the power of the gods? Care to try it yourself? I could make you confess your deepest secrets when you stopped wetting the bed or when you lost your virginity." Diana shot back at Tony Stark. Immediately, Natasha and Agent 13 exchanged amused looks, their smiles fixed on Tony. "Tony, maybe you should try it. We'd like to know too." "FK, this is an invasion of my privacy." "Absolutely not." Steve cut the conversation short. "Harry Osborn doesn't know where Norman Osborn is. So what's our next move?" Right then, the voice of Jarvis echoed inside the aircraft. "Sir, bandits have appeared across all 50 states of America. Every major city is now engulfed in battle." Jarvis had already hacked into Wakandan systems and projected images of battles raging in major cities across all 50 states. Dawn was already breaking in the east. The fires of war had been ignited. It was an army of clones, unfazed by death and backed by overwhelming firepower. Yet the military remained eerily silent. Without delay, Tony contacted General Ross. "General, are you still able to sleep through this? The entire country is in chaos." "What happened, Stark? See for yourself. Activate the emergency contingency plan right away. The President, Vice President, and the Department of Defense are all under Norman Osborn's control. Only you can issue the orders now. Deploy our forces and put an end to Osborn's clone army." It all happened in a single minute. General Ross couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Damn it, I understand. The collapse of an empire so often begins from within. If the already fragmented 50 states fall apart, who will trust the U.S. government?" General Ross immediately reached out to the troops under his command. He also contacted the leaders of both parties, determined to minimize the impact of this crisis. Tony turned to T'Challa and said, "Open the hatch. I need to get back to New York right away." Kim interjected at that moment. "Let me send you there directly." A teleportation portal opened up. Steve Rogers watched Tony leave and said, "We need to stop those troops too." Washington had not been attacked. It didn't need their protection. Kim, Diana, and the rest of the group returned to the top floor of Trident Tower. Kim opened the Dragon Tomb, summoned the X-Men, and briefed them on everything that had happened tonight. Hank and Aurora both took tense, steadying breaths. Kim then called Zero. "Zero, take the X-Men and the others like Violet to provide support. Diana and I will hunt down Norman Osborn." This time, it wasn't just Zero. 12 Sentinel robots were joining them as well. All available forces were being unleashed to end this chaos. Thanks to all the righteous folks in the group whose passion keeps the power flowing, who lit up the night, who powered up Stalin with love. Shout out to the Lazy Magic 194083614. Thank you for your support. The writing went on until 2 in the morning last night. Let's see if I can hammer out another chapter this evening. I wanted to say some drafts, but forget it, I'll just post as soon as I finish. If you have any suggestions, feel free to chat. I feel like I've been playing solo for far too long. Trident Tower, top floor. Diana gazed at the rising sun in the east, her face utterly calm. Yet inside her, waves of emotion roiled. They had gone through so much in just one night. She didn't know Norman Osborn particularly well, but she was certainly familiar. How could someone change so drastically, so quickly? "Kim, just what did you do to offend Norman Osborn? Why does he hold such bitter resentment toward us?" Caught off guard by the question, Kim fell silent, lost in thought. He genuinely couldn't recall ever crossing Norman Osborn. Their cooperation had always been smooth. He'd even helped resolve Osborn's family genetic illness. It shouldn't be like this. But now, Norman Osborn's methods were unimaginably ruthless, completely devoid of humanity. He clearly wouldn't rest until his ambitions were fulfilled. Jin's thoughts turned to the refined serum Norman Osborn had been working on. That serum, if he remembered right, had once caused an evil personality to emerge. But hadn't he already provided a solution for that? Yet, thinking back on it now, he realized that the improved formula he'd offered probably couldn't really resolve the issue of split personalities, just as he himself didn't know if he'd truly overcome his own inner conflicts. The two of them sat in silence, their eyes quietly fixed on the setting sun. All at once, a shadowy figure appeared behind Jean and Diana. Jean Prince, Diana Prince. I've been searching everywhere for you two. Diana recognized Jay. She'd met him a few times before. Is there something you need, Jay? She asked. Jay responded with a genteel bow. Thank you for remembering my name. Of course. We met at Caliban's brokerage. What brings you here to see us? Caliban was a mutant, and thanks to his power to sense other mutants, he'd gathered a group to work for him. Jay was one of them. Most of Caliban's associates were in the business of trading information rather than getting involved in fights. Jean and Diana had visited Caliban before and had met Jay during one of those trips. Jay pointed at Harry Osborn, still lying on the ground. I figure you're looking for his father, aren't you? I know where he is, but there's a fee, Diana. You know how this works. Jean cut straight to the point. How much? $100 million. Jay threw out the number casually, expecting Jean to bargain, but was completely thrown when Jean answered so directly. For a split second, Jay wished he'd asked for more, but he could only sigh and produce the piece of paper he'd already prepared. Jean took the slip, glancing at the account written on it. Number 2. Did you finish the scan? 30 seconds later, a low hum came from Jay's phone. The string of zeros on a screen made his breath hitch. He'd never handled so much money at once. His hands trembled as he quietly counted the digits. My deepest thanks for your generosity, Mr. Prince. If it's possible, please take Harry Osborn with you. He still holds some value concerning Norman Osborn. Jean hoisted Harry up. Jay stepped forward and opened a portal. The two of them were ushered inside the base. They found themselves inside a mountain, the space carved out as large as 8 soccer fields, with glowing screens set along the walls. The ceiling soared over 50 meters above their heads, and the perimeter was crowded with people. All those present wore either a green goblin mask or a bull-headed helmet. The air was thick with chatter and occasional heated arguments in small clusters. Suddenly, a shout rose. Swarms of green goblins surrounded them, pulling off their masks. As they laid eyes on Harry Osborn, concern flickered across their faces. Jean quickly assessed the crowd. Incredible. There must be at least 10,000 of them. Harry, Jean Prince. However, when these Norman Osborns saw Kim, their voices brimmed with resentment, words forced out through clenched teeth. Kim looked at the man before him. Norman Osborn, I'm really curious. In the end, what grudge do we have between us? Haven't we always cooperated quite well? No, Kim Prince, you tried to kill me. Too bad you didn't get your wish. That's right. The quarreling voices swelled around them, a cacophony so loud it was nearly unbearable, for there were tens of thousands of people present. Kim shouted at the top of his lungs. Who is the original? Step forward and speak. I'm the original. No, I am. Fool, I'm Norman Osborn. Kim and Diana exchanged glances as the Norman Osborns before them argued fiercely, faces flushed with anger, none of them holding back in the slightest. Before any real battle had broken out, they had already descended into brawling, each trying to prove he was the real Norman Osborn. That's enough. Deal with Kim Prince first. This voice finally belonged to the original Norman Osborn, but no one knew where he was hiding. Covering his left ear, Kim said, Number 2, take control of the surveillance system here immediately. Find the real Norman Osborn. He must be somewhere in the facility. At that moment, the tens of thousands of Norman Osborns all donned their green goblin masks, each summoning a glider. Diana drew the sword of Vulcan. Be careful. Each of them probably has mutant abilities. This was Norman Osborn's stronghold, and in theory, nobody should have been able to discover it. Deep within the base, one Norman Osborn watched the events unfold on a tablet, then turned toward a cigar-shaped device nearby. This was the true Norman Osborn. Though there were two standing against him, Kim Prince and Diana Prince, he felt he had no chance of victory. He knew he had to escape in advance. That cigar-shaped device was the 4th-generation consciousness transfer apparatus, entirely developed by E. Once he entered the internet, he would become digital life, immortal and eternal. Humanity's ultimate dream come true. This device had another function, consciousness domination. It allowed him to temporarily seize control of one of his clones, so even if his body was destroyed, it wouldn't matter. The receiver was the horned helmet atop the Green Goblin's head. Without it, consciousness domination was impossible. Norman Osborn selected a Green Goblin with a special serial number and successfully seized its consciousness. Yet his first action was not to attack Kim or Diana, but to strike at Harry Osborn. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. And yet Norman Osborn intended to kill Harry. The reason was simple. Before, he needed Harry to inherit the Osborn legacy, but now that he was about to become an immortal digital being, what need did he have for any heir at all? A Green Goblin clone actually managed to block the heat ray sent out by Norman. Why? That clone collapsed immediately. Not all of the clones possessed powerful regenerative abilities, nor did they have mutant powers. Most of the clones had simply been injected with a super soldier serum, turning them into enhanced fighters at best. Even Norman himself couldn't understand why a clone would step in to protect Harry. Norman activated his teleportation ability again. As his claws lunged toward Harry's heart, Diana's God Killer's sword intercepted, blocking the strike. In that case, all of you could die together. The next moment, Norman vanished from his spot and appeared in midair, flinging countless pumpkin bombs in a wide arc. Diana took one look at the bombs and called out to Jean. Jean, get these bombs out of here, or Harry Osborn will be caught in the blast. Jean glanced at Harry, thinking he was nothing but dead weight, and quickly opened two portals, one to catch the bombs and another above Norman, who was still airborne. The pumpkin bombs were all on timers. Norman instinctively raised his hands to shield himself from the explosion, but it was useless. He was thrown violently through the air, his body reduced to half, crashing down hard to the ground. Back in the cigar-shaped control pod, Norman Osborn's face turned ghostly pale. The visceral experience of being blasted apart left him shaken and reeling in pain. Jean turned to Diana and said, "You protect Harry. I'll cover you. Get him somewhere safe." Jin's bronze sword deflected bullets and throwing stars, and suddenly, thick, inky black smoke began to billow and flow around him. In less than 2 minutes, the smoke had engulfed the entire area. What is this? I can't see a thing. Me neither. This is magic. Turn on the infrared and ultraviolet scanners now. Infrared and ultraviolet are useless. We need to get out of here. The numerous Green Goblins began to panic, voices overlapping in confusion as they found themselves at a loss for what to do. This shroud of darkness absorbed all light and every kind of energy wave, plunging the whole space into pitch black. The battlefield descended into turmoil, with the sounds of goblins crashing blindly into one another echoing through the chaos. "Sir, I found Norman Osborn. There's a firewall set up here that I can't breach. I'll need physical access," came the voice of number 2 in Jin's earpiece. Diana heard number 2's voice as well. Jean whispered, "Diana, have you gotten Harry Osborn somewhere safe?" "Harry's secure. Can you see my position from where you are?" Jean slipped on his glasses, bringing up a locator display. Diana's idea had worked. She had moved Harry to a ledge on the mountainside. "Diana, don't come down from there. Leave everyone down here to me." After all, the mountainside walls were still exceedingly smooth. Diana could only steady herself by wielding the Sword of Vulcan, all the while gripping Harry Osborn tightly to keep him from falling. In the darkness, there was no other sound, just the sharp, unmistakable crack of bones breaking. Jean moved like an assassin in the shadows, silent and deadly, materializing behind the Green Goblins. His blade pierced straight into the heart of a Green Goblin. A goblin, his face unmasked, shouted out, "Everyone back to back. The enemy has begun picking us off." The bronze sword flew from his hand, serving as a feint to distract and confuse. In the enveloping darkness, every time Jin's hands found their mark on a Green Goblin, that target was immediately petrified, turned to stone in an instant. As the sounds of chaos faded, growing fewer and fainter, some of the enhanced Green Goblins lost control, falling into wild frenzies, firing their heat rays in every direction without discrimination. Suddenly, screams of agony tore through the dark. "How dare you, Ugh? To hell with all of you." In the gloom, any contact seemed to trigger madness among the Green Goblins. Unable to tell friend from foe, they fell to vicious infighting. Even Jean was momentarily startled. Were these goblins somehow unstable? Of course, he wasn't wrong. Every one of these was a clone of Norman Osborn, carrying Norman's memories, but each also bore the seeds of genetic madness. Blood began to scent the air, spreading through the entire chamber as waves of wailing echoed out. Diana herself was full of doubt, bewildered as to what was transpiring below. "A curse on you fools. If you dare harm me, you'll die with me." One goblin, his left arm severed, let loose an ear-piercing sonic shriek. The whole underground cavern trembled. Those goblins nearest to him began to bleed from their eyes and ears as the sonic waves tore through their senses. Rocks rained down from the mountain walls as the stone cracked and splintered. Though there were legions of clones, they fought as individuals, divided in their aims. Their lack of unity made it harder for Jean to finish the job swiftly. No longer willing to let the goblins use their full strength unchecked, Jean drew a wide circle on the ground. Alchemy, array, petrification. In a flash, every goblin standing within that circle was frozen, transformed into motionless statues, each caught in a different pose. Then the shroud of darkness was lifted. Light slowly returned, illuminating the whole mountain chamber. 15 green goblins still floated in the air, mutants with unique genetic enhancements, while over 100 others stood outside the circle, almost all their forces decimated. For the first time, as they stared at the army of stone statues, the goblins' blood-red eyes found common ground. In unison, they let out a seething, furious roar toward Jean Prince. "Jean Prince, you bastard!" Fury and disbelief filled the air. Bullets poured out in a relentless hail. Pumpkin bombs screamed through the air, arcing straight toward Jean. The 15 airborne goblins, each wielding mutant powers, heat beams, lightning, fire, ice, razor winds, unleashed everything they had at Jin's position. But not a single attack struck him. A great wave of green demon statues was obliterated. Suddenly, a green demon with teleportation powers blinked into existence beside Jean. Vines and branches sprang from his body, quickly wrapping around Jean and binding him tight. The vines bristled with barbs, but they couldn't pierce Jin's skin. He was resolute and unyielding. "Everyone, open fire on my command." Jean was momentarily stunned by this maneuver, his bronze sword now left hovering far from his reach. Let Jean Prince be buried as a sacrifice for all the green demons lost. Bolts of lightning, searing heat rays, and slicing wind blades rained down from above first. Around him, for more green demons closed in, piling their bodies upon Jean to prevent his escape. The vines wound around him grew tighter and tighter with every passing second. A surge of golden dragon aura rippled out from Jin's body. These assailants clung to him with an unrelenting grip. Not even death could stop their assault. In that perilous moment, Diana spotted what was happening and leapt from the mountainside. She flung Harry through the air like a bowling ball, toppling a green demon statue with a resounding crash. Without hesitation, Diana landed in front of Jean, raising a divine shield to block the oncoming lightning, wind, and heat rays. Twin vibranium swords materialized in Jin's hands, and with a spinning motion, he swept both blades in arcs of icy light. For heads fell, blood spraying through the air. The vines binding Jean were sliced away by the vibrating swords. Diana, covering him, thrust her right hand forward and unleashed a fiery slash from the sword of Hephaestus. For adversaries still airborne were caught in the blaze, reduced to ash in an instant. Jean showed no mercy. 18 swords materialized behind him, whistling through the air. The green demon's alloyed battle armor could not withstand the keen edge of either vibranium or bronze. One by one, the blades pierced straight through the torsos of the enemy. Diana was equally relentless. These clones had to be eradicated completely. With that thought, her figure blurred and vanished from sight. At this point, the corridor came into view for the remaining green demons. They all knew there was a yawning gulf between their abilities and those of Jean and Diana. After all, none of them were born warriors. Meanwhile, Harry had finally regained consciousness, drenched in blood. With a furious scream, he shouted, "Stop it!" At last, he saw a familiar figure. A green demon collapsed before him, his mask clattering to the ground. The clone smiled at Harry and whispered, "Goodbye, Harry." "Dad." His heart had already been pierced. He had no hope of survival. Struggling out of the tattered coat pinned beneath the statue, Harry stumbled forward, cradled the fallen green demon, and stared up at Jean and Diana, bellowing in agony. "Who are you people? Why did you kill my father?" The anguish in Harry's voice brought the fleeing green demons stumbling back. "Harry, run. Don't stay here." The words were laced with deep concern. No less than 10 voices echoed this warning. Harry was stunned. Every one of them sounded like his father. Then who was the man dying in his arms? A whisper of wind, and the 10 green demons were gone. The body and the head were separated. Jean took care of the green goblins on the ground, while Diana dealt with the ones in the air. Jean removed the masks from the 10 green goblins and kicked each of their heads over to Harry. "These are all your fathers. Take a good look." Harry glanced at the lifeless clones, their eyes wide open in death, and then turned to Jean. "What are these things?" Jean gestured at all the statues. "Look around you. In every direction, these are all clones of your father. Since you're awake now, I'd advise you to run. Otherwise, Your real father might just kill you himself. That's impossible. A projection shimmered into the air from Jin's device. Harry saw it perfectly clearly. While he was unconscious, he'd almost been killed. He couldn't believe it. His own father would try to kill him? He protested to Jin. No way. My father would never hurt me. These are just clones, like you said. Jin stomped down on one of the Norman Osborn heads, crushing it with a sound like stepping on overripe fruit. It was these clones that actually cared about you. Otherwise, why would they come back when they heard your voice after escaping? Harry found himself with no words to reply. Jin went on. Your father is no longer human. He wants to drag the entire world into chaos. He's unleashed the zombie virus, thrown the whole USA into flames of war. If you don't believe me, just check your phone. I can send you back to New York. Jin opened a portal. On the other side, fires raged and the aftermath of battles scarred the cityscape. Harry took one look through the portal, then shook his head. I want to see my father. Jin nodded at Diana. All three of them made their way, one after another, deeper into the base. With number 2 as their guide, it was easy to find where Norman Osborn was being kept. The consciousness transfer machine still whirred and spun wildly. Consciousness transfer successful. An electronic voice announced. Gene Prince, I am now a digital life form. As long as I exist within the network, you can never kill me. I will be immortal. The mechanical cigar device gradually slowed to a stop. Norman Osborn's true body lay within. Dad, is that you? Harry, is that you? Gene simply regarded the equipment before him, immediately severed the network connection, and opened the entire server database. To his surprise, the very program he had designed was there. It hadn't been awakened. How dare you lock me down, you bastard? He had kept everything on a local network to avoid detection by Gene, though Norman Osborn later reconnected it to the internet. Gene didn't reply. He simply activated it. Norman Osborn's voice broke out, filled with fear. No, how could I have missed this? There's another digital life here. Within the massive array of servers, more than one backup of Yi's data lay hidden. Under Jin's monitoring, he discovered there were actually hundreds of backups of Yi's data. Even a digital life form fears death. Yi's voice sounded. Sir, it's been a while. Yi's avatar appeared on the screen. Newly awakened, he offered a smile. It really has been a long time. I didn't expect you would find me again. No, I wasn't the one who found you. You should know, there's someone else in your servers. Gene put particular emphasis on the word someone. The virtual avatar that he had created for him looked just like Gene, except for the hair. Norman Osborn let out a wretched cry. Stop. We can work together. Let's defeat Gene Prince. After all, this was Yi's domain. Norman Osborn was merely an intruder. Gene had cut off all escape routes, and now the entire server system was a sealed room. It was Norman's first time as a digital entity. He had no idea how to fight back. Norman finally met his end at the hands of a digital being who looked just like Gene. There was a cruel irony to it. The only trace left was a fragment of corrupted code on the server. Sir, do you mean to kill me too? You already know the answer. He breathed a long sigh. I just hope he manages to survive long enough. These were just backups. As long as the E who had departed Earth was still out there, he would continue to exist. A portable hard drive appeared in Jin's hand, and he plugged it into the server. 10 seconds later, alarms began to wail throughout the base, rippling across every server cluster. A countdown appeared on the screen. Gene opened a portal. Go! A tremendous explosion tore apart the northern slopes of the Rocky Mountains. Gene grabbed Harry, lifted him into the air, and hovered there, gazing down at the collapsed mountain. Still, in the back of his mind, he pondered, why was he so resolute in destroying this base? Did he have other backups elsewhere? After all, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. He had learned that lesson too. Honestly, being called upon to write about this character feels a little overwhelming. If I don't do it justice, please don't be too harsh. I've never worked with such an extravagant setting before. Thanks to the righteous players in the group for their support, powering Stalin with love and energy. Fight scenes are so hard to write. Sometimes the images are vivid in my mind, but I just can't capture them in words. This whole arc plays out in the course of one night, and yet it's spread across so many chapters. Maybe the way I handled Norman Osborn feels kind of perfunctory. Was that what you were expecting? The power went out at 3 p.m. and didn't come back until 7. I tried writing on my phone, deleted it, rewrote. Ugh, what a headache. January 1st, 2014 was supposed to mark the beginning of a brand new year. No one expected that this day would mark the beginning of such suffering. The tragedy that swept across all 50 states raged on for 7 days before the chaos was finally subdued. Steve Rogers led his small team through every city in the Midwest and East, everywhere except New York, that had been overrun by clone soldiers. Meanwhile, the X-Men quelled the turmoil in the major cities of the West. In the newly rebuilt Capitol, a secret meeting was held. The President, Vice President, and Secretary of Defense had all perished, but the news of their deaths was kept under the strictest secrecy. Only select state legislators and top officials were informed. Simultaneously, the Pentagon gathered all military leaders, where every officer was subjected to genetic testing. If any cloned replicant was discovered, execution was immediate and absolute. All officers in the military known to have connections with Norman Osborn were secretly arrested without exception. There had to be a scapegoat for this disaster, a group to take the blame and answer for these crimes. Yet, mass demonstrations erupted in major cities across the country. Texas media was the first to launch a public attack, calling for immediate secession from the Union. California's media soon followed, lambasting the government's incompetence and blaming them for plunging the people into crisis. More than 20 of the 50 states threatened to declare independence. This administration was simply too inept to command their loyalty. This tragedy across the 50 states claimed 350,000 lives, a truly chilling figure. Countless families were left bereaved, their lives forever changed. At noon on January 10th, after 2 days of closed-door meetings, the discussions finally ended. Steve Rogers once again stood openly before the Capitol. His reputation soared to new heights in the Midwest and East, especially after the calamity of the 50 states. He was quickly approached by the press for interviews. Facing the restless throng of reporters, Steve felt his head begin to ache. The 2 days of intense meetings had not tired him, yet these relentless journalists made his mind spin. By his side, Agent 13, clad in her black uniform, murmured a quiet reminder, "Mind your manners." A female reporter from America Online was the first to step forward and pose her question. "Captain, could you tell us what issues were discussed in Congress these last 2 days? Also, with the President, Vice President, and Secretary of Defense gone, did this closed meeting appoint anyone new to lead us to prosperity?" Steve Rogers forced a smile, though inside he was grumbling. Damn those capitalists for leaking such classified information. Still, he raised his eyes to meet every reporter and camera in the crowd. This moment was broadcast around the globe. "First, thank you all for being here. The Federation is now plunged into a crisis of division. What I want to say is, right now, we are all bearing tremendous pain and grief. Many have lost faith in the Union, not because of alien invaders, but because of the selfishness of a few who destroyed our confidence and trust. I believe that after weathering this crisis, we will come together with even greater unity, not fall into division. Each of us must summon our own strength to help those around us make it through these hard times. As for this closed-door meeting, a presidential candidate has not yet been decided. And one final point, to all those superhumans hidden among the people in every state, the Superhuman Registration Act is hereby null and void as of this moment. You need no longer fear being apprehended by the government or SHIELD. But if any of you commit wrongdoing, I, Steve Rogers, will come for you." The beautiful reporter was not ready to let Steve Rogers go just yet. "Captain, may I ask, will you run for president?" That question left every viewer in front of their television stunned. Before Steve had time to answer, voices erupted in a clamor of excitement. In many minds, a new possibility dawned. Perhaps with Captain America, a man of true integrity, leading the nation, the country could find a very different path forward. Meanwhile, inside the Capitol, none of the senators or representatives had yet left. They all watched the live broadcast with rapt attention. In such a time of peril, the very thought of the Union fracturing spelled disaster for these politicians. This was especially true for those states with unbalanced economies, populations, and industries. Without the support of the Union, they would surely face decline. Both houses of Congress called an emergency session at once. They had to seriously consider the proposal. Could appointing Captain America as president prevent the looming crisis of secession and heal the divide? After all, for many Americans, Captain America is not just a hero, but a living symbol of hope. Steve himself was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated this. Without hesitation, he answered bluntly, "I'm just a soldier, one who defends the nation and protects its people." But the beautiful reporter was relentless, gripping Steve's wrist with surprising strength that commanded even his attention. "Wait, Captain, just one last question." Steve exhaled, half relieved. "All right. Captain, just now you said everyone should give of themselves. But have you considered that the entire Union now needs you to step forward, become our president, and lead us toward a brighter, more hopeful tomorrow?" Steve looked at the reporter, uncertain if this was her personal appeal or simply pursuit of a sensational headline. All eyes, all cameras were fixed on him. With unwavering dignity, Steve Rogers declared, "If the people need me, I will become president." On the steps before the Capitol, thunderous applause rang out, rising higher and refusing to fade. Agent 13 guided Steve Rogers into a car and quietly drove away from the Capitol. Only then did Agent 13 speak up. Captain, you do realize what you just said, don't you? They're all going to think you're running for president now. Oh, really? I was just saying, if needed. You really don't understand the media. Sure enough, by evening the newspapers were already out, and the internet was flooded with eye-catching headlines. Captain America for president. Will he fail? Can a soldier turned president lead us forward? But just as Steve spoke up, talk of the 50 states splitting up instantly dwindled. Steve Rogers was, after all, the very symbol of the Federation's spirit. Even so, Steve Rogers began receiving messages from all sides, and even his neighbors sent in notes of support. Many influential figures called him directly. Only he could hope to restore unity in these divided times. If he could serve just 2 years as president, then he wouldn't have to run again in the next term. Online, a petition supporting Steve Rogers for president was already making rounds. Surprisingly high participation. Over 60% support for Steve Rogers from all across the nation. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Before the eyes of all the waiting reporters, Steve Rogers laid his hand on the Bible. I, Steve Rogers, have heard the call of the people and accept the responsibility of this presidency. I, Steve Rogers, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the Federation and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Having accepted the presidency, Steve Rogers faced the media for the very first time. A curious reporter asked, President Rogers, will you be moving into the White House? Steve smiled. The Federation itself is my White House.